Chapter 421, a deal you can't refuse. So I'm a little curious, did the trialist you believe in, or the existence that can be called the god of trial, leave or die in battle? Alka asked while sitting on the training ground. They checked some records of various gods in the brilliant library, and the first thing they checked was naturally the gods they met and knew along the way. Among them was the god of trial. Although there were records, the problem was that many books were no longer compiled in the later period. After all, the whole world had become a mess at that time. Which scholars are willing to compile these? Even if there are, they are not as comprehensive as before. At that time, new gods rose every day, and old gods fell every day. The intensity of the war has made mortals lose the right to record. Even the crystal dragons have begun to hunt for divine beings all over the world, so that they can spit out the rules of the world. In the later period of the world, many records were no longer compiled. Instead, the world was finally destroyed, and the people who survived began to write down the records they knew. There are many of them. Naturally, they were not written down. So Alka didn't know whether the god of trial was defeated and died, or left with the gods. Mainly based on the instructor and the fact that the trial tower is still in operation, it can be known that he should not be dead or not completely dead. Of course, he is not sure. After all, Alka can only roughly know the situation between the gods. It seems that during this period of time, you have learned more and more about the situation. The instructor couldn't help but say. But he did not hide it, and said directly, "It's very simple." He turned into the trial itself. "Do you know what happened in the last world?" Alka nodded. "Yes. The god of trial runs through his eternal will. He gave his will to the trial itself, and then merged into the world. He truly turned himself into the trial, which is why the trial temple still exists, and the trial tower is eternal. So there is such a way? Give your will to the rules of the world. Is it worth it? Or what is the meaning of doing this? This is almost no different from death. It seems that voluntary sacrifice may be required to achieve such an effect. I know from your expression, you definitely can't understand. Right? The instructor said. Alka nodded. Of course, he couldn't understand this situation. So we are human beings. No matter whether those highborn beings are worse than us, they are born after all. Their thoughts are naturally different from ours. For my God, this is the extension of his will. He has even been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Obviously, the instructor didn't understand either, but they respected the choice of their God. Only the will is left to give rules. This is the opportunity that the god of trial has been dreaming of and waiting for a long time. Obviously, these natural gods and mortals, like Alka, have different understandings of individuals. Does such a god exist? Alka couldn't help but ask curiously. Obviously, such choices and changes must have occurred at the end of the War of Gods, when the world was about to be broken into pieces. The instructor nodded. Yes. It's also very interesting to say that many of my friends are in this situation. In short, there is a whole small circle of people who hope to give their will to the existence of rules. Almost all the gods in this small circle have such an idea. The difference between them may be that some succeeded, while some failed. I can't understand it. For example, the alchemist master, you can also call him the god of equivalent exchange. He also gave his will to the rules, and he was the pioneer of this path, the first to achieve it. It provided a completely feasible procedure for all the gods, who had such ideas later. So that's it. Alka had seen the record of this god, and he thought he died in battle. After all, hearing this name, this god doesn't seem to be very powerful. It should be in the middle and late period of the war. Although few records of the end period have been passed down, the records of this god were cut off in the period when the records were still complete. Many scholars believe that this god is dead, because the alchemist master is not in existence with a church organization that believes in him. Most of those who are willing to believe in him are alchemists and various similar beings. They are all relatively rational people, and most of them are worth a lot of money. It is a relatively loose belief. Perhaps only when they are really refining something, when they need to increase the success rate or need more inspiration, will they pray simply. However, according to records, when major works are successful or experiments are conducted, they must worship this god. These are the emotions that normal people should have. Perhaps only at this time. This god will be considered to have some believers. Naturally, when this god leaves, when mortals can no longer hear his voice, they think that he may have fallen in the War of Gods. At that time, the death of a god was no longer a big deal. It seemed that he was not dead, but the first person to give his will to the rules. Will such behavior bring any changes? Alka asked curiously. There must be changes when giving one's will to the rules. Right? If the rules are still rules, without any changes, then there is no meaning at all. Of course. Don't you feel it? The instructor looked at Alka and asked. What's the feeling? Alka frowned and was a little confused. What is the trial? What is the trial tower? This tower-shaped building was built when the world was broken. It was able to remain intact after the world was broken. It has been running for so long. You don't think it's because of our construction technology, right? This is just one of the 12 towers. How can it exist forever? All this is because the original intention of the trial has a certain tendency. This is the change of the will to the rules themselves. This is why the temple of trial can always exist. And we, the instructors, have basically become vassals of the trial, and can always exist. The rules are fair, and there is no meaning without character. It is the natural law of the world, fair and cruel, without human feelings. Any suffering can be called a trial. But are there rewards for such a trial? No, because the natural law cannot only involve trials. There will also be luck, and there will be a price. All the hardships and trials are just pain. But with rewards, they can be called trials. As he spoke, the instructor's originally calm face became a little fanatical, and he spoke to Alka as if he was preaching. So you know, the hardships and trials in the past are just sorrows forever. The hardships and trials you have experienced will make you more painful, because the rules are like this, and nature is so equal and bloody. But my God has given it his will, and that's different. All those who truly experience hardships and trials will definitely gain something. Maybe the gains he got didn't make his life much better than before, but it was good after all. At least it wouldn't get worse. Isn't this true kindness? Alka sat there, thinking. He suddenly thought of something. That is, the rumor has been circulating on the sea. All the drifting islands encountered on the sea will be part of the gift of fate. They are all suitable, even if the crisis on the drifting island is difficult to deal with. But this rumor can be passed down. It must be because after surviving the crisis on the drifting island, you can continue to sail on the sea. And you must have a gain. Those who died on the island were naturally counted as having failed the trial. Of course, there was more to it than that. But after the instructor said this, Alka might have felt that there was also such a force operating in it. Then the instructor continued, the divine essence rewards of the trial tower are basically suitable for you. Why do you think it is? You should have known that. How could such a divine essence be suitable for you? You must have such doubts. To have such an effect, we must have a huge treasure house that stores a large amount of divine essence. Otherwise it is difficult to ensure such a reward. Alka nodded. Indeed, this was what he was most confused about. And according to their understanding, this god was not really powerful in the Golden Age. He was just one of the gods. He was not strong enough to be praised, nor did he have any outstanding achievements. The only thing worthy of praise was that the trial island conducted precise trials and training for mortals, for the believers of the gods, and for the descendants of the powerful. How could he ensure that those who passed the trials in just one trial tower would obtain the divine essence that was definitely suitable for themselves? Although the divine essence had a little more adaptability than treasures. But after all, it needs to match. Not to mention the existence of multiple divinities. That's because the rules with will mobilize other rules. The operation of the world is not achieved by a certain rule, but by countless rules intertwined and combined to form the world. Every natural phenomenon is the interaction between rules and rules. There is never a situation that can be achieved by a single rule, the instructor said. At this point, Alka could roughly understand what he wanted to express. The world itself is composed of a large number of rules. It's just an ordinary breeze blowing, maybe it's not just a simple wind. So why can we really get the ability to match you? It's because there are only so many divine essences in general. There is no huge treasure house at all. The stock of divine essence is limited, and most of it was collected by us at the end of the God War. The reason why we can definitely match you is that the rules of the trial have will. After passing the trial, the connection between wills will make the divine essence match the equivalent exchange. As he said, the instructor smiled. It's what I just said, the alchemist god of equivalent exchange gives the rules the will. He will help the rules of the trial, through the unique means that existed before. He will replace the rules that do not match you with the divine essence that matches you. After all, it is an equal exchange, isn't it? Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but widen his eyes. In other words, the will of this rule allows him to return the incompatible divine essence to the world, and then extract a matching divine essence from the world and return it. The instructor nodded. Yes, that's it. Because the equal exchange has become the world itself, it just made a small move through its own will. It is equivalent to a guard who guards the vault. The vault has various gold coins, but if someone does not like the appearance of the gold coin in his hand, he can help to use his connections, and ask the guard to exchange a gold coin of equal value for him, but the appearance is slightly more in line with his own preferences. Ah! This time Alka was really surprised, and stood up directly from the ground. If this gets out, it will be terrible. Through his understanding of the world, Alka is clear. Many powerful, and even well-known beings, why have they not ascended to the gods? Why have there been less than a slap in the past tens of thousands of years? It is because it is so difficult to have 3 suitable holy grails, 2 scepters, and the most difficult one, the crown. He believes that there must be people who will choose other treasures based on the scepter-level treasures, or even the crown-level treasures. Abandon the holy grail-level treasures that you have used. A crown must be countless times more difficult to find than 3 holy grails. But if there is this rule, or the ability to use this rule, then as long as you collect enough treasures, you don't need to consider whether they are compatible with each other. The difficulty of becoming a god will decrease exponentially. From extremely difficult to extremely easy, of course this is for the strong. As long as Alka reaches a certain level of strength, such as the 6th stage, or even the 7th stage, according to the treasure information he has, he can even directly harvest the treasure and get it in his hands, without having to consider whether it is suitable for direct ascension to godhood. After all, he now has the information of 2 crown-level treasures. But no matter how he thinks about these 2 treasures, they cannot be compatible with his treasure. One was left behind by the death dragon, the core of Zahai's life and death boundary. It must be related to death. The other was the island he knew before, which also had rules similar to death. It was more similar to reincarnation. No matter how he thought about it, these 2 items were unlikely to be compatible with his treasures, or even with the treasures of other people on the ship. But as long as he knew about equivalent exchange, how this rule with will worked, he didn't need to consider these at all. He only needs to get an existence of equal value, and then exchange it for an existence of equal value that is more suitable for him, which is equivalent to barter. Exchange what you have for what you need. Looking at your expression, I know you must have thought too much. The instructor smiled and poured cold water on him without hesitation. This is a link between rules with will and rules with will, belonging to the same world. What? You are also a rule with will? I said before. The trial tower is almost an existence under the will, and it is part of the trial. Hearing this, Alka calmed down and sat on the ground again. Yes. What does this have to do with him? It's just overthinking. What a pity. Alka still felt a little pity, and sat on the floor. It seems that the application of this rule is very important to you? Looking at the instructor's eyes, Alka nodded indifferently. Yes, even if there is only one chance, it is very important to me. Because Alka has actually gathered almost all the conditions for becoming a god. The 3 Holy Grail level treasures are compatible with each other, and he already has them. The third one, which was originally the most difficult, has been obtained because of the gift of the prismatic dragon. He already has one matching one of the 2 scepters. And as long as he makes sure that he has passed the trial tower perfectly, he will be able to obtain another matching scepter. In this way, he has achieved the matching of the 2 scepters and the 3 Holy Grails. He has collected 5 of the 6 treasures needed to ascend to the godhood. But he has achieved it. But he left the most difficult one for the last, and most difficult to obtain crown-level treasure. The crown-level treasure itself is difficult to obtain. And he left it for the last one. Just as he said just now, most people must focus on the crown-level treasures, and collect treasures of other levels. He, on the other hand, collected all the treasures of other levels, and finally collected such a crown-level treasure. The difficulty increased, as you can imagine. Perhaps the crown-level treasures he obtained are not suitable, and he may give up what he has now, and start over. He only knows 2 now. And he can know that it is most likely not suitable just by feeling. You have to know that such a crown must be compatible with 5 other treasures to meet the conditions for becoming a god. But what if there is a way to exchange one of them for one that is compatible with him through the principle of equivalent exchange? Then the difficulty of becoming a god will drop sharply. He has almost grasped the key to becoming a god. How about this? Let's make a deal. The instructor suddenly said. Hearing this, Alka stood up and looked at him with his eyes slightly narrowed. The reward of the transaction is self-evident. Moreover, The instructor had told me so much information that could be called secrets. He must be waiting for me here. He finally showed his true colors. But Alka had to take the bait. Because it really hit what he needed most. No problem. Unless the difficulty of this transaction is beyond my imagination. If it is beyond imagination, then how difficult is it to get a crown-level treasure? It shouldn't be. Alka thought so. The instructor looked at him and said, "After all, I have been in the trial temple, so I don't know much about how the world works now. We usually learn about the outside world through those who come to the trial. I know from your expression that such an opportunity for equal exchange must be beyond your imagination. Then let me first tell you the reward we can give. As the servant of the God of Trial, the trial instructor appointed by him, we must be closer to our God than any believer," he said with his hands behind his back. "So we know one thing. An artifact of equal exchange. The former master of alchemy, through this artifact, turned himself into the will of the rule of equivalent exchange. It is a scale, which can turn the exchange of equal value into what you want. Just as I just said, it can turn the divine essence that is not suitable for you into the divine essence of the same level and grade that is suitable for you. As for how many times this artifact can be used, we don't know. Maybe it can be used all the time. The only thing we can guarantee is that it can be used at least once. This is the reward we can give." Alka nodded. This reward is just as he thought. As long as the task given is not too outrageous, he will take it. This is too important for them. "Tell me, what is the mission?" "It's simple. Find a way to gather the trial towers in one place, and then advertise it to the whole world. The trial towers that were once built were scattered because of the destruction of the world. There are 12 in total. You need to collect all 12. No matter what ability you use, you must gather these towers together. It will become a real trial island." Chapter 422 so important. After listening to the instructor's request, Alka sat there and thought. He wanted to gather all 12 trial towers together to build a real trial island, and then spread the information about this island. In other words, he wanted people from all over the world, well, people from the entire infinite sea to take the trial. What's the point of doing this? Alka asked in confusion. If their god of trial was still alive, or could be revived, then it would be very meaningful to do this. But the problem is, the god of trial has become the will of the trial, which obviously has no such meaning. Of course it does. The instructor stood up and said, "We are in the trial temple. Although my god has become the will of the rules, we can still know the situation in the outside world through the feedback of the trial rule. We also know some records of the outside world through the people who have entered the trial intermittently over the past 10,000 years. Although my god no longer needs faith, we must let everyone in the outside world know. And let everyone know my god's dedication. My god is different from those betrayers. It is not only the 4 gods who have tried. Although Alka can almost understand some of it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether it is for him or for the whole world, this is a good thing. It will only make the world a better place. As for whether there is anything hidden in this, it is impossible to tell others now. Alka will naturally find out in the process of searching. Do you know the specific location of these 12 towers? Alka asked. If the locations of the 12 towers were not clear, and he had to find them by force, the difficulty would increase dramatically. If they knew some locations, it would be much better for them. And some information would be good. The main reason is that there is no map of the infinite ocean as a whole. Otherwise, Alka could have found the location more quickly by looking at the golden dots. We don't know the specific location, but we know who has come to the trial. We know some people's information. We know some people's families. And we know some people's names. Tell you this information, you can find it through the information we give you. Hearing this, Alka nodded. That's fine. If you can't find the place, just find someone who knows. These people are also very useful methods. No problem, I'll take on this task. The instructor showed a happy expression on his face, nodded and said, no problem. When you gather the 12 towers together, we will tell you the location of the scale. When we feel that the information of the 12 towers has been spread, we will tell you how to use the scale correctly. Alka nodded, indicating that there is no problem, then suddenly thought of something very important and turned to look at him and said, no, are the rewards for each trial tower relatively fixed? Hearing this question, the instructor nodded. What you want to ask is that each trial tower will give treasures. Right? Alka is just a meaning. Divine essence will be given in every trial. But it can only be obtained once. When you obtain divine essence and then go to other trials in the trial tower, you will only get other rewards, which are not very useful to you but good. After all, Trials can always help you grow. Which is the most important thing. Isn't it? Alka shook his head. He didn't want to ask this. But a very important question, what I want to know is, are there so many divine essences to reward? The reason why each of them can get a trial reward of divine essence is because they went through the right channels. They obtained a formal identity to conduct the trial. So they were able to obtain the reward of divine essence. The other trialists in the trial tower have always regarded this place as a place to hone their skills. And they are not aware of the divine essence reward. They just think that this place has been broken. And there is only one tower left. And a triangle is left to take care of it. There is no formal channel and identity for them to conduct the most formal trial. But if all 12 trial towers are gathered together, and they want to understand the meaning of the trial, then the reward is certain. When the time comes, should Alka also spread the question of how to obtain a formal identity? If it is spread, will the trial tower have so much divine essence to give rewards? You should know that many formal identities are fixed, such as the apostles of gods. It's okay if you don't know. But once you know, these apostles will gather, and the number will be very considerable. At that time, the divine essence will definitely be consumed in large quantities. This is not an ordinary item. How can there be so many? Looking at Alka, the instructor just looked at him, then suddenly sat down and said to him with a serious expression, "Then I'll tell you a secret. You must swear by the will of God and not tell it. Before the 12 towers gather, you must not tell it. In order to make up for the fact that I told you the secret, you must spread the secret afterwards." Interesting. If it's just a secret, I'm willing to listen. He was willing to keep the secret before the success and spread the secret after the success. It satisfied his curiosity. Do you know why the 12 trial towers are gathered? Alka shook his head. After hearing what he said, it was obvious that he had not finished what he just said. And there was a deeper secret. It's very simple. These 12 trial towers were originally one, but they were scattered because of the damage to the world. This was before the damage. We spent a huge amount of money to build it. This is also the effort made by my God and his friends for the world. But they have never been gathered together to operate completely. So no one knows the true ability of these 12 trial towers after they are gathered together and connected. Hearing this, Arka's interest was completely aroused, and he sat there and listened quietly. That's right. How could everyone be indifferent to the destruction of the world? These 12 trial towers are the last gift from my God after he became will. Before he became will, he was already studying what he could do after he became rules. According to his own expectations, he designed these 12 towers, and we built them after he became will. And it's not just his will, this is a real treasure built by many like-minded, respectable gods around my God's rules. After the construction, we confirmed that there was no problem with its design. But the world situation at that time could no longer allow us to operate. Our God's final gift to the world also dissipated like this. He said a lot, but in summary, this group of gods who want to give rules to their will certainly do not want the world to be destroyed. Otherwise, they will dissipate themselves, leaving only their will to give rules, which will be useless. Right? After all, the world is destroyed, and the rules with their will also dissipate into the air. So this group of gods are also making their own efforts. However, according to the instructor's explanation and AKA's understanding of some of the gods, they should be the kind of existence that is not very strong in combat, and their omnipotence is more functional, similar to a group of scholars among the gods. So after saying so much, when the 12 towers are gathered together, what kind of power will they have? AKA couldn't help but ask directly. He felt that the responsibility in front of him was keeping him in suspense. That is, when the 12 towers gather together, unlimited treasures will be produced. The instructor said word by word, very clearly. Alka was silent. He couldn't help scratching the back of his head. He thought he had misheard for a moment. What do you mean by being able to produce unlimited treasures? Do you want to listen to what you are talking about? What's wrong? Do you want to hollow out the world? If you really want to do that, then you are more cruel than a traitor. Can there be more rules than people? From your expression, I know you must have misunderstood. There is a limit to the treasures produced in this way. Tell me. If you don't give a specific reason, I won't help you. The instructor smiled and said, it's very simple. The treasures produced in this way will always be connected to the world. That is to say, when the owner dies, the treasure will lose its effect, and the divine essence inside will return to the world. Hearing this, Alka did not completely believe it, and temporarily held a skeptical attitude. as long as the treasure is in his possession. The greed of those who possess it will make them try their best to leave the divinity behind. Then I will say it in advance. I will verify the authenticity of your secret. When the 12 towers gather, we will also use the obtained divinity to conduct experiments to ensure that it is the same as you said. If it is really as you said, then this is actually a good thing. Because from then on, if people kill for treasures, they will have to bear the possibility that the treasures are obtained through trials. After working hard for a long time, the treasure will return to the world. Overall, it will be a good thing. Of course, you can do anything you can be sure of at that time. This is also a good thing for us. Okay, then it's a deal. Alka stood up and shook hands with the instructor. And the deal was settled. Now it's time to get back to the point. Alka looked at the instructor and asked, with my current strength, can I be sure that I can pass the trial? The instructor looked at him and suddenly smiled and said, what kind of trial can be guaranteed to pass? The reason why the trial is because it is honing you. Right? Not to mention that you are taking a trial to pass the level. Then the last trial will definitely not be what you think. And it will definitely not test your strength. Alka continued with a frown on his face. It will test your other things. Your weakest. The things you dare not face the most. And the things hidden deepest in your heart. These will become your flaws. And obstacles to your progress. Don't face them. Don't change them. Otherwise, how can it be called a trial? This is what the instructor can be sure of. After all, Alka's strength no longer needs to be improved by trials in terms of strength. Then it must be about will. Few people's minds and wills are tenacious and solid, without flaws. And this is also the most difficult batch in the trial. However, the instructor still comforted him. You don't have to be too nervous. The essence of the trial is to improve you and make you stronger. I won't deliberately embarrass you. The test of the soul depends entirely on how you face it. If you face it calmly, it may be as easy as a child's play. Although Alka had such an idea long ago, he still sat there and pondered after hearing this. After a long while, he took a deep breath, patted his butt and stood up. In this case, I will go out now to pass the test. Of course, I also hope that you can pass it. As he said, the instructor disappeared on the spot. And Alka also left the venue and appeared outside the tower. As soon as he came out, several people who were resting in the camp nearby stood up and looked at him. Do you want to take a break? Alka shook his head and said, just as we arranged before, I will do the trial first. If I fail, then you will practice for a while to pass the trial. Alka did not expect that he could pass the trial 100% at first. Just like the instructor said, ordinary trials are just to make yourself progress. Growth is considered success. Because the essence of this trial tower is to rely on strength after all. Just like Juanlu and Matt Lisa got the treasure. The trial will definitely make them difficult at the end, and make them break their own limits, but they still need strength as a foundation. But the last level of the clearance trial is different. They focus on finding weaknesses, and find the weaknesses that they are most reluctant to face to pass the level. So they already had a plan. Use Alka to conduct the first clearance trial, and if it doesn't work, change to Xiaodai, and rotate one by one, until someone can pass the trial. Even if Alka cannot pass the level, he can at least achieve the goal of advancement. Obtain a Holy Grail level treasure. After getting ready, Alka stood on the teleportation platform. He did not need to pass any proof. Because he was the apostle of God, and the king of dreams. And he directly opened the other side of the trial. The whole person disappeared on the spot. Then he appeared in the hall that was no different from before. And in front of him was the door numbered 1. The previous level was still based on strength. With Alka's strength, he only needed to crush it all the way. And there was no difficulty at all. The difficulty of the clearance test was concentrated in the last few levels. The last few levels were the real difficulty for those with similar strength to Alka. As the 7th level was pushed open, Alka had some slight scars on his body. But he still used his strength to suppress it. When he entered the hall, the fatigue of his whole body and the loss of magic power were all repaired. He looked refreshed, looking at the door with the word 8 in front of him, took a deep breath and pushed it in. Soon, it didn't take long, it was only a few hours. Alka was pushed in through the gate with wounds all over his body. His body was covered with wounds, and his physical strength and magic power were greatly lost, which made him in a dangerous situation. However, he had already passed this level, and when he stepped into the hall, his body was refreshed again. It can only be said that the trial tower is worthy of deliberately targeting weaknesses. He just met a strange spirit, and the perception of this spirit was outrageous to an extremely exaggerated degree. And the scene was also a place where the space was completely fixed. This was the main method that was completely aimed at Alka, forcing him to fight at a disadvantage. Even though his mental and physical state had fully recovered, Alka still rested in the hall for a long time before looking at the last door numbered 9. After a long while, Alka finally came to the door. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open. A flash of white light passed by. Alka lost consciousness. At the same time, on the other side, in a strange hidden space. I can't understand. Is there something wrong with the trial tower? The person in charge of running the trial tower in the trial temple became busy like crazy. Remadari, where are you? Damn you! Come here quickly. The roar continued to spread in the temple. Then a figure ran over quickly. If Alka was here, he would find that this figure was the male instructor who had been teaching him. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? This person who seemed to be the leader of the temple was an energy life form, but he could be seen to have changed his appearance into a human form. He pointed at the crystal block in front of him with a serious face. The crystal seemed to be flashing a faint red light, and there were exactly 12 such crystal blocks around this person. These floating crystal blocks clearly corresponded to 12 scattered trial towers. The trial tower corresponding to this crystal block, you were training in it before, right? Remadari nodded. Yes, didn't I tell you just now? Then the trialist you entrusted the task to, is he undergoing the clearance trial? Yes, according to the time. He should be almost at the top floor. Right? No, he has already reached the top floor. Oh, it's pretty fast, young man. Remadari smiled. The trialists he was responsible for training were so powerful. And he also had a lot of pride. Just like a teacher who had trained a powerful student. However, Remadari also found the problem. The crystal representing the tower of Alka's trial was flashing red. This meant that the trial tower was overloaded. Or there was some problem. What's wrong? How could there be a problem? This situation had never happened before. The leader in the center said directly, it's very simple. The targeted trial conducted by the trial tower was a bit overconfident for this trialist. Overconfident? You mean the trial tower? This made Remadari a little confused. The trial tower overestimates its own capabilities. What's going on? Do you look down on the god's design and power contribution? Or do you look down on those who spent a lot of time and energy on the construction of the 12 trial towers? Although this is only one of the 12, although the 12 are not gathered together, their power is not fully exerted. But it is also a device made by God. Does your trialist have any extraordinary identity? Hearing this, Remadari nodded. Yes, if you want to talk about the most precious identity, it may be that he is the newly born Dream King. Moreover, this Dream King seemed to have eaten the fragment of the godhead of a powerful dream god. Finally, the Madari thought of something, patted his head and said, he seemed to say that he had built his own royal court. Oh my god! Oh my god! The controller, who was always known for his stability, was so angry that his head was about to explode. And he roared. He directly changed from a human form to an energy form and fluctuated wildly. Do you know what his trial is? How should I know? We can't control the trial of passing the level. Everything runs according to the operation of the trial tower and the rules of the world. This is equivalent to the natural phenomenon of the world. Then let me tell you what the theme is. It's dream. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell silent. That is to say, their trial tower is for a dream king, and it is a relatively complete one. It is a trial arranged in dreams. Very good, very good. They didn't know what to say for a moment, and finally understood why they said that the trial tower was overestimating its capabilities. Even if it was a device made by God, it was already part of a whole. And it is a part that has been dispersed. The trial involves all aspects, but it is impossible to achieve perfection in all aspects. A dream king, the weakest and most unwilling thing in himself, needs a dream. It is undoubtedly a scene that he is unwilling to face, or a scene full of regret and sadness. Normal dream kings are not natural lives, they are spiritual bodies, and it is impossible for such a situation to exist. But Alka and the others know more or less, it is not the same. A human dream king. The only one. Now the question is, wouldn't it be easy for a dream king to see through such a trial? The meaning of the trial would not be achieved. This is unacceptable to them. So, now, all of you put down your work and use your own energy to maintain it. As he said this, he also began to allocate the other 11 trial towers and temporarily shut them down. Allocate the energy of the entire trial temple to this only trial tower. It is not to embarrass Alka, but to preserve the meaning of the trial. This is what they have always pursued, to ensure that Alka's trial can proceed steadily. At least Alka cannot easily see through this trial with his identity as a Dream King. Chapter 423 Past Regrets. The white ceiling. Drip, drip, drip. A dripping sound came to my ears. This is a modern concurrent. Looking at the equipment in the ward, this is obviously a single room. From the variety of equipment, it can be seen that the patients inside are of the more serious type. A set of monitoring machines is placed next to it. The patches responsible for monitoring body data are connected to cables of different colors and are attached to Hongchen's body. The monitor is showing various data, and there are wavy lines on it, refreshing with the sound of fluctuations. From time to time, a steady and low dripping sound is emitted. The sound is not harsh, nor fast and slow, indicating that his body is relatively safe. Excuse me, Mr. Hongchen in bed one? The gentle voice of the nurse came to his ears. Hongchen straightened his confused head and nodded. He seemed to be a little sleepy. He answered in a weak and low voice, "Yes. I am your responsible nurse, my name is." The nurse's voice was in his ears, but his thoughts had drifted to other places. He didn't notice it until the nurse left. It was a little dark around the bed. Suddenly the door of the ward opened. Hongchen turned his head to look over, but the blue curtains were drawn around the bed, so it was hard to see what was happening outside. Then the curtains were opened, and the light shone directly in. This was a single room in the ward. A middle-aged woman was busy alone in the ward, and the curtains and windows were opened. Then she took the lunchbox, sat down by the bed, and looked at the machine carefully. Then she looked at the situation next to her. He picked up a long slip of paper from the end of the bed. He looked at the items on it carefully. The price was clearly marked behind each item. It ranged from a few cents to thousands. This was the cost of the past few days. The total amount reached nearly 10,000. Fortunately, it can be reported. The woman muttered twice. Her expression did not change much, and she casually put the data sheet into her pocket. Now he can calculate by himself which of them can be reported, and the actual amount to be paid is not so exaggerated after the calculation. Open the lunchbox. Son, how did you sleep last night? Hongchen turned his head and looked at his mother. His mother was still opening the lunchbox while speaking. Not bad, Mom. It just seemed like I had a dream. Dreaming? Then why don't you take oxygen tonight? Forget it, it's just a dream. Mom, it's not that serious. What are you afraid of? Oxygen isn't expensive. It's not about whether it's expensive or not. I still have the strength to breathe on my own. I feel tired breathing after taking too much oxygen. This is too weird. Okay, come and eat something. The middle-aged woman said. The lunchbox had been opened, and there was nothing good inside. Even if I wanted to eat something good, I couldn't. There was only one bowl of porridge, but the porridge had a faint fishy aroma. You could see some fish and shrimp in the porridge. There was also a bowl of sweet fish soup below. The taste of carp. I'll do it myself. Okay, you can do it yourself. Be careful of the burns. As she said that, she handed over the spoon and bowl. Hongchen took the bowl and spoon, and could see that there were purple holes on the back of his hand, and his whole hand became a little dry. There were indwelling needles on the back of both hands, and even one on his arm. Avoid having to reinsert the blood vessel every time you infuse. Looking at her son's dry and wrinkled hands, the old woman silently turned her head away, stood up, walked a few steps, and then walked back. Is it delicious? It's delicious. It feels much better after eating. After eating, while the woman was cleaning up, the door was opened. A doctor in a white coat followed by a young intern came in and smiled at Hongchen. Then he asked some questions and wrote them down in a notebook before walking out. He also shouted to the woman at the door. Family, come here. I need your help here. The mother nodded, put the lunchbox on the bedside table, wiped her hands and went out. Hongchen lay on the bed weakly. This is a private ward, and the corridor outside is not very noisy. But he can hear the sound outside the door, which is not loud, but very clear. Is the soundproofing of the hospital so bad? Family, do you want to consider taking him back? It costs too much to stay here every day, and now he can almost go home. At this time, patients want to stay at home, which is also a good thing for their mentality. Doctor, I know everything but my son. Well, let him go home for a while. It's so uncomfortable in this hospital. Do you think it's right? Okay, just go back. No problem. You go to complete the discharge procedures later. Don't worry about those things during this period. Just take the medicine. Take him to rest. If he wants to play, take him out to play, but don't go too far. There is nothing to be strict about eating. It is also good to eat some good supplements to supplement nutrition. Of course, you should not eat too greasy, spicy, or too stimulating. The doctor in front of him has tried his best to express his meaning in a tactful way. The mother just nodded, and the sadness on her face was not too obvious. These are all established facts, and she has been sad enough. She sighed, and walked in with a calm face. Mom, are you going home? Ah? Yes, I am going home. Hong Chen smiled. Are you leaving today? Seeing this smile, the mother could no longer hold back, and said in a trembling voice, Yes, Mom. Mom is going to handle the hospitalization procedures. You rest for a while. She quickly opened the door and ran out. He could hear the sound of sobbing along the way. When did my ears become so sharp? Facing the impending death, Hong Chen was relieved. He felt that he was not so tired, and the pain in his body seemed to have eased. He didn't know what was going on. A nurse came in a short while later, and began to clean the monitor on him. She also took off the indwelling needles in his hands. After the nurse left, Hong Chen, who seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, left the bed and went to the window, looking at the tall buildings and the busy traffic outside. Let's go see the sea in a few days, he said to himself. Then he felt weak again. It's the last few days, I'll take a last look and hold on. I didn't know who he was talking to, patted himself on the back, and started to pack up. After a while, the door was pushed open. Why did you pack up by yourself? Go upstairs and have a rest, I'll come. Oh, it's okay if you don't move. It will rust. That's fine, then you go pack up the chargers and other things in the cabinet, I'll do it. Hong Chen nodded, and didn't force it. I quickly changed out of my hospital gown, put on normal clothes that I hadn't worn for a long time, came to the parking lot, and sat in the passenger seat. Is there anything you want to travel? Since we're all out, let's find a place to have fun. I want to go to the beach, Mom. The beach? Yes, I dreamed last night that I was on a boat on the sea, the kind of ancient sailing ship. Oh, then go book a ticket tonight. But unfortunately your dad is busy. Xiaohong has to go to school again. No problem. I'll see where there's an ancient ship project on the beach. Chatting and laughing, we returned home. Looking at her room, Hong Chen stood there, suddenly stunned. What's wrong? I want to teleport in. Ah? The mother looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Silly kid? Mom is going to cook. See which beach to go to. Hong Chen nodded, then sat on the sofa and picked up the phone. It's been a long time. Looking at the phone, she was a little confused. What was she doing? Landlord? Why was she thinking about landlord? She shook her head and stood up, walking towards her room. Seeing the ultra-wide screen on his desk, gaming chair, speakers, host, the 3 major games next to him. He picked up the red and blue machine and pressed the button on it, looking at the small house that appeared on the screen. I really miss it. Missing something that I played a few days ago? Putting the machine back in, Hong Chen lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. It felt weird. Alas, I'm going to die. How weird can it be? Eat and sleep, buy the plane ticket, get on the plane with my mother to the coastal city early the next morning, take the bus after the transfer and book the hotel. As the sun was about to set at night, he finally saw the beach and the vast sea. The sun is setting? How interesting. A passing child looked at the frail-looking elder brother strangely. He must be crazy. The mother beside him also looked at him and patted him. What are you talking about? Silly kid? She was surprised when the sun set. Nothing. It's rare to come out. In addition to tourists, you can also see a retro man-made ancient port far away from the beach. There were 3 different ancient sailing ships parked at the port, which were almost 1:1 replicas. But they were closed. Look! That's the sailing ship you talked about yesterday. The mother was pointing at a modern sailing ship. A small 1-person sailing ship. And a male figure was controlling the sailing ship to glide along the waves in the sea in the distance. The one I was talking about yesterday. Mom, look over there. Hong Chen pointed to the ancient sailing ship recreation area in the distance. Oh, you mean the ancient one. Hong Chen swam in the sea for a while. And when it was getting dark, he went to the hotel with his mother. After dinner at the hotel, I returned to my room alone and looked at the night view of the seaside through the French window. It slowly gets darker. So this is how it feels. He touched his bald head and took off the hat he had been wearing when he returned to the room. The next day, Hong Chen and his mother bought tickets and entered 3 ancient sailing ships. A tour guide was talking. This is an ancient sailing ship of the Xia Kingdom. Compared with the sailing ships of other countries at that time, the sailing ships of the Xia Kingdom have a special feature. That is, the sails use bamboo curtains that can be dropped side by side. He demonstrated it under the ancient Chinese sailing ship. It was not canvas, but bamboo curtains. Hong Chen also felt very curious and kept checking it. Is this thing bamboo? Then they went to another sailboat. This one was exactly the same as the foreign sailboats seen in the movie. This is the sailboat used in ancient foreign countries. Hong Chen walked around the boat and looked. Mom, look! He tied the knot wrong. This kind of knot is not right. He should tie it like this, so that it is easier to take and more secure at sea. Listening to her son's story, the mother looked at him with strange eyes. Then he sighed a little. Don't you even know your son's hobby? When did you like this kind of thing? But he was surprised that his son didn't seem to have bought models or books like sailboats. I've never seen him show this kind of hobby. No, I just like it recently, Hong Chen said perfunctorily. He came to the bow and looked at the sea, suddenly raised his hand, then came to the deck and patted the mast. Looked at the poop, and then looked at the forecastle. The ship did not have a bow, but a mast that stretched straight out instead. It would be nice if it was a bird's head. He said something inexplicably. They traveled around for a month, and Hong Chen seemed to be getting better and better. But only he knew that this was a bit like a last gasp of life. Only his mother accompanied him, and his father also put down his work and followed him. After that, even his sister asked for leave from school to come back. After traveling around and returning home, Hong Chen sat on the sofa. The family was busy in the kitchen. Only his sister was sitting on the sofa, turning her head to look at him from time to time. Why are you looking at me for no reason? Are you crazy? What crazy? What do you care about me? I want to watch it. And you can poke my eyes out if you have the guts, his sister said bluntly. Looking at his sister, Hong Chen suddenly sat on the sofa and stuck out his butt. I'll fart for you to smell. Psycho! Psycho! After scolding him twice, his sister sat on the sofa again. Finally, she occasionally looked at him with her peripheral vision. Hong Chen stood up. Her eyes seemed to have regained clarity and walked around in the living room. She looked at the balcony and occasionally fiddled with the flowers on both sides of the balcony. After picking up the watering can and sprinkling some water, she went into the kitchen again and watched her parents busying around and chatted with them with a smile. She opened the refrigerator and did not take anything out of it, but simply opened it and looked around. She looked at the shoe cabinet at the door and sat down at the dining table again. Then he stood up again, went to the toilet outside the room next to him, turned on the sprinkler for no apparent reason, and then turned it off again. He pressed the flush button on the toilet. He couldn't help but smile. He walked into his room, looked at the game consoles he bought after work, turned on his computer, and canceled the password. He looked at the model and fiddled with it for a while. He went into his parents' room again, walked around, turned on the light, and ran out again. He then looked at his sister's room next to him, opened the door, and walked in. What are you doing? The sister who had been observing him asked. Your room is so messy, you don't look like a girl at all, it's so embarrassing. Who cares? Who cares? Your room is already very messy. How dare you say that about me? How dare you? A girl? Compare yourself with me? After saying that, she closed the door directly. She walked around the living room again and sat on the sofa. She picked up the blanket and covered herself with it, feeling a little cold. The sister watched TV from time to time, looked at her phone from time to time, and sat back and forth. He looked at him with his peripheral vision. Seeing his brother sitting on the sofa, his eyes had begun to narrow slightly. The color of his face became increasingly gloomy, quickly turning pale, and his lips began to turn dark purple. Seeing this situation, his sister, who had been looking at him, could no longer hold back, and her voice was filled with tears. She shouted, Mom! Dad! Come on! It was obvious that this had been expected a long time ago. But when this scene came, no one could hold on. The last thing he heard was the anxious footsteps and roars of his parents. The whole scene began to break. Alka stood there and watched this scene, looking at the family sitting around his body, looking at the room where he had lived since he was a child. Standing on the balcony, the gold outside began to dissipate. The image of the whole house began to break, turned into something like flying ash, dissipated. The things that had been buried in my heart appeared. Regret, deep regret and longing. Alka's figure disappeared. Hanshin, who had lost his life lying on the sofa, stood up again. The images of his parents and sister disappeared. The surroundings turned into a vast expanse of blue sea and sky. The sky was the unchanging sun, and the only white clouds that would float. The sound of waves came. A melodious song came to my ears. Alka was already standing on the deck of the Dawn Sound. The figures of Xia Daidi and others appeared. Lucilia sat on his shoulders. Xia Daidi came to his side and reached out to hold his arm. The crystal dragon glided across the sky and landed on the deck. Due to its body, its tail drooped on the sea. Pororo jumped off the deck. Simon ran out of the cabin. He smelled the aroma of food and heard melodious singing. Then the girls played around, jumping up and down along the vines that could move freely. The deep regret faded away. More things came in, filling the gap left by the fading regret. Alka stood on the deck and looked into the distance. There is no regret anymore, Hanshin. At least this time I died at home surrounded by my family without regrets, not in a muddle. He raised his hand and squeezed it hard. The illusion disappeared. Chapter 424 Trial completed. In the stone chamber. The door opened. As the door opened, the light spread out from the door. And Arka walked out of the light. It is indeed the thing that I am most reluctant to face, and the thing that is most hidden in my heart. It is also the regret that I am most eager to solve. Arka muttered to himself. The only pity is that I use dreams to complete the scene that I am reluctant to face in my heart. To be honest, it did not cause me too much trouble. Rather, it was a fulfillment for himself. After all, he experienced his past death again in his dream, and chose the way he wanted to die. He solved his past regrets. Last time, Alka himself didn't know when he died in his dream. He didn't have time to say goodbye. But it was really amazing. Alka couldn't help but say. That dreamlike feeling made him think he was just dreaming. With his status as the king of dreams, he didn't realize the problem at the beginning. But later on, there were more and more flaws. And Alka finally found the problem in the dream by targeting the weakest part of his heart. However, he did not wake up immediately. Later, he deliberately cooperated with the dream. After all, such a situation was so rare. Maybe it was the only time in his life. I didn't expect this trial tower to be so powerful. No wonder you can get a scepter-level treasure by passing the trial tower. Alka recognized that he could be trapped in a dream for a period of time. Having deceived a dream king with a dream, he now truly believes that the 12 towers can exert exaggerated functions after being gathered together. Finally passed. The controller who controls the 12 trial towers sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The energy of the whole body is fluctuating rapidly. The instructors who maintain the energy nearby, and those who supply energy around, also lean down around. How many years have passed? After so many years, this is the first time I have experienced such a feeling of energy consumption. Does it take such an exaggerated effort and energy consumption to deceive a dream king in a dream? Some instructors couldn't help but say, this is the first time they have done such a thing. In addition to supplying energy, they also have to supply their own spiritual power, which is equivalent to using their brains to provide computing power to the trial tower to improve the dream. The main reason is that Alka himself stepped into the trial, and was willing to accept the illusion of the dream. Otherwise, it would be a pipe dream to use the dream to force a dream king to be trapped. But even if Alka himself stepped into the trial to accept the illusion, coupled with their exaggerated energy supply, it still did not reach perfection. Just a little loophole and flaw was easily discovered by Alka in the dream. Then, he woke up. Logically, he should have discovered the problem long ago. Why did he have to wait until the end to pass the test? Ramadari asked in confusion. According to his understanding of Alka, Alka should not be such a person. Alka is cautious and careful. When necessary, he will make a choice without hesitation. He is decisive enough. After waking up, it is not right that he is still willing to be trapped in the dream. Otherwise, Alka should have passed the test long ago, and they would not have to spend a lot of time and energy to continue to maintain the dream. The controller, who finally recovered some energy, stood up from the ground, looked at Ramadari and said, everyone has the weakest and most fatal regret in their heart. If this regret is fatal enough, then this last level will completely simulate this fatal scene. Either you break free from the fatal place, or you will be immersed in it forever. If your trialer discovered the problem early, then he just wanted to indulge for a while longer. Or, solve your regret, make it no longer a regret, and no longer be the weakest place in your heart. Ramadari nodded. He didn't quite understand this kind of inner thoughts. He was only very good at external force training. Ramadari, you are very talented, but it's a pity that your mind is too simple, and you don't want to understand the inner world of the creatures in the world. Looking at the words of this controller, who was also their leader, Ramadari didn't bother to pay attention to him. Although he seemed to be doing good for himself, he was actually scolding himself for being a reckless man in a roundabout way. Alka should have stayed in there for a while longer, you'll be exhausted. But Ramadari was very satisfied with the current situation. The inner world is so vast. And so deadly. How can I have the ability to understand, help, and repair it? The responsibility is too great. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in the trial tower, Alka stayed in the hall. This time, perhaps, was a spiritual test. He did not feel refreshed in the hall, because he was not missing anything in essence. The scene changed. Once again, it became a training ground. Ramadari stood in the middle of the field, smiling at him. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the instructor is getting a little tired. Alka walked over with a smile. Congratulations, Alka. Congratulations on successfully passing this trial tower. The dream trial on the last level is quite powerful. Alka couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, Ramadari's expression became a little stiff. And then he quickly changed the subject. Come on. Accept your reward. As he said that, a shining ball of light fell from the sky into his hands. It was a colorful, shining ball. Looking at this scepter-level divine essence, Alka couldn't help but recall. Now they have handled many kinds of Holy Grail-level divine essences. On the contrary, the scepter-level divine essence, before this, they had only received the one from Xinghe. The scepter-level divine essence, almost just by looking at the appearance, can be seen to be completely different from the Holy Grail level. The appearance of the Holy Grail level divine essence is almost a simpler color emitting brilliant energy. Light purple, dark purple, blue and so on. But just like the divine essence of the galaxy we saw before, the radiance of the divine essence of this level began to change from color to other types. For example, the galaxy is dark blue, with a little starlight in it, just like the galaxy in the night sky. And the one in front of us is colorful, each color is like a twisted ribbon. These ribbons rotate and cross each other, forming a floating sphere. Would you like me to help you seal it? Ramadari asked with a smile. Alka thought about it, nodded, then I'll trouble you. Ramadari waved his hand, and a kind of energy-like shell began to wrap the sphere. Then, the outer shell turned dark black and became like iron. In this way, the essence of divinity was firmly wrapped inside, and strict protective spells began to appear on it. If you want to open it, you need to use your own magic power, and then recite the spell trial road, and you can open the outer shell. Ramadari handed over the iron ball. Alka took it. It was very light, not as heavy as it looked. Alka took it, looking at the shape of the sphere. It was another scepter-level treasure, and it would be very suitable for him. Can you tell me what type of divine essence this is? According to our observation, it is more suitable for you, and it is suitable for you now. Your current attack means are not strong, right? Alka nodded. This is what annoyed him. He has many means, and he has sufficient means to control and delay various invading spirits on a large scale. This makes him flexible enough in battle and in various situations. But the price is that he has almost no powerful means of attack. For example, the former galaxy. And the former galaxy was not a purely offensive treasure. Since Ramadari asked this, the meaning is very obvious. Alka couldn't help but smile. So this divine essence is very offensive? Ramadari smiled and nodded. Yes. It is the kind of strong offensive, wide coverage, and high attack surface. Hearing this, Alka looked at the iron ball in his hand, and thought of the colorful streamers he saw inside before. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Could it be a mixed element type? Yes, it is an element type. You are really sharp. Ramadari praised. The main thing is that you said that the attack range is wide. Then the attack range of various elements mixed must be the widest. The external performance of the divine essence actually corresponds to the internal ability. Alka explained a few words. Ramadari nodded. It seems that you should have received many divine essences, otherwise you would not have such experience. After saying this, Ramadari's expression, suddenly a little strange, asked, Your companions are also outside, right? Alka nodded. He was a little surprised. Why did you ask this? Did they ask the instructors who trained Xia Deity to prepare? Who knew that Ramadari said, You have passed the trial tower. So this tower will be closed for a month. Your companions will be allowed to take the trial next month. Closed? Does it need to be repaired and maintained for another month? This was something Alka had not expected. But it made sense when he thought about it. After all, he passed the trial and got a scepter-level treasure. It was reasonable to readjust it. Without thinking too much, Alka nodded. Okay. I'll leave first. Ramadari smiled as Alka left, and then cursed a few times with a stiff expression after Alka left. It's really embarrassing. It's still under maintenance. When will the trial tower need maintenance? It's embarrassing to say it out loud. He couldn't help but sigh after saying that. But you can't say that in order to maintain the dream trial before. Alka was trapped and the energy was consumed. That would be even more embarrassing. How can there be a trial tower like this? And it's not just this tower that needs to be closed for a month. Actually, all 12 towers need to be closed, and each instructor needs to restore their energy. It's so embarrassing. Just because of a trialist whose level is less than the 5th stage, the energy of the entire trial temple and its trial tower is almost completely consumed. If my god descends and sees this situation, he will have to punish me. After silently complaining a few words, Ramadari disappeared on the spot. As Alka appeared on the teleportation array, the triangle that had been floating beside him suddenly fell to the ground as if it had run out of power, and made a sound of a ring. Siadaiti and others, who had been waiting outside, were startled and hurried over, looking at Alka standing on the teleportation platform, and the triangle that fell to the ground next to him. You attacked him? Jason couldn't help asking. The moment Alka came out, they turned their heads, and then saw Alka, who had just come out, and the triangle that fell to the ground. How is that possible? It must be out of power, Alka said, as he picked up the triangle from the ground. It was heavy, and indeed made of precision metal. And just as he thought, it was indeed out of power. There was no damage on the surface. After checking, the precision interior did not show any damage. At most, the outer shell was slightly worn, which was normal after such a long time. Out of power? How can it be out of power? Siadaiti asked curiously. I haven't heard that he needs energy supply. Isn't it generally the case that he absorbs the magic power around him? There is indeed no problem with the magic power around him. The high magic power of the entire island is still maintained. However, just after he finished speaking, the entire trial tower suddenly began to absorb magic power crazily. The exaggerated speed of absorbing magic power even formed a hurricane around. Alpha and his friends quickly packed up and ran out of the city ruins. More and more powerful magic hurricanes began to gather, with the trial tower as the center. A very obvious magic spiral was directly formed around it, like a whirlwind, drawing the surrounding magic power into the inside. It was extremely obvious. Even the clouds in the sky followed the rotation. The concentration of magic power around was decreasing at an extremely high speed, and the magic power from other directions was filling in. What's going on? What happened? Julia and the others who had been resting outside hurried over and asked. They looked at the exaggerated magic tornado. Is there something wrong with the trial tower? This was what everyone thought of. And then everyone turned their heads to Alka at the same time. After all, Alka had just passed the trial, and the trial tower had a problem. And Alka was holding the paralyzed triangle in his hand. Don't look at me, I've cleared the level. They said the trial tower needs maintenance for a month. Maybe this is normal, Alka said. Maintenance? It was a bit strange to say this. I haven't heard Triangle say such a situation before. But after all, Alka is the first person to clear the trial tower since then. Does that mean we have to wait until a month to continue the trial? Jason asked as he looked at the increasingly exaggerated magic spiral. Alka nodded. Yes. The instructor mentioned this to me before he left. Okay then. Let's go back to the ship now. The magic power around here is almost sucked out. Let's park a little further away, Alka said, and led everyone back to the sound of dawn. Even though they were already at the port of the island, they could still feel the magic power being sucked away. As a result, the ship they were driving began to leave the vicinity of the island, and then sailed to about 2 kilometers away from the island. Although the island can still be seen, if it is further away, the landmark may be lost due to the flow of the boundless sea. Alka stood on the deck and felt the concentration of the surrounding magic power, and the degree of absorption and pulling. The pulling between the magic power here has reached a certain balance. Although the abnormal flow of magic power can be felt, the magic power in other directions will quickly fill up. So it is generally maintained at an average level. And here they can feel it very intuitively. the magic tornado rising into the sky in the center of the island, and the magic sucked in from the surrounding gradually changed from invisible to visible threads during the absorption process. It looked extremely strange. Isn't this absorbed magic too exaggerated? Simon took out some incomprehensible equipment and observed the surrounding environment. Looking at the data from the observation, he couldn't help but say, according to observation, the concentration of the spiral magic around the trial tower has reached hundreds of times the normal concentration around it. And this concentration is still maintained. And it is sucked into the trial tower. How can so much magic power be absorbed? And where does all this magic power flow to and be stored? I haven't found any place or device to store magic power under or around the tower before. Simon felt very confused about the current situation and concentrated on observing. Everyone looked for a while, and then turned their eyes back. Xiaodaidi looked at Alka and the iron ball he had been holding in his arms. So you should have passed the trial, right? A series of questions appeared, making Xiaodaidi forget the most important thing. Hearing this, the others also turned their heads. Alka nodded, yes. I have passed the level. He dragged the iron ball up. This is the sealed divine essence. Are you going to forge the essence first? Or break through your strength to the 5th stage first? Xiaodaidi asked Alka about his plan. My strength has been stuck at the bottleneck for so long. It's time to break through. And it's not difficult to break through this bottleneck. There is no need for treasures to provide help. And you still have to pass the trial, which will take so long. After I break through to the 5th stage, it won't be too late to start focusing on making treasures, Alka said as he planned his actions. He planned to improve his strength to the 5th stage first, and then improve his strength by 1 stage in the dream, to the 6th stage. In this way, he would be able to see more in the dream, and maybe he would be able to understand the ability of this divine essence more carefully, and create a treasure shape that is more suitable for it. Therefore, improving strength first and breaking through the bottleneck is the primary goal. Chapter 425 Carrier. Above the boundless sea, a natural wonder inexplicably appeared in this sea area. A spiral tornado, standing on the island in the middle of the sea area. This magical tornado soared into the sky, driving everything around it to pour into it, including the clouds in the sky. Even the only moving cloud in the sky turned into a vortex. This magical tornado affected a range of about 4 or 5 kilometers. Outside the island, about 2 kilometers away from the island, a sailboat was parked there. On the sailboat, a small magic vortex could also be seen. But this magic vortex was much smaller than the one on the island. This magic vortex was also absorbing magic. The core of the vortex was the highest point on the ship. The observation room used to observe the situation in the distance. The movement of Alka's breakthrough could be felt by everyone on the ship. At this time, Alka was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the observation room, with the magic gathering stone floating above his head, and the crystal used with the magic gathering stone. Through such equipment, a pure and dense magic space was gathered around Alka, allowing Alka to absorb it. The magic power required to break through from the 4th stage to the 5th stage seemed to exceed the concentration of the magic gathering stone. Even if the magic gathering stone was fully loaded, it was still not enough, causing the same magic vortex to appear outside. But the magic gathering stone at least helped Alka relieve most of the pressure. And after all, the magic power required for a breakthrough must be much more than usual, so it was normal to suddenly be fully loaded. This magic gathering stone, which should be enough for them to break through the 6th stage, should be no problem. At this time, the 81 spirals in Alka's body were madly compressed and overlapped, and the 3 spirals were almost compressed to the point where they were indistinguishable from each other. The compressed magic spirals brought more refined magic, and more concentrated magic power. Finally, under the strong pressure brought by the external magic, the 3 spirals almost fit together. From 3 clearly distinguishable groups, they turned into one magic spiral with almost no separation. A new set of 81 spirals stacked on top of each other produced even greater efficiency and power. And above this set of huge spirals, a tiny ring appeared far away. Compared to this set of spirals, a spiral that was too small to be recognized appeared. With the influx of magic power, it began to build. Getting rid of the attraction of that set of huge spirals, it completely suspended itself above. With the perfect appearance of this new ring of spirals, Alka's strength seemed to break through the obstacles and step into a new world. The gathered pure magic power began to be returned to various parts of the body through the spiral. The returned magic power began to nourish the body, penetrate into the limbs, and even into the soul. In this way, The body and soul were strengthened in all directions. At the moment of successful breakthrough, Alka also released the strength in the dream that he had been suppressing. This made Alka's spiritual body stronger in an instant, and in turn supplemented his soul's strength. Through the soul strength, some strength attributes of Alka's body were also improved. As the restrictions were lifted, Alka in the dream instantly upgraded from the 5th stage to the 6th stage. Due to the difference between the dream and reality, it did not seem obvious, but simply improved. As the strength of the real body reached the 5th stage, everything became different, and it seemed to become the same. Fortunately, with the strength in the dream as a foundation, Alka did not show too much unfamiliarity with the 5th stage. It was enough to spend a short time to get used to the changes in the body. After the breakthrough was completed, Alka stood up and turned off the magic gathering stone, then walked out of the observation room and jumped onto the deck. Congratulations. The people who had been waiting on the deck had already felt that Alka had successfully broken through to the 5th stage. Alka smiled. How is it? Is there any difference in the 5th stage? Jason asked beside him. Alka thought for a while and raised his head to the place where Jason was, and gently nodded. Jason was instantly imprisoned in the spot, unable to move, and only his eyeballs could move. Even a sound could not be made. Everyone circled around Jason, looking at him now. They waved their hands around him. How did you do it? I can feel the power of space involved. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, asked. She held the space dagger, and also felt the movement of space energy. Alka snapped his fingers lightly, and Jason was able to move immediately. How did you feel just now? Juanlu asked beside him. Jason waved his arms, thought for a moment and replied, It feels a bit like being petrified. And it seems that even the mind is imprisoned. And it feels that the thoughts have become abnormally slow. This is a confinement method that combines space, mirrors, and the spiritual power of dreams. It mainly uses the spiritual power of dreams to imprison the soul and deceive, and then affects the body. Then use the mirror to reflect and strengthen the power of space, and fix the space area represented by your body in place. Alka explained beside him. This is something that Alka was able to do in his dreams, but now he can show it in reality with his own body. This is the advantage that Alka has over others. He is always more familiar with power than his peers. Although it is a bit complicated, you only need to know that the main thing used to imprison is the spirit. Then use the feedback of the spirit to drive the body. Stimulate the body through the not-so-strong energy in reality, and make the body have the illusion that it is also imprisoned. This is essentially a deception, and it achieves a seemingly very powerful control effect. If one has a strong will, a very sharp mind, and can remain completely calm when being imprisoned, there is a high probability that such a deception will be discovered. But there are not many such people, especially when they are suddenly imprisoned in such an exaggerated way. Unless Alka imprisoned the enemy for a long time to calm him down. Hearing this, Simon immediately waved his hand, and a Sentinel aircraft flew out. So it's not easy to imprison a machine like this? Alka tried, as the energy of space appeared invisibly through the mirror. The aircraft was still able to take off and land, but it became slower. Just like the space around it became more solidified and thicker. But it was still not imprisoned in place, and was able to move. Alka nodded. If it is for an object without soul and thought, then it can only be slowed down. Are there any more powerful moves? The free Jason asked with some lingering thoughts. Yes, but it's not good to use it on a partner. More powerful, that is. It is naturally aimed at mental damage, and the disturbance of the connection between the mind and the body. Such damage and disturbance need time to recover, and it is obviously inappropriate to use it on everyone. Jason nodded after hearing this. He was just talking, but he didn't really want to make himself uncomfortable. Alka took out the hourglass from the ring and looked at it. Get ready, the trial tower will start running again soon. Everyone nodded. Nearly a month has passed since the trial tower was closed. Alka also broke through to the 5th stage within this month. After saying this, Alka returned to his room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he began to feel his changes more carefully. Now, his eyes that can see through secrets can see deeper things. He does not need to return to the dream world. He can roughly see the scope of the divine essence in the outside world. At this stage, any treasure, even if it is completely hidden, cannot escape his eyes. He could clearly see other people's treasures, and even through the fluctuations reflected by the treasures, he could detect the range of the enemy's treasures, what kind of functions they tended to. Dream, mirror, space. The intersection of the three energies became easier and more handy. But Alka still couldn't understand how these three powers could be so compatible. Then came the lucky coin that he had only received for a year. But after all, it was related to the very powerful rule of luck. So the effect he could exert was not strong at the Holy Grail level. It just gave Alka some power related to luck. At least it gave him some ability to sense the luck and bad luck of the enemy. The silver snake appeared in Alka's hand, and he successfully caught it in his hand at the moment when it did not fall completely. He used it on himself. He could clearly feel that his luck had improved. This can be regarded as a function attached to this treasure, allowing Alka to detect whether he is lucky at this time, and to a certain extent whether the enemy is lucky at this stage. This is a fluctuating process, but at least there is a certain range of fluctuation. Very good, the chance of influence is higher. At stage 5, Alka can better control whether this coin enhances luck or absorbs luck. In simple terms, it is to become lucky or unlucky. Before, Alka could only make the result 60% likely to be in his favor. Now he can control this coin, with a 75% chance of being in his favor. But it is better to use it less in battle. Alka looked at the coin. The ability represented by this coin seems to be quite important to him, but the ability represented is relatively strong, which makes his interference in this aspect too weak. Alka felt that this treasure was mainly a ticket for Alka to see something very abstract like luck. Observe this relatively abstract realm. Lying on the bed, Alka pondered. His current power was too mixed, but inexplicably coordinated. Dreams, space, mirrors, luck, and the upcoming mixed elements. They really had nothing to do with each other, but they were actually compatible with each other. He also felt comfortable using it. Forget it, it's fine as long as it works. Maybe one day I'll get the most crucial treasure, and it will produce a powerful chemical reaction. Isn't that the reason why treasures work together? Alka retracted his thoughts, and sank into the dream with his body. In the dream, his strength has reached a level similar to the 6th stage. He came out of his dream bubble, and sat on the throne. He took out the iron ball that he had been putting away, and blinked. Eyes that could see deeper secrets, directly penetrated the iron shell, and looked at the divine essence inside. The colorful ribbons represented the elements of nature. Flames and ice, water and earth, wind and lightning. The 6 colors of elemental ribbons rotated and entangled with each other, and then because of the different colors of each color, more colors were produced. The whole divine essence was colorful, like a dazzling ball. Alka could see more. Looking at this mixed element, Alka scratched his forehead in even greater embarrassment. 6 types? It is a bit of everything, but not the best of anything. No longer thinking about it, Alka turned to think about how to construct this divine essence into a suitable treasure. What kind of carrier should be used to carry it? And so, Alka sat on the throne and thought. The next day, the magic tornado that had been maintained finally dissipated in the air. A few hours after it dissipated, the surrounding magic power returned to its previous level. It was just that compared to the previous stability, there were some slight fluctuations. They drove the boat back to the port, and the triangle they held in their hands, just after landing, immediately floated up, as if it was activated. What's wrong with me? I seem to be turned off? The triangle floated up, and said in confusion. Alka nodded, yes. The trial tower needed maintenance before. So you were turned off. The trial tower needs maintenance? Is it still needed? Alka's words made the triangle, an employee of the trial tower, a little confused. Don't you need it? That's what the instructor said. Alka said directly. Triangle shook his body. He was just an external employee. It was normal for him to not understand clearly, and he stopped worrying about it. I feel that you have passed the trial tower. Right? He looked at Alka and asked. Alka nodded. Then congratulations. The magic lines on Triangle's body flickered, and then exploded, like fireworks. Okay. Thank you for your congratulations, Alka said, and brought everyone to the trial tower. Looking at this trial tower, it seems that there is no difference from the previous one. Maybe it has been updated? For example, it seems to have been washed. Xia Daidi straightened her body, took a deep breath, and stood on the transmission platform. However, she did not immediately start the trial mode of her life, but entered the daily trial mode that can be entered at any time. In this way, she can see the instructor in the trial, and can also experience the situation of the trial. Let me have a bottom line in my heart. The others waited on the side. Alka found a place to sit down, holding a small notebook in his hand and thinking about something. Are you thinking about how to construct your new treasure? Lucilia asked while sitting on Alka's shoulder. After all, Alka's strength has reached the 5th stage now, so the focus will be on treasure manufacturing. Alka nodded. He has been busy with this matter since last night. Although this treasure is a bit strange, it is a treasure that can greatly improve his offensive ability. Of course, he has to think carefully about how to construct it, the required shape, the required materials, and the rituals to improve the fusion and stimulate its full potential. These are all things he must think about. Do you know the power of your divine essence? Yes. It is a mixture of 6 elements. Ah? 6 elements? Lucilia was a little surprised. Yes. Isn't that very powerful? Lucilia couldn't help but say in surprise. After all, there are 6 elements, so it can't be weak. Right? It is powerful. But each element cannot reach the level of the scepter. My feeling is that the strength of each element is probably only a little bit stronger than the Holy Grail. Each one has it, and then mixed together, forming a scepter-level treasure. Alka expressed his feelings. This is still very powerful. Elements can be mixed and fused, exerting a more powerful power. And the degree of freedom of the 6 elements is enough to deal with various problems. Basically, it is difficult for the enemy to defend in a targeted manner during the battle. Lucilia thought of various situations in an instant and said. Hearing this, Alka nodded. So even though I say that, I'm actually quite satisfied. Looking at Alka's smile, Lucilia rolled her eyes. What? It turns out to be a happy trouble. She ignored Alka and jumped off his shoulder. Soon Simon and Matt Lisa also came over. Looking at Alka's records, they curiously gave advice. However, for this treasure, Simon could not provide much help. At most, he could help Alka with the materials. Based on his understanding of materials, he can basically guarantee to find Alka any corresponding material information he wants and the material mixing scheme that best suits his idea. If you follow your idea, you may not be able to construct it for a while, Simon said beside him. Alka's divine essence covers a wide range. And if you want to find suitable materials, there will be a lot. Maybe not much of each material is needed, but there must be enough categories, and the purity must be high. The materials they have on board now are definitely not enough. Alka anticipated this situation and nodded, saying, So I just design it, and then make a part based on the existing materials, and then prepare the ceremony. When we arrive at Gemini Island, we will buy the remaining materials, and then make the remaining parts and put them together. Simon nodded at Alka's idea. You can buy the corresponding materials on Gemini Island, and you can even buy better ones. If you want perfection, you can only make these 2. The corresponding elemental materials on the ship are of the best quality. Just like that, several people began to talk freely while designing. However, it was only the design stage after all. So the more they talked, the more exaggerated they became. Lucilia also participated. She knew much more rituals than everyone else. If you want to achieve the result you want, you must wait until Eurylius wakes up, Lucilia said. Eurylius has fallen into a deep sleep, and Jason's strength has reached 78 spirals, and is about to achieve a small breakthrough. Eurylius herself has a treasure that strengthens the ritual. If she presides over the ritual, the treasure of Alka can reach true perfection. The main reason is that the treasure of Alka is related to elements or mixed. So the requirements for the appearance of the ritual and the materials carried are higher than those of treasures that are more inclined to rules and special effects. After all, the effects of treasures such as elements are simple, direct and effective, and are closely related to the natural environment. More and more ideas have been added, which has in fact extended the forging progress of the treasure infinitely. Chapter 426, A Match Made in Heaven. During the past 2 days, everyone on the ship was doing their own things on the trial island. After all, the trial tower Ziodite was still in use. Yesterday, Ziodite had already been seen coming out once. At this stage, Ziodite should have been taking the only trial. A portal suddenly opened next to the trial tower, and Alka walked out of it. After coming out, he sat down in the simple camp built next to him for a short rest, looking at the mirror in his hand. A book was displayed in the mirror, and it was flipping through the pages as he controlled it. From the name of the book, On Elements, we can tell that Alka was preparing for his treasure carrier. As mentioned before, if he wanted his treasure to be perfect and to have sufficient effect, he would have to prepare for a long time. First, he needed enough materials. After so many times of consumption on the ship, it took a long time from leaving the Twin Islands to the end of this journey. No matter how much preparation was done before, it is no longer possible now. So if you want to make it perfectly, you still have to wait until the Twin Islands. Secondly, a large number of cumbersome rituals need to be held. And Alka must also have a deeper understanding of the element theory. The element theory is a theoretical course in the world. From rough surface applications to extremely deep applications, it takes a very long time to specialize. Fortunately, Alka does not need to go too deep. After all, he has a mixed element treasure in his hand. This resulted in each element not being very profound, and the elements mixed in his divine essence were the most common in the world, and the most studied elements. This meant that scholars from all walks of life had already figured it out, and these collected books had already been easy to understand. With Lucilia's help, he could at least get through it with difficulty, but more still required his own efforts. And in order to hold so many tedious and complicated ceremonies, he had to wait for Eurylius to wake up. Although Jason can also control and use the treasure that enhances the ritual. But when it comes to the operation of the ritual, and the understanding of the overall ritual, how can Jason compare with Eurylius? The knowledge inherited from Eurylius' natural growth alone is enough for Jason to learn for a lifetime. After all, he is a scholar dragon, and he has the talent to operate this kind of thing. Of course, Eurylius does not have to be the only one, and Jason can also be the core of the ritual. The puppet girls and Lucilia can preside over the ceremony. But such a ceremony will definitely not achieve the effect of Eurylius presiding. So Alka couldn't rush at this moment. After all, the problem of materials and his own learning of elements were not enough. As soon as he came out and sat on the ground, Alka felt the fluctuations coming from the trial tower. The fluctuations could be heard, which meant that Xiaodaidi should be coming out. Sure enough, just as this thought came to his mind, Xiaodaidi had already appeared on the transmission platform under the trial tower in a flash of light. The triangle that had been floating and waiting beside him saw Xiaodaidi appear and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations on achieving your ambition." In short, Xiaodaidi had successfully completed the trial. At this time, she was holding a sealed divine essence in her hand. Alka put away the mirror in her hand, then smiled and came to Xiaodaidi and hugged her. "Congratulations." Xiaodaidi also smiled, then put the divine essence in her hand in Alka's hand. Alka looked at the divine essence in her hand, which was simply sealed. After all, it was a Holy Grail level divine essence. To seal it, it didn't require as much trouble as sealing the scepter and essence that Alka had obtained before. Even the appearance of this divine essence can be clearly seen. This is a rare divine essence with a very light color. It is more transparent. The core part of this transparency is vaguely yellow-white. Under the sunlight, this color is even more hidden from time to time. The overall appearance is more like a transparent sphere with a little color. "Have you asked about the general ability of this treasure?" Alka asked while looking at the divine essence in his hand. At this time, the people resting in the camp and others seemed to feel the fluctuations and were rushing over here. Xiaodaidi shook his head. "My instructor has a bit of a bad taste. She only said that this treasure is very suitable for me, and did not say what its ability is." Alka nodded and did not care, looking at the divine essence in his hand. He blinked slightly. Although he has not entered the dream space now, he can already see the direction of this divine essence in reality. Simon also walked out of the space at this time. He and others first congratulated Xiaodaidi, and then looked at the divine essence in Alka's palm. Some kind of change? This divine essence tends to change. Alka can only see this direction in reality through his own eyes. Change? That's too vague. Simon couldn't help but say beside him. Change covers too many areas. This is just a Holy Grail level treasure. Even a powerful treasure can't reach the extreme of change. It is possible that it can be like Alka's mask, and can change the appearance perfectly. It is also possible to transform an object into another object. It is even possible to transform an element into another element. These can all be called changes. It is too broad, too ambiguous, and the difference in the changes is too big. It is difficult to determine the appropriate appearance of this treasure through such a vague concept. Alka did not care, and disappeared directly on the spot with the divine essence, and entered the dream. Alka soon returned from the dream, and he had understood the direction of the change through the more suitable areas in the dream. Several people looked at Alka's expression. Alka frowned at this time, and then turned to look at Xiaodaidi. The emotion in his eyes was a little strange. "What's wrong?" Xiaodaidi was also a little confused. Others also looked at Alka, waiting for his answer. Alka lifted the divine essence in his hand and looked at everyone. He did not explain immediately, but said to everyone, "Don't be envious, just like your instructor said, this treasure is really very, very suitable for you now." Alka looked at Xiaodai and said in a very determined and affirmative serious tone. At this time, the light in his eyes could be roughly understood. It was the light of envy. The envy in his tone was also very obvious. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gather around. It was a bit too curious. What kind of treasure would be so suitable? Change. Very simple. But it is a very important change for Xiaodai. Alka paused and said, "Power and speed." Power and speed? Others were still confused. Simon had already widened his eyes and couldn't help but clapped his hands heavily. Xiaodai also reacted immediately, with a surprised expression on her face. It was so suitable for her. Of course she was very happy. "No. I'm jealous. I'm leaving," Jason reacted, and immediately covered his eyes and turned away. It was too outrageous. Is it really a match made in heaven? It can convert speed and power. Faster speed can have more fierce power. Conversely, having more powerful power can be converted into faster speed. It's a very simple treasure, Alka said, giving a simple explanation. And the coverage of this divine essence is still very low. It can only affect oneself. If it is taken out alone, it is really not good enough. This statement is indeed recognized by everyone. If this divine essence is obtained by someone at the earliest, then it is really meaningless. In essence, unless it is a special race, there will not be much difference in strength and speed with the same level. Even if Polo's strength is much greater than theirs, using this treasure, he will not be faster than Xiaodai, who only has the Ring of Light at that time. The two are not at the same level at all. It can only be said that in battle and close combat, it is more flexible than others. The problem is that if this thing, which can really be described as a relatively inferior treasure, falls on Xiaodai at this stage, it will produce a strong chemical reaction. It is a match made in heaven. How fast has Xiaodai's speed been with the blessing of the two treasures? Let's put it this way, within the normal combat range, it may be a little faster than space teleportation, and no different from Flash. Anyway, you can't see her figure. You can only see Xiaodai flashing in a certain range. The only thing that can prove her speed is that after using the treasure, the inevitable afterimage of speed will remain behind her, and the light and shadow drag it brings. It's like a meteor passing by. But after all, Xiaodai is a flesh body. There is no such concept as speed and strength. This is why when using such a powerful attack state as the meteor, a barrier will appear in front of Xiaodai's body to protect her. Transforming into a meteor does not mean that Xiaodai really uses her body to hit, but uses this shield to protect her. Therefore, there will inevitably be pauses during the collision and attack. But the angle of attack is very flexible. Now there is this divine item that changes speed and strength. Xiaodai can transform her not-so-outstanding strength into her speed, making her speed even higher and more flexible. But on the contrary, she can transform her extremely exaggerated speed into her strength, and give up speed when necessary. Instead, it becomes a force of the same level as the exaggerated speed. This will make Xiaodai an unquestionable pioneer and attacker on the battlefield. Any defense or obstacle will be useless in front of her. In a simple head-on battle, it is hard to imagine that anyone of the same level as Alka can be her opponent. No, not just of the same level. If this treasure is mastered by Xiaodai, Alka, who has not yet broken through to the 5th stage, can only rely on his own strange ability to deal with it. As for fighting Xiaodai head-on, there must be something wrong with his brain. At this time, Xiaodai opened her palm, and the pair of stance gloves that she had never used in battle before emerged from her palm. A unique red cross star appeared on the palm. Looking at the gloves, Alka suddenly widened his eyes. He only thought of Xiaodai's extreme speed transformed into strength. Instead, he forgot that although he had received this pair of stance gloves for a year, he had never used them because he had never experienced a battle. A slap hit his forehead. Oh my god! Simon also thought of it, and he was so excited that he was shaking. What's wrong? Isn't that the treasure from before? Could it have any unimaginable connection effect? Jason said he was leaving, but didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the two of them and asked. Since Xiaodai had been training after getting this treasure, he rarely used it. So they almost forgot about Xiaodai's treasure. Because in daily life, this treasure has no use. This time, there is no need for two people to answer. Xiaodaidi's smile could not be hidden at all, and she was able to fully expose the joy in her heart. She opened her palm and said, "Do you know what the pressure is essentially based on?" "What?" Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, asked impatiently. "Power. The stronger the power, the greater the pressure it can produce. It is essentially a power amplifier. The force that can only be applied to one point due to the restraint of the body is expanded to be applied to the entire surface." Xiaodaidi spoke each word clearly, so that his words could be clearly heard by everyone. Jason took a deep breath and soothed his emotions. "Too violent. This is too violent." He couldn't help but hug his head. "You are really a violent maniac. Different treasures are gathered together and become this type." Facing Jason's rampant speech, Wan Luo and Simon next to him silently kept a certain distance from him. Then Jason saw Xiaodaidi narrowing his eyes, flashing a dangerous look. His originally excited and chaotic emotions instantly cooled down. He closed his mouth silently. Alka smiled, walked forward, and asked Xiaodaidi, "So what kind of appearance do you want for this divine essence?" "For this kind of thing, you don't need to consider the appearance too much. You can do whatever is convenient, and you can completely determine it based on your preferences. This kind of thing does not need to consider the appearance and adaptability, but only needs what you like, which is actually difficult to choose." Xiaodaidi's attention was completely focused here, and he folded his hands in thought. Others also started to communicate, but the purpose of their communication was completely focused on the topic of what kind of destructive power Xiaodaidi could cause if the treasure was successfully made. They had already started to imagine it, but who could resist imagining such an outrageous future? Alka looked at Xiaodaidi's thoughtful look, and looked at her face. Lucilia on his shoulder seemed to have thought of something, patted Alka's cheek, and then pinched his earlobe. With this reminder, Alka thought of something. He reached out and pinched Xiaodaidi's earlobe as well, drawing her attention back. "How about making a pair of earrings? Didn't we design one before? How about using that for the shape?" Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodaidi's eyes lit up and nodded. "That's it, but I need to think about the shape, I need to change it." Hearing this, Lucilia jumped directly from Alka's shoulder. "Design jewelry and the like? She is most interested in it." "Okay, you can just give me the design when the time comes. I have plenty of experience in this area." Although this treasure is very important to Xiaodaidi, it is not difficult to make it in essence. It is not the kind of divinity that requires a very high carrier. It only needs the materials to pass the test. It seems that making this treasure will not waste Alka's time. He can still focus on the theory of elements. Prepare for the treasures to come. Suddenly thinking of the fact that there are so many treasures to make this time, I couldn't help but worry. After all, if nothing unexpected happens this time, except Wanro and Matisa, everyone will get a divine essence. The materials on the ship are definitely not enough. Let's design it first, and these problems will be solved on the Twin Islands. Okay, who's next? Alka turned his head and looked at the people next to him, who were chatting enthusiastically, and asked. After all, the treasure obtained by Xiaodai this time was too outrageous, which diverted everyone's attention. Simon quickly collected his thoughts, ran out, and then walked directly to the transmission platform. "It's my turn, it's my turn." Then he stood on the transmission platform, and suddenly performed a prayer ritual. Perhaps he felt that this was not enough. He looked at the triangle and asked, "What is the gesture of praying to the god of trial?" Faced with such a question, the triangle answered without hesitation. Simon made a gesture of praying to the god of trial and said, "Please give me a divine essence that is so suitable. I will show my respect to you with my greatest efforts." After that, he disappeared on the teleportation platform. The people on the field looked at each other. Obviously, Jason and others even began to think a little. It seems that they will do the same in the future. Chapter 427 Suitable and Weird. 2 more days have passed. Today, not only Alka and the idle people are waiting here, but everyone on the ship is waiting here. Even the puppet girls who run around the island all day long are all gathered here. The surroundings of the trial tower are full of chirping. Alka and the others are waiting here, naturally. They want to see if the divine essence Simon has obtained after the trial is completed is suitable. Because except for the fact that Alka's divine essence didn't seem to match him, Xiaodaidi's seemed to match him perfectly. But Alka's, although it didn't seem to match him at first, it was indeed very much in line with his wishes. It gave Alka a powerful attacking method, which was a shortcoming he had always wanted to make up for. So for Alka himself, this was actually a very suitable reward. In addition to Xiaodaidi's divine reward last time, the others were waiting with some curiosity. According to the time you came out last time, Simon should be coming out soon. It's been more than 2 or 3 hours. Matt-Lisa leaned on Xiaodai and asked. Lucilia even fell asleep sitting on Matt-Lisa's shoulder, mainly because the weather on the island was a bit hot today, and Matt-Lisa was cold. Xiaodai nodded. It should be soon after all. The trials we face are different. It's normal to have a time difference. As they said, everyone waited for another 2 or 3 hours, and finally the wave came out. Everyone stood up at once. Looking at the transmission platform, Simon appeared with a light. At this moment, Simon's expression was very irritable, and he tightly grasped the divine essence in his hand. Looking at this expression, everyone felt something was wrong. Is the function of the divine essence not very adaptable? Simon came over irritably, looking at the expressions of the people, and seeing everyone gathered together, seemed to have thought of something. Took 2 deep breaths, and relieved his emotions. What made you so irritable? Alka couldn't help asking curiously beside him. It's okay. This trial is designed to change people's mentality. Obviously. The last level of Simon's trial, this time may be a preparation for his spiritual will. Hearing Simon's words, Juanlu patted his shoulder. He could empathize with him. Simon looked at Juanlu, and suddenly realized that his irritability was not worth it compared to what Juanlu had faced before. His mood was relieved a lot. So is the function of this divine essence suitable for you? Jason asked impatiently beside him. They had thought it was because the divine essence was not suitable. But now it seems that this is not the reason. Hearing this, Simon felt relieved and couldn't help but smile. Although it is not as outrageous as Xiaodai, it is very suitable for my overall thinking. I already have the idea of this treasure. So what is it? AKA couldn't help asking. Gather. Gather? Jason asked. A little confused. Simon nodded. Yes, energy gathering. I don't know more details. Although the instructors want to know more, they won't know very detailed information. Alka took the divine essence from Simon's hand and entered the dream space without hesitation. When he came out again, he already knew the ability of this divine essence. At this stage, he is in the 6th stage of dream, and his eyes that can see through secrets in his dream kingdom. He can completely analyze the divine essence of the Holy Grail level. He handed the divine essence in his hand to Simon. When he saw the function of this divine essence, he knew what Simon might do. You want to make a weapon? Simon nodded. That was his idea. The gathering of energy, the details are indeed very suitable for the production of long-range weapons, and melee weapons seem to be okay. You should make a kind of transformable weapon that can be used at close range or far away. Right? Alka said thoughtfully. Simon nodded. Yes, I have a general idea, and it only takes some time to design it. However, Alka could not provide much help in this regard, because it was obvious that Simon wanted to use this divine essence to make a treasure of the structure. It seems that Simon will be busy after this. So this treasure is actually very suitable for you now. Right? Jason asked beside him. Simon nodded without hesitation to this question. It is indeed suitable. This way, everyone has a rough idea in their minds. Juanlu said enviously beside him. Suddenly, I feel that I should not have missed this opportunity at that time. Because obviously, the divine essence he gave for adaptation is not just a simple adaptation. It is a divine essence that can cooperate with the treasure you have now. Not necessarily. Think about the treasure you got when you passed the test for the first time. It even matches your bloodline, your hobbies and your profession. Lucilia said while sitting on Alka's shoulder. This sentence is very correct. Juanlu, who didn't have a treasure at the time, got a divine essence that could enhance his abilities by eating. And he happened to be a chef. And his bloodline was also related to eating. The same was true for Matt-Lisa. Matt-Lisa is essentially a doctor who identifies medicines and uses magic and spells to treat them. The divine treasures she obtained are also related to plant medicines. It can even cure diseases and save lives while poisoning. It is also very suitable. I can't wait. I'll go first, Jason said, and walked directly onto the teleportation platform. The trial, which he was not looking forward to, made him look forward to it. After all, Jason has collected 3 Holy Grail level treasures. But now, he was inexplicably curious about the divine essence that the trial tower would give. Looking at Jason, who disappeared on the teleportation platform, Pororo asked in confusion, hasn't he already collected all the treasures? When Jason and Eulilius passed their trials before, they obtained a legacy specially prepared for Eulilius. A scepter level treasure, and a Holy Grail level treasure. And it can be known that it is definitely The creation of the Golden Age perfectly matches the function of divinity. The function of that Holy Grail treasure is to strengthen the link between the two people. It makes Jason and Eulius almost synchronized. In simple terms, it is a complete rapport of mind. And this link has a deeper application, which Alka and the others did not know in depth. It sounds very suitable for Jason's situation, but the main thing is that there is no big change in appearance. How big the change is, only Jason and Eulius know it. And that scepter-level treasure is also customized. After all, the meaning of this trial is warriors and descendants. The treasures in nature are also specially prepared for this theme, and the descendants, who will come to the trial in the future. The function of this treasure is sharing. The general meaning is, you can share your own power, you can share your own knowledge, you can share all your wisdom. At the same time, you can also share the damage you have suffered. It's not just the two of them sharing, they can even share with Alka and the others. But the more tacit understanding, the more trust, the better the relationship. The more you can share. And this kind of sharing does not mean losing, it's equivalent to copying a copy to others, including power. This will lead to a situation that is, once they share with each other, Jason will be equivalent to having the power of Eulius Dragon, including his own power. And Eulius can also obtain the power shared by Jason. Don't underestimate Jason, he is also at the same level as Eulius. Although due to race reasons, Jason will definitely not win in a one-on-one fight. But it does not mean that Eulius does not need this power. Because they are essentially equal. This kind of sharing can even share very abstract talents because of the high connection between the two. The most obvious change is that the improvement speed of the two people increases at the same time, but because of the connection, they affect each other. The subsequent reaction was that the two people's meditation speed was extremely fast. It was only slightly weaker than Alka, and this was because Alka ate the fragments of the Godhead, and had the identity of the Dream King. So before going to the island, Eulius had already fallen into a deep sleep. Another change was that Eulius shared Jason's long-range precision talent. This was only the talent that could be seen with the naked eye, and there were more changes, which were naturally not known to Alka and the others. This results in Eulius having a very high hit rate whether it is spitting or various long-range crystal attacks. In addition, she is large in size, and the energy attack she sprays is also very strong. When fighting, she will be extremely outrageous when flying a kite. This is only in battle. Such sharing will also bring benefits in various aspects of life. As their strength increases, they can even force the enemy to bear the damage. They have to take it even if they don't want it. The stronger the control over the treasure, the higher the damage that can be shared. So if the treasures obtained this time are suitable enough, Jason and Eulius may consider removing the treasure for strengthening the ritual from their range. Because that treasure is suitable for Eulius herself. It can only be linked with her own divinity. But it cannot be linked with the two treasures obtained from the trial later. The compatibility between them is simply not affecting each other. If there is a more suitable one, this treasure is likely to be eliminated if there is a choice. Okay. Forget it. When Jason finishes the trial, we will know what the treasure he got is like. After saying that, Alka went straight into the space. And Simon also went in. Alka still needs to make Siadai's treasure. Although this treasure does not require too much thought. It is a treasure after all, and it still takes a certain amount of time to forge. Simon is naturally eager to make his own new treasure. Time flies. Jason has completed the training, and is undergoing the trial in the tower. Calculating the time was almost up. They gathered again. There was no other way. They were also curious about what kind of divine essence Jason, who had already collected the 3 treasures of the Holy Grail stage, could obtain. However, this time the puppet girls did not come to join in the fun. Last time, they did not understand much, and were not interested in these things. This time, there was no delay. Even faster than Siadai, Jason had already appeared on the transmission platform. Seeing that his emotions were still normal, it showed that he had not undergone any trials related to willpower. It is also possible that the test of willpower is not too difficult, or has no impact on him. On the one hand, only when there are flaws in character and willpower, and it is easy for the enemy to find loopholes. Will this kind of test be carried out? Obviously. Although Jason is not in tune every day, his personality is actually very normal. He is cautious and serious when encountering things, and he is casual and cheerful in daily life. In short, he lives a happy life, and his mind is really clear. He is a typical person who knows when to do what and when to be serious. He can stabilize his emotions very well when necessary. Otherwise, He would not be the most suitable person to collect intelligence on the ship. At this time, he curled his lips helplessly, and tossed the divine essence in his palm up and down. Then he quickened his pace, and walked towards the crowd quickly. After coming over, he directly stuffed the divine essence in his hand into Alka's hand. "Help me see, what is the function of this divine essence? Didn't your instructor tell you?" Alka asked curiously. Not everyone's instructor is like Xiaodaidi's instructor. Sometimes there is a bit of bad taste. But on second thought, Jason's instructor should be the kind of person with the worst taste. Alka remembered that he was a dragon man, who had told Jason that he had hidden a gem before, and asked him to treat Eurylius well. As a result, the place where he hid the gem had long been destroyed by the world, and the movement of the infinite sea, and no one knew where it was thrown. It was a typical example of being unreliable. "No." Jason shook his head, and his expression was unusually unhappy. He complained directly, "That guy was very unhappy with me this time, and deliberately made things difficult for me in the trial. And after I passed, he saw this divine essence, and he was even more unhappy, and kicked me out directly. So I think the function of this divine essence must be very suitable for me. It is so suitable that he cannot accept it." Although everyone cannot understand the relationship between Jason and his dragon instructor, Alka still took this divine essence and looked at it. The range that can be seen now is also very vague, a wider direction. It seems to be the same type as Xiaodaidi, more ambiguous. I went straight into the dream, and when I came out, Alka's expression was very strange. "Isn't your expression too strange? Isn't the function of this treasure suitable for me?" Jason couldn't help asking. Although he has now collected enough Holy Grail level treasures, but if everyone is suitable, only he is not suitable, wouldn't it make him look unlucky? This is unbearable. Alka shook his head. "It's not that it's not suitable, his." Alka scratched his hair while saying this. Obviously, he didn't know how to say it. "It's definitely suitable, or rather too suitable. But thinking about it, it felt strange. Even very strange." The weirder Alka's expression, the more ambiguous his words, the more curious everyone was. Xiaodaidi couldn't bear it anymore, and stabbed him with his elbow. "Can you stop keeping us in suspense? Tell me now." Alka rubbed his stomach in pain and nodded. "It's fusion, which can make two life forms merge. The more trust there is between each other, the more positive the fusion will be, and the stronger the power obtained. In short, this treasure is also very suitable for Jason and others. It is very suitable for Jason's current situation." But after saying this, no one dared to say it was not suitable, but everyone's expressions were indeed very strange. It was meaningless to fuse one thing with another. It must be Jason and Eurylius fused together. Combined with the treasures they had obtained before, the fusion effect would definitely fuse an extremely powerful existence. "Isn't this very suitable? Why are you looking so strange?" Jason said strangely. Mad Lisa opened her mouth, and wanted to explain strangely, but suddenly thought of something and immediately closed her mouth. Seeing Jason's eyes, he quickly said, "Fusion or something. Don't you think it's weird?" "No. But we'll talk about the appearance after Eurylius wakes up." Jason didn't care and walked away. He was obviously very satisfied with this treasure. The people who stayed in place looked at each other. Alka looked at Xiaodaidi and said, "Isn't it weird for the two of us to merge?" "Of course it's weird." Xiaodaidi rolled his eyes and said, "That's probably what he meant." Chapter 428 Absolute Violence. As Pororo also successfully completed the trial, Alka became busier and busier. He needed to prepare for the manufacture of his own treasure, while making treasures for others, and completing various designs. This made him feel very fulfilled while waiting for others to complete the trial on the island. There were things to be done almost anytime and anywhere. The technicians among the puppet girls could no longer wander around the island, as they did before. Most of them were taken over by Simon and Alka as helpers. The Vastwa people in the space also provided assistance. This is a rare internship opportunity. As Pororo also completed the trial, his divine essence was also handed over to Alka, so that Alka could provide him with suitable treasures. Now only Julia and Lucilia need to take the trial. They won't stay on the island for long. "I almost know your idea. I have to think about how to design it," Alka said, and collected Pororo's divine essence. His main focus now is on making Xiaodaidi's treasure, because it is almost finished. After all, although this treasure is important, it does not have too many requirements, so it is less than a week before Xiaodaidi obtains the essence of divinity. But Alka is almost ready to make the carrier, as long as she completes the fusion of the essence of divinity. Xiaodaidi will get this treasure that will increase her strength exponentially. Hearing Alka's words, Pororo also nodded and stopped disturbing him. Walked towards the simple camp next to it. The next person to undergo the trial was Julia. While Alka was chatting, she had already followed a beam of light into the trial tower. Soon Alka also became busy. 2 days passed quickly, but today they did not gather under the trial tower at this time, because they had already waited for Julia to come out, and her divine essence had been stored by Alka. At this time, the trial tower was empty. Lucilia, the last person to enter the trial tower, did not enter immediately, but followed them to the beach. The reason why they all gathered here was, of course, something important. A small jewelry wooden box appeared in Alka's hand. He opened the wooden box, and a pair of earrings were placed on the black cushion inside. There were 2 gems on the earrings, and the 2 gems were different colors, one blue and one red. The purity of the gems was so crystal clear that even the light reflected into the gems was changed in color. It can be seen that this gem is of the highest quality, even if it is used as the forging material of the most precious treasure. It seems a bit extravagant. At this time, the style of the 2 earrings, plus the gems inlaid on them, are like 2 meteors falling from the sky. In addition to the 2 gems, there is also a trail made of unknown crystal colors. It looks like the tail flame of a meteor. Xiaodaidi looked at the earrings, her eyes sparkling, although the earrings were designed by her herself. When the real object fell from the design into reality, she still felt the brilliance of the earrings. Gently taking the earrings out of the box, the magic flowed into the earrings through her palm and merged into the 2 red and blue gems. As Xiaodaidi began to master the treasure, everyone could feel obvious changes. It seemed that 2 chaotic forces were merging. The chaotic forces were constantly changing and suppressing Xiaodaidi's surroundings. As Xiaodaidi completely mastered the treasure, the red and blue gems on the earrings flashed with brilliant light. Even in the daytime, under the direct sunlight, the glittering light on the gemstones is so dazzling and bright. The earrings floated up slowly, and were worn directly on Xiaodaidi's earlobes. Then the brilliance of the 2 glittering gemstones converged, and became beautiful ornaments hanging on Xiaodaidi's ears. Now that Xiaodaidi has mastered the treasure, what she will do next is the reason why everyone gathered here. They can't wait to know. What kind of power will Xiaodaidi exert after mastering this treasure that can bring her great changes? Xiaodaidi turned around, looked at the expectant eyes of everyone, and smiled. Don't worry. Let me get used to it first. As he said that, his body immediately turned into a blue meteor, soaring into the sky. At an extremely exaggerated speed, he flew quickly in the air, dragging a long blue trail. It shouldn't be an illusion. This time the blue seemed clearer and brighter. However, whether the speed increased, the crowd really couldn't tell. For them, whether Xiaodaidi's speed decreased or increased, it didn't seem to make any big difference. Anyway, it just felt like it flew past in a flash. But this time the flight was different. You could see Xiaodaidi pause and reveal his figure, pause and reveal his figure again, continuously switching between fast flight and sudden pauses, like a jam. But everyone knew that this was Xiaodaidi's first time to touch the function of the treasure. Obviously this was to test the conversion between speed and power. Finally, Xiaodaidi seemed to be familiar with it. Just like this, he kept floating in the air, and stood for a long time relying on the support of the blue light. The blue light began to dissipate, and the red gem on the red earring on one of her ears emitted a brilliant light. Everyone only saw the light flashing like a red gem. It's coming! Everyone could feel it. And Alka couldn't help shouting. Xiaodaidi looked at the sea below, and the light and shadow brought by the blue light on her body gradually dissipated. It seemed that only a little bit of blue coating was left, relying on the weak power of the meteor, allowing her to float in the air and not fall. She raised her long legs, turned suddenly in the air, and kicked hard at the sea below with her right leg. It was just the air that was kicked, but everyone could almost see with their naked eyes that the air was compressed into something like a bullet the moment Xiaodaidi kicked it out. Then it smashed into the sea below. Bang! The huge air brought a sound like an explosion. The huge sound was transmitted, making Alka and others on the shore couldn't help but slap their ears. Then the sea surface was blown up. A column of water rushed up into the sky, and a lot of waves fell around. Alka on the shore wiped the seawater off his face. Because of the huge shock wave, the seawater even formed short-distance waves. This is just an exaggerated reaction caused by the force hammering the air to cause pressure. It can be seen from this that when Xiaodaidi converts speed into power, The power will be so exaggerated. Pororo, can you take a punch? Juanlu suddenly asked. Because if we talk about who has the best physical fitness, and is the most resistant to attacks among them, then it must be Poro. Then it is Juanlu's turn, mainly because the food Juanlu eats will constantly strengthen his physical fitness. But if we talk about the ability to resist attacks in all aspects, it must be Juanlu, because he not only eats ordinary meat, but also eats some iron ore and other things through his treasures. Although eating iron ore can only provide him with defensive capabilities in battle, the attributes it can provide are negligible, but it wins in long-term growth. Over the years, Juanlu's skin has become as tough as steel. When he hardly uses any magic power for defense, even when he completely restrains the magic power that his body normally uses for defense to reduce his defense ability. If an ordinary blade cuts him, it may break his blade. After hearing Juanlu's words, Pororo nodded. I can bear it. I can bear it? Juanlu turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Because he thought he might not be able to bear it. Poro nodded. Yes, I can bear one punch. Poro put a lot of emphasis on the word one, and the meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. Can't bear more, can only bear one punch, and it's almost time to go after bearing it. Hearing this, Juanlu rolled his eyes. But such a conversion is flawed. Xia Daidi converted almost all of her speed into strength. Didn't you notice? Whether it's her attack speed, or the speed of her kicks, it's almost the same as that of an ordinary person. It's easy to dodge. Isn't it? With your and my reaction speed, we can easily dodge it. There's no need to resist it, Jason said as he looked at Xia Daidi's attack. Alka also nodded beside him, agreeing with Jason's words. Such exaggerated power is obviously Xia Daidi completely converted his speed into power. If it was really Pororo who took this attack with his mental strength, it would be easy to dodge it. I wonder if a certain degree of speed can be converted into power, Julia asked beside him. It should be possible. Lucilia looked at Xia Daidi in the sky. At this time, Xia Daidi began to fly quickly in the sky again. But this time, the flying speed was obviously much slower than before. Obviously, she transformed a certain speed into a certain force. Then everyone saw Xia Daidi, who almost didn't need to stop, just suddenly passed through the sea. A big hole was blown up in the sea, and exaggerated water splashed. The strengthening of power made her almost no longer need to pause when attacking as in the previous fighting method. The main thing is to transform the speed of her own propulsion into the power of attack. Now she can completely rely on the transformed power, while maintaining a certain speed, and continue to attack. Everyone saw that it was already a fast meteor passing through the sea, and the sea's surface kept exploding one big hole after another. At this time, everyone suddenly saw that Xia Daidi turned straight into a meteor and flew high into the sky. When he flew to a place where they could hardly see him, he stopped. The paused meteor seemed to fall, and it smashed straight down. Everyone just watched the tiny blue meteor smash down from the sky, and then the light became brighter and brighter, until it was almost close to the sea surface. Ha! A roar full of momentum. The sound came from Xia Daidi. When the sound came, the meteor Xia Daidi turned into paused on the sea surface. The blue light flashed out in an instant. There was an invisible force blessing, and then Xia Daidi kicked down heavily close to the sea surface. This time it was no longer a point explosion. It was like a huge meteorite falling down. Xia Daidi's kick. The attack range was 10 meters around her. It formed a circle with a radius of 10 meters. She transformed her power into a large-scale shock wave through the pressure gloves. Bang! A strong and harsh explosion sound came, which even caused a brief tinnitus in the ears. A circle of water splashed up into the sky. If they could look at the center through the splash, they would find that in the center of the sea, there was a huge deep depression caused by the power. As a circle of water walls flew up and down, the deep pit that was pressed down by the huge force rushed up with the rebound of the ocean. Everyone only saw a huge water column, rising up like a fountain. This water column rushed straight into the sky. A large amount of water rushed into the sky, forming an artificial light rain, and quickly fell around. Alcada and others who were at the seaside were directly hit by the tsunami formed by the huge force, and their bodies were completely soaked by the seawater. Wave after wave of waves weakened, but still kept hitting the coast. What now? Juanlu's voice came. Poro said nothing, but slowly raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and made a sign. It was the same sentence. He could only take one attack. And he only had the chance to take one attack. The water column fell from the sky. And in the falling water, Xia Daidi slowly flew over. It could be seen that Xia Daidi was panting heavily, and it was obvious that such an exaggerated speed force conversion consumed a lot of physical strength and magic power. If you want to convert more speed into power, you will naturally need to spend more magic power and physical strength. Although Xia Daidi was panting and a little tired, she had a bright smile on her face. She landed on the shore and stumbled a bit. Alka quickly helped her up. How is it? Did the effect meet your expectations? This sentence was obviously nonsense, but she still smiled brightly and nodded. It far exceeded my expectations. She looked at her palm and pinched it and said, but it requires fine control and more practice to be able to freely change the scale of force and speed according to the situation in the battle. After all, it is impossible to completely transform your speed into strength in the battle. Otherwise it would be difficult for your attack to hit the target. Under normal circumstances, it is obvious that in battle, she converts her speed into strength according to the enemy's reaction speed. Speed is still her core. But in most battles, her speed is far beyond the limit. Whether it is extreme speed or slightly slower speed, it is the same for the enemy, because they can't dodge or deal with it. In this case, the excess speed is wasted. For the time being, this speed can be converted into Xia Daidi's strength, so that when she attacks the enemy can't dodge and can't withstand her attack. It can even use the shock waves of the gloves to carry out long-distance force impact and large-scale force impact. If we have to compare it, Xia Daidi is now like a battering ram that can drift quickly. The speed is extremely fast, and the power is extremely exaggerated. Through the shock wave, any buildings and defense measures lose their meaning in front of her. These are eclipsed by the destruction that can be caused by absolute power. This is pure violence. Okay, now you are the strongest person on the ship, Alka said with a smile, holding Xia Daidi's shoulders. Xia Daidi rolled his eyes at him and broke free from his embrace. It's meaningless. No matter how fast or how strong you are, it's useless if you can't hit anyone, such as you. Hearing this, Alka just smiled. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Everyone has their own areas of expertise, such as the ability to fight head-on. Now I'm definitely far inferior to you. But to deal with those difficult enemies, or to entangle some strong enemies, then I'm very suitable, aren't I? Alka said with a smile. Otherwise, why would they gather together to form a team? Isn't it because this world has treasures and various situations? No matter how strong the power is, there will be places that are difficult to reach and stretch to the limit. It seems that I can't continue to practice with her in the future, Boluluo said. The people around him nodded. Indeed, there is no point in practicing with Xia Daidi at this stage. Chapter 429 Departure. Damn it, why did you have to drag me to practice with you? Are you humiliating me? Wait, when Eurylius wakes up and we become one, I will come back to pay you back. Jason stood on the beach, while controlling his magic power. It turned into various crystal-like bullets and fired into the sky. And Xia Daidi, who was listening to him in the sky, just rolled his eyes, then took Jason's attack as a dodging exercise, and kept adjusting his speed. Such nagging, can you please stop complaining? As a ranged attacker, you can't hit me. Isn't that embarrassing? What? After hearing this, Jason obviously disagreed. He opened his hands directly, and then his whole body began to transform into a dragon. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, like those of a cold-blooded animal, and they moved rapidly in his eye sockets. He instantly locked onto Xia Daidi's position, and then raised his hands. The energy crystals of the crystals were wrapping around his hands, and a large number of tiny bullets, like machine guns, were ejected from his hands. Each of these bullets is only the size of the tip of a little finger, and is extremely fast. Once the attack reaches the target, it will explode and expand the frozen crystals, instantly freezing a large area hit into crystals. It is an attack that combines damage and control, and the consumption is small, which is very suitable for Jason. It is also the attack method he uses in most cases. As he gets serious, all the bullets start to be fired into the sky, and he can also control the bullets, making them explode directly in the air, turning them into area damage. This time he no longer launched attacks based on Xia Daidi's figure, but made advanced predictions based on Xia Daidi's various movement trajectories. He knew clearly that designing based on Xia Daidi's figure was completely a pipe dream, and it was unlikely to be of any benefit to Xia Daidi's training, because his attacks were not threatening. As Jason got serious, Xia Daidi immediately shut his mouth and began to dodge seriously. I have to admit that Jason's shooting talent is really terrifying. especially after he turned into a dragon and received the body senses of Aurelius. Even though her speed was so fast that Jason couldn't catch up with her perfectly, he would still bump into other attacks while dodging other bullets. He had to start converting his power at will to dodge, as Xiaodaidi's speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Jason wanted to limit Xiaodaidi through a large-scale attack. Sweat couldn't help but flow down his head, sliding down along the dragon scales. Such an attack completely increased his calculation, because Xiaodaidi's speed had begun to fluctuate at will. Without a speed standard, it would be difficult for him to achieve his attack effect based on prediction. As the two of them practiced attacking and dodging, about half an hour later, Xiaodaidi slapped the crystal fragments on his body. It seems that I still need to strengthen my training. I still can't dodge perfectly. Hearing Xiaodaidi muttering to himself, Jason couldn't help but frown, and the veins on his forehead jumped. Hey, you look down on me a little bit. Facing Jason's complaints, Xiaodaidi waved his hand indifferently. Don't you think about it? You have more than just this one attack method. If I can't dodge even your most common attack method perfectly, then my speed advantage is useless. Right? Jason thought for a moment. It seems to be true. Finally, he immediately realized that he was just using a common attack method to attack, and Xiaodaidi was just using his simple speed to deliberately dodge the attack. And he also specifically limited himself to a certain range, and faced his attack directly. Okay, how long will it take for you to advance to the 5th stage? Xiaodai asked. Hearing this, Jason no longer focused on the previous question, but answered, soon, I have 80 spirals, and will soon reach perfection. I should be able to advance to the 5th stage before the Twin Islands. Hearing this, Xiaodai smiled and nodded, and then asked impatiently, does your advancement to the 5th stage mean that Aurelius will also wake up? After all, Aurelius has been sleeping for a long time. After hearing this, Jason nodded. Yes, as long as I reach the 5th stage, my power will be fed back to Aurelius. It will make her grow more stable and faster. It will allow her to end the dormant stage brought by the growth cycle earlier. Then he thought of something and looked at Xiaodai and asked, are you hiding something from me? Alka also asked me yesterday, and Zhuanlu also asked me this question a few days ago. Think about it. You must have hidden something. Right? Hearing this, Xiaodaidi's face did not have any special expression, but he looked at Jason strangely. What is hidden? Of course, I want to get Aurelius up quickly, and I also want to see what it looks like when you two use that treasure to merge together. Aren't you curious? Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Jason frowned and looked at Xiaodaidi. He always felt that something was wrong, but there was really no evidence, so he could only nod helplessly. Okay. As for the fusion, we can only know it when she wakes up. He waved his hand in boredom, and walked away from the beach towards the ruins of the town. Looking at Jason's back, Xiaodaidi patted his chest, and was almost exposed. Then he couldn't help laughing, and turned into a meteor, disappearing on the spot. The island was not wide, and Xiaodaidi, who turned into a meteor, fell below the trial tower in just a few seconds. At this time, Alka was sitting in the simple camp, and seemed to be writing something in his notebook. Xiaodaidi quietly came behind him, and looked at what was written in his notebook. However, unlike what she thought, what was written in the notebook was not the treasures designed for others, nor the elemental knowledge he was learning recently, but some names of people and places that he couldn't understand. It seemed to be some people's surnames, and some seemed to be the names of teams. There was no connection between these names, and they were just written randomly in the notebook. Alka seemed to be classifying these names. Xiaodaidi looked at the total of 11 numbers. What are you writing? Hearing the voice coming from behind, Alka was startled. After shaking for a while, he patted his chest. Why don't you make any noise when you walk? Hee. Xiaodaidi smiled, sat behind Alka, knocked his head on his shoulder, looked at the book in his hand and asked, what is written on it? The commission I received from the instructor. Commission? From the instructor? When did you receive it? How come I don't know? Xiaodaidi asked with some confusion. I haven't had time to tell you yet. I haven't had time to discuss this commission in detail. I just got a rough understanding. I'll take it. After you all finish the trial, I'll go in and get some details from him. I'll tell you then. Alka wrote a few more names on the notebook, and said after closing the notebook. Xiaodaidi nodded. Although he was a little curious, he didn't have to know it now. Alka stood up, and dragged Xiaodaidi, who was hanging on his back up as well. Okay. Let's pack up. Lucilia should be able to pass the trial today. We have to prepare to leave then. We have to hurry back to Gemini Island. Why are you in such a hurry? Xiaodai asked curiously. Alka shrugged helplessly and said, there is no other way. There are not enough materials on the ship. Now everyone's treasures can only be designed. After completing the production of some blanks, we have to go back to Gemini Island to buy materials if we want to make the finished products. It will take a long time to buy materials. Alka smiled and continued to add, and it's better to go back to Gemini Island to rest than to rest here. Right? It's much more comfortable to rest there. Hearing this, Xiaodai nodded in agreement. Indeed, they have been at sea for many years. This time, because their targets were too far apart, the total time spent on the round trip was almost 2 years. On the contrary, the time spent on doing things, it seemed to be only about half a year in total. Leaving the Twin Islands, revenge, getting the scepter-level treasure they had been eyeing for the earliest, found the Salvation Organization of the Golden Age, gained their legacy and more information about the world before its destruction. Especially the books in the library, those gains are still the biggest gains in their hearts. The previously unfinished trial tower was completed. Through the gains along the way, they achieved a rare achievement. That is, everyone on the ship has collected the treasures of the Holy Grail stage. Among them, Alka, although he has not yet completed the construction of the latest scepter and treasures. But once the construction is completed, he has even achieved the achievement of collecting the treasures of the scepter and the Holy Grail stage. And his strength is only at the 5th stage. Below him are Jason and Xiaodai, who also obtained the appropriate scepters and treasures. And 3 complete Holy Grail stage treasures. Xiaodai's treasures even achieved perfect coordination with each other. It can be said that this trip almost brought about a qualitative change in their strength. Obviously, most of them are still at the 4th stage, and have just broken through to the 5th stage, but the change in strength is so different. If they were asked to deal with the battle they had faced in the fragrance before, it would only be described as a crushing defeat. Xiaodai thought and recalled, and couldn't help but smile. Then he stood up and started to pack up. Not only them, but also others came back from all directions to the bottom of the trial tower. They also started to pack up. Soon, Lucilia appeared on the teleportation platform. But Lucilia's condition was obviously not right at this time. She was confused and even a little dazed. She didn't even hold the divine essence in her hands, but let it float around her. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. Obviously, Lucilia was also undergoing a test of will, and this test was obviously too much for her. Alka blinked. Now he could see more of the emotions of the soul. The emotions reflected by Lucilia's soul at this time were unwillingness to face regret and escape. Similarly, she had a very positive and strong emotion to resist. Otherwise she would not have been able to pass the trial. It was just that the stimulation brought to her by the trial made her not completely change her emotions yet. Seeing Lucilia like this, Alka walked over and asked her to hold it up. Alka could see more. He saw something similar to the desire to return home. The longing and the guilt. It's okay. Didn't you pass the trial successfully? Lucilia looked at Alka with slightly dull eyes. Her emotions slowly calmed down, and she nodded, holding the floating divine essence beside him. He handed it to Alka. It is about the divinity of the soul. Alka looked at the divine essence, just as Lucilia said. This divine essence is indeed about the soul. But now Lucilia is in a low mood. Obviously, she doesn't want to think about the plan related to the divine essence. Alka threw the divine essence package into the dream space. Zadaidi came over, took Lucilia. Then he gathered with Julia and others, and talked about something with Lucilia. Alka did not go over to disturb him. Instead, he stood on the transmission platform and entered the trial tower. Obviously, he could only carry out the normal trial mode now, and receive training from the instructor. However, he did not go in to receive training, but to discuss in more detail. The next commission he needed to complete was obviously a long-term commission. The remaining 11 towers scattered around the world were not so easy to collect. He collected some luggage, threw it into the space ring, and said goodbye to the triangle. The group passed through the ruins and returned to the sound of dawn. With a slow and pleasant sound, the sound of dawn left the trial island and sailed towards the Twin Islands. This time, it would not take long for them to return to the Twin Islands. At this time, on the sound of dawn, everyone gathered in the captain's room, sitting around the huge round table in the center of the captain's room. Obviously, Alka had something to announce. This time in the trial tower, In addition to obtaining treasures, I also accepted a commission. A very important commission. This commission is not only related to our future strength improvement, but also to the whole world. Once successful, it will not only be a great help to us, but also to the whole world and the goals we need to achieve. Hearing Alka's words, the slightly scattered crowd immediately sat up straight. Obviously, this is a very important matter. After saying this, Alka waited for a while, and then began to tell everyone the content of the commission he had previously received from his instructor in the trial tower. After finishing speaking, he waited for everyone to digest the information. Then he asked, "Do you have anything to say about this commission?" This commission is definitely accepted. But will the information he gave help us find the remaining 11 trial towers? Xiao Daidi asked beside him. Alka nodded. It will be helpful. And it should be a great help. As he said that, Alka waved his hand, and a mirror appeared in front of everyone. What emerged in the mirror were the fonts that Alka had previously classified and planned. There were 11 towers in total, and behind each tower were various names and information. There were names of people, names of teams, and names of places. The names of people and teams clearly indicated that these teams or people had been to these towers and had exchanges with the instructors in the towers. The place names were obviously some information that the instructors had learned through exchanges with these trial participants. This resulted in the information of some towers being almost very clear, including which signpost islands were around the tower. Just find these landmark islands, and then find the people on them based on the information, or the family or team. Through communication, the specific location of these islands can be determined. In short, with this information, this matter may be more like a running errand for them. Then it seems that this commission is not difficult. Hearing Jason's words, Julia shook her head and said, "No. There must be a powerful force that has taken a certain tower for itself. Right? We are going to take the tower away directly. According to the statement, we even need to take the island where the tower is located." This is not a small contradiction. Not all towers and trial islands are the same as the one they encountered. Even on the trial island where they were, there were many powerful families who would come here regularly and let their descendants instruct them to conduct the trial. If a powerful force knew about this trial island and had the desire to possess it, it was almost 100% certain that they would occupy the island. The conflict between them would not be a small conflict at that time. These were things that everyone needed to consider. And there were several towers, just as he said, which indeed had powerful forces and had occupied that area. No force would simply hand over the island. Conflicts, troubles and transactions were inevitable. Chapter 430, Upgrade to Invisible Armor. After chatting with everyone about the next mission in the captain's room, the others left. Alka and Simon remained in the captain's room. They still needed to make some plans based on the divine essence obtained by everyone. Jason can wait until Eurylius wakes up before making a decision, Alka said, temporarily crossing out Jason's name in his little notebook. Then he looked at the names listed below. Julia's request. "Do we have enough materials to complete it?" Alka asked, looking at the records in this small notebook. Almost all the forging materials on the ship are stored in the treasury, and most of them are counted and maintained by Simon. After all, he is an expert in this field. Julia's divine essence is also recorded in detail in this small notebook. The photograph is the treasure foundation that Julia's divine essence must be matched with. The divine essence can store the sound and the power represented by the sound, and play it in a loop when needed, and can also release the power by the way. Under normal circumstances, a strange but useless function. But it is suitable for Julia at this stage. Through the divine essence of everyone, Alka has basically determined that the trial tower must have a rule of equivalent exchange at this stage. It should be to exchange the divine essence that already has, according to the rules, for the one that suits everyone. They are all of low value, but when given to the right person, they will produce high-value divine essence. This rule must be said to be very useful in such a situation. According to Julia, it is possible to combine different music scores and different instruments to create a combination of sounds in battle, which can have multiple and all-round enhancement effects. It can also collect the power of sound, which means that if the sound of the sound wave can cause an attack, it can also achieve the effect. And even the sound of the harp that Julia will use to amplify the sound can also be infused. After it is released, it is also played over a wide area and can be transmitted far away. And the voice of Dawn can sing, too. Her voice is also magical. She has been learning this skill from Julia for a long time. Now she can play with Julia and record the sound. I checked and found that the materials are not enough to achieve the effect we designed before. We must buy rare and exotic materials in Gemini Island. Simon also had a record booklet in front of him. He looked at it and said. Alka nodded and circled Julia's name and looked at the next one. The next one is Pororo's name. Pororo's divine essence is a bit strange. It is a function that Alka and the others have never thought of. In simple terms, it can make all of Pororo's melee attacks effective within a certain range. For example, Pororo uses the treasure composed of the divine essence to attack, which is a melee attack in itself. But it can map this melee attack outside a certain range, turning it into a long-range attack. As for how big the range is, whether the attack will be attenuated, you must make the treasure before you can know the effect. As for this treasure, Pororo wanted a pair of arm armor. What about Pororo's pair of arm armor? Alka asked, looking at the simple design in his hand. Simon nodded and said, we have these materials on the ship now, and they can be made. Essentially, because Pororo's equipment is similar to Ziadides' pair of earrings, the requirements for materials are not high. As long as the materials are suitable, and the quality of the carrier is not a problem, there is no need to consider other things. Since it was feasible, Alka ticked the box. Then he looked at the name he had just written. Lucilia's name. He had only briefly learned about Lucilia's divine essence before boarding the ship. Just like Lucilia, it was a treasure related to the soul, and the effect it showed was particularly vague. Even if Alka took this divine essence into the dream to check it out, he could only know that it had a function that affected the existing soul. It was too abstract. So even if Alka had eyes that could see through secrets, he couldn't understand it in more detail. So for this treasure, Lucilia's request was to make it into a gem. As for Lucilia's treasure, there are still materials on the ship. We have to be thankful that we didn't use up all the materials when we made the doll girl and her body. Otherwise, we might not be able to buy it even if we bought it in Gemini Island, Simon said with some relief. After all, materials related to the soul are really difficult to get. Most of these materials can only be produced in extreme environments. And it just so happened that when they were making Lucilia's new body and the soul cores of the puppet girls last time, they got enough materials on the island of the dead, and they didn't use them up. That means this treasure can be put on the production schedule directly. Alka looked at the small notebook in his hand and nodded. Then during the voyage, our mission is to make the treasures of Lucilia and Pororo. Simon nodded when he heard this. As for his own treasure, it was the same as Alka's treasure, and he also fell into the problem of insufficient materials. This time, they will definitely need to make a lot of purchases when they return to the Twin Islands. The sound of dawn sails on the vast ocean. However, the sound of dawn today is slightly different, because the magic vortex composed of magic power appeared on the top of the ship again. It is obvious that someone is going to make a big breakthrough again, and the magic vortex can be produced in this way. And the people on the ship are basically waiting in various places on the deck, and the one who is making a breakthrough is none other than Jason. In terms of apparent speed, Jason and Eurylius were only second to Alka. They became the second fastest in the team, followed by Xiaodai. How long will it take for you to advance to the 5th stage? Alka asked Xiaodai next to him. Xiaodai thought for a moment and said, I'm only at 79 spirals now. I still need 2 spirals to reach the perfection of the 4th stage. Then it will take another month or 2 to break through, maybe after you get the Twin Islands, after you complete your treasure. I may break through to the 5th stage. Hearing this, Alka nodded and said that it should not take long. For them, time was very fast. Then, he shook his shoulders. What about you? Lucilia, who was sitting on his shoulders, said as he shook, It's still early for me. It will take at least half a year. Lucilia's current meditation speed is the average speed in the whole team. But it was lower than the average speed before. Now it is only 77 spirals. It may take more than half a year to advance to the 5th stage. It is because Alka will complete the production of the new treasure, so that she can master the forecast afterwards. According to everyone's speed, everyone will break through to the 5th stage in the next year. And Lucilia should be the last one. But at least before leaving Gemini Island, they will definitely reach the 5th stage. Because there are too many treasures to be made recently, including Alka's own scepter-level treasure that takes a lot of time to make. It is too difficult to make this treasure and perfectly play its role. Not to mention that they don't have enough materials. And they have to buy some materials on Gemini Island. It's not like you can get it whenever you want. You have to wait and book it. It takes time. It's expected that they may have to stay on the Twin Islands for the whole year to absorb all the gains from this voyage. The magic vortex that suddenly formed disappeared, and the magic began to fill the gaps around it. Obviously, Jason has successfully advanced to the 5th stage. Sure enough, as soon as this situation was completed, Jason jumped down directly from it. Congratulations. How do you feel? Alka asked with a smile. Jason smiled and said, I don't think the improvement from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage is as obvious as it is now. You are talking nonsense, Alka said. According to their current experience and the strength promotion they know, the improvement in the even-numbered stages is the most obvious and the biggest. For example, the 2nd stage, the 4th stage, and the 6th stage. Starting from the 4th stage, you can master the scepter-level treasures. And by the way, you can perfectly master the Holy Grail-level treasures at this stage, which is of course a big improvement. The same is true for the corresponding 6 stages. This is also Alka's greatest feeling about the strength in the dream. In the dream, when Alka reaches the strength of about the 6th stage, it can be regarded as a complete form of a Dream King. After that, the strength in the dream will increase, and then it will start to become stronger from a Dream King. If there is another feeling, it is that I am now giving back more strength to Eurylius. After all, she has not yet been promoted. As for what stage of power can be achieved after this, we still have to wait until Eurylius is promoted to the same stage to know. Hearing this, Xiao beside him immediately asked impatiently, how long will it take for Eurylius to be promoted to the 5th stage and wake up? Soon. According to my current power feedback, it will take less than half a month. Not only Xiao heard this, but everyone nodded in agreement. Jason looked at everyone strangely. I don't know why these people have inexplicably hoped that Eurylius will wake up soon, since he fell asleep. At this time, Alka interrupted and said, it won't be long. Now I think it's really difficult to operate without Eurylius. Lucilia's treasure. The soul needs a ceremony to achieve perfect integration into the essence of divinity. If Eurylius doesn't wake up, I can't guarantee that the ceremony will be perfect enough. My treasure also needs Eurylius to perform a large and cumbersome ceremony, and I have to ask her opinion. There is only half a month left. I'm really worried that she will be like other dragons and sleep for several years. Hearing Alka's words, Jason nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. It was a coincidence that Eurylius fell asleep just when everyone needed her help. The doubts that had just arisen were instantly thrown behind his mind. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, gave him a thumbs up. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back to my room to practice my power after the upgrade. It will take some time to get familiar with it. Jason was about to get up, but Alka immediately patted him and pulled him back. Don't worry, I just made the treasure of Pororo today. Don't you want to see it? Hearing this, Jason stopped immediately and sat back. Pororo, who had been leaning against the side of the boat, turned around in surprise. He didn't know about this. After Alka finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to open a space door, and then took out a box from it. Although treasures cannot be stored in the space ring, they can indeed be placed in Alka's other space. Alka's other space, let alone storing treasures, is a small world in itself. Even crown-level treasures can exist in it, although this space is essentially a scepter-level treasure. But the two are not contradictory. As Alka took out the box and opened it, inside was a gray-blue arm armor, which was made of a structure similar to soft scales. It looked like soft armor, and the scales on it overlapped and extended. Push the box in front of Poro. Come, try it, and see if it fits. Poro looked at the fish scale arm armor in the box, and couldn't wait to take it out. Then he put it directly on his arm, and the special structure made it firmly stick to the forearm, and it was tightly clamped around. When it was applied like this, it was as if a piece of metal fish scales grew on Poro's forearm, and it was matte in color. Looking at the arm armor on his arm, Poro shook it twice, and was very satisfied. Then he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The magic power flowed directly into the arm armor through his arm. With the influx of magic power, he entered the process of mastering the treasure, and the matte color of the arm armor itself reflected the luster of metal. The fish scales covering the arm began to shake like waves. It was possible to feel some invisible wave being transmitted around, but the naked eye could not see anything special, except for the metallic luster of the scales on the arm. Everything seemed so quiet. This invisible wave did exist, and people could clearly feel it. It was a strange feeling. The entire control process seemed so ordinary, without any special features, until Poro opened his eyes. No one saw any special effects. which was obviously different from when they had mastered the treasure before. The special scene when mastering the treasure, the exaggerated one can directly change the sky. The slightly low-key one should at least emit some matching light, unlike Poro's one, which has nothing but some invisible fluctuations. As Poro opened his eyes, he raised his hands, seemingly thinking and doubting. He waved his hands like this, seemingly feeling something. In the eyes of everyone, he turned his head and suddenly made a finger-snapping gesture and snapped it at Jason. Jason, who was looking at him, suddenly felt something and dodged to the side. But he obviously dodged too much this time, as if he had not yet fully mastered the power brought by the new level in his body. He dodged and hit the pillar, and almost fell to the ground and lost his balance. However, there was nothing strange where he dodged. "Were you attacking me just now?" Jason asked in confusion. Poro did not speak, but turned to Juanlu. Juanlu, who was still in the fourth stage, obviously did not have as sharp a sense as Jason, who had just advanced. He was directly attacked by the invisible attack and fell down from the flower bed. He quickly stood up and touched his head. Everyone could see that there was a very obvious red mark on Juanlu's forehead. Invisible attack? Xiao Dai asked. This attack was very similar to the one they had encountered before, when they attacked Creel, who could generate invisible pressure. Juanlu touched his forehead and shook his head, saying, "No, I didn't feel anything different until the touch and pain appeared on my forehead. This is different from Creel's. When the wave came, he could feel the pressure coming towards him. Very, very obvious." At this time, Poro was wrapped with lightning, and then he swung it down suddenly. The lightning flashed, and it was an annihilation attack that could cause extremely exaggerated damage. However, the attack did not change in the air, but the sea surface in the distance suddenly exploded. Lightning flashed inexplicably on the sea. Apparently, it was also an attack from a distance that appeared in the distance. Poro's voice sounded, "This treasure can transmit my attack to a certain range, and this distance should be able to be increased. At this stage, it is only 20 meters, and I can make my attack appear in other directions 20 meters away from me. My control is still a little inaccurate, and it will take some training to accurately make him appear where I want him to appear." Hearing this explanation, the treasure given by the trial tower is really suitable. Poro's problem is that once his first attack hits the enemy, after that, the enemy will try his best to dodge, and even keep a large distance from him. In short, avoid a head-on confrontation with him. Chapter 431: The Awakening of the Dragon. Poro sat on the shore with a small stool, holding a huge fishing rod in his hand. Obviously, he was fishing when he was bored. Next to him were Jason and Juanlu. Alka did not participate, because he was still busy making treasures at this time. As for Simon, compared to fishing, he must be more willing to make and research various equipment. Even if there was no research on treasures, he would also devote himself to the research records of the Vastwa people in the space. This time, the three-person team obviously had more members. Several puppet girls from different teams also sat beside them, fishing with special small poles. Since the puppet girls had their own emotions, they naturally developed their own different hobbies after getting familiar with and understanding each other. Just like the puppet girls, who like cooking and making food, will help Juanlu make food before dinner. There are also puppet girls who are happy to go fishing. After all, the puppet girls were in a confused state before, and after they had souls, they were more inclined to try the hobbies of the people on the ship. From cooking, drawing, designing to fishing, forging, and even swimming. Whatever Alka and the others did, there would be puppet girls who were interested in trying it out. If they liked it, they would add such activities to their hobbies, and then follow the people on the ship. For such things, the other people on the ship were of course very happy for them to join, which was very helpful for their souls to become more and more complete. Poro, who was resting with his eyes closed as if petrified, suddenly opened his eyes, and then tightly grasped the fishing rod. The tip of the fishing rod began to shake, and the entire line was stretched straight. Obviously he had caught a fish. Then he stood up from the stool, and began to use his feet to support the side of the boat, and began to pull with the fish in the sea. You have to know that these sea fish are in such a high magic environment, and none of them are ordinary fish. The weak ones have 1 or 2 stages, and the strong ones can even drop to the 3rd stage. But this time, the fish caught was obviously a little bit wrong. The muscles on Poro's arms were completely stretched, and the fishing rod in his hand made a very unpleasant creaking sound. "Did you catch something extraordinary?" Seeing this scene, Jason stood up and asked. A big one. It's definitely a big one. And it's so powerful, Poro said. The magic power surged into his hands and the fishing rod. Poro and Zhuanlu had put down their fishing rods and began to watch carefully. Then, they saw a huge movement coming from the sea. Apparently there was a huge black shadow, which was swimming around and even swam under them. A huge black shadow could be seen. The shadow looked at least 4 meters long. It's definitely a big one. Zhuanlu's saliva was about to flow down when he saw the scene. In the boundless sea, the bigger the fish, the stronger it must be, and the stronger the fish must have some of its essence, and the food made from it is even more delicious. Ah! With a cry, the puppet girl holding the fishing rod was instantly pulled out by the huge force. Seeing this scene, Zhuanlu's eyes widened. The accident happened too quickly. The fishing rod in the puppet girl's hand obviously hooked a part of the fish. When the huge force suddenly came, she was instantly taken out. He quickly reached out and grabbed the puppet girl in the air. The huge force made him fly out in an instant. Several ropes like vines instantly shot into the air and tied Zhuanlu up. The puppet girl and Zhuanlu, who were dragged down, instantly fell under the boat. And the big fish in the sea, which was dragged, was obviously not only strong. Its huge mouth had already bitten towards the two through the sea. Looking at this scene, Poro held the fishing rod tightly with one hand, and the other hand was already wrapped with lightning, and he grabbed it through the air. The mouth of the fish that emerged from the sea was full of sharp fangs. And then suddenly a row of teeth suddenly broke, and the lightning began to transmit through the broken part of the teeth. The fierce electric light instantly shocked the fish to unconsciousness, and even emitted white smoke. Then Poro raised his hand and waved it violently, as if an invisible arm extended through Poro's hand. The fish below flew up inexplicably with a huge unknown force, and then fell on the deck. Your treasure is really useful. Jason pulled Zhuanlu and the doll girl up, and said to Poro. The huge movement obviously attracted everyone on the boat. Wow! What a big fish! The puppet girls, who were attracted first, surrounded the huge fish on the deck. The size of the fish was bigger than they expected, and its length reached 6 meters. And the scales on its body reflected a beautiful luster. It looked like a very beautiful sea fish, if it weren't for the flashing of lightning and smoke on its body. Zhuanlu, who was pulled up, patted the puppet girl, then put her on his shoulder, walked over and punched the fish on the head. Damn it. It's quite strong. Alka also came out because of the noise, and looked at the fish that had been knocked unconscious. Not bad. This fish's magic reaction has just reached the 4th stage. No wonder it's so strong. After catching such a fish, Zhuanlu started to kill it after a brief observation. Simon, who arrived last, looked at some scales and other things left after the killing. These were obviously things that could be counted as materials. He collected all the scales, spines, and even fish bones that Zhuanlu had peeled off. The stronger the marine creature, the more parts of its body can be used as materials. So every fish caught, in addition to being eaten, the rest of it will basically become their various material reserves. For example, Madlisa picked out some of the fish blood, fish eyes, and various internal organs that were peeled off. She picked out some ingredients that can be used to make medicine, and then turned them into residues. These residues cannot be thrown away, but will be refined into fertilizers and nutrients for the Sound of Dawn. Of course, it is impossible for every fish to end up like this. The main reason is that this fish is strong enough. As its strength grows, a large amount of magic power will naturally make all aspects of the fish permeated with magic power. However, although the magic power reaction of this fish has reached the 4th stage, it is obviously impossible to really treat it as a 4th stage monster. Whether this fish is in the 2nd or 4th stage, it is essentially only the strength of the 2nd stage. But its physical fitness may be improved. It just keeps getting bigger, just to store more and more magic power in the body. So it's not that the magic power in the body can reach the 4th stage, but that it has enough magic power. As everyone began to decompose the fish, Jason, who was standing by and watching, was suddenly shocked. His eyes suddenly flashed with light. Ah, the eyes are shining. A puppet girl noticed it keenly and shouted. As everyone shouted, they shifted their attention to it. Jason said with a strong light in his eyes, Eurylius is about to wake up. The moment he heard this, everyone put down their work. Simon immediately stuffed all the fish bones directly into the space. Zhuanlu also stopped the decomposition, sealed all the fish meat, and asked the puppet girls to carry it to the kitchen cabinet. After washing the blood stains on his body, He stood up. The light in Jason's eyes disappeared, and then he saw the action that everyone had been waiting for a long time. Even the bloodstains on the deck were cleaned up. Although the scene was strange, Jason did not notice these things, because his mind was on Eulilis at the moment. Eulilis would not be sleeping on the deck at this moment. When she was about to fall asleep, Alka brought her into the space. Alka opened the door, and everyone followed in. They appeared directly in the center of the town of Vastoa, and at this moment, the town of Vastoa had undergone more than a year of development, and had already changed a lot. With the help of materials provided by Alka and his team, the whole city has been completely renewed. Although their population is still sparse, only tens of thousands, it is enough for a small town. The Vastoa people coming and going on the streets are living their lives. And the place where they came in was at the edge of the town, where there are a large number of research facilities. The research temple they built before, and the various research institutes attached to it are all in this area. So the Vastoa people here are very rare. They are all former scholars, apprentices who are currently studying, and some guards. The Vastoa people were not surprised by the sudden appearance of Alka and others. They had already gotten used to it. The guards next to them saw the sudden arrival of the people and bowed politely. At this time, in front of Alka and others was a huge semicircular building made of glass and crystal. This was the nest that Alka and others built for Eurylius with the help of the Vastoa people. There was even no door leading to the outside of the nest. Alka waved his hand, and everyone disappeared on the spot and appeared inside the building. As soon as you enter, you will see a world of crystals. Irregular crystals and columns formed by a large number of crystals are scattered around. The top is also a transparent dome. Under the sunlight, the entire building is shining with an almost dazzling brilliance. Among the large number of crystals, a giant dragon is sleeping. This giant dragon is Eurylius. Eurylius is obviously bigger than before, and the concentration of magic inside the building is even higher than the average level outside. The concentration of magic power almost reached the level of the Trial Island. You should know that the concentration of magic power on the Trial Island is the highest among all the islands Alka and his friends have been to. That is why this building is not connected to the outside. Once the gap is opened, a large amount of magic power will flow out. This is also the decision made by Alka and his friends as Eulilis grows bigger and bigger. After all, the ship obviously cannot allow Eulilis to use his full power, so a nest was created in the space, and gave Eulilis certain authority, allowing her to open the door directly on the deck and fly into the nest. The concentration of magic here is specially constructed by Alka. It is equivalent to the control training of the scepter-level treasure. At this time, the light coming out of Eulilis, who was curled up in the center of the nest, was flashing like breathing. Is it almost there? Jason nodded. As he nodded, the frequency of the breathing light became faster and faster, and he could feel that the high concentration of magic around him was gathering. This is the characteristic brought by the breakthrough. Alka immediately waved his hand, and a huge space crack appeared on the spot, and the deck was outside. The magic power outside, along with the magic vortex generated in the building, quickly rushed in. It would not allow the rapid magic absorption to drain the magic power in the building. Everyone just waited by the side, and it didn't take long for the magic vortex to disappear. As the magic vortex disappeared, a bright light flashed, and then dense crystals completely froze Eurylius inside. Through the transparent crystal, Eurylius's figure inside could be clearly seen. But the figure inside became more and more illusory, until it disappeared, and at the same time, the crystal began to flash. The light became more and more dazzling, and everyone couldn't help but stretch out their hands to block it. Amid the flashing light, the crystal also began to melt. The entire huge crystal wrapped around the dragon's body, as if it had turned into a fluid under the refining of molten fire, but it did not change its appearance, but began to disappear, gather and shrink. As it shrank, the frequency of the light flickered higher, but now the light became softer and no longer dazzling. As the light softened, everyone looked over. A figure appeared in the light. Looking at the figure, Alka and others couldn't help but smile. Only Jason seemed to understand something, and his expression became dull. It seemed that everything suddenly became clear. Jason. A ethereal girl's voice came from the direction where the figure was. Apparently, it was Eurylius who was calling out. What are you doing? Alka said to Jason, who was still standing there, and then pushed him. Jason seemed to wake up and walked up quickly. As Jason walked up, an arm emerged from the light formed by the human figure. The soft and boneless arm had white skin like a human. but you can still see some crystal scales that have not completely disappeared on the back of the hand and the direction of the elbow, and some soft white hair. The fingernails were also made of relatively sharp crystal flakes. It looked like some advanced manicure. Through these features that were still preserved, it was known that this was Ulilius's arm. Looking at the arm that was emitting light, Jason was extremely stiff and confused. But he held the arm. He had never thought that he would see Ulilius transformed into a human form at this stage. This sudden change still made him a little stiff and confused. Holding this hand, Jason just held it like this. "Pull it! What are you doing?" The complaining girl's voice came. Jason came to his senses and hurriedly pulled hard. Then he saw the girl's body sticking out and immediately pushed it back hard. "Wait! Wait! Wait! Don't be impatient." Jason's voice became urgent. "What are you doing?" The puzzled girl's voice came. "Wait! Stand inside and don't move." As he said, Jason quickly ran to the front of everyone. "What's wrong? Why are you running back?" Xiaodai asked curiously. Although they couldn't see Ulilius's appearance clearly because of Jason's cover, it was obvious that he had turned into a human. Jason's expression was a little awkward. Borrow some clothes." As soon as he said this, the reason why he pushed others back just now was self-evident. Go, get out. Go out." Madlisa quickly pushed Poro out behind her. Alka looked at Xiaodai's eyes and smiled awkwardly. "I'll go out too." As he said that, he pulled Wan Liziman through the portal and walked out. He left behind several women and Jason. Obviously, the girls were not prepared to do Jason's work. And Xiaodai took out a gift box directly from his pocket ring. He opened the gift box. Inside was a fitted dress. This is a dress that can be adjusted in size according to the user's body shape. Jason looked at the crystal accessories on the dress, and the characteristic patterns related to the crystal dragon. Sure enough, you've even prepared this. Chapter 432 Spouse. It was originally a gift for Ulilius, but I didn't expect it to be used now, Xiaodai said with a smile. The design of this dress was done by several girls. And Alka and Simon also provided support for materials and production. Not to mention that the crystals on it are all real fine products. In short, this is a magical dress. It has the function of micro-deformation, micro-adjustment, dust-proof and self-cleaning. It is very suitable for creatures like Ulilius, who have transformed into human form, but do not know much about human life. Jason took it and curled his lips. "So you hid it from me just to see my surprised expression? That's too childish," he said helplessly, picked up the clothes, and walked over. Behind him were the smiles on the faces of the women who stayed behind. How could they play for so long just to see surprised eyes and expressions? It must be to see something more interesting. Jason came to the ball of light. "Come on, put this on." He folded the clothes and stuffed them into the ball of light. "Aw, I know this." Ulilius's proud voice came from the light ball. Soon, the figure in the light ball could be seen wearing clothes, and then she stretched out her hand again. Jason took the arm directly, pulled hard, feeling obvious resistance, and finally pulled Ulilius out. The light ball disappeared with the pulling. Ulilius's human form also appeared in front of everyone. After receiving the information from Xiaodai and others, Arka and others also opened the entrance from the outside and walked in again, looking at Ulilius standing next to Jason. She was a beautiful girl who was about 18 years old. She had brilliant white hair. Yes, it was the same white hair as the crystal dragon. But compared to dry white hair, her white hair was more like white crystal, showing a crystal luster under the light. Although she looked similar to Xiaodai, Xiaodai's hair color was silver, and there was a clear difference between the two. Under the long white hair, two crystal-like dragon horns stretched out from the top of her head. The girl's eyes were still the dragon-shaped vertical pupils of Ulilius's normal form. You can see colorful crystal scales on both sides of the nose and behind the ears. In addition, you can also see scales like spots on the exposed neck and collarbone. The scales did not make Ulilius look strange, but added a touch of color to her. She wore the clothes that Xiaodai and the others had already prepared, and was barefoot. A tail hangs down from the bottom of the skirt, and sweeps unconsciously behind her. The tail is the tail of the dragon form reduced in proportion. It looks like a dragon human form that is more human-like, rather than a lizard-like form that is more dragon-like. In general, Ulilius's human form can be called a beautiful girl with a special appearance. How about it? Is it very convenient now? Ulilius happily turned around in front of everyone, and shook her hands. Xiaodai smiled and nodded. That's right. I don't have to be so cautious when I'm on the boat anymore. Ha. That's right, Eurylia said happily, and then pulled Jason's arm. Ah! However, Jason screamed and was casually pulled to the ground, falling flat on his face. Oh! It seems that I still need to get familiar with the way to use force in this posture. Looking at the scene, Alka reminded. Eurylius didn't expect to look at his own hands, and then looked at Jason, who fell at his feet, and picked him up directly. Sorry, I'm not used to this posture yet. She smiled and kissed Jason's face, and even licked it with her tongue. Jason, who had just been picked up, looked at Eurylius in shock, touched the saliva flowing down his face, and Eurylius's indifferent smile. What are you doing? Then he felt something was wrong and turned around, seeing Alka and the others took out a mirror and pointed it at them. What are you doing again? Alka and the others quietly put away the mirror, with a smile on their faces. This is what they want to see. What's wrong with licking it? Do you dislike me? Eurylius looked at Jason and asked unhappily. No, I mean, how can you lick it? That's not right. Lick it like this. What the hell? Wait for me to sort it out. Jason was very confused now, and quickly reached out to stop Eurylius from speaking. He needed a little time to sort out the current situation. He hatched Eurylius, and he did lick her face from time to time to show his affection. But after all, Eurylius was a dragon at that time, so Jason didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now Eurylius has become a humanoid girl, and such behavior seems a bit too weird. And she looks like a girl of the same age as him. Although Jason should be in his 30s overall. He is a toucher after all. Due to the enhancement of magic power and physical fitness, he only looks like a slightly mature young man. You have become a human now, so some things can't be done casually like a dragon. You need to change the way of expression. Jason thought for a while and said, I suggest you take a look at this book first. And this one, Alka said, and directly created 2 mirrors in front of Jason. Jason looked at the 2 mirrors in his hand, and the images of the 2 books appeared in the mirrors. What is it? Looking at the names of the books. Dragon and Warrior. Growth and Transformation. Looking at the names of these 2 books, Jason understood immediately. That is to say, these 2 books can explain the current situation. Alka and the others were able to know in advance because they had seen these 2 books before. Looking at the first book, it looks like a fantasy novel. But the book is about dragons and warriors, the detailed explanation and origin of this coexistence relationship and connection. This is a kind of contractual link that has existed since ancient times in the Golden Age. Dragons were divine creatures in that era, but they were not the top ones, and were clearly different from gods. It can only be said that the dragon race has extremely strong talents, and can rely on the innate divinity, making it easier to become a powerful existence. The so-called warriors are those who have established a deep contract with dragons, and have established a deep relationship with them. Finally, it developed into a kind of deep connection contract. There is such a contract, mainly because the population of the dragon race in that era can really be described as scarce. That is the kind of contractual relationship Jason signed with Eurylius when he was still an egg. This is a very close contractual relationship. Jason just looked at the introduction above. It's like brothers who grew up together, like sisters who grew up together, or like a couple. Wait. Seeing this, Jason was not calm. No, this is completely different from what he thought. He always thought it was a bodyguard or something like that. At most, he was like a nanny or something like that. So what he did was not to raise children, but to raise a wife? Jason suppressed his emotions and continued to flip through the pages. This kind of link was originally used in the Golden Age for brotherhood between different races, or for intermarriage with different races. Seeing this, Jason turned his head and looked at Eurylius, who was right next to him, staring at him with a pair of big dragon eyes. Do you know what the contract we linked represents? Yes. You always knew it. Isn't there a legacy? Huh? Jason began to flip through the legacy shared in his mind. After all, it was not his own legacy. So Jason had only flipped through some of the knowledge and skills in it. In addition, it was shared with him, so he could easily find the information he wanted in it. Things he had never thought about were naturally not understood. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately obtained the information about the contract brought by the inheritance, which was exactly the same as what he had just seen in the book. He quickly took the mirror reflected by another book and started to read it. It was written about the life growth of various dragon tribes and crystal dragons. There was no growth mechanism like Spiral in the Golden Age. In addition to the dragon race's extraordinary talents, there is almost no so-called meditation method. Everyone relies on their talents to eat, drink and have fun every day, and grow naturally. It's just that in the era when Eurylius lived, there was meditation, and the changes brought about by the link made her growth rate constantly slow down. It should be said that it takes 80 to 120 years for a young dragon to grow into a young dragon, and there are certain differences depending on the type of dragon. At this time, the young dragon is basically a mature individual. When a dragon is a teenager, it needs to leave the family nest, or the parent's nest. Now it should become an independent individual. However, the growth of strength allows the dragon to skip this long growth stage, allowing it to grow quickly without consuming its lifespan, because such growth itself is a growth mechanism for improving strength. By the way, at this stage, there is also the so-called change of form, according to the introduction just mentioned in the link. At this time, it is more inclined to change into a spouse. The dragons of the Golden Age rarely use such changes. After all, the dragons at that time were so arrogant, even though the number of dragons was small. However, they did not mind absorbing foreign races to join them, but the pride of the dragons made them rarely choose foreign mates. At this age, it was the age of what humans call starting a family and building a career. He read for a long time, and finally finished reading some of the important information in these two books, which he must know now. His expression became dull. It was not so-called resistance, but he had never expected it. He looked at the eyes of Alka and others. "You are so mean." No, you can't say that. You don't even know such important information. We all know more than you. And you still say you care about Eurylius?" Alka retorted directly. "How is that possible? Jason didn't know how to explain, and could only look at Eurylius next to him helplessly. At this time, Eurylius had come to the front of Ziadite and others, accepting the ravages of several women, rubbing against each other. "Your horn is so beautiful." Julia looked at the dragon horn on Eurylius's head. This can already be regarded as an accessory, shining like a crown. And it is indeed very beautiful. Hee. I think so too. The unique conceited characteristics of dragons are fully displayed in Eurylius. He accepts any praise without hesitation. "Okay, let's go out," Alka said as he opened the portal. Everyone walked out of the portal and came to the deck. Eurylius, who came to the deck, looked at the voice of Dawn and felt a completely different change from before. He ran around on the deck and laughed inexplicably. The members he had never seen before attracted the attention of the puppet girls on the ship. They came from all over and surrounded the beautiful girl. "Who are you?" "It's Eurylius." "Is it Eurylius?" Some smart puppet girls, who reacted quickly, distinguished Eurylius based on the characteristics of his human form. Yes. You've become so small, you've become the same size as us. Your hair is so pretty, your clothes are so pretty." Eurylius's changes made the puppet girls feel very curious. "Ah, just like when I was a kid." Eurylius looked at the changes, and the touch of the entire ship, just like when I was a kid, and could be held in everyone's arms. Looking at Eurylius happily interacting with the puppet girls on the deck, Arca and the others sat next to Jason. Jason leaned on the edge of the boat and looked at this familiar, but somewhat strange girl. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Jason looked at Alka and asked. "Are you ready to become Eurylius's spouse?" "What spouse? You are so rude," Jason said, and sighed. He looked up at the blue sky. I don't know what he was thinking. The habits of dragons are slightly different. But as scholars of the dragon clan and recorders of history, crystal dragons will start looking for spouses when they are young dragons. The slow ones may keep searching until they reach adulthood before they can find a suitable one. After all, the fertility rate of the dragon race is inversely proportional to their strong racial characteristics. For the continuation of the race, finding a suitable spouse is a serious matter. Crystal dragons are a race of scholars, so they are more loyal to their spouses, which is obviously different from some other dragons in the dragon race. And these dragons are the reason why there are so many dragon species in this world. It's so weird. I feel like a beast, Jason suddenly said. No, because of the inheritance. The dragon race seems to mature very quickly. Simon looked at the mirror in his hand and said, "And according to the inheritance, Eurylius should have regarded you as a spouse since childhood." "Right. According to the theory of human growth and age, Eurylius' normal age should be more than 30,000 years old now." After saying this, several people turned their heads to look at him. "Why are you looking at me? Isn't that right?" It's just that she has been an egg for tens of thousands of years. She just slept. It must have been more than 10 years since she hatched. The profligate life is gone, Alka said with a smile as he sat beside her. And didn't you notice? The human form that Eulilius transformed into is somewhat biased towards your preferences. Ha ha. Alka and the others have been with Jason for so long. Naturally, they know some of his little preferences, and they can see at a glance that the characteristics of the human form that Eulilius transformed into are very appealing to him. As they chatted, the sky suddenly darkened. As the sky darkened, Eulilius ran over, dragging Jason towards the stern. Hurry up and take me to the room. I have never been there since I was a kid. Did you hide treasures in there? Bring those gems and spread them on the bed. I want to sleep on them. Hearing these words, looking at Eulilius's active back. What does she mean by this? Does that mean she will live in the same room with Jason in the future? They will live in the same room. Juanlu heard this and said, thinking of something. At this time, Xiaodai also came over and sat next to Alka. Well, the room we prepared before is no longer useful. Eulilius said that she wants to live in the same room with Jason. She said that it was okay before because of the performance problem, but now they must live together. Xiaodai said helplessly. And she also said that she wanted to merge the treasure that can be fused into a pair of rings. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It seems that Eulilius is not ignorant. Jason will suffer in the future. I knew it long ago. Did they do it on purpose? As expected, they are a powerful divine race. The so-called experience brought by age growth is not a problem for these powerful races. Time and experience will not be their flaws. Alka felt the gaze from the side. Turning around, he saw the eyes of Xiaodai and Lucilia on his shoulder. Why are you looking at me like that? Humph. The two snorted. They stood up and walked away. Chapter 433 Return. Alka was in the forging hall under the cabin. The forging hall was much larger than before because of the expansion of space. He held a jade ball, as white as jade in his hand, and began to integrate the essence of divinity into it through rituals and means. With the integration of the essence of divinity, the jade ball, which was just made of a lot of precious materials, began to have different characteristics. It began to change from a pure white jade shape, from a solid sphere, to a hazy cloud shape. A light gray smoke appeared on the sphere and surrounded it. The light gray smoke gathered in the middle of the sphere. It became a strange color with a hint of green and gray, and it seemed to be changing to blue. It felt like a soul. The whole sphere seemed to have no entity. Like a sphere made of clouds and mist, and even slowly floated up from the table where it was stored. Alka could clearly see the soul fluctuations brought by this sphere. As the divine essence was perfectly integrated into it, such changes also dissipated immediately, and the treasure became restrained. From the cloud ball that was like a soul, it turned into a physical entity again, but this time it changed from a white jade ball to a gray jade-like ball. Looking at the ball in the jade, it gave people the feeling that it was just an ordinary handicraft made of some inferior jade block. This treasure was finally made. This was also made with the materials on their ship, the treasure prepared for Lucilia. Alka looked at the treasure and blinked. Just like what Alka had seen before. It had the same function as the modification and change of the soul. Very vague. It seemed that one needed to use one's own thoughts and operations completely to produce specific functions. After all, under normal circumstances, any race and spell could not have the ability to operate the soul, unless it was one's own soul, or to say, to the souls of some animals without any will. Otherwise, the mystery of the soul was the most profound and rigorous. The only way Alka could think of was to attach the ability to attack the soul directly to his attack, or to improve any defense against the soul. There seemed to be more detailed and useful operations, but Alka, who did not study the soul deeply, was not very good. Holding this treasure, Alka put it in the box, and then came to the deck. Just saw Lucilia under the tree, and most of the others were also on the deck. Alka came to Lucilia with the box, and shook it in front of her. Not only Lucilia saw this thing, but everyone else gathered around, because it was obviously the box used to hold the treasure. This also meant that Lucilia's treasure had been made. As the box opened, the gray jade ball was revealed. Why do my treasures always look so cheap? Lucilia looked at the gray jade ball, and couldn't help complaining. But he still picked up the sphere with both hands. Without saying anything, he directly wrapped the magic power around it and mastered it. With the influx of magic power, the gray jade ball once again transformed into the form that Alka had merged with before. This time, More gray-green soul-like cloud energy floated out, wrapping Lucilia completely. Alka even saw Lucilia's soul slightly reflected from her body, just like when she was just a soul, without a body. As the treasure was completely mastered, the mist began to dissipate, and the entire treasure melted directly into Lucilia's body. Lucilia opened her eyes, and her eyes turned into radiating smoke. She closed her eyes, and controlled it for a long time before it returned to its original state. This treasure provides some means to operate the soul. It used to require various rituals, external forces, or even spells to achieve the effect. Now it can be achieved directly through the ability given by the treasure, and it is better and more in-depth than these methods. However, how to use it specifically? You still need to be proficient before you can make a specific plan, Lucilia said. This kind of treasure is one with a high degree of freedom. How to use the treasure to achieve the desired effect depends entirely on the knowledge and ideas of the person who controls the treasure. To put it in a simpler way, it is a bit like a treasure that can control fire. There are many treasures that can control fire, but their directions may be different. This treasure is somewhat similar to this situation, and it is related to the control of the soul, which is not as simple and clear as the elements. There are far fewer books on the study of the soul than the elements. Everyone nodded, showing their understanding. However, Lucilia still smiled and said, although she cannot fully exert her ability now, it is very suitable for my puppet knights. Obviously, this treasure can help the puppet girls have their own true souls faster and more perfectly. As everyone was talking on the boat, a merchant ship appeared in the sea a few kilometers away. The appearance of the merchant ship made everyone look over. After all, they hadn't seen anyone else for a long time. There's a merchant ship. It seems to be from a certain chamber of commerce on the Twin Islands. I seem to have seen that logo. Jason squinted his eyes and looked at the sailboat in the distance and said, it seems that we will reach the Twin Islands soon. Alka breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. Finally, we are going back to the Twin Islands. Sia Daddy took out his notebook and similar measuring tools, looked at them and said, it's almost there, we will be able to arrive tomorrow at the latest. Hearing this, everyone smiled without exception. After all, they were going to the island. They had been sailing on the sea for too long. The next day, the curtain had just been lifted. Alka and his friends were about to arrive at the Twin Islands. They could already see the vast island from afar, and the ships coming and going around it. Arriving here, they, who were often lonely at sea, finally returned to the bustling area. The coming and going of ships and various sounds made them feel at home. This time, they did not go around in circles at all. They were already familiar with the route. They came directly to the entrance of the Twin Islands and entered the central port through the straight seaway. As soon as they parked the boat at the shore, the guards outside came over. Arca? This was a team of 3 people. The leader also controlled the floating pen and the notebook. Alka stuck his head out of the boat and looked over. Kant, long time no see, is it your turn today? They were all church acquaintances I had met before. It's you guys, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you had already left and gone to a farther place. This kind of thing happens often on the sea, not to mention that for a treasure hunting group like Alka, it is a very normal thing. After all, for the entire infinite sea, among the prosperous islands, the Twin Islands are not even in the top 10. Although it is much more prosperous than most islands. We went to a farther place, but we still came here. After all, we are familiar with this place, Alka said with a smile. Seeing you return safely, it makes me feel relieved, and I won't bother you anymore, Kant said, pressing a safety mark on the bow. Although Alka and his friends have landed, they did not get off the ship immediately, but gathered in the captain's room. Although we have landed, we should do some things first. We may stay in the Twin Islands for a long time this time. First of all, the materials we needed before will be given to you. Simon. Alka looked at Simon and said. Simon nodded. These are all for the treasures they have not made yet. After all, there are really not many materials on the ship. This time, we must make a lot of purchases, and the supplies needed by the Vastwa people must be replenished. These are left to you. Sia Daiti also nodded. Others should take a rest, play, it's a rare trip back. After discussing some details, the meeting was disbanded. Ulilius, who had transformed into a human form, jumped off the boat with Jason and headed straight for the island. The previous Ulilius could not wander around the Gemini Island. After all, she was a huge dragon. Although the Gemini Island was prosperous and had a strong enough military force, Most of the people were still civilians, and they could not stand a giant dragon flying over their heads. Although she looked strange now that she had transformed into a human form, she was much better than before. Moreover, this was the Gemini Island, and there were countless people with strange appearances, and the puppet girls could not cause too much trouble here. Play when you should play. Work when you should work. Alka went straight to the church with the treasure box. The box contained the harvest scythe that had been stored for a long time. It was time to return this treasure. Alka? When did you come back? As soon as he entered the church, an acquaintance saw Alka and asked in surprise. I just arrived. Is the Archbishop here? Hearing this question, the man shook his head. I thought you were not coming back. The Archbishop seems to be upstairs, but I'm not sure. You can ask others. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard next to him said directly, It's upstairs. Thank you. I have something else to do, Alka said, and went upstairs with the box. There was no need for someone to take the lead like before. He went directly to the inner reception room, where the Archbishop was most likely to appear, and knocked on the door. Come in. The Archbishop's unique low voice came from inside. Alka pushed the door open and walked in. The Archbishop was buried in his desk, writing something without even raising his head. After about 10 seconds, he raised his head to see who was coming. Alka? You are finally back. I thought you ran away with the treasure. I can't explain it to him then. The Archbishop stood up, pushed away the chair, and said with a smile. Hearing this, Alka also smiled. How is it possible? I am not such a dishonest person. He walked forward and gave the Archbishop a simple hug. The Archbishop looked at Alka now. He shook his head with a strange emotion. It's really amazing. How long have we not seen each other? It's been almost 3 years, or more than 3 years. Yes. It's been so long. It seems long, but it seems short. The Archbishop sighed, then looked at Alka and said, Last time you were still in the 4th stage, and now you are already in the 5th stage. He shook his head helplessly. The speed of promotion is really too fast. Alka smiled and said nothing more, and sat at the coffee table next to him with the Archbishop. He put the box on the table and opened it. The Archbishop looked at the sickle of harvest in the box, and saw that the seal he had made on this treasure was still intact, and nodded. Seeing the Archbishop nod, Alka closed the lid again, and then pushed it forward. Thank you again for your help. This help is very important to me. The Archbishop smiled and nodded, waved his hand, and patted the box. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. He put his hand on the box and looked at Alka. When are you going to leave this time? Or are you going to rest on the island for a while? After all, it's been so many years since I came back. Maybe I'll stay on the Twin Islands for a year. Alka thought for a while and said, It takes time to purchase enough materials, and there are so many treasures to be constructed. Especially a scepter-level treasure, all of these take time. It just so happens that within this year, all my companions can raise their strength to the 5th stage. Oh, that's good. You must have done a lot of things outside this time. The Archbishop of Longmai's Island, Charlefan, asked me to thank you for him. Who is this? Alka thought about it carefully, and indeed had never heard of this name. The main character smiled. He has a very proud disciple, who is a saint of the Virgin Mary, and a prince of a small island. I heard that this prince has become the king, and this is also due to your help, isn't it? After hearing this, Alka suddenly realized that's it. It seems that the news within the church is very well informed. The Archbishop obviously knows what he did on the Southern Cross Island. What are your plans for the future? The Archbishop suddenly asked. Hearing this, Alka leaned back in his chair. What he still needs to do now is that he wants to see the scar of the world. He also needs to see the place where the 12 trial towers are located. These 12 towers cannot be collected in a short time. Before collecting these 12 trial towers, he must first kill the rats hiding in the dark. So Alka said, maybe we will go to the world scar later. And the problem of the devouring mouth must be solved. I heard that you met him again on the Southern Cross Island this time? Alka nodded. It seems that you are really hated by this damn demon. After thinking for a while, the Archbishop pushed the box over again. Since you are going to the world scar later, then you can give this treasure to him yourself. He will definitely be there to receive you. Alka did not take the box immediately, but looked at the Archbishop and asked, Do you have any suggestions for this place? Hearing this, the protagonist couldn't help but reveal memories on his face. This place. I also fought there when I was young. Painful memories. Good memories. There are all there. Just like he said before, there is indeed a huge empire's legacy buried there, but it is also a meat grinder. People from various churches, people from various empires, and people from various organizations. Pirates, mercenaries, people with hatred, saints who save the world, ambitious people, people with great ambitions, treasure hunters. Outsiders who have malice towards this world, demons, monsters, it is simply a melting pot. Hearing this, Alka obviously had a little new understanding of this place. But the main theme of that hellhole is to resist the invasion of demons. Demons are constantly invading the world there. The knights of various churches will resist there, and some powerful people will also provide manpower to organize defense there. After all, the main theme there is war, so if you want to hunt for treasure there, you'd better be careful, because there are wars all the time. Wars of all sizes are ignited in various places. Alka listened and nodded. But don't worry. There has been effective resistance there for a long time. You can go directly to the area under the control of our church. You will naturally have a better understanding when you get there. After chatting with the Archbishop for a while, Alka nodded, put the box on his hand again, and said goodbye and left. Chapter 434. During the ceremony. This is a deserted island on the vast ocean. On the island, except for some scattered flowers and plants, there is no human habitation. Even the animals are only some squirrels and rabbits. The area of the entire island can be seen at a glance, which can be regarded as a very standard deserted island. But even such a deserted island, maybe for the first time in hundreds of years, welcomed people from outside the island. A large three-masted sailing ship with a bird's head just docked at the edge of the deserted island and stopped next to the beach. It was Alka and his team that came to this island. Alka and his team had been observing this island for a day or two. It should be the connecting island of the Twin Islands. It is very close to the Twin Islands, not even a day's journey away. From time to time, you can see ships passing by in the distance. This distance is not too far or too close, which is why Alka and his team chose it. The main reason is that if it is too far from the Twin Islands, it would be too troublesome to go back and forth. So they chose this island that is not even a day's journey away, and not everyone is on the boat. Only some puppet girls were still on the boat. Among the people on the boat, there were only Alka, Simon, Lucilia and Jason. Of course, if Jason was there, Aurelius was also there. The others stayed on the Twin Islands, doing their own things. And the five of them came here, obviously with a purpose. Ugh! Aurelius shouted, jumped down directly from the sky, and plunged into the beach. Jason slowly got off the boat, looking at this scene with great helplessness. But he still dragged his body over, and pulled the struggling Aurelius out of the beach. Can you be more reserved like a girl? You are like a wild boy now, Jason said helplessly, patting the sand under Aurelius. Aurelius's crystal-like dragon horn shone brightly in the sun. Hearing this, he tilted his head slightly. What are you afraid of? There is no one else. As for Alka and the others who followed behind, what are they afraid of? Don't they know what their true character is like? Jason shook his head, helplessly took her hand, pulled her to quietly walk around the island. Alka and Simon came over, and Lucilia sat on Alka's shoulders. Lucilia, how is the location of this island? It looks good from the outside. Let's take a walk first. Although the end of the island can be seen at a glance, walking around will make it more accurate. Alka nodded, and followed Simon behind the two, strolling around the island. There was no one on the island, and there were only some tall trees in the middle of the island. Most of the other places were all stone, and some weeds growing in the cracks of the stone. As they strolled around, Lucia on Alka's shoulder seemed to be recording something in a small notebook. In addition to them, there were also many puppet girls jumping off the boat. From the clothes of these puppet girls, it can be known that they are the Team 7 responsible for spells. It didn't take much time for everyone to stroll around. Lucia nodded and said, "This island is fine. Then we should start preparing," Alka said, and began to take out various materials from the pocket ring. Simon was doing the same thing. The materials the two of them took out were almost all sealed very tightly in various ways. As these sealed devices were opened, the energy bursting out from them could clearly make people feel that they were all kinds of elements. Yes, these were the materials used for the ritual. They stayed on the island for 3 months, before they gathered all the materials. Fortunately, the materials for forging were gathered in advance, so the carrier that carried the essence of divinity was built. But it was not until now that the materials for the ceremony were successfully gathered. The energy of these elements evaporated in the air and began to gather and mix. Everyone acted quickly, separating these materials. Soon the ceremony was laid out, and it could be clearly seen. The ceremony on one side used red materials, and the ceremony on the other side used white and blue materials. Just standing next to these materials, you can feel that they are materials of fire and ice respectively. Eurylius came to the center of the two rituals, and the crystal used to strengthen the ritual emerged from her chest. He was still using this treasure, mainly because it had not yet conflicted with other treasures, and it did not require too much effort to master it. After all, it was just to strengthen the effect of the ritual. So temporarily, the two of them had mastered 4 Holy Grail level treasures and 1 Scepter level treasure. Is there a certain level of treasure that can be mastered? As long as it can be adapted, you can master as many as you want. The best way is to arrange them in a pyramid of 321. Only when these 6 treasures are complete can we find other suitable treasures, if there are any at that time. The difficulty will increase exponentially with each additional treasure, so naturally no one will put extra treasures at this level. But now there are no Scepter level treasures that need to be mastered by them, so naturally they will use them first. Then they can peel them off. As Eurylius stood in the center of the two ceremonies, the puppet girls immediately stepped forward and stood in 2 waves on both sides of the red and blue magic circles. Everyone left the scope of the ceremony. Before leaving, Alka had placed 2 crystal bricks, 1 blue and 1 red, in the center of the magic circle. These 2 crystal bricks, naturally, were the embryos that needed to be carried out for the ceremony. The dragon language, which was difficult to understand and learn, was read out from Eurylius' mouth. The dragon language could mobilize some of the energy of nature with the power of language. The ceremony began, and a large amount of magic power began to gather in the center of the 2 magic circles. Then, the magic power began to be transformed into energy of a single attribute through the ceremony. After the ritual, the energy in the surrounding materials was quickly consumed and mixed into the changing magic power, and poured into the crystal embryo that Alkadi had placed in the center of the magic circle. In this way, the whole ritual entered a stable stage. The moment it entered the stable stage, everyone rushed in immediately and quickly used the materials to set up a khaki and aqua blue magic circle again. They were respectively below and above the red and blue magic circles, forming oblique straight lines. The 4 magic circles intersected, leaving empty spaces above and below. The crystal embryos of the same color were thrown in as well. The puppet girls changed their positions again, and then different ritual spells were performed again. This time, the energy gathering began to change. The water blue energy was filled up all at once, and it went very smoothly. But the khaki color, which symbolizes the earth, was very difficult to gather. After all, this world has long become a world of the ocean. Water flow and water-related elements filled the entire world, and the elements of the world lost their proper balance. Elements related to soil and the earth are naturally much thinner. Fortunately, they had thought about this long ago, so they collected the most elements related to the earth. That's why they spent so much time and money. After spending so much time, the ceremony is still going smoothly. As the new ritual array stabilizes, spread again, repeat the previous behavior. This time it is a turquoise and purple array, the energy of breeze and lightning. Dark clouds have begun to gather above the island, lightning and thunder. The people in the rain sped up the arrangement. It can be clearly seen that the 6 completely constructed ritual arrays have very strict angles according to their respective attributes. They are arranged in a hexagram, and the center of the hexagram is naturally Eurylius. Then the hexagram appears as a whole, driving the different element arrays above to begin to merge. The most difficult stage of this ritual is coming. Alka and the others immediately stepped forward, according to the positions that had been arranged long ago, and stood in different directions. Integrate your energy and magic into the ritual. Attach Eurylius to the progress of the ritual. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, and even the surrounding sea surface began to roll violently, and the cold breath of the wind began to emerge around. But you can feel the heat in the air, and it is already very chaotic here. The elements have driven the surrounding environment, and produced chaotic changes. You can see in the center of the ritual, 6 different colors converge and collide, and it seems to be a very difficult thing to control to make them merge. 6 different carrier crystals floated up and surrounded Eurylius. They kept rotating like this. But these 6 elements had no intention of merging. Suddenly, Eurylius opened his eyes and saw a bright light in the direction of Alka. This was a signal. Seeing this signal, Lucilia immediately stretched out her hand, and a dagger made of transparent crystal appeared and fiercely slashed at the air. Alka immediately exchanged positions with Eurylius, And at this moment, he became the host of the entire ceremony. Arca entered the center of the hexagram, and immediately cut open his palm. A large amount of blood was drawn from the wound on his palm. Arca took this opportunity to cut open the palm of his other hand as well. A bright red line was mixed in the 6 colors. Arca took the iron ball from the space and opened it. The colorful divine essence was revealed. The moment it came out, the surrounding elements instantly became excited and became more active than before. The entire energy rose to a higher level. The 6 crystals stuck together, and the elements that had been violently colliding with each other and were incompatible suddenly became tamed, and they were no longer targeting each other as before. It seemed to become very easy to control. Alka controlled the divine essence and the 6 crystals, and let the 6 crystals merge into the divine essence. Suddenly a shockwave flew out. The puppet girls who presided over the ceremony and Jason and others beside them were pushed out one after another, and retreated several steps. The ceremony below dissipated instantly, and the surrounding energy was drained away in an instant. Even the materials used to host the ceremony turned into ashes the moment their energy was drained away. At this moment, Alka looked at the crystal plate that was still scattered into 6 pieces. But the divine crystallization had been integrated into it, and immediately grabbed it in his palm. The 6 crystal plates were stacked together in different orders, and the flow between them became smooth. Alka immediately sealed it, and then threw it into the space. The wound on the palm of his hand had healed without knowing when. Did it succeed? Alka nodded and said, "It succeeded, but we can't delay any longer." After saying that, the whole person immediately disappeared from the spot, and everyone saw a mirror like water under his feet. Alka's breath also appeared on the voice of Dawn. After his figure disappeared, his voice came slowly. "You wait for me on the island for a while. I will complete the last step on the ship." After hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down on the ground. Presiding over this kind of ceremony, it was really tiring. Even the surrounding magic power was consumed, waiting for other magic power to fill in. After resting for a long time, Simon exhaled a breath, and then a magic gathering stone appeared in his hand. They had taken it off the ship before, and found a good place to open the magic gathering stone and put it on his head. Simon sat down and began to promote to the 5th stage. They came out this time not just to complete the ceremony, but also to promote his strength to the 5th stage in such a secluded place. Such an exaggerated ceremony naturally cannot be performed on the Twin Island. It would be too conspicuous, and advancing to the 5th stage is also quite conspicuous. It's just that to advance to the 5th stage, you don't need to go through so much trouble to find such a deserted island. You need to stay away from the Twin Island, and just stop for a while on any sea surface. Jason and others stayed away from the side for a while, and began to rest. Time flies by. Simon quickly advanced to the 5th stage, and started simple training with Jason and others on the island. Through such sparring, he can quickly master the changes in his body after the promotion. After all, the changes in strength and speed after the promotion are quite exaggerated. Speaking of which, Alka's treasure should be almost finished. How about yours? Jason looked at Simon and asked. Hearing this, Simon, who had just finished training, took a deep breath and said, "It's still missing the most important material, but the Chamber of Commerce on the island doesn't have it, so some of them have been ordered and may not be available until next month. So there is no way. The manufacturing process has been interrupted. The treasures that are still being manufactured are the one in Alka's hand, and the one in Simon's hand. Julia's treasure. And Jason's treasure. It will take some time." So, they built a simple camp on the island. After resting for a day or two, they finally saw Alka coming from the boat. Alka's hair was messy at this time, and he looked extremely tired. Obviously, he didn't take any rest in the past few days. Not only did he not rest, but his mind must have been highly focused on the forging of the treasure. Although tired, Alka was obviously in a very good mood now. It seems that the treasure has been made. Let's go. Let's go back first. Jason couldn't bear it anymore after hearing this, and asked impatiently, "What does your treasure look like? Let's see it. Why rush? Let's see it together when we get back. Besides, the treasure needs to absorb energy to calm down," Alka said. "It still needs to absorb energy. This is a scepter-level treasure." Lucilia sat on Eurylius's shoulder and said in surprise. Alka nodded and began to walk towards the ship. Everyone followed him and listened to his explanation. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, it is true. It is mainly a mixed element type, so there will be elemental energy distribution between them. It has just been made. so it takes a little time to distribute the energy of each. I didn't expect this. It is still in the manufacturing room. Hearing this, everyone did not force it and followed behind to get on the boat. The moment they got on the boat, they felt that the magic on the boat was very chaotic. Just as Alka said, the magic of the treasures was being mixed with each other, and it also affected the surrounding environment. This treasure has a wide range of influence. However, everyone quickly sailed away from the island and headed back to the Twin Islands. After a night of sailing, the next morning, everyone saw the Twin Islands from afar. Alka also slept for a whole night, finally replenishing his energy. In theory, after not sleeping for such a long time, it shouldn't consume so much energy. The main reason is that it's too tiring to concentrate all the time. Soon everyone entered the port. The chaotic atmosphere on the ship had disappeared last night, indicating that the blending of the treasures had reached a perfect balance, and the entire treasure was finally perfectly made. It was time to show it. Xiaodaidi and his men had been waiting for a long time, and Alka and his men's ship had just docked not long ago, and the people who stayed on the island returned to the deck one after another. The first thing they did when they returned to the deck was to find Alka and ask him what his new treasure was like. Chapter 435 Scepter Level Elemental Treasure. The Voice of Dawn is now staying in an uninhabited sea area, which is only 2 or 3 hours away from the Twin Islands. Everyone gathered on the deck and looked at Alka. Alka did not hesitate at this time, and directly took out the treasure. Everyone gathered around Alka's treasure and observed it carefully. The new scepter level treasure is not a whole, but is divided into 6 pieces. Each piece is a long card. Each card is 18 centimeters long, 7.5 centimeters wide, and about 0.5 centimeters thick. Yes, the treasure is made up of 6 cards. According to the 6 elements of the treasure, each card represents a different element. According to the different colors of each card, we can clearly know what element each card represents. First is the red card representing fire. We can see that the treasure should be a 3-layer structure combined together. However, the 3 layers are very thin, and even if they are put together, they are still in the shape of a thicker and more flexible card. The core in the middle is the embryo that Alka threw into the ritual for ritual gathering. This layer is a whole crystal-like thin sheet, which is much thinner than the original embryo. It should be compressed by Alka. The entire crystal sheet is crystal clear, and according to their different colors, they emit different gem brilliance. The red card is pomegranate red like a ruby, but it seems that you can see the flame flowing in this red gem. On the back, a hollow layer is constructed of copper-like metal. The metal is finely hand-carved and affixed to the back. The hollowing used on the entire surface, and the crystal piece in the center form a combined pattern, like lines like flames. The same metal is used on the front, but the hollowing on it forms a human-shaped pattern. It is a simple line drawing of a woman holding a torch. The short lines perfectly outline the torch in the woman's hand, and the flame on her body. Then, there is the corresponding white and blue card. Just looking at the appearance, it exudes a chill. This is a card representing ice. The same structure, but the crystal slice in the middle is white and blue like ice crystals. The metal used to build it is silver metal, adding a touch of coldness. The hollow on the back is constructed into an iceberg-like pattern, and the front is a female figure standing on a snowy peak. The third card is a brown crystal, matched with a gold-like metal. This is a card representing the earth. The pattern on the back is a piece of land, and the front is a female figure sewing wheat ears. This picture looks a little like the Virgin Mary. Alka also got inspiration from the picture of the Virgin Mary. The fourth card is aqua blue crystal, matched with pure white metal. This is a card representing water. The back is a curling wave, and the front is made of waves, a mermaid girl holding a huge holy grail. The water poured from the holy grail is wrapped around its body. The fifth card is a turquoise crystal, and is paired with a brown metal that looks like wood. This is a card that represents the wind. The back is a pattern of a breeze blowing, and the front is a girl moving along the wind, like the wind condenses. The sixth card is a dark purple crystal, and is paired with a transparent, crystal-like material. This is a card that represents thunder and lightning. The back is a thunder and lightning, and the front is a wild Valkyrie, and the Valkyrie who produces lightning has a pattern of lightning flashing in her eyes. The 6 cards were constructed with a very artistic style, and they looked like extremely exquisite custom works of art. So beautiful. Looking at this deck of cards, the girls couldn't help but sigh, because it was really beautiful, both in design and forging techniques. When you designed our treasures before, didn't you put your heart into it? Jason couldn't help but say, as he looked at the 6 cards. Why don't their treasures have such beauty? When Alka made his own treasures, he made them so fancy, which is too enviable. Seeing the envious expressions of the crowd, Alka was really pleased. He had worked so hard for so long just to get this result. He smiled and stacked the 6 cards together and placed them flat on his palm. He closed his eyes and poured his magic power into them. Seeing this, everyone stepped back and stopped disturbing him. Alka was going to master the treasure. The magic power poured into it very smoothly, and then 6 different colors emanated from around him. The elements of the surrounding environment began to become chaotic again. But such changes came quickly and went away quickly. I have to say, the movement of holding the treasure is not like the movement of a scepter-level treasure. Compared with Shingha, it is really low-key. It also indirectly proves the compatibility of this treasure with Alka, which is very good. As Alka grasped the treasure, 6 cards began to rotate and float around him. It was like the crystal emitting light, making the pattern on the card more conspicuous and beautiful. It was as if the girl in the painting came to life. Alka waved his hand, and the red card representing fire floated slightly out. The light on his body became even brighter. A dragon snake made of flames appeared out of thin air, and under Alka's control. It flew in the sky. Then it spiraled around, and finally smashed into the sea with a fierce momentum. A large amount of water and water vapor floated up like clouds, and rose into the sky like billowing smoke. Then came the white and blue card. Controlling the white and blue card, Alka waved it upwards with his own hand. The white and blue card directly froze the sea surface, not far away into ice. One after another, spikes made of ice pierced out and spread far away. When Alka wanted to use the brown earth card, it became a little difficult, after all. There was a vast sea around. In the end, he could only create stone bullets out of thin air and smash them into the seawater. It seemed a little weak. It seems that this stone card can only exert enough power on the island. Then came the aqua blue water card. This card can produce a very exaggerated effect on the sea. The seawater surged wildly to form a water tornado. And then under Alka's control, the tornado began to take shape. It turned into a sea giant holding a trident, and began to swing it wildly in the ocean to attack. It looked extremely powerful. Tsunamis, water collisions, were extremely easy to complete under Alka's control. Then came the blue breeze, which roared and swept in with a swinging wind. The blue wind blades rotating tornadoes were so easy to form. The purple card shone, all kinds of lightning and thunder, and the thick thunder appeared out of thin air under Alka's control. Everyone stood on the deck and watched Alka, playing with his new treasure. The more he played with it, the more envious he became. 6 elements, each element was comparable to a Holy Grail level elemental treasure, or even slightly better. The coverage was so wide, it was as if Alka had become an elemental wizard, controlling the elements to do whatever he wanted. Watching this scene, Mathlisa took out her water bottle. It feels like there is a conflict. Hearing this, Lucilia, who was sitting on Xiaodaidi's shoulder, turned her head. How could that be? Compared to controlling the water flow, your treasure is actually more about the water that is put into it, isn't it? It is more about absorbing the water flow. Even if Alka attacks you with the water flow, it will be completely absorbed by your bottle, and the water that comes out of your bottle may not be controlled by others. For Mathlisa, it is to completely control the water collected in the water bottle. It can even be fused with some potions and enlarged for use. It can turn the dissolved water into potions, or into a large-scale sulfuric acid poison. All the water in the bottle can be controlled by Mathlisa. Of course, the premise is to put it into her water bottle. Compared with Alka, it is naturally not flexible enough to simply control the water flow element. But in this specific aspect, it is obviously very suitable for Mathlisa. It's like it was tailor-made for him. Mathlisa nodded, looking at her water bottle. She was just talking. In general, she still likes her treasure very much. But she obviously doesn't need to worry about other aspects in the future. With 6 elements, Alka can operate it easily most of the time. Really strong. Xiaodaidi stood behind Alka and couldn't help saying. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked at her. Other people can say this, but it's obviously not appropriate for you to say this. Everyone nodded in agreement with this statement. Alka's looks fancy. Xiaodaidi's is really violent. Although mine is suitable, it is different from your treasure. This sentence is indeed true. Controlling 6 elements, the momentum and flexibility when attacking are certainly not comparable to others. Looking at the envious eyes of the crowd, Alka smiled and said, This is just the most basic use. There are more powerful ones. Look! This is the real use! Alka roared. Couldn't help laughing. And then waved his hands violently. Among the 6 cards in front of him, 2 of them flew out directly. The red flame card and the brown land card were stacked together, and the elemental energy of the 2 mixed together. Everyone instantly saw a fire bomb like a lava ball, which condensed out of thin air and flew out. A large amount of steam and water rose up from the sea water that hit it directly, although it was only a lava ball with a diameter of about 1 meter. If there was more magic power, it could definitely be made into an attack like a meteorite. Alka stretched out his hand and waved again. The white, blue, and aqua blue cards overlapped. A stream of water appeared in front of everyone, and then the water kept shooting away, and dense frozen spikes like machine guns flew out. Controlling the water flow developed the plasticity and flexibility unique to this element. The flexible water flow instantly extended a water bridge on the sea surface, connected to the ship, and then it was immediately frozen. A walkable ice bridge was made in this way. The blue card and the purple card were stacked together. The strong wind and lightning gathered into a rotating lightning storm, and the lightning and thunder roared past. Looking at this lightning storm, Alka seemed to have an idea, and replaced the purple lightning card. The strong wind and ice formed a blizzard. The strong wind and fire formed a firestorm. The strong wind and the earth formed a sandstorm. The strong wind and the water formed a large whirlpool. Everyone just looked at the various storms that kept emerging around them, and stood there. This was just the most superficial fusion. But at this time, Alka was very suitable to mix the wind element with other elements. In this way, the various elements merged into various strange attacks, which kept popping up around. Incredible. It's really incredible, Simon muttered to himself as he watched. When the elements merged with each other, forming even more outrageous attacks. The flexibility of this treasure had been improved to an exaggerated level. It's just 2 elements fusion. Can it be 3 or even more? Xiao Daidi jumped onto Alka's shoulder at some point, looking at him and asked. Compared to 2 fusions, 3 is definitely more difficult, but it may also create a more interesting attack method. Hearing this, Alka nodded and said, of course, but the problem is that I have just mastered the treasure. 2 fusions are the best I can achieve now. But after I said that, Alka thought about it and said, I'll give it a try. As he said that, Alka looked at the 6 cards floating in front of him, thinking about which 3 elements would be more suitable to be fused together, and it was also what he could do at this stage. Then Alka thought of the simplest fusion of the 3, which should be what he can do now. After all, he has just mastered this treasure. Thinking, the white-blue eyes, the aqua-blue water, and the clear wind overlapped. First, the water flow floated. The breeze curled the water flow, and then the tornado formed. But only the water flow could be seen circling in the tornado. The surrounding water flow driven by it seemed to be about to form a vortex protruding from the water surface. Alka controlled the water content, allowing the tornado to rise and avoid sinking to the bottom of the sea and becoming a vortex. The cold entered the water flow, and the water flow, with its own flexibility, formed one cold blade after another. This was a situation that could not be created by ice and wind alone. The combination of the 2 could only produce a large-scale freezing effect similar to a blizzard. But now it directly formed a killing vortex. The ice blades in the tornado spun wildly, and the cold light flashing in the sun could be clearly seen. More water flow turned into cold blades. Alka controlled the brown card and floated alone. Stones condensed one after another, each of which was constructed into a human form by Alka, and then thrown into the ice blade whirlwind. As soon as they were thrown in, they were immediately strangled into gravel powder, and then sucked into the whirlwind. Looking at this killing storm, Jason couldn't help but touch his neck. He always felt like he had goosebumps. Alka controlled it for a while, and immediately cancelled the storm, and couldn't help but gasp. The fusion of these 3 elements consumed more physical strength and magic power than he had just played for so long. It's still a bit difficult to mix the 3 elements together. You have to practice controlling it. Now Alka has just mastered it, and can only control the attack brought by the fusion of 2 elements with ease. Moreover, the fusion between elements does not only cause attacks, but also brings them advantages in all aspects. Very good. This is already very good. Juanlu couldn't help but say beside him. This treasure is obviously very powerful. You have really become an elemental master now. Jason patted Alka's shoulder and said. It was not any ridicule, but sincere praise. Alka waved lightly in the air, and The 6 cards disappeared. Of course. You don't have to call me the elemental master. Just call me the master. Alka couldn't help but said with a smile. Hearing this, Xia Daidi nodded and said, You're right. It's very suitable. Think about it carefully. Through the mirror in space, you could open the mirror space and come to Alka's world. You could also change your appearance and simulate other creatures. The clouds of dreams can also control a certain amount of luck. Now these elements have come. Alka is really like a wizard. At the same time, it was strange and unpredictable. And it was also extremely powerful. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Simon's treasure is ready. As he said this, Alka looked at Simon. Hearing this, Simon remembered that he also wanted to show his treasure. He spread out his hands, and a sphere wrapped in hollow metal emerged from his palm. This metal sphere was very sci-fi and futuristic, and the azure energy glow emanated from the hollow metal. This is the simple way to use it, Simon said as he grabbed the sphere. Then some metal material came out of the metal arm, wrapped around the sphere, and turned into a hilt. Then the energy gathered, and the flashing energy blade extended directly from the hilt. This is the core function of the treasure. The gathering of energy. The magic power poured into the hilt, and the energy seemed to gather more and more. Simon swung it fiercely. The energy of the sword blade slashed out, and a hollow was cut out on the sea surface. The blade in his hand began to change again, constructing into a futuristic hollow-out style firearm, or a hand cannon or something like that. He raised the gun and fired a shot directly at the distance, but such a structure seemed to have a lot of recoil, and Simon even took a step back after one shot. A ball of energy light instantly launched into the sea surface and exploded, creating a lot of water splashes. Of course, this is only the most basic use. The real use must be coordinated with other treasures. The reason why all his treasures are constructed in a mechanical style is naturally to match the earliest treasure index finger to enhance the mechanical function. As he spoke, the mechanical scales on his body began to build and extend, and Simon completed the transformation in an instant. After the transformation, the armor extended again and became a mecha standing on the deck. The mecha's arms and some materials on the shoulders began to gather into the sphere just now. With the sphere as the core, a huge cannon with a length of 2.5 meters and a width of 0.5 meter was built. The mechanical hands, holding some of the machinery on the cannon, built on top of it. The treasure's index finger seemed to begin to radiate power, causing the machine to enter an overloaded state. Everyone could feel that magic power began to gather in large quantities. This way of gathering magic power was a bit like a magic gathering stone. Apparently, in order to quickly gather magic power, Simon also used other methods to build it. The legs of the machine began to change, becoming flat and wide, like a gun mount against the deck. Bang! A huge sound. A beam of energy as wide as an adult's shoulder shot straight into the sea. When the energy disappeared, a deep hollow appeared on the sea surface, and a large amount of sea water began to fill it. Then it seemed that a huge explosion occurred at the bottom of the sea. A large number of bubbles and a large bulge suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Apparently, the explosion occurred deep in the seabed. This is the attack and function that Simon constructed for his treasure. It made up for his lack of strong offensive means. Chapter 436 Fusion. The voice of dawn was sailing on an endless sea, only a few hours away from the Twin Islands. The reason why they were traveling around the Twin Islands was, naturally, because they had something to do that would not affect others. On the deck, Jason looked at the ring on his hand, and his expression became more and more strange. The two rings were obviously made into a pair of rings, and the ring in his hand looked more rugged. The whole ring is made of irregular transparent crystals, which is quite design-oriented. There is no extra decoration on it. And this ring is the treasure Jason got in the trial tower before, a pair of rings that can be fused. And today, the boat is here naturally, to use the treasure. Before, Jason didn't think it was strange, but now it is really a bit strange, looking at Eurylius, who is also holding a ring next to him, looking around curiously. At this time, Eurylius still maintains the human form. The more Jason looked at it, the more strange it became. Why don't you melt it? Jason thought about it, and asked cautiously. Why? Eurylius turned around and asked curiously. They all had the ring in their hands. That's right, if you don't melt it now, will you still melt it later? Then what's the point of having this treasure? Wouldn't it be a waste? Juanlu chimed in. Alka and others also watched with a smile, but didn't say anything, just watching quietly. Jason sighed helplessly, and put the ring on his hand. He looked at Eulilius next to him and said, "Turn into a dragon quickly. It's really weird to merge with the human form. It won't be so weird to turn into a dragon." "Very exquisite," Eulilius complained, but still expanded in the crystal wrapping and turned into a dragon again. However, Eulilius, who turned into a dragon, flew off the deck directly, because her current body was too big, and she could only curl up awkwardly on the deck. The head, front legs and tail all had to hang down on the sea surface, and they had to stick to the mast, which could easily scratch the mast or the tree in the central flower bed. Jason retracted his emotions and his expression became serious. Looking at the ring in his hand, he raised his right hand straight up to the sky. Looking up at the sky, Eulilius's magic power flowed from his hand into the ring, and the ring seemed to echo with Eulilius's ring in the sky. The two flashing lights flashed at the same frequency. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jason turned into a point of light and floated upwards, and the huge body of Eulilius in the sky also condensed into a flickering point of light. The 2 points of light collided in the air and combined together, and a huge transparent crystal floating in the air emerged. However, due to the flickering light inside, it was difficult for the crowd to see what was happening in the middle of the crystal. It was a bit similar to the scene when Eulilius turned into a human form. Roar! A huge roar penetrated the air. The transparent crystal exploded into scattered flowers under the flash of light. The light dissipated, and a huge dragon-shaped monster appeared above everyone's head. It still looked like a giant dragon, but the overall specifications had completely changed. The previous giant dragon was still like Eulilius, a dragon-shaped one, but now it was more like a fully grown dragon man. But compared to the dragon man, it was more wild. The body was like a human, but the arms were slender and the legs were thick, and it had crystal-like claws. The crystal-like carapace, attached to the elbow, shoulder and claws, has sharp crystal barbs, just like a carapace that increases attack damage. A complete dragon head is on the neck. Perhaps because of this strange image, the dragon head is more intimidating and more ferocious than the dragon form. The dragon horns on the top of the head completely maintain the angle of the dragon form, but from the more female horns before, they have become thicker and more ferocious. Behind are wide wings that almost cover the sky and the sun. This is the biggest change in the overall picture. The wings are a circle larger than the wings in the dragon form. Floating in front of them, it almost completely blocked out the sunlight. It also became wilder and thicker, covered with ferocious crystal spikes. If the former female crystal dragon was an elegant, beautiful mythical creature, the huge dragon man form in the current fusion form is like a violent, mythical monster, like a wild beast. Everything on the body seems to be born for fighting. The body that has become a fusion form seems to be dominated by Jason, who raised his arm and looked at his body. This form is really cool. As he said this, he couldn't help but flap his wings, and a fierce hurricane blew towards everyone. Then Jason, in the fusion form, flew directly into the sky at an extremely fast speed. He performed various flexible maneuvers in the air that even the dragon form couldn't do. You have to know how flexible the crystal dragon is, which can be considered flexible among the entire dragon clan. It was like a crystal pillar, flying in the sky, like a ball of light. Alka opened his eyes and looked at Jason at this time. The energy intensity is extremely high. The two merged together and shared their own overlapping strengths. The strength is not as simple as 1+1. The combat power of the two at this time is close to the perfection of the 5th stage, and they have strong magic power and strong physical fitness. In short, the fusion of the two is very perfect. If the strength of the two is in the middle of the 5th stage, then the fusion has a great probability of breaking through to the 6th stage directly. Of course, it is only physical fitness and magic reaction, but not all round. But such a fusion is already very strong. The huge size brings absolute deterrence. It brings a kind of frightening deterrence that even in the form of a giant dragon, it does not have. The crystal dragon in the form of a giant dragon is really too elegant and soft. It does not make people feel that it is a monster, but a sacred creature with divinity and wisdom. And now this huge dragon monster flying wildly in the air, it is obvious that it is more like the view of life on the ancient evil monster. Jason in the fusion form flew close to the sea surface, seemingly using some kind of power to fly over, dragging a whole crystal ice surface along the way. Speedily stopped beside the voice of dawn, and swung his huge claws upwards. Giant crystals more than 10 meters long protruded from the sea surface one after another, and kept stabbing out all the way. Extended 30 or 40 meters away. A distance of 30 or 40 meters, each spike was more than 10 meters high. Stopped beside the ship, Jason on the sea surface suddenly turned around, and the huge dragon tail used a strange power to whip the thick crystal spikes directly. A long strip of spikes exploded layer by layer. After the explosion, the fragments formed by these spikes shot out sharply and quickly. Then, Jason stood in place, his head tilted back slightly, which was a more obvious spitting action. The crystal covering his chest emitted a brilliant light. Jason's head tilted forward. The open mouth spewed out a beam of energy, like a laser beam of rainbow light. In an instant, it shot directly to a place 1 kilometer away. The bright light exploded, and the sea surface 1 kilometer away froze into a large section of columnar crystals with messy inverted sections. Everyone saw the fusion form that Jason was performing, and it seemed to have undergone a different transformation. The voice that was emitted also became Eurylius's voice. "Let me control this body." After this voice sounded, the fusion dragon next to it flapped its wings again and rushed into the sky. But this time it used a strange crystal power directly in the sky. Missiles one after another smashed down from the sky like meteors. As the waves on the sea surface exploded again and again, the giant dragon in the sky suddenly entered a state of invisibility through a strange power. Alka immediately opened his eyes. The invisibility state was not perfect, it was very easy to see through, very simple appearance invisibility. It should be some kind of spell effect unique to crystal dragons. Then the body controlled by Eurylius began to display various portable and fast spells. Apparently, Eurylius operated this body like a wizard, while Jason operated this body more like a warrior. So can both of them operate this body at the same time? Xiao looked at this scene and suddenly asked. If it were other beings, there would definitely be various problems if two consciousnesses operated one body. And there would be problems even if the relationship was close. But Eurylius and Jason were different. And the connection between the two had even become a kind of soul connection. At the moment Xiao appeared, the crystal dragon's body showed obvious changes. A dragon head grew out of its neck again, and this dragon head had changed significantly, compared to the more ferocious head. This dragon head was more like the feminine dragon head of Eurylius. Haha, it really works like this. Then everyone saw the huge dragon monster flying around in the sky. It seemed that Jason was mainly controlling this body to carry out various violent attacks. While the violent attacks were being carried out, various spell effects also burst out, magic missiles, shields and imprisonment effects. That is, one body played the role of two people. After circling in the sky for a long time, the huge dragon finally stopped beside the voice of dawn, and as the light changed, it dispersed into two light spots and fell on the deck. The two light spots turned into Jason and the human form of Eurylius. Eurylius seemed very tired and leaned directly on Jason. Jason carried her on his back. It seemed that Jason himself was in good condition. Alka looked at this scene, thought for a moment and asked, so the various attacks and spell effects just now were actually used by Eurylius? Or in this form? Most of the consumption is borne by Eurylius? Because in Alka's opinion, the current situation of Eurylius' body is much worse than Jason's. Eurylius's physical strength and magic power are much better than Jason's. There is only one possibility for this situation. Most of the consumption just now was borne by her. Jason nodded. Yes, most of the consumption of the previous form was borne by Eurylius. My physical strength and magic power are more like some kind of backup energy. Only after Eurylius' physical strength and magic power are exhausted will my magic power be replenished. And there should be more detailed differences. We can only know it after more fusion and use. Although he was slightly resistant before, but after the fusion, Jason was really attracted. This form is really too powerful and easy to use. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. Lucilia, who was sitting on his shoulder, couldn't wait to ask, how does it feel to merge? Jason, who had resisted before the fusion, just smiled now. To be honest, it's much better than I thought before. It's like a body that combines the advantages of our two bodies. Human flexibility and sensitivity, such as hands and 5 fingers. Jason said, and raised his hands and gestured with his fingers. Compared to the limbs in the form of a giant dragon, the limbs in the form of a human are obviously much more advantageous. It also has the body strength of a giant dragon, physical and magical power, and huge wings that can fly freely in the sky. This body is a fusion of the characteristics of the two races, abandoning the weaknesses of the body. Just as we knew before the treasure was made, the higher the mutual understanding and connection, the better the development will be after the fusion. And you know, it is so easy to control one body with two consciousnesses. I just need to focus on what I should do. And leave the rest to Eurylius. At this point, Jason's face still had excitement. The effect was even more outrageous than multitasking. Yes. Yes. It will be very easy to fight. It's like bullying. We are 2 versus 1. Eurylius, hanging on Jason's back, waved his fist and said, perhaps because the two of them were deeply connected to one body, they controlled it together. And it felt like a lot of burdens were unloaded. It was easier than operating one's own body. This was a feeling that could not be described in words. Only after experiencing it in person could one feel the sense of relief. Others naturally could not have any similar feelings about the two people's praise. Nor could they understand it. But all they needed to know was that the combat power of the two people would become extremely exaggerated when they merged together. And then, they would cooperate. After chatting for a few words, Alka looked in the direction of Julia. How is your treasure? Julia's treasure had to be completed first, and it was handed over to Julia a few days ago. However, even if Julia mastered her treasure on the spot, she could not exert her original ability. It was just a phonograph. Julia heard this, and directly opened her palm. A small diamond-shaped box floated out of her hand. The box opened, revealing a mini speaker, which looked a bit like a record player. But it is just similar. The overall structure is quite artistic. Julia lifted the box, and gently threw it into the air. Then the speaker began to play music. The music inside seemed to be an ensemble of many instruments. You can clearly hear the part played by the sound of dawn from the sound. Compared with Julia's live performance during the battle, the effect is more powerful. As the music came, layer after layer of enhancement effects were superimposed on everyone, and it was transmitted to a very far range. Keen perception, strengthening strength, strengthening speed, even putting a layer of adaptive defense energy shield on everyone. Energy notes floated out from the trumpet, reaching the point where they could be seen by the naked eye. Gladiator ensemble, Julia said, as the music changed, becoming passionate and exciting, as if it were a battlefield for a duel. Even the roars and fighting sounds of the two people fighting could be heard from the music. As the music sounded, a fighting spirit surged in everyone's hearts. Pororo couldn't help but squeeze his palms. He wanted to attack something. There was definitely the power of Julia's two-sided coin in it. Alka could feel that his arms were getting stronger. And if he used an attack, his attack would also be stronger. The most important thing was his sharp fighting spirit. He hadn't started fighting yet, but he seemed to have completely entered the fighting state. Once he attacked, he could immediately enter the state. Quick! Change it. Pororo seemed to be unable to help himself. His eyes were already red, and his blood vessels had completely burst. This superposition of fighting will obviously made him a little overwhelmed. Julia immediately waved her hand to change the song. Spring Dawn Ensemble. The sound of music that seemed to heal the soul and heal the pain came. The fighting will in Pororo's heart was immediately soothed, and there was a feeling of being washed from the mind to the body. Eurylius, who was hanging on Jason's back, could clearly feel that his physical strength and magic power were recovering rapidly, and couldn't help but jump off Jason's back. During the playback of the phonograph, I can continue to add music to it, to make the effect stronger. Julia had a harp in her hand, scraped it twice, and said with a smile, it seems to be very suitable as well. Chapter 437 Departure. 8 months have passed since they returned to the Twin Islands. After handing over the phonograph and fusion ring to Julia and Jason a month ago, the creation of the treasures was successfully completed. A few days ago, Lucilia also perfectly advanced to the 5th stage. At the same time, the strength of the puppet girls also improved and stabilized in various places of the 4th stage. Except for the captain, the rest of the puppet girls are all in the lower part of the 4th stage. The captain was only at the middle of the 4th stage. The only person who followed Lucilia was the deputy captain Zero. She almost followed Lucilia's strength to improve. When Lucilia's strength reached the 5th stage, she also improved to the 5th stage. Originally it was expected to stay for about a year, but now it was time to leave. Alka leaned against the side of the ship, looking at the busy port, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he saw a humanoid creature wearing a streamlined tights and a transparent helmet walking towards them, and Xiaodaidi was beside him. From this special shape, we know that the person wearing a helmet and completely enclosing himself is the Vasva people living in this space. The Vasva people have adapted to the environment better now, and the degree of adaptation has basically reached the level of the home sea, and even higher. Therefore, the Vasva people will occasionally wander around the island with a fully enclosed device. to get familiar with the situation outside. Alka is already considering waiting for a while, to let these vast people accept the inspiration of the treasure, and become touchers. After becoming a toucher, you can start to contact the outside world with a complete physical body. With an idea in mind, Alka walked directly to the captain's room, waved his finger to convey the information of the meeting. Sitting in the captain's room, Alka began to look at some information in his hand, waiting for everyone to arrive. With the sound of the door opening, people came in one after another. Not long after, everyone on the ship arrived. Things on the island are almost done. It's time to leave here and head to the next destination. Go to the world scar? Xiaodai asked. Alka nodded, yes. We must go there and kill the rat that is targeting us in the dark. Otherwise, all our actions in the future may lead to unpredictable and huge crisis. This is a problem they have decided in advance. If they don't go to the world scar to solve the problem of the devouring mouth, they have to be careful in everything they do in the future. Because there is a sinister guy in the dark. This guy has obviously set his sights on Alka and the others, and he must hold their souls in his hands. Not to mention that they will have to collect the 12 trial towers later, which will conflict with various forces. Who knows when the devouring mouth will do something to them in the dark. Once such an action is taken at the most critical moment, it is very likely that they will pay an irreparable price. So Alka decided to kill this rat first, and then think of other things. Although it may take several years, or even more than 10 years, it is worth it for them. Moreover, the island where the devouring mouth is located, or the land, is buried with a huge empire. The empire has countless treasures, which means they are doing real work. They can also continue to strengthen their strength through the various treasures they have obtained. There are also enough opponents there, and the demons can be trapped there for so long, obviously. They can get more knowledge and power to deal with demons in that area. On the contrary, facing the devouring mouth, they are safer than outside. Let's first summarize the information about this place in detail. After hearing Alka's words, Lucilia nodded, waved her hand, and a huge book appeared in front of everyone. According to the information we have collected during this period, the distance between the Twin Islands and the ruins of the Saralan Empire, that is, the distance between the world scar, is about 46 months of travel. The Greyfar demon hunter judge you mentioned is the leader of some of the survivors of the Saralan Empire, and is more inclined to the Church of the Holy Mother. He commands an organization called the Inquisition, all members of which hate demons, or are remnants of the Empire. They are also experts and elites in dealing with demons. Because it is the scar of the world, there are wars everywhere, churches of various gods, and various forces have troops there. There is a unified resistance council, which is responsible for commanding all those who come. Lucilia began to slowly tell them about their understanding of this place. After all, releasing the demons there would not be good for the whole world. So anyone who is not a fool would send their respective resources there. There may be various problems that hinder others, but you have to know that there are still 4 gods above this world. They know very well what kind of problems will be caused if they hinder each other. So no mortal force dares to disobey the joint order of the 4 gods. Of course, these are all pieced together through various information in books. You have to go to the scene to know the details. After listening to Lucilia's story, Jason thought for a while and asked, so I want to know how big that place is, and if we want to kill the devouring mouth there, how difficult is it? How big is it? Let me think about it. If you compare it, it's like an island as big as the Marsh Sea, which can actually be called land. Is it that big? Alka said with some surprise. Now only the fragrance land that is left the Marsh Sea may be comparable. That was also the largest island they had seen so far, like a small piece of land. Under the power of the Flower Fairy's revival, it broke away from the swamp and became a huge island. And the overall area of the swamp can really be described as a continent. Of course, it wasn't so big at the beginning, but because there were more and more demons after the world scar. But you know that demons really have no advantage on the sea, so they used the power of the abyss to summon a volcano there. Through the eruption of the volcano and the lava, they slowly expanded the area to an exaggerated area like the swamp, Lucilia said. Although the abyss is chaotic, and there are all kinds of demons in strange shapes and sizes. Generally speaking, these demons can only be called terrestrial creatures, and few of them are adapted to seawater. Coupled with the resistance of various churches and organizations, the demons that emerged from the scars of the world were completely blocked there. Even if the demons expand their territory, in addition to the blockade on the shore, there is also a blockade on the sea, which almost surrounds the place. Maybe there is also the power of gods playing a role there. And Alka even thinks that there must be the power of gods. Until now, the demons have not broken through that place. And as time goes by, it becomes increasingly difficult to break through there. And the Devourer, whom we want to kill, was originally the vanguard of the invaders, and later became one of the leaders because of his merits. There are 3 demon leaders in total, and the Devourer is the 3rd one. And his strength is about the beginning of the 8th stage. The beginning of the 8th stage. Hearing this, Juanlu leaned back in his chair. And it was obvious that this was a long-term battle. But it must be said that it is indeed a problem if this matter is not resolved. After all, being targeted by such a cunning demon is not an easy thing. This is the weakened strength. Although the Infinite Sea is a broken world, it is still a world with powerful gods protecting it. These demons will only be stronger in the abyss. When they come here, they will be suppressed more or less in terms of strength. The reason for entering the 8th stage is that the devouring mouth has been sealed and killed too many times since the God War era, Lucilia said as she flipped through the huge book in front of her. They knew this a long time ago. After all, the earliest record of the devouring mouth was in the Golden Age, but in that era, the devouring mouth was not really a big threat. There were too many gods and various divine creatures that could crush him to death. At that time, everything he did in this world, he had to be very careful. In the end, he must have angered someone, and was crippled by a god in the age of God Wars, and it took tens of thousands of years before it revived thousands of years ago. After the retelling, he brought down a powerful empire. So even if we kill him, he is not dead. And will he revive after many years? Jason asked. Lucilia did not need to answer this question. And Eurylius next to him said directly, there are 2 ways. One is to rush into the abyss and kill him. According to the legend, this demon can be compared to a god in the abyss. The second way is to let him get his body and soul out of the abyss and come to reality. At this time, use targeted attacks to attack him, which is likely to kill him completely. Even if he doesn't die, he will be broken in the abyss and be devoured by other hostile demons. Hearing these 2 words, it is clear that Eurylius's meaning is very simple. Don't think about really killing it completely. It is very difficult. Although the devouring mouth is a demon, as we have seen before, it is a cunning demon who likes the devil's form. It is impossible for him to put himself in such a disadvantage. So our goal is to kill him once, so that he will have at least a few decades, and it will be difficult for him to have any impact on this world. As for decades later, if we are still afraid of him at that time, then these decades may have been wasted. Alka said directly. This sentence may sound a bit arrogant, but it is indeed the truth for everyone. Decades later, if they are still afraid of the newly revived devouring mouth, then they are really wrong. Okay, we will consider it when we reach the world scar. Alka knocked on the table, and the meeting was over. Then he said to everyone, exchange the remaining money for various materials we need, and keep some for backup. This time, they will obviously stay there for a very long time, and prepare more supplies for Vasva. After assigning some tasks, everyone left the captain's room. They started to get busy. After a month, they had purchased all kinds of spell materials, ores, and medicinal materials. It must be said that their purchases this time were indeed quite eye-catching. They had almost bought up all the more advanced materials in the past month. What was even more eye-catching was their demand for ordinary supplies. This time, they prepared enough supplies for the Vasva people to fully adapt to the magic of the Infinite Sea. Of course, they spent all the wealth that the Vasva people had kept, which was a staggering amount of wealth. Their acquisitions, to a certain extent, even caused panic among ordinary civilians and merchants. As a result, someone from the church came to ask Alka what they wanted to do, because the supplies Alka and his team had purchased were enough to fight a big war. After clearing up the misunderstanding and buying enough things, Alka and his companions quickly left the Twin Islands. Alka looked at the guidance flag on the rudder. The place where this flag pointed was the world scar. It was a gift from the Archbishop. Cough. Cough. There was a strange cough behind him, but Alka was used to it. So he turned his head and looked. Behind him was a Vastva man who was not wearing any protective equipment. This person was none other than Waku. Although he was seasick, he was the one with the highest adaptability to magic, and was often used as a test subject for magic adaptation. Of course, the test subject here was just a joke. He was also the first Vasva person to come to the Infinite Sea without wearing protective equipment. After all, his adaptability was infinitely close to the magic strength of the infinite sea. And he was also the first person to be inspired by the treasure. However, he still looked a little allergic. But these allergies were very minor, and only made his throat a little itchy and coughed. He had been outside for at least 10 hours. How do you feel now? Hearing Alka's words, Waka nodded weakly. It's much better than when I just came out. Come out again tomorrow and try to adapt. If you are almost adapted, you can start meditating. Waka nodded. He was looking forward to this. Being able to freely control magic, they had only seen it in history books. After seeing that it was almost done, Vaku returned to the space. As it got dark, Arka also sank into the dream. Arka, who appeared in his dream bubble, did not leave his dream bubble, but leaned against the crystal pillar that soared into the sky in the dream, staying quietly. The gold and silver energy in this transparent crystal pillar had long been filled, and it was almost the sun of the dream world. It was surrounded by a lush forest, where various plants grew, and there were all kinds of small animals running around. Alka's dream showed a different vitality from everyone else's dream. Only his dream had such things. Suddenly he felt the fluctuation of his dream bubble. Someone came in. The only ones who could enter his dream bubble were Siadaiti and Lucilia. The movement should be Lucilia. Sure enough, Lucilia with normal body proportions floated down. Only in dreams, she could make her body reach the proportions of normal people. In the outside world, it can only be achieved by the soul. Perhaps due to the changes in the body in the outside world, in the dream, Lucilia's once emerald green hair also turned into a blood-red gradient in the emerald green. She was wearing an ordinary light green dress, and flew down barefoot. Looking at Lucilia floating down, Alka stood up with a smile, stretched out his hands, and took her in his arms in the form of a princess hug. Why did you want to come to my dream today? Alka asked with a smile, as he looked at Lucilia in his arms. Lucilia looked at him, and turned her head away. Humph. I miss these little animals. Really? Alka asked with a smile, and did not let her answer. Just hugged her, and sat on the grass. He waved his hand. The wandering little animals gathered around. The most were elks. The fur of these elks was snow white, and their antlers were like jade. They were obviously not normal creatures. These animals gathered around them, playing around the two of them, and even jumped on them, under the shining crystal pillar behind her like the sun. It seemed so peaceful and tranquil. Lucilia leaned in Alka's arms, her head against his chin, and played with a little squirrel on her body. Alka passed his hands through Lucilia's abdomen and hugged her. He moved his head slightly, and put it next to Lucilia's ear. He gently sniffed the fragrant and fresh breath that was unique to Lucilia. He looked at Lucilia's somewhat sharp ears, suddenly rubbed it. Hey, what are you doing? My hair is all messed up. What does it matter? Suddenly thinking of something, Alka whispered something in Lucilia's ear. Lucilia blushed slightly, and shook her head dissatisfied. No, I don't want to wear that. Wear it, I want to see it. At Alka's request, Lucilia blushed slightly, and nodded helplessly. Okay then. She stood up, and then thought of something, and turned her head. You are not allowed to look. I didn't look, I blocked my own vision. Alka stared at Lucilia without blinking, telling lies. Humph! Lucilia said no more, turned around, and her clothes changed. It became the clothes Alka saw when he first entered her dream. The white transparent gauze wrapped her hands, and her body was a perfect outline of her figure, with some hollow clothes. Wearing this dress is completely different from Lucilia's usual temperament. Alka just admired it intently. Chapter 438 Demon Worship. Thunder and lightning, dark clouds. From afar, you can see the sea and sky in the distance, covered by a dark cloud, and the atmosphere inside is violent and gloomy. The dark area forms a sharp contrast with the daytime outside. Looking into that area, thick and long lightning keeps striking from the clouds and crashing straight into the sea. The waves roll, and the waves twist. The waves like a city wall keep rolling and hitting, and the whole sea area is like a boiling water surface. As the waves rolled, a ship appeared and disappeared in the ups and downs of the waves. Even in such a rolling and chaotic sea, the ship's voyage seemed to be undisturbed. It continued to move forward with the beating and surging. The lightning kept striking, but none of them hit the ship. This place is really a mess. Alka squinted his eyes, and his eyes slightly changed shape, allowing him to see very far away. What he cared about was not the sea area they were in that seemed to be in a storm, but the storm tornado that was coming towards them in the distance. It's okay. We will have left here long ago when the tornado comes, Juanlu said beside him. although the sea conditions in this area are already a disaster for other ships. It is just that for Alka and his men, even their speed of advancement can hardly be stopped. But if the storm tornado comes, it will be difficult. Not to mention that Julia had clearly felt that the space around her was extremely unstable. Natural disasters formed under such circumstances. Almost all carried other forces, so it was better not to touch them. Well, I can't do it anymore. I want to go back. A Vasva man was almost unable to stand on the deck, and said hurriedly. Then the whole person fell into the crack of the space as if falling, and returned to the space. Faced with such a situation, everyone just smiled. Such turbulent waves, they have been sailing for so long that they can more or less encounter them. They can encounter them once or twice a year at least. So they have long been accustomed to it. But for the Vasva people, such turbulence is a bit too exaggerated. Not to mention that almost everyone in Vasva is seasick. As they were talking, a wave of 8 or 9 meters high slammed directly towards their ship. It swept the sailboat in at once. When the sea surface surged again, the sound of dawn floated out. It seemed that the slapping and curling of the waves just now had no effect on him at all, and there was not even a drop of water on the deck. A layer of transparent film blocked all the rain and waves from the sky. At this time, a water bottle could be seen floating on the tree, and all the seawater that could fall on the deck was sucked in. Be careful, the surrounding environment is getting more and more chaotic. Julia, who was standing on the bow and watching the sea disaster, suddenly said. Hearing this, the people who were chatting and doing nothing on the deck immediately became serious. Since Julia specifically explained it, it means that the surrounding environment is going to become more chaotic. Then Alka felt something. His eyes radiated a blue light. And he immediately stretched out his hands and pressed the air. A crack suddenly appeared where the lightning had struck. The crack had just appeared. And it closed immediately. Be careful. The space has become unstable. Lucilia. The blue light in Alka's hands became stronger and stronger. Lucilia immediately jumped over, stood on Alka's shoulder, and held a dagger in her hand. It was the space dagger she had mastered before. Both of them had space treasures, which could stabilize the damage to the space to a certain extent at this time. Boom! Another thunder sounded. A thick lightning bolt struck down from the direction of about a few hundred meters from the ship. After it struck, a 3 or 4 meter long crack in the damaged space appeared at the original place. Just like glass being smashed by a stone, the crack spread to the surroundings. Everyone could even see the void outside after the damage. The seawater and waves formed a vortex and were sucked into the air. It seemed that the damage in the space attracted something. And another lightning struck. The crack in the space became bigger. The suction force became stronger and stronger. The dawn sound, which wanted to escape, could not resist this force and began to be dragged towards the crack. It happened at this time. Alka looked at this scene and was a little annoyed. He and Lucilia had barely stabilized the space within a certain range around the ship. But the damaged area was far away from them. If they want to keep it stable, it will take more magic power, and there is a possibility that tiny space cracks will appear around them. The suction will pull each other, and it may even freeze them in place. But if it is not reduced a little, the space cracks will get bigger and bigger, and they are likely to be sucked in. 2 cards flew out. The brown earth card and the ice blue ice card floated out, and then a stone ball wrapped in ice floated out. Under Alka's distracted control, flew towards the crack. It was stuffed straight into the crack. The size of the stone ball was just enough to block the crack, but the crack in the space was still expanding, and it would soon completely absorb the stone ball. At this time, the surrounding ice would freeze the absorbed seawater continuously, and then the area covered by the ice ball became larger and larger, until it exceeded the place where the space expanded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the sound of dawn accelerated rapidly, and drove quickly into the distance. Bang! A loud noise was heard. A huge ice ball with a diameter of about 10 meters hit the sea surface next to them. The already chaotic sea area became even worse. Everyone looked up. Hail began to fall from the sky like meteorites. Sound of dawn! When Alka shouted, a faint pink mist appeared on the bow of the Sound of Dawn, and then the space began to fluctuate, and the entire ship became illusory. Then the speed of the entire ship immediately began to accelerate. The illusory hull moved forward directly, and the waves passed directly through the hull, without causing any impact on the entire ship. A meteorite-like ice ball even hit the bow directly. But it passed through the ship and fell into the water. What the hell? What's going on here? The rain stopped and the sky cleared up. Alka leaned under the mast, panting. Not only him, but everyone around him was more or less out of shape. And the deck of the entire ship was wet, and the voice of Dawn was controlling the branches to absorb the water. Originally, it was just a bad sea condition, but in the end, I don't know how it turned into an extremely exaggerated extreme weather. Various space cracks. Hailstorms are completely incomprehensible. In the end, the lightning from top to bottom began to flash randomly from all angles. It means that the space has become completely chaotic. Xia Dai rested for a while and said, "Because we are about to reach the world scar. It is only a few days away." Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. They had learned from various channels what they need to pay attention to when going to the world scar. The most important thing to pay attention to is the sea disaster that is very likely to be encountered. Therefore, most merchant ships and supply ships that want to enter the world scar need to be guided by the church's ships or special navigation ships. And they have to wait for a certain time. However, that is only for those weaker and ordinary ships and merchant ships without too many strong people. For Alka and others, it is naturally not so troublesome. Just go through it directly. Dang. 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 However, just when everyone was chatting and resting, there was a ding-dong sound from the top. It means that the observation room has discovered the situation. Alka stood up immediately after hearing the sound, looked at the surrounding environment, and then immediately found the problem. Two swaying red dots were coming towards them from a distance. Alka's eyes immediately changed, looking in that direction. They were two ships that I didn't know how to describe, or I didn't know if they could be described as ships, more like steel objects floating on the sea. They were objects forged from steel and molten fire. Steel overlapped and fused like plate armor, and you could see the joints, with red magma flowing. It was an ironclad ship, or more like a chariot or plate made of random steel. A huge skull and various bone decorations could be seen on the ship. The entire ship had no masts or sails, and only the head of the ironclad ship had various spiked armor. There were also cannon muzzles around it. Demons? Alka couldn't help but say, as he looked at the creatures on the ironclad ship. Various demons with blood-red or dark skin could be seen jumping and screaming on it. The only thing standing high on the ship was a flag. The flag looked a little torn, with black characters on a red background. The black pattern looked like a devil's claw, grabbing an unknown object. Prepare to meet the enemy. After a brief observation, AKA turned around and said without hesitation. Everyone immediately went their separate ways, and the puppet girls stood in their respective positions. As the two sides got closer and closer, they were finally able to observe each other more carefully. Haha. The human ship killed them. The devil's roar came, and there was a creaking sound on the ironclad ship. The exaggerated and wild cannon was aimed at AKA and the others. However, before the cannon could fire, a strong beam of light shot directly at it. It accurately hit the place where the turret was located. With a burst of explosions, a huge gap appeared there, and various demons were blown up. A huge hole had been burned in the place where it was directly hit. Only scattered fragments of the turret were left. The one who reflected the attack was Simon, who was already driving the mecha and holding his new weapon. At this time, his entire mecha had turned into a mode similar to a turret, and his chest and arms had completely become the support of the huge gun barrel in front of him. The whole mecha was emitting a strong blue light, and was madly absorbing the surrounding magic power. Bang! Another exaggerated beam of light shot over. It directly hit the ironclad ship again, and a huge gap was created. Objects like lava flowed out, and the surrounding area of the ship was covered with a large amount of steam. The enemy ship fired, one after another. The liquid-like molten fire shells flew towards them. However, the flying speed of these shells was obviously too slow compared to their attack. A water blue card appeared in front of Alka. The water below turned into water bombs one after another, and hit them. Both sides cancelled each other out. Ah. However, in the evaporation of a large amount of steam, one after another, demons like little devils flew out from it with a big laugh and landed on the deck. The molten fire of those shells was not only lava, but also wrapped these little devils. This was not only a long-range bombardment, but also a boarding tactic. However, these little devils had just landed on the deck when they were kicked over by a small puppet. How could the strength of these little ghosts be comparable to the fighting girls on the ship? With one kick, the huge force directly turned the little ghost into a cannonball, and plunged into the water. Seeing the shape of the little ghost, it was known that there was no way to survive. More little ghosts fell, but before they landed on the deck, they became the souls of the puppet girls. You should know that even the worst puppet girls are now stable at the 4th stage. At this time, some of the cannonballs were obviously no longer carrying little ghosts, but 1 or 2 powerful demons. And the strength of these demons was almost in the middle of the 4th stage. The body seemed to be made of lava, more like a fire element. A stream of light flashed by. Before he could blink, the lava-like body turned into drops of molten fire and fell into the sea. Xia Dai, who attacked these lava monsters, had returned to the deck and looked at his calves. There was a slight redness on his calves. It's a little hot. After a simple confrontation, Alka had already seen the strongest people on the ship. It seemed to be an ordinary warship. Even the strong people at the 5th level were not seen. Xia Dai sink them? Yes, Captain. Xia Dai said with a smile and turned into a blue stream of light, flying out directly. Seeing this, Simon's mecha immediately dissipated. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked into the distance. The blue stream of light stopped above the 2 ships in an instant. Human, come to die. The demons on the ship laughed. Seemingly they still hadn't figured out the situation. Some powerful demons, carrying huge weapons in their hands, flapped their wings and rushed directly towards Xia Dai in the sky. The little ghosts on the ship were shaking and laughing on the iron deck, seemingly waiting for the death and blood and flesh of the humans above them. Xia Dai's right leg had begun to be covered with light. The red light was flashing, coming from her earrings. Ha! A loud shout. Xia Dai raised her right leg and twisted it in the air, and kicked directly downward. The huge shock wave allowed the people in the distance to see clearly, like a transparent boulder pressing down. Bang! With a loud noise, the demon that rushed up turned into a ball of blood mist without even understanding what was happening, and then was pressed down along with the blood. A demon's ironclad ship was directly hit, and sank with the sound of creaking and seawater. The other ironclad ship was left with only the head just outside the attack range. But with the sound of creaking, only the head of the entire ironclad ship remained on the sea. The other parts had broken off and sunk into the water under the huge impact. A large amount of seawater spray and steam produced by lava emerged, and the rolling waves also brought the remaining head into the sea. The huge force generated waves that hit Alka's ship, causing the dawn sound to sway on the sea. Before everyone could see the attack site clearly, the waves and steam had not yet dissipated. As a blue stream of light passed by, Xia Dai was already standing on the deck. The first real combat. Xia Dai perfectly showed them what the aesthetics of violence was. However, before Alka could ask questions, he found that another ship was coming towards them in the distance. This time, it was a small fleet of 3 ships. Alka squinted his eyes and looked over. The 3 ships were also made of ironclad ships, but Alka immediately saw the gear-shaped round pupil logo unique to the Holy Machine Church on the hull. These were all warships of the Holy Machine Church. Seeing this, Alka felt relieved. The Holy Machine Church's ships are here. I don't know if they are chasing the demons just now, or they are attracted by the movement here, Alka said, and everyone waited. At the place of attack, the splashes and fighting spirit that blocked the attack began to dissipate. Only various pieces of iron emerged from the seawater, and as the waves spread, some fragments of demons' limbs could even be seen. Chapter 439 World Scars. This is a magnificent warship made of closely arranged steel plates. On the deck, you can see the rough gun turrets arranged on it. The gears representing the Holy Machine Church, and the pupils in the center of the gears are printed on the side of the hull. On the deck, you can also see soldiers wearing light chain mail patrolling on it. They are using powerful-looking rock-shaking guns in their hands. The 3 steel warships from the Holy Machine Church slowed down and circled around the place where the 2 demon warships sank. One of the warships, which seemed to be the leading one, slowly docked next to Alka and his team. About 10 meters away, an ordinary-looking man with dark skin looked at the flag on Alka's sail. It was the symbol of Alka's team, with the ocean island as the background. A precisely scaled compass and a horizontal pupil in the middle of the compass appeared on it. Are you the pupil of the compass? He asked Alka and his team puzzledly, although he was not sure whether the flag with this pattern was what he thought. Hearing this, Alka and the others were a little surprised, although they were slightly well known in the Twin Islands. But they knew in their hearts that it was only in that area. Although he was puzzled, Alka still nodded, yes. Hearing this, the captain-like character nodded and looked at Simon next to him. Nodding to him, it was a polite greeting, because they should be considered members of the church. So you are going to World Scar, right? We have received similar news. It seems that the Archbishop must have sent this news first. Alka nodded. Then a metal wheat ear ornament appeared in his hand. Seeing this metal wheat ear ornament and the aura it exudes, plus Simon next to Alka, the captain seemed to have confirmed Alka and his companions' identities. Okay, we will leave a ship to guide you. After saying that, without waiting for Alka and his companions to answer, the ship drove to where the companions behind him were staying. After the 3 ships gathered, one of them stayed where it was, and the other 2 sailed away. The ironclad ship that was parked in the original place came over. The captain of this ship was a man with a flat head and a square face. Now we will lead you to the World Scar. Please follow us, don't fall behind. They communicated with each other, the ironclad ship started, and the dawn sound drove behind them. Following the ironclad ship, it didn't take long to see the sea current in front, which seemed to have changed differently. As soon as the ironclad ship passed by, its speed increased immediately. Alka and the others followed closely behind. The speed of the voice of dawn was pushed by the current, and it immediately accelerated to catch up. Following the current, the speed of the 2 ships gradually increased, faster and faster. As they sailed, they could see that not far from the current, other ships were sailing. AKA could even see a demon warship that he had seen before, being chased by 3 ships that seemed to be made of vines and branches. Soon, this demon warship sank to the bottom of the sea, just like the 2 ships AKA and his friends had encountered before. The various patrol ships and the ongoing naval battles all showed them that wars were going on in this place at any time and anywhere. Is this some kind of fast current? Standing on the deck, feeling the fast speed, Jason asked. He didn't know much about this. This kind of current shouldn't exist in this place. It should be man-made, Lucilia said after observing the surrounding sea conditions. Matt Lisa beside him nodded. I can feel the breath of the sea god in this current. I even sense the believers of the sea god under the current. It should be operated and maintained by the Church of the Sea God. After saying this, everyone understood. The speed of the sea current is very fast. It would take 2 or 3 days to reach the destination. It only took them about half a day to see the island that almost completely blocked their vision. Perhaps for such an area of land, it can no longer be called an island. Following the current, Alka and his companions soon found a port city on the shore. The surrounding ships were densely packed, rushing towards that area. When they arrived here, the warship leading them directly broke away from the current and left without any communication with Alka and his companions. When they arrived here, Alka and his companions roughly understood and drove the ship directly towards the port. As they got closer, they could see that the city was built against a mountain. This was a high peak on the shore, and the city was located in layers from the mountainside to the sea. On both sides of the city, there were towering walls and some protrusions on the mountain, which combined with each other to form 2 curved protective surfaces. The entire city was surrounded in the center. Alka and the others could see at least 6 or 7 airships flying in the sky. What is that? Jason asked in surprise. Simon looked at it with shining eyes. There was a building similar to a lighthouse on the shore, but there was an extremely thick and long gun barrel extending from the top of the building, like a giant cannon. As the lighthouse got closer and closer, they gradually realized how exaggerated and huge it was. It could no longer be described as a lighthouse. It was a round towering fortress. In addition to the thick and long gun barrel they saw in the distance, there were dense shooting holes and gun barrels extending around the circular stone wall. Here it no longer looks like a fantasy style, but more like the style of Iron War. As Alka and his ship gradually approached the port, they clearly felt that something was targeting them. It was not known whether it was because they were unfamiliar ships or a warning. Following the mess of ships, Alka and his ship parked at one of the berths in the port. As they stopped, something had scanned their ship, and no port staff came to collect fees, so they were allowed to dock at will. Do you want to go down and take a look? Alka turned around and looked at everyone and asked. Everyone nodded, and everyone was a little curious about this place. Then let's go around the city and get to know the situation here. After saying that, Alka jumped off the boat directly. Everyone jumped off one by one. Zadaidi and Lucilia followed Alka to the port. The port was bustling with people, and it looked a bit noisy. But among the people coming and going, whether they were civilians or laborers, there was a strong aura. They all seemed to be very good at fighting. Alka looked at the humans here, and they all had some degree of abnormality. Some had orange-red eyes, some had slightly pointed ears, and some areas of their bodies had tiny bone spurs growing on them. You could also see subhumans of different races that you had never seen before. You don't have eyes, do you? There seemed to be a collision not far away, and a box of goods fell to the ground. The goods that fell to the ground were all various materials taken from the demons, but these seemed to be mostly the heads and tails of the little demons. Following the noise, a group of soldiers came through the crowd. "What are you arguing about? What happened?" Alka and the others looked over. The soldiers were wearing heavy armor, which was pure black. But it didn't look like metal, but rather like some kind of pure black hard stone. In his hand was a long spear with a tip as exaggerated as a sword blade. Alka blinked. There were a total of 5 soldiers in this group, and they were all in different stages of the 3 stages. Some kind of markings could be seen on the armor. An axe chopped down on the devil's sketch. After watching for a while, the 3 walked towards the city. "Did you find it?" The goods shipped out seem to be all devil materials, and the goods shipped in are all various supplies. "Ziadide has been observing the goods here," said. Alka nodded, and he also saw that many goods had the mark of the Four Gods Church. The largest building seen through the port is a tavern-like building. Some small groups of people wearing simple weapons, holding various weapons in their hands, and some blood scars on their bodies can be seen coming and going on the street. Some people even had materials hanging on their bodies that looked like trophies, all from various demons. After a careful look, Alka found that there were not only demons, but also some creatures that he had never seen before, and the materials were taken from unknown creatures. The buildings here were all low, constructed with heavy stones. All of them were made of various gray, white, and brown hard stones, and Alka had not seen any building with a height of more than 3 floors. It looked very solid and thick. There were noisy sounds coming from my ears. I could hear various languages, but the most common language was the language of the Four Gods Sea. Alka blinked slightly, looking at the people coming and going on the street. Among the people coming and going, Alka saw 4 people with the aura of treasures. Even the ordinary residents, women wearing linen clothes, are at the 2nd stage of strength. The Church of the Virgin Mary? When Alka and his friends passed by the street, they saw a building similar to the Church of the Virgin Mary. Why is it similar? Because this building looks a bit like a war fortress. They did see the statue of the Virgin Mary and the holy emblem at the door. Looking inside, both the priests and the guards were wearing armor. At the door, there was a man wearing heavy armor, holding a book wrapped in a steel shell, and seemed to be using some kind of healing spell. In front of him was a row of wounded people, including mercenaries, civilians, and the soldiers wearing black stone armor that they had just seen at the port. The armor on this priest was not just for show. You could see some tiny scratches and slight dents on it. There was a flail hanging around his waist, and there was dried blood on the hammer of the flail. And this priest was wearing a priest's robe under his armor. He didn't look strong, just the standard of an ordinary adult. A guard of the Holy Mother Church standing nearby saw Alka and the others coming over. After coming over, he crossed his hands and saluted. Alka and the others also saluted in return. Obviously, the guard saw the breath of the Virgin Mary on them. "Saints, is this your first time here?" It seems that for the members of the Virgin Mary Church, it is too easy to identify saints. Looking at the man in front of him wearing a helmet and visor, whose eyes and lips can only be seen slightly, Alka nodded. "Yes, we just came here and don't know much about this place." At this time, it seemed that the priest behind them had finished the treatment and walked towards them. After he came over, he patted the soldier's shoulder, and then stood in front of Alka and the others. "I am Purvis, a marching priest of the Church of the Virgin Mary. Alka, the captain of the Eye of the Compass." Alka looked at him and shook his hand. The priest in front of him was about the middle of the 4th stage, and did not have any treasures, but the book seemed to be a holy weapon. For the followers of the Virgin Mary, it was also a treasure. "Alka? The Eye of the Compass. I seem to have heard this name somewhere." After hearing Alka's introduction, the priest in front of him could not help thinking. Then he seemed to remember. "I remember, a few months ago, I received news that a saint and his team would come here. It must be you. If there is no one else named Alka, then it should be me," Alka said with a smile. "Excuse me, please follow me," Purvis said and led Aka and the others into the fortress-like church, still facing the prayer hall. But now the narrow prayer hall seemed to be empty. Purvis took Alka and the others to find a seat and sit down. "This is the giant mountain harbor, which is the passage between the world scar and the outside world. It is relatively safe here." As he spoke, a map appeared in his hand. "I don't have many maps to give you, but you can take a look at this one first." He handed it over. Alka took the map he handed over. This map was drawn quite clearly and straightforwardly. The shape of the entire world's scar is similar to a very irregular rhombus. There is a long gap in the center of the rhombus, which connects all the way to overseas. Alka looked at the divisions on the map. The place where the demon is located is the gap in the center of the diamond, and the direction where the gap extends. The three sides are occupied by the order side. The outlet of the gap is the only area where the demons are connected to the outside world. There is also a sea channel outside, which should be the current they just passed through, which can sail fast. These currents are like blood vessels around the sea surface, but it can be seen that the channel almost circles around the demon's outlet. Obviously, it is to prevent the demon's ship from leaving this area with the demon. In addition to the extreme weather that Alka and his team encountered outside, it can be confirmed that these extreme weather conditions are also a part of restricting the demons from leaving. Looking at the map, Alka couldn't help but blink. I wonder if this map is a world map or a regional map. Thinking of this, Alka blinked and looked at the map. It is not a world map, but a regional map. One after another, light spots appeared in front of Alka. Densely packed, almost completely covering the entire continent, mainly because this continent is already very large, and the scale of the map in Alka's hand is too small. So it looks like there are treasures all over the map. There are hundreds of golden lights everywhere. Alka even saw more than a dozen orange light beams. And on top of that, Alka found a full 6 red light beams. 4 of them are in the demons' territory. As we know before, this was destroyed by the demons, which was once considered the top imperial power in the world, and left a lot of heritage in the entire area. It has not been completely plundered over the years, because this place is indeed too dangerous. This map is not the latest version, it is 10 years ago. Some areas have also changed, but the terrain has not changed much. Just bear with it. Purvis explained a few words on the side. In general, the area occupied by the demon forces of the entire continent accounts for about 1/3. But the alliance where the Four Gods Church is located does not seem to occupy the other 2/3, and some areas are occupied by other unknown forces. Alka looked at the circle of protection of the demons. There were all kinds of names of fortresses all around. The human side almost built a fortress wall there, blocking the demons firmly in the gap, preventing them from rushing out and endangering the whole world. After understanding this area, Alka put away the map and handed it to Purvis. Thank you. Chapter 440 Joining the Fleet. In the captain's room of the forecastle of Dawn Sound, Alka and others sat around the round wooden table in the center of the captain's room, seemingly discussing something. They have been in this port city for several days, and after various information, they have almost gained a certain understanding of the overall situation of this area. There is a map in front of Alka. Looking at the map in front of him, the brown earth card appeared in front of him, and on the round table, the sand and stones gathered to form an undulating sand table. The reason why so much information can be restored from the map is that Alka has actually seen this kind of sand table in the city, and completely reproduced it. With a sand table, it is also possible to have a more intuitive understanding of the entire area. After making the sand table, Alka pointed to the lower left corner of the entire map. There was a small stone model of a city there. This is where we are. The demon area is generally in this area, Alka said, and drew a crooked boundary line in the depression in the center. Legend has it that the depression here is the wound of the world. It is the wound here that completely weakens the body and barrier of the world, allowing demons and all kinds of monsters to come here easily. That is to say, this island, or the continent, was originally a whole piece, but because of the wound, a gap from the center to the border appeared in its body. The ocean current filled it and formed a channel leading to the sea. And this border line is a long wall. And the wall and various fortresses completely surround this area. Juanlu looked at the map. You mean? This wall completely surrounds the entire demon border line. Alka nodded. Although it sounds exaggerated, it is indeed the truth. The wall that encloses the entire area is like a wall around the border of a country, which is very outrageous. Then it must not be built by manpower, Xia Daidi said after a simple calculation. This is too unrealistic. Yes, it is said to be built with treasures, and it is the work of the Seed of Life and the Church of the Holy Mother. If it is a joint work of these two churches, then it can be understood, because the various abilities of these two churches and the power of gods are more or less related to the earth and soil. But it doesn't mean that it's safe inside the city walls. In this area, anywhere outside the city is not very safe, because there are still many demons in this weak area that can reach various places on the continent through rituals or portals. It's just that the number of such demons is small, and it's impossible for them to emerge in large numbers. Compared to the demons emerging from the world wound, they are not worth mentioning, and it's difficult for them to occupy an area. Most of them will be wiped out after being exposed, Alka said. Then he waved his hand again, and city markers appeared one after another on the map. It can be seen that there are a total of 4 port cities, similar to the city they are in now, far away from the border of the Demon Gap. This is the channel connecting to the outside world. Most of the materials will arrive here, and then be transported to other places through here. After all, this place is so chaotic. You can't expect to really grow any edible food here. Even if you grow it, it will not survive for more than 2 generations before being contaminated by the abyss and various strange auras, turning into strange things or even poisonous. Road after road, extending from the city to the city wall. These are blood transfusion tubes. Only around these transportation intersections can it be considered safe. In other directions, there are not only demons. There are also various beasts that have become violent because of the breath of the abyss in this area, and various external life forms that sneak in. These are unfriendly external life forms that are not obtained through formal means, either hostile in nature or hostile in essence. What do you mean by hostile in essence? Pororo scratched his forehead and asked with some confusion. Hostility in nature can be considered as a simple evil camp. But what does this essentially mean? Alka thought for a while and explained, for example, there is a tribe from the outside world. They live by eating the flesh and blood of intelligent creatures. And they like the souls of new and strange intelligent creatures. Okay. You don't need to explain. I understand. Hearing this, Pororo knew what it meant. Simply put, it is hostility in body structure. Everyone listened to Alka's story and looked at the sand table in front of them. In short, this is a very dangerous area. There are few safe areas. Don't look at the large area occupied by the 4 gods, but most of it is unsafe. It's just much safer than the area occupied by the demons. So what should we do now? Lucilia asked. They are only at the 5th stage now, but their target is a demon with the strength of the 8th stage. It is also a demon as cunning as a devil, not as reckless as other demons, and it would be too difficult to cheat his life with a trick. When they came here, they were ready to fight for a long time. That was indeed their plan. Now, they actually only have 2 options. 1, to improve their strength to the perfection of the 6th stage, or the 7th stage before sailing out. 2, to stay here, until they can completely kill this group of demons. Choosing the first method means that they will have to bear the possibility of danger at any time and anywhere, even if they have reached the strength to not be afraid of the devouring mouth in the outside world. After all, they were their opponents, and they had already done their homework. The devouring mouth was trapped here like most of the demons here, but he was able to use his special abilities, and some means to separate a clone to wreak havoc in the outside world. The death of the clone in the outside world would only have a small impact on him, and the strongest clone could only reach the 6th stage. Obviously, this cunning demon also knew that he would definitely use other methods to target Alka and the others. Weaken the strength of the strong, use various insidious methods to sneak attack. No one can guarantee that they will always be vigilant, always in a perfect state. There are too many deadly methods of defeating the strong with the weak. Alka and his friends don't want to be on guard against this demon when sailing outside, and they don't know when it will suddenly appear. And to achieve this condition, they must first improve their strength to the 6th stage or the 7th stage. This is nearly 10 years. During this time, they can either be in a safe island, preferably in an area with a church, such as the Twin Islands, to practice hard, or they can come to the World Scar and face the devouring mouth in this area, with a perfect defense system here, as well as the experience of dealing with it. They can fight here while meditating and practicing. They can also use the treasures in the ruins to strengthen their strength. This is their choice, because no matter whether it is the first or the second method, they have to come here. But the time we stay here is short or long. We must first reach the anti-magic wall through the safe transportation channel, and then reach this fortress, Arka said, and drew a circle in one direction of the city wall. There is a fortress there, which is equivalent to a node of the city wall. Without waiting for everyone to ask, Arka explained directly. According to the news, Greyfar, the demon hunter judge, is now in this fortress, and I have a treasure borrowed from him to return. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and almost forgot about it. But this time, not everyone needs to go with us. We will split into 2 teams. After hearing Alka's words, everyone stared at him. Some didn't know why, because there was nothing necessary for them to separate. This place is not safe, Only by staying together can we deal with most of the troubles. Alka waved his hand gently, and an area popped out on the sand table. You can draw a map of this area while I'm away. Then learn more about this area, or ruins or something. Everyone looked at the area on the sand table, which was about 200 kilometers away from the giant stone port where they were now. It is a relatively close place. Well, this place is also considered a wilderness. There is no gathering place around, and it is far from the safe transportation channel. But since Alka said so, and needs a map of this area, then it is self-evident what it means. And this is also an opportunity. If you want my life, or want to harm you, now is the best time. We can understand how far he can go in this place based on his response to our current situation. Then we can have a better way to target him. Alka said what he was thinking at this time. Faced with this idea, everyone started chatting with each other, but I didn't object. The heart of Vasva will be temporarily handed over to you for safekeeping. Alka said. A crystal ball floated out of his body, and then placed on the table. Why? Xiaodai asked a question that he didn't understand. Alka looked at Lucilia and asked, You should have felt it too. Although this area is very chaotic, the space is very solid. If you want to teleport over long distances, you can only do it through suspicious or special means. It is very difficult to teleport over long distances as in the outside world. And it is very risky. After hearing Alka's words, Lucilia nodded. Indeed. Since we have to deal with a devouring mouth, we must also make certain security guarantees. Although the space has become very stable, if there is the Star of Vasva, it can be very easy to open the teleportation gates into the space. It's not about teleporting over long distances. I've tried it before. This way, you can be guaranteed enough safety when danger comes. Obviously, the epidemic prevention measures here are aimed at those demons, to prevent them from wreaking havoc within the city walls. Hearing this, Xiaodai looked at Alka and said, What about you? At this time, Alka smiled, a mirror appeared in his hand, and then the scenery in the mirror changed into a dreamlike scene. Although the space here has become stable, the connection with the dream world has not changed. I can connect to the dream world through the mirror, and teleport or hide. Compared with using Vasva, it is more convenient. But it is the only one I can use it in this way. Moreover, the space in this area is so stable, and the space-related abilities of Vasva Star will also be weakened. It doesn't matter to Alka whether he brings this treasure or not. After listening to Alka's explanation, Xiaodai nodded. This is indeed a good method. He took the Star of Vasva directly. Then it's decided. We will leave now. A transport team will go to the anti-magic wall soon. Alka stood up and said goodbye to everyone before leaving the Voice of Dawn. The action was decisive and swift. Passing through the port and the city, Alka came to the wall of the boulder port. There was a huge warehouse here. A convoy had already stopped here. The convoy was full of various supplies. Looking at this vehicle used to transport supplies, Alka could tell at a glance that it was definitely a product of the Holy Machine Church. This is a vehicle structure similar to a truck. But it is different from a truck. This kind of transport does not have a front. In simple terms, it is a single carriage that moves independently. Like a vehicle, it has 4 tires, which are fixed at the 4 corners of the carriage. It looks extremely simple. But looking at the mechanical structure and spells on it, you know that it can definitely be started. And it is also very sturdy. There were 12 such transport vehicles, lined up in a long line, full of supplies. And these were just supplies that were transported to a certain fortress via a safe transport line. Alka had known about such transport convoys. There were several teams every day, but they were heading in different directions. It was enough to see how many soldiers were defending the anti-magic fortress. Alka also clearly saw that. On the packaging bags of these supplies, the marks from the Holy Mother Church and the Seed of Life could be clearly seen. This shows that these materials are jointly provided by the 2 churches. And this time, all the materials transported should be food and medicinal materials. For the Church of the Holy Mother, a good harvest of food is very normal, and the Church of the Seed of Life can provide a variety of food and materials. Both churches are forces with strong logistical capabilities, because even their gods have the power in this regard. In addition to these 12 vehicles, you could also see guards of at least 20 people on both sides. Alka looked at the group of guards, and found them very interesting. They were wearing relatively light armor, which should be for ease of movement. After all, they had to travel a long distance. They held a long spear in their hands. But behind them Alka saw that they had a weapon that looked like a stone-shaking gun. Alka had a certain understanding of them. They were transport guards specially organized to transport various materials. Their duty was to protect the transportation of materials, and they would not go to the front line to fight. Of course, they would go if necessary. In addition to these 20 guards and some necessary personnel, there are many other people who follow the transport team. The front line is not just soldiers. Among these people, there are mercenaries, demon hunters, and some people who are not sure what they are doing. Although it is a safe passage, there will still be some accidents. It will be safer if everyone is together. Alka is like them, standing next to the car, waiting for the convoy to move. For the transport convoy, they are essentially very welcome to these people to follow them. As for whether there will be some random people mixed in, as long as they are not on the side of the devil, it's fine. And no one dares to really take these supplies, because they are facing the church of the four gods. No one in the boundless sea will offend the four gods at once. Moreover, there are countless powerful people here. To cause trouble in such a place is tantamount to offending people all over the world. Get ready. Let's set off. A slightly fat middle-aged man in light armor, who seemed to be the leader of the caravan, waved his hand and said. Then 12 transport vehicles started at the same time, and began to leave the gate in a straight formation. Although the gate was open, there were indeed few people coming and going. After all, no one would go out rashly without a little strength. As the transport vehicles started, Alka followed the people who were going to move together, and followed around or behind the vehicles. The transport speed of the convoy was not fast, and the speed was about the same as that of a normal adult running. For Alka and others, they could easily keep up with them by just taking a few quick steps. If Alka went alone and went quickly along the safe road, it would take less time. But he felt that following the convoy would make it easier to understand some of the situations here. After walking for a while, the people who were still relatively unfamiliar with each other began to chat from time to time, as a way to get to know each other and kill time on the road. Young man, this should be your first time here, right? A bald man dressed as a mercenary asked Alka next to him. Beside this bald man of the mercenary, there was also his companion. Alka nodded, yes. I just got here not long ago. Just arrived not long ago. Are you going to the front line? If you are going to the front line to participate in the holy war, you can join us. Or are you going to join the army? The bald mercenary asked curiously. After all, it is a war to protect the world and resist the devil. So many people call this resistance war a holy war. It sounds very appropriate. It sounds like a holy war. So we know that there are people from all over the world who come here to volunteer to fight. And there are also mercenaries like them who come here. After all, so many big forces have bases here. And there are many job opportunities here. Free participation in the war, killing demons to become a mercenary, or joining the army are all ways to participate in the holy war. No, I just want to learn about this place, and find someone by the way. Hearing Alka's simple explanation, the bald mercenary nodded, and did not ask in detail. Instead, he talked to himself. My brothers and I are just ordinary mercenaries, and we come here to kill demons for some money. You know, some materials on demons are very valuable. Although these demons are very strong, who would resist money? At this point, the mercenary smiled twice and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Putua. I am the captain of this mercenary team. And these are my team members. The team members behind him also smiled at Alka. As a greeting, my name is Alka, and I am a treasure hunter. Hearing that Alka was a treasure hunter, Putua nodded in sudden realization. There is no shortage of treasure hunters who want to seek treasures in this place. Although there are far fewer of them than these mercenary soldiers, they can still be seen from time to time. In addition, many well-known treasure hunting teams have also left here, so it is not uncommon to see treasure hunters here. Then I wish you can gain enough wealth to live on for the rest of your life, Putua said with a smile. You too. May the Virgin Mary bless you with peace in the war. Alka smiled and crossed his hands. Seeing this gesture, Putua quickly made a gesture in return. It must be said that the gesture was quite standard, and when making this gesture, Alka could still feel the faith in the Virgin Mary emanating from him. Although it was very faint, it was better than nothing. Putua smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be a believer of the Virgin Mary Church. It doesn't match the treasure hunter. Just like this, there were casual chats, and from time to time, there would be other people chatting with them. Alka and these people were simply familiar with each other. Except for the two demon hunters, who kept on traveling in silence, the others did not disturb them. Even the guards in front would chat with them from time to time. The atmosphere between them was pretty good. Chapter 441, Anti-Magic Wall. Late at night. The scar of the world. The night sky here looks different from other places. It is darker. Even the stars seem to be blocked by clouds and something. The dark time is coming. The night here is darker than other places. It is also quieter. A bonfire flickers in the dark. There are several bonfires of different sizes around here, and the people following the caravan are sitting by the bonfires in groups of 3 or 2. 12 vehicles used to transport goods formed a ring, enclosing everyone in a circle. While being able to resist the night breeze, they can also be used as a wall in case of danger. After all, the vehicle compartments and the supplies inside have been treated with various protective spells. Alka sat on the sleeping bag, staring at the campfire in front of him. Some people around were grilling some meat over the campfire, and some people were sitting cross-legged, seemingly meditating. Because of the chat during the day, Putua and his mercenary team were acquainted with Alka. So they gathered together around a campfire. The way people around shared campfires was mostly gathered in this way. Putua looked at Alka and said, "Don't you want to take a break? It will be hard to rest after today." Alka rubbed the campfire with a stick, raised his head, and asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because the distance we walked today is relatively safe. After all, it is close to the port city, isn't it? Most of the new recruits will often train outside the city to clear the monsters around. But the further we go, the less safe it will be. We can't rest at night like we do now. Instead, we will travel day and night. We have to take turns to rest in the car," Putua explained very patiently. After all, we already knew it during the day. Alka was coming to the world scar for the first time. Isn't it more dangerous to travel at night? If it is for safety, it is of course dangerous to travel at night. But if you stay in the same place for too long at night, you will be a very conspicuous target and will be easily attacked, Putua said, picking up the small wooden stick in his hand, shaking it, and pointing at the people and cargo vehicles around him. "Don't look at us as if there are a lot of people. But you know, the breath of the abyss will infect those animals, plants and so on, and those monsters from other ghost places. Many of them are brainless, and they don't care whether you are in danger here. They will just rush over, wanting to kill everything. So the longer you stay in the same place, the easier it is to become a target of attack," Putua said, and another soldier sitting by the campfire nodded. "He is right. The safe passage is too long. There are small watchtowers or camps at intervals. These camps can be said to be under attack every day, and there will be casualties from time to time." The soldier also showed a nostalgic expression, and it was obvious that he had also guarded such a place. It is said that the soldiers in this camp are a mixture of the transport team's guards and some new recruits or wounded soldiers on the front line. Alka nodded and understood. "By the way, where is your destination this time?" "The transport team will only stay at the logistics camp on the front line." The guard looked at Alka and asked. "Their goods will stop about tens of kilometers outside the city wall, and then all the supplies will be placed there. Every place connected by a safe road is a logistics camp. The wounded, new soldiers, soldiers who need to rest and various supplies will be stored here. They will be distributed by the logistics camp and transported to various places on the city wall." "We got the Kaba's defense node," Putua said. "On the city wall, there are defense nodes one after another. These nodes are large and small. The so-called defense node is the assembly point that controls a long section of the city wall on both sides. Specifically, it will be equivalent to a fortress. There will be soldiers and supplies inside, as well as a command post for a certain area. I have to go here. The demon hunting fortress. The fortress node of the city wall is equivalent to a larger defense node. The most soldiers will gather here, which is equivalent to a small castle. It is also the most guarded place in every place, because it is the easiest to be breached. It is also the easiest to invade the rear from there. The demon hunting fortress." Hearing this, Putua looked at Alka with strange eyes. "You are not going to this place to find someone, are you?" Alka nodded, looking at Putua's eyes and the eyes of the people around him. It can be seen that this place is obviously a little different. "What's wrong with that place?" The soldier who spoke had a strange expression on his face. He didn't know what to say for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, "That place is regarded as the base camp by the demon hunters. You know, those gloomy and quiet guys. In addition, it is also a very important node. A fortress. We call this kind of place a meat grinder. There are demon attacks every day. And there will be large-scale demon sieges every once in a while. It can be said to be a place similar to a meat grinder. For most ordinary people, it is like hell. Those demon hunters are the survivors of this continent, or people whose homes were destroyed by demons, and who have a grudge against demons, said a mercenary sitting by the campfire. Putua patted him, and said to Alka, "My brother wanted to go there before, but unfortunately, he was not strong enough." Alka turned his head, and looked at a campfire not far away. There were only two lonely people by the campfire, the two demon hunters who followed them. They followed silently, without saying a word along the way, obviously not very sociable. Although these demon hunters are gloomy and don't like to talk, they are people who can be trusted with the back. And they are also very powerful, and they are ruthless when killing demons, Putua said with a smile beside him. He also gestured with his hands twice, and made a sound of a blade with his mouth. Then he stared at the stick in Alka's hand, and pointed behind him. "You can actually act with the two of them when the time comes. They should also go here." Alka nodded, which was considered to be accepting his suggestion. After chatting for a while, everyone began to get into their sleeping bags one after another and rest. Roar! A fierce roar. Putua, covered in blood red, was like a mad beast. Hair as hard as spikes grew on his body. Wolf-like claws appeared on his hands, and he was like a bloody butcher, killing madly in the group of monsters. As he waved his hands, a lot of blood and meat flew out. The appearance of the mercenaries following him did not change much, but their teeth still had fangs, and the blood-red aura came out of their bodies. These mercenaries, holding swords or giant axes in their hands, slaughtered the monsters crazily. These mercenaries gathered together like a meat grinder, cooperating with each other to harvest the monsters around them crazily. On the other side, a thick and long fire snake kept circling and weaving in and out of the monsters. Every time it weaved in and out, it would hit and ignite a large number of monsters. Alka just stood there, with red flame cards floating around him. These monsters seemed to have mutated from wolves, but each one mutated in a different way, so it was a bit disgusting. These monsters passed through the flames, ignoring the burning on their bodies, and rushed towards Alka. Looking at the monsters rushing towards him, Alka waved his hand lightly, and flames appeared out of thin air and ignited it into a ball of fire. He kicked the monster that attacked from behind into the pile of monsters behind. Then the monster kicked by Alka suddenly exploded, and a large amount of flame spread to the surrounding monsters like burning oil. Although mutated, the hair on the body was abnormally lush and was easily ignited. The only pity is that these monsters seem to have no sense of pain, no fear. Otherwise, Alka's flames can have a more exaggerated effect. Alka's place became the brightest place in the entire battlefield, almost completely illuminating the night. This was a late-night attack. The convoy Alka was in seemed to be targeted by a group of monsters while traveling at night. The group of monsters attacked them without hesitation. No one was surprised by such a sudden attack, and it was easy to deal with. 20 soldiers blocked the convoy, cooperating well with each other, and easily resisted the monsters. It was obvious that this was not the first time they faced these problems, and the two silent demon hunters, killing monsters, were even more violent than the group of mercenaries. When Alka stopped and cleaned up the monsters in front of him, he also observed them with his peripheral vision. A great purple aura came out of the two demon hunters, which seemed to give people a bad feeling just by looking at them. It was not disgusting, but some kind of creepy aura. And no one knows where they got the two-handed giant sword that is taller than a person. Alka thinks that this giant sword is 2 meters long. Every swing can kill a large number of monsters. The demon hunter who looks gloomy fights extremely wildly. His attacks are open and closed, and the fight seems to be earth-shattering. The great purple aura is wrapped around the sword, and the monsters that are cut by it at random as it swings seem to fall to the ground as if they are seriously injured. Alka feels something and swings his hand casually. A fireball flies out and smashes several monsters away. The mercenary rescued by Alka nodded and thanked him. "Thank you. You're welcome." After a brief exchange, then they entered the battle again. Fortunately, although there were hundreds of monsters in this group, their quality was uneven. Most of them were close to the perfection of the second stage, and there were also many individuals in the third stage. But none of the people following the convoy were below the third stage. Alka saw that the weakest mercenary was in the middle of the third stage. For example, Putua was in the fourth stage, and he must have mastered a treasure. The monster he turned into should be the function of the treasure, and it also infected his teammates. The strength of the team leader of the transport team was also in the middle of the fourth stage. And he also mastered the treasure. In short, the strength of those who dared to run out of the city was no less than the third stage. And their fighting skills were extremely superb. If they were put outside, they would be considered a strongman. With mutual cooperation, only some mercenaries were slightly injured. And they killed the monsters very efficiently. As the last monster was killed, the mercenaries and soldiers skillfully took out various short knives and daggers. They began to cut the wolves. Only Alka stayed where he was. Aren't you going to harvest them? Brother? These furs are still valuable. Don't underestimate them. I feel uncomfortable after working so hard for so long without any harvest. Putua, who was peeling the skin, said to Alka, who was standing there. Then he looked at the monsters in front of him and closed his mouth silently. All the monsters around Alka were burned into various kinds of charcoal. It was good to have skin, not to mention fur. Embarrassed, Putua thought for a moment and said, although the most precious fur is gone, teeth are also rare materials. Some mutant organs are still very useful, but I can't tell them apart sometimes. Alka looked at the various charcoals around him and waved his hand. Forget it. He thought it was too troublesome, and he was not rich enough. Putua did not force it. The fur of these wolf monsters was valuable. After all, they were infected by the abyss, and their meat was inedible. Teeth and fur were the only two resources. Mutated organs were useful, but it depended on eyesight and luck. Compared with fur, teeth were not worth much, and they were difficult to peel off. It was not worth it if you were not careful and hurt yourself. He was busy for a long time, and did not pay any attention to the malice of those monsters. At this time, a soldier came to Alka and said, Friend, can you burn the bodies of these evil wolves later? In the battle just now, Alka had clearly demonstrated his ability of fire. Alka nodded, indicating that it was no problem. It was just a piece of cake. Seeing Alka agree, the soldier smiled and said, Thank you for your help. From the battle just now, it was known that the strongest among them might be Alka. He almost killed half of the wolf corpses by himself, and he was willing to help the people around him. He seemed very comfortable and relaxed. If it weren't for Alka's help, one or two of them would have to pay a certain price. Therefore, everyone in the team became more friendly to Alka. A doctor who was traveling with the team began to bandage everyone. And some mercenary teams also had their own doctors who started to act. Everyone was more or less able to deal with some simple minor injuries, and the medicine was provided free of charge by the team. Don't underestimate these minor injuries. After all, they were scratched by these mutant wolves infected by the abyss. There might be some strange virus, so we still have to treat them properly. Putua, who had basically finished harvesting the fur, said. Then everyone moved the bodies together, forming a small hill. After that, Alka's red card floated beside him, and he flicked it lightly at the pile of bodies. A fire bomb flew directly over, and hit the pile of bodies. Then the raging fire instantly ignited and wrapped the bodies. Thick smoke floated out, and you could smell the smell of roasted meat. Seeing the fire burning here, the convoy began to move on. I don't know when the sky had brightened. This smell makes me hungry. Putua rubbed his shoulders and said. Then he thought of something, and looked at Alka and said, Brother, do you mind if we grill while walking? Alka looked at him with some doubt. Putua smiled and took out a piece of meat, and put it on the prepared steel tongs and sprinkled seasonings on it. You take charge of the fire, and I will grill it. Hearing this, Alka looked at him speechlessly. But he was indeed a little hungry, and raised his hand, and a handful of gathered flames burned out. Oh yes. Yes. Yes, trust me brother, I may not be good at other things, but this barbecue technique, I have absolutely no problem. With good technique, how can it be better than Juanlu? Alka thought silently, but still controlled the heat. After the barbecue was distributed to the people around him, and Alka. Alka took a few bites, can only say it was not bad, cannot say it was unpalatable. But compared to Juanlu, it was indeed far worse. Looking at Alka's indifferent expression, Putua said, It seems that my barbecue is not to your taste. It's okay, but compared to my companions, it's really not good. Alka looked at him, and said with a smile, You are not alone, you have companions. Yes, they are waiting for me at the giant stone port. If we meet again later, I can take you to taste his cooking skills. He can be said to be a well-known chef. A well-known chef? Putua became interested, nodded and said, No problem, if we meet again next time, please invite me to taste it. As they walked and talked, they continued to move forward with the convoy. After more than a week of non-stop travel day and night, the convoy was finally about to reach the logistics camp. Far away, Alka saw a fortress on the horizon. There were a large number of soldiers patrolling around, and Alka saw all kinds of potholes around. The area of this fortress was larger than Alka thought. It could already be called a fortress. At this point, they were going their separate ways. "Good brother, I hope we can see each other again later," Putua said to Alka with his mercenary team. Alka also crossed his hands. "May the Virgin Mary bless you with peace." Putua and the mercenary team behind him also returned the salute, and then went their separate ways. There were also some guards, who needed to rest here before returning. And they knew Alka. After greeting each other, Alka learned some of the situation and left. However, he did not leave immediately, but found the two demon hunters. He had had a brief exchange with them before, and they did not mind. Mainly because Alka had helped him once in the previous battle. In just 1 week, they actually encountered 3 battles. So the 3 of them walked together, and began to move forward. Through the troop transport channel, we came directly to the city wall. Alka looked at the city wall winding forward, and could not see the end. At this time, the height of the city wall where he was only about 3 or 4 meters, but the terrain here was higher, and with the hillside below, it was about 20 or 30 meters. However, soldiers could be seen defending every few meters. Silently, he followed the 2 demon hunters through the city wall, and headed towards the right side of the city wall. After walking for a while, Alka had a certain understanding that the height of these city walls would vary according to the surrounding terrain. It can be considered as saving materials. Some will be cut off directly, relying on the protruding peaks for defense. There are small supply stations or rest houses built against the protruding peaks in such places. Sometimes there will be 1 or 2 arrow towers. Through the city wall, you can also see the area occupied by demons in the distance. Alka can see from a distance that there are all kinds of traces of battles in that area. You can even see some little ghosts and inferior demons, eating each other's dead demon bodies. Even the earth is a scorching area with magma flowing. Chapter 442 Demonic Raid. In the endless wilderness woodland. As the branches of the trees were pushed aside, there were cracking sounds, and several tall figures emerged from the woods. One of the figures waved his hand, and smashed the tree that was in the way directly in the middle. "Keep your voice down, you damn guy." One of the figures, seeing the big commotion next to him, immediately turned his head, and yelled in a low voice. "Watch your tone, I am not your subordinate, if it is not the general's order. I will chop off your head right now, and hang it on my waist." The man who just broke the tree said bluntly. As the 2 quarreled, they each held their weapons in their hands. One of them held a huge black machete that looked like dried lava. The other held a huge axe that needed to be held with both hands, with a lot of dried blood on it, and a skull hanging on it. The quarrel between the 2 made the surroundings emit a slight smell of sulfur. Another figure who did not participate in the quarrel between the 2 parties let out a breath of air fiercely, suppressed his anger that was also aroused. Then he drew out the giant sword on his back, and held it horizontally in front of the 2 men. Facing the gazes of the 2 men, he said unceremoniously, "Stop now, you 2 idiots. If this time I fail because of you 2, think about your fate. Humph, one day I will chop off his head." The figure holding the giant axe hung his axe behind his back. "Then you can try." Then the man also hung the machete behind him, and the conflict was temporarily resolved. The man carrying the giant axe cursed after hearing this. "I'm not talking about you. I can chop your head off right now. I'm talking about that coward. If you were as powerful as you say, you wouldn't have followed us here." The figure who had just stopped the 2 of them mocked. But he didn't say anything more, turned around and continued to walk forward. After passing through the woods again, they came to a wilderness with only weeds and stones. Under the sunlight, the true appearance of the human figure was revealed. These were 3 extremely tall demons. They must be the most powerful among the demons. They had bright red skin, a pair of hideous and thick black horns extending backwards. They were extremely thick and tall, and some parts of their bodies had bone spurs, and some black armor like steel armor. A pair of wide bat wings folded behind them, looking at the unobstructed wilderness. The tall demon, with a huge sword on his back, raised his right hand. A bloody red light flashed, and then the figures of the 3 demons became illusory. They hid their figures and began to walk forward. It can be judged from the surrounding environment that their invisibility effect is not very good. As they walked, some grass in the wilderness would be pressed down, leaving very simple footprints. Under the sunlight, The air around them would sometimes be a little hazy and distorted. Although it was very weak, it could be regarded as a flaw in their invisibility. However, in such a vast wilderness, this level of invisibility is more than enough. Unless they are close enough, Oorang can hardly find the flaws of their invisibility with his naked eyes. We have gone deep into this place, and we may run into those bamboo knights, one of the demons said. Then kill them all. What an idiot. Just after saying a few words, they immediately started to quarrel again. Okay, don't worry about it. I have sent some teams to cause commotion everywhere, and they will attract the attention of those thin humans. We just need to find the target, kill them quickly, and then take their heads or souls to receive the rewards we deserve. Speaking of this, the demon with a giant sword on his back stood still, suddenly closed his eyes, and sniffed something in the air. It seemed to be locking onto the target. I can feel it. They are not far away. Now shut up and follow carefully. After saying this, he turned around and glared at the two demons behind him. Then, they walked forward. And this time, the three-headed demons became more cautious. Even though they were invisible, they were still cautious. Three figures appeared not far away, and they seemed to be walking up from the back of a small hill. The area Alka mentioned is too big. It would take a long time to draw a map just to walk through it. Jason followed behind Xiaodai, and couldn't help complaining. And Eurylius in human form followed him hopping. Facing Jason's complaints, it was as if he could not hear them. Even Xiaodai, who was leading the way, did not notice what he was saying, but was concentrating on scanning. The silver ripples expanded in circles, reaching far away. After taking 2 steps, Xiaodai immediately stood still, frowning. What's wrong? Eurylius, who was bouncing, bumped into Xiaodai's back, rubbed her head, and asked curiously. Only then did she see that Jason was ready to fight the moment Xiaodai suddenly stood up. He immediately became alert and looked around. Xiaodai frowned and turned his head slightly to look at the wilderness on the side. Her silver ripples now expanded over a wide area, and she had detected some strange life forms there. But there was nothing there, and it was obvious that someone had become invisible, and was far away to their side. Who are you? Don't hide, Xiaodai asked in the distance. The 3 demons, who were at least 700 or 800 meters away from them, looked at each other in bewilderment. Obviously, they have been exposed. We are so far away. How did they find us? The demon with a machete asked in confusion. Although their stealth skills are not very good, they are very far away now, and they should not be found at such a long distance. They have to get closer, so that they can attack more easily. The demon with a giant sword in the lead looked down at his feet, and he could feel a slight fluctuation under his feet. Very subtle, it should be this thing that scanned him. Go over, kill them. As he said, the wings behind him suddenly spread. He raised his 2-handed giant sword and glided directly towards Xiaodai and the others. The 2 demons behind him raised their weapons and followed closely. With the help of the wings, they were extremely fast. But such a huge movement also made their invisibility effect almost non-existent. The twisting waves in the sky had completely revealed the outlines of their bodies. It's just that I haven't seen their true bodies yet. It's the enemy, Jason said. A thin lens appeared on his eyes, but the lens felt the energy reaction in an instant. Very strong, 5 stages, close to the perfection of the 5th stage. This kind of lens can only detect energy reactions. If the enemy deliberately hides, it will be difficult to see. But now the enemy obviously didn't hide deliberately, so the approximate strength stage can be detected through the energy reaction. The moment Jason said the enemy's strength, Eurylius had already raised his hand. A flash of light flashed, but only for a moment. But this flash of light seemed to use the power of some kind of spell, and the invisibility of the demon on the hill was immediately revealed. Some kind of spell with anti-invisibility effect. It's a demon. Leave the one in the middle to me, Xiaodai said, and the whole person turned into a blue stream of light and rushed over. Jason and the others followed closely behind. The stream of light passed by and rushed directly to the demon holding the giant sword in the front. Before he could see the state of the stream of light clearly, his whole body fell back as if hit by a heavy hammer. Facing their companions who were suddenly attacked, the 2 demons did not even turn their heads and continued to attack. They had no intention of stopping to support. Because of the speed, the power of this attack was not strong. The moment the demon was knocked out, he used his giant sword to stab the ground to stop himself from flying out. The moment he stabilized his body, the lava attached to the giant sword. And he stood firm and watched the blue meteor flying around vigilantly. The meteor passed by again. He saw it that time. But his body didn't react enough. He was already a step too slow when he tried to dodge and block. He didn't even see how the enemy attacked him. He was directly hit to the ground by the strong force and rolled several times before he stood up. This force was much stronger than the previous attack. The shield, like flowing lava, was already on his body, protecting him. Looking at the shield, Xiao figure appeared and stopped opposite the demon. The two were less than 100 meters apart. You are very strong. That damn guy deceived me. Hearing this, Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously these three demons were sent to attack them. Xiao had already guessed who might have sent them. Did the devouring mouse send you? Maybe. The moment the voice fell, the anger like rage burned on the demon's body. At this time, he was extremely furious, and his body muscles seemed to swell, making his body size increase again. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a huge force pushed his body. Together with his wings, he shot straight at Xiao like a sharp arrow. But this time Xiao stood still without dodging, and a red light flashed. His right leg took a step back slightly, and the surging force gathered on his right leg. Seeing that the demon had rushed in front of her, he shot out with his right leg. Ha! With a roar, the huge force generated a wave of transmission. The four people fighting in front had a clear feeling that the huge force instantly produced a strong air storm. The sound was so harsh that people could not help but frown and endure it. The demon who faced the attack widened his eyes. He thought it was just a fast speed. Why did it suddenly have such a strong power? It was another damn treasure. That was a demon. And it was known from the appearance that it was a demon known for its physical strength. Under this attack, although he had blocked it, but his giant sword wrapped in lava immediately broke into pieces. And the lava shield he used to block the attack turned into powder and dispersed like it was blown by the wind. Its body bore such force directly, with the sound of an explosion breaking through the air. The demon that rushed over at high speed flew backwards at a speed several times faster than the speed it rushed over. The speed was so fast that it even produced a piercing whistle. Bang! A huge sound. The demon that was fighting with Jason and the other man only saw a flash of light passing through. With the sound, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of him, and something was smashed on the ground. As the dust cleared, the two demons looked closely. A depression appeared on the soil of the wilderness, and in that depression was a pool of demons. If it weren't for the blood-red skin, the unique shell and horns of the furious demon, it would be impossible to recognize it. Although the two demons were unwilling to admit it verbally, they were willing to listen to the demon's advice and let him lead, because this demon was indeed the strongest among them. But now, after only a few rounds, this demon has turned into a pool of mud. They had just fought with Jason and the other two, and the leading companion was already dead. Fear that had never existed before surged into their hearts. Too violent, Jason couldn't help but say as he watched the scene, and then turned his head. The crystal blade was held in his hand and thrown out immediately. The demon he was fighting with picked up the axe and casually pushed it away. His mind was obviously not here now. He was thinking about whether to escape, but fear and other emotions made him begin to emit a bloody anger. He became even more angry. This is a rare opportunity, let's give it a try. Looking at the two demons, they seemed to have used some kind of bonus effect similar to a trump card. With the angry roar, the body swelled, and the power became stronger. Jason quickly dodged his attack. He turned and said to Eurylius. At this time, Xiao did not immediately join their battle, but he stood in a place where he could provide support at any time and observe the surroundings, checking if there were other guys hiding. She had to avoid more people coming to attack her. Of course, the main reason was that Jason had not yet used his true strength to fight. Okay, Eurylius said. His body immediately transformed into a huge dragon, which cooled the anger of the demon fighting him. After the transformation, the dragon's tail whipped the demon away, and it rolled on the ground several times. Eurylius did not chase, but turned into a light spot and flew towards Jason. Jason also turned into a point of light in an instant, and the two merged with each other. The fusion process was much faster than the first time. At the moment when the demon with the giant axe rushed over, a hand with 5 fingers spread out, which was larger than the demon's body, stretched out from the light ball. It grabbed it, and then smashed it into the ground. A huge dragonman figure, which was huge in size, like an ancient monster, walked out of the light ball. Looking at this huge monster, the giant axe that was smashed into the ground, the demon roared angrily. He had a kind of anger of being deceived and betrayed in his body. The anger became stronger, and the wound caused by being slapped to the ground healed in an instant. His strength increased again, and he even wanted to rely on brute force to stand up from the ground to resist the force from his arm. He raised the axe and chopped it down at the two people in the fusion form. The ground cracked in an instant, and deep lava gushed out from the cracks. The other demon holding a big knife, who had just been knocked out, also rushed over. He jumped into the air and spread his wings. The huge machete was already aimed at the Dragon Man's wings and was about to swing at him. The huge Dragon Man showed a flexibility that was completely inconsistent with his size. He folded his wings and spun around. The thick and long tail had a layer of crystal hammer on it. In an instant, he smashed the demon in the air again. This time, he was smashed directly into the ground. At some point, a huge crystal spike condensed on his body and pierced through him. He was firmly nailed to the ground. After turning around, the dragon head spit out a rainbow breath towards the crack, immediately blocked the blocked crack. The lava could no longer come out. Strange dragon language came out from Jason's body, but it was obviously not him who spoke. This was the voice of Aurelius. Several crystals appeared beside the demon holding the giant axe with the dragon language spell. The crystals stretched out in an instant and bound its limbs. Without waiting for the demon to struggle, I froze and was firmly imprisoned in place. Roar! The demon roared angrily, struggling madly, and even tore off his entire left arm in the struggle. Seeing this, Long Union used it faster, and then several crystal bullets flew out to freeze. The demon was instantly frozen in place, with only the head still able to twist slightly. Apart from roaring, it had no other use. Turning his head to look at the other demon nailed to the ground, the crystal had already smashed a huge wound on his chest and abdomen. Blood, like lava, had already covered the surrounding ground. With such a huge wound, the demon was obviously dead, and his soul returned to the abyss. The wings fluttered twice and fell down, and the huge slender arms stretched out. The 5 fingers opened, and then clenched. The cracked ground slowly closed together. The land was repaired, and only a few sporadic faces emerged. After doing all this, the fused form was released. Chapter 443 Targeting. Looking at the demon frozen into crystal, and the anger gradually cooling down, the demon, whose only head could move, glared fiercely at Xiaodaidi and the other two who came over. The reason why Xiaodaidi did not intervene in the fight between the two of them was not only to let the two of them try the fusion state. It was also because if she wanted to catch these demons, she was not really suitable. She was definitely good at beating and killing these demons. But if she wanted to catch these demons alive, it would obviously be a bit difficult for her. In this regard, Jason and the others are obviously very suitable. What a pity. That demon is too fragile. And it didn't survive. Jason looked at the demon's body still nailed to the ground by a thick crystal spike, and couldn't help complaining. Xiaodaidi silently looked at the huge hole in the body, and the crystal spikes almost filled the waist and abdomen. And the power of the crystal spikes had obviously invaded the demon's body. If it could survive, then this demon was too strong, and it was almost cut in half. He retracted his gaze and looked at the giant axe demon in front of him that was frozen like a statue. The demon's eyes widened and his mouth opened. He could feel the smell of sulfur and the heat wave about to burst out of his mouth. Seeing this, Xiaodaidi clenched his fist and punched through the air. The shock wave caused by the air compression hit the demon's face hard. Cough. Cough. The violent cough interrupted the lava ray that was originally intended to be spewed out to attack them. As he coughed up a large amount of lava, he also burned himself. The violent impact even caused some of the demon's teeth to explode, and his mouth was full of blood. The nose, which was already a bit weird, was directly hit under the face. Looking at this miserable appearance, Jason couldn't help but make an uncomfortable expression. Why did you mess with her? Jason looked at the demon with a sneer. Did the devouring mouth ask you to come? Kill me, you ants? The demon roared and obviously had no intention of answering them. Why bother? I know that killing you will make your soul return to the abyss, and you will come back to this world to cause trouble. If you don't tell me, I will freeze you into an ice sculpture, and leave you here as a sight for people to come and go. Then let the civilians here admire you every day, admire you. A defeated demon. By then, your name will spread all over here, and even to the place where the demons live, and maybe those demons will want to come and see what you look like. Obviously, these words didn't scare the demon at all, and he just curled his lips in disdain. It's strange, isn't it? You have been deceived by the devouring mouth. Otherwise, why did only the three of you attack us? He should have told you that we have a lot of people. You three were defeated so easily even in a one-on-one fight, let alone against all of us. Obviously, he just wants you to die. If you keep the secret for him, wouldn't that be exactly what he wants? Maybe that cunning guy is sitting in his palace now, watching your ugly appearance and chatting and laughing with the demons around you. After thinking for a while, Jason persuaded again. This time, the demon in front of him was obviously broken. He roared angrily, cursing in some strange, harsh and uncomfortable language. Jason heard it. It seemed to be the language of the abyss, the murmur from the outside world. I have heard Lucilia introduce it before, but this language is too chaotic and unsystematic. Unless you are born in the abyss, it is difficult to learn. Even if Lucilia came, she might only be able to hear a general idea. That damn guy told us that your strength is only the 4th stage of this world. At most, your leader may reach the 5th stage. So we can kill you without any worries. We don't even need to kill all of you. Even if we kill only one, we can get his reward. He roared angrily again. This is not the 5th stage. Any of the targets are at the 5th stage. Forget the 5th stage. Obviously, these people in front of them have more than one treasure. And they are very powerful. They are completely suppressed and have no chance to fight back. Only if the three of them attack together, they can kill one of them. This is a naked deception, tricking them to die. At least in his opinion. Maybe the devourer himself didn't expect it. Who could have thought of this? The last time they saw them, they were indeed in the 4th stage. And it was only a short time ago. Only about 3 years at most. For a demon like the devourer, who has survived from the golden age, 3 years is not much different from 3 days and 3 months. Forget it, you can't give any information, you are just a fool who was deceived. Jason cursed casually and waved his hand. The crystal froze in the angry roar, moving him completely in the crystal. Seal him into a crystal ice sculpture. In fact, there is nothing to ask, they just need to know that the devouring mouth knows that they have arrived. And it has already begun to target them. Someone else is coming. Xiao has not turned off his detection fluctuations, felt something, and said immediately. Jason and the other man were so scared that they immediately prepared for a fight, and then looked in the direction Xiao said. However, it was not some demons that came from there, but several huge creatures that looked like birds flying in the sky. Looking closely, there were humans sitting on the birds. The white giant bird, which was wearing strong armor and looked like an eagle, stopped in front of them with the flapping of its wings. It seemed to be a whole team of bird knights. There were a total of 6 people, and one of the knights was holding a flag. There is a pattern of the seed of life on it, and on the other side is a simplified flying eagle. The human figure on the bird's back is wearing light armor, and has a long sword on his waist. He carries a very long bow on his back. There are also 2 quivers hanging on the side of the bird. He jumped down, first looked at the battlefield around him, and immediately saw the different deaths of the 3 demons. He took off his helmet. He showed a head of long green hair, and a pair of pointed ears protruded from between the hair. This is a woman, and her figure is somewhat slender. She looked at the 3 men in front of her who were alert. Did you kill these demons? She said it in the language Julia had used before. It is the official language of the Sea of Life. Obviously, this is the armed force from the Seed of Life. Xiao and others relaxed their vigilance slightly. It seems that they should be patrolling troops or something. Xiao nodded. It seems that they are coming for you, and they have sent many demon teams to harass around, which attracted our attention. Sorry we are a little late. Are any of you injured? This knight's attitude was better. Hearing this, Xiao shook his head. Without these demons, wouldn't it be enough to cause us any casualties? Xiao said. Hearing this, the female bird knight looked at the demons next to her. The appearance of these demons was quite well known, and they were all considered strong on the battlefield. After looking, except for the 3 people in front of him, there was indeed no one else. Moreover, there were no scars on the 3 people, and they were even dressed very decently. It was obvious that the battle just now did not make them too embarrassed. It could even be said that it was somewhat comfortable for them. They were sure that the 3 people in front of them were all strong. That's good. This was our negligence. Then he looked at the demon frozen into crystal behind Xiao. If you don't mind, can you hand over this captured demon to us? Maybe we can get some information from his brain. Hearing this, Xiaodai turned his head to look at Jason and the others. Seeing them nod, she also nodded and said, "Please do as you please." This demon really meant nothing to them. If there were no knights, they would really turn this demon into an ice sculpture standing there. Provoke the mouth of the abyss. Thank you for your help. The seed of life will remember your kindness. He waved his hand behind him, and the soldiers behind him jumped off the flying birds and began to move the demon sealed in the crystal. During the transportation, a female soldier wearing a helmet kept tilting her head to look at Xiaodai. "What do you want?" Xiaodai felt the gaze and asked the female knight. The female knight was slightly stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment, and the captain who had just communicated with Xiaodai was also looking at her. Seeing this, she had no choice but to say, "I seem to have seen her in a dream." There were demons at that time. Hearing this, the captain also turned his head and observed Xiaodai carefully. Then he suddenly realized, as if he had thought of something, said, "Excuse me, are you the Compass Eye treasure hunting group?" Hearing this, Xiaodai did not hide it, and nodded and admitted it. "Ah, it's you. It seems that these demons are coming from the devouring mouth to target you." It's obvious that she knows Xiaodai and others, and even knows some of their conflicts with the devouring mouth. "Why do you know us? We shouldn't be that well known." "Right?" Jason asked in surprise. It's obvious that the team of knights in front of him not only knows their team name, but also knows the grudges between them and the devouring mouth. He seemed to think of something right after he finished speaking, because the female knight just mentioned dreams. "We have had that dream in our dreams. We saw you defeat the Devourer's conspiracy outside the island and made him look humiliated. A few years ago, we often dreamed about it. And according to the captain and the high priest, this should be true. So did you really defeat the Devourer's conspiracy in your dream?" Making him look like a fool. At this point, the captain's tone was a little curious and a little excited. Xiaodai nodded. This was obviously not something worth hiding. And now they understand why the devouring mouth hates them so much. Even these ordinary knights know it in their dreams, and apparently almost everyone in this place knows it. On the front battlefield, the devouring mouth will definitely appear from time to time, in this case. As soon as the fight starts, the opponent will use this matter to mock him, and he has no words to refute. Maybe not only the opponent, your demonic character, even his companions, and even his subordinates, may secretly laugh at him in some places. In this case, he had no choice but to kill Alka himself. They took their heads and souls, then they could refute the insults against him. No wonder the devouring mouth was so concerned about them. This hatred became so great inexplicably. Alka walked on the winding city wall, most of which was surrounded by plants similar to coral vines. These plants were obviously not ordinary plants. They were covered with poisonous thorns, and they were very tough. It should be a defensive move by the Seed of Life. He followed the two demon hunters, and could already see from afar a building similar to a tower, with a flat roof, where the city wall extended. Through the mountain that blocked his view, it appeared above the city wall. The two demon hunters also quickened their pace, and said a few words to Alka. "We are almost there, just in front." The three of them ran quickly, and could already see some people on the city wall, who were dressed similarly to the demon hunters. And he stared at Alka, who was following them with some curiosity. Finally, after going around a cliff that protruded outward, Alka finally saw the demon hunting fortress. The entire fortress was built on a steep mountain. The tower of the fortress was directly attached to the cliff. At the top of the mountain, some huge city defense structures could be seen. City walls and towers stood in rows. All kinds of elite soldiers, and the equipment used for defense covered the entire area. The defense here was like steel. Alka had seen layers of defensive spells posted everywhere. On the top of the main tower of the demon hunting fortress, a huge gray-purple gem could be seen, emitting a strange light, and the light was flowing around in a line. But Alka could feel that it was some kind of energy, and it should be protecting the demon hunting fortress. Passing through the bottom of the tower standing on the city wall, Alka officially entered the range of the demon hunting fortress. Two soldiers in black armor immediately stopped in front of Alka. These two soldiers were obviously not pure humans. They had some strange structures on their bodies, and were obviously subspecies of humans. Looking at Alka, he asked seriously, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" One of the two demon hunters, who had been with Alka, said, "We brought him here. He wants to find the High Judge." Hearing this, the soldier looked at Alka seriously, and seemed ready to continue questioning. At this time, A low and serious voice came from behind them. "Make way. He is my guest." Hearing this, the soldiers and 2 demon hunters bowed their heads and saluted, "Your Excellency the Grand Judge." The demon hunter judge, who had met Alka once before, walked over from the aisle. "Long time no see. Why did you come here directly?" Alka didn't say much. He reached into the space, and then took out a box of treasures and handed it over. "Thank you for your help before. I'm here to return the borrowed things in person." The demon hunter judge took it, opened it, took a look, and nodded. Then he handed it to an adjutant following behind him. "You just need to give it to your archbishop, and he will naturally deliver it to me. You don't need to go there in person." Hearing this, Alka shook his head and said with a smile, "Like you said before, I became curious about this place, and there is no safe place outside except here, so we came here." Hearing this, Greyfar did not say much, but nodded. He could understand. In his position, he obviously knows a lot of things, including how much the Devouring Mouth hates Alka and the others. Because even he would use this matter to mock the Devouring Mouth, and more than once. Being targeted by such a cunning and disgusting thing that does not look like a demon, it is dangerous to run around outside. Either stay on an island with a church, or stay in a place like this facing the Devouring Mouth. It is safer. A wise choice. But are you alone? Not with your companions? Greyfar asked curiously. After all, this demon doesn't care about these things. "No, they are in the port city. I came here alone first." Greyfar nodded, without asking any more questions. At this time, the dull and sharp sound of the horn came, and the sound of piercing the air drilled into their ears. As the sound rang out, the soldiers on the city wall and everywhere immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Greyfar obviously didn't have time to chat with Alka, and said, "Those demons have started to attack again. You go into the fortress first." "Can I follow here? I haven't seen such a scene." Hearing this, Greyfar glanced at him, nodded. "Serero, you take him." Then he turned to look at Alka and said, "You follow him. He will explain some of the rules here to you. Don't act recklessly, but act with the army." Alka nodded to show his understanding, and of course, he would not attack recklessly without knowing anything. After speaking, Greyfar left quickly. Alka turned his head. He could already see a large area of black-red in the distance from where he was standing. The demons were rushing over. Chapter 444. The Devouring Mouth announces. Stay alert. But don't be too nervous. You will often experience such days in the future. The general named Serero said to a soldier who seemed to be a new recruit. Patted his shoulder, shook his hand, and told him not to be too nervous. Alka followed him silently. To be honest, the general named Serero in front of him. His current state does not seem to be defending against the demon's attack, but rather like strolling around. Not nervous, but rather relaxed. Below, Alka looked at the demons below the city wall. Most of the demons had dark red skin, as before, but this time the types of demons became more diverse. But it was hard to see any discipline in the demon team. Small and thin demons, strong and powerful demons, various medium demons, low-level demons, were everywhere. They even trampled on each other, like a swarm of bees rushing towards the city wall. Some small demons, who had no time to dodge, and were running slower, were directly trampled to death by their own demons in such a charge. They died in an extremely miserable way. Fire! A roar came from above. Large and small projectiles flew out of the barrel, and each shell was as big as a head. These shells flew over the demon formation with a whistling sound, and then exploded. Densely packed finger-sized objects fell down. Then, there was an explosion. The explosive power of these small projectiles was much greater than Alka thought, and the flames from the explosion were golden. Alka had already felt that there was the power of holy light in it. After a closer look, it was the power of the Virgin Mary. It was obvious that the holy light material from the Virgin Mary Church was added to it, or it contained the ingredients of holy water. The demons we see now can be regarded as cannon fodder among the demons. Serero stood at a place on the city wall, and said to Alka next to him. Alka looked at the demons below, and he even saw the 4-stage system among these demons, and even the 5-stage system sporadically. Can these be considered cannon fodder? Alka asked in confusion. As he spoke, the powerful demons had already begun to launch various long-range attacks. These long-range attacks were fireballs that flew in lava and flames. Then these fireballs were blocked, which seemed to be a bit insignificant. Of course, they can be considered cannon fodder, although sometimes I don't want to admit it. For us, These powerful people in the 4th and 5th stages are really nothing to those demons. The number of these demons will far exceed your imagination. Only when there is a strong enough leader, these powerful demons will slightly follow certain rules to attack. No need to worry too much about them being like crazy lunatics. This is why we have been able to defend until now, and of course there is another point. Which is the treasure. Speaking of this, Sarah smiled. An ice blade condensed in his hand, and threw it down. The ability used is not a treasure, but a spell, which Alka can still see. You know, most demons fight with instinctive spells and physical strength. Their fighting skills are extremely powerful, but generally you will find that they fight with instinct. Treasures can give us abilities that are far stronger than demons of the same level. Of course, at least they have to be treasures that are good for frontal combat. Serrero explained to Alka beside him. Without asking Alka if he knew, he kept talking according to his own logic and thoughts. Alka did not interrupt this situation at all. He nodded from time to time beside him, and watched the battle below. Just as he said, the treasures gave them strong fighting power at the same level. As long as the function of the treasures can be biased towards fighting to a certain extent, they are almost stronger than the demons of the same level at the same level. As they master more and more treasures, they will become stronger and stronger. Even fighting against higher levels will no longer be a difficult task for them. After all, treasures are only available in their world. After all, the development experience of their world cannot be copied. This can be seen in Alka and his friends. They are completely weak when facing demons of the same level. With the blessing and cooperation of various treasures, Alka and his friends' strength has long been beyond their current strength. He walked on the wall while thinking. The wall that Alka was walking on, which was connected from a distance, was actually the second layer of this fortress area. The first layer of the city wall is about 2 meters lower than the one they are on now. Below Alka and the others, there are many city defense equipment, such as various liquids that can cause a lot of damage to demons, and some soldiers who specialize in close combat. And there are traps hidden on this certificate. And their layer is the main battle area, various soldiers who can use long-range attacks, and some people who don't look like soldiers are all on this layer. Behind Alka, on the wall above his head, there was a third floor that was about 3 or 4 meters higher than the second floor. This floor was equipped with a large number of long-range defense equipment, and some were on higher towers. Layer upon layer formed a defense circle. As the attack progressed, some powerful demons spread their wings and jumped directly to the first floor. Obviously, the protective shield could defend against long-range attacks, but it could not defend against the advance of these demons. Alka even found that the entire fortress had no doors leading to the outside, and it was all thick walls. Since the fortress was built, it has never been thought of leaving this area. The demons that could jump up were all in the 4th or 5th stage. The moment they jumped up, Alka saw some captains or mercenaries holding treasures, rushing up directly. The light of the treasures flickered from their bodies. Most of them were dressed as demon hunters, wearing light armor that was convenient for movement. Alka didn't even see their ability to use treasures. Facing the demons that rushed up, he killed them with his sword in a few rounds, making these demons seem very weak. Suddenly, a demon figure moved very fast. Obviously it had a certain ability to travel through space. There was no restriction on space travel here, which was not as serious as it was inside the city wall. He actually risked breaking through space under such circumstances, and then suddenly came behind a soldier and stabbed down with his claws. At the moment when he was about to kill the soldier, a white and blue ice card appeared beside Alka. It froze the demon in place in an instant, and then controlled the water flow to turn into various spikes, frozen it into ice, and pierced the demon in place. At this time, the soldier finally reacted, turned around and thanked him repeatedly. Serralo seemed to want to say something, but at this time, the sound of a horn was heard. Serralo's originally relaxed face immediately became serious, and he turned to Alka and said, "Follow me. The situation has become serious. This is not an ordinary siege." Alka also found something wrong around him. Many soldiers who were obviously veterans immediately began to organize into various strict defense teams and firmly guarded their respective areas. Only some new recruits became nervous in the face of such a situation. Some soldiers who had been standing next to them before immediately took out the very long bows that they had been carrying on their backs. At this time, behind the hillside in front, a huge figure walked out. What a tall demon this is. The body reaches about 15 meters. The huge body is like a titan. What's even more strange is their structure. The structure is completely inhuman. The hands and legs are like heavy hammers, and the body is covered with a tough shell. Every move was like an earthquake. Then more demons like this appeared, and there was more than one such huge monster. Sarallo, who was standing next to him, looked even more serious. It seems that this time it won't be so easy. As he spoke, a thin and long flag appeared in his hand. The flag was painted with a tall tower, and there were 3 stars on top of the tower. Alka had seen this pattern before, and it was the former flag of the Saralan Empire. With the appearance of this flag, a different atmosphere obviously appeared around. Sarero raised the flag, and it radiated light, like a halo of some kind of enhanced state. The range was extremely wide, and it seemed to cover the entire fortress in an instant. Alka was standing next to the flag. He could feel that his emotions seemed to have changed, and he became stronger and more courageous. His body was strengthened in all aspects. Although it was not much, it was very obvious for ordinary or weaker people. The artillery above his head shook again, and shells were fired one after another. This time, he smashed straight at the tall demons, trying to kill them. Once such a huge monster gets close to the city wall, it will obviously not be a good thing. With the sound of the explosion, more demons began to break through the long-range attack. Using flight and various power jumps to the first layer of the city wall, they began to fight. Alka controlled various element cards, and was constantly providing long-range support. He began to focus on those demons that looked powerful, and were causing large-scale casualties. And those huge hammer demons were more resistant to attacks than he thought. Under the concentrated fire of the artillery, only one demon seemed to be hurt, and retreated a few steps. After a while, it continued to move. Seeing this situation, Alka immediately began to control his elemental cards. The wind blew on the battlefield, countless winds began to sweep. Then a whirlwind began to spiral in the demon's field below, and many demons were directly sucked in. But it was obviously only the damage of the whirlwind, and it was not very lethal to these demons. But it could only slightly slow down their pace. A stream of water entered the whirlwind from nowhere, mixing water droplets in the whirlwind, and those water streams combined into blade-like shapes in the whirlwind. A cold chill rushed in, and the water blades immediately turned into ice knives. This was the combination of the 3 elements that Alka had said he would use when he first got the element row. These ice knives immediately turned into violent whirlwinds, with strong cutting power under the blessing of the whirlwind, and began to cut madly. Every demon that passed by was almost sucked in, and turned into blood mist the moment it passed. The entire whirlwind changed from blue to blood red. But the blood of these demons was boiling hot. In this case, Alka had to spend more magic power to cool the whirlwind. Let the blood inside cool down, at least not affect the toughness of the ice blade inside. The consumption of power let him immediately control the movement of the whirlwind, first sweeping towards the main target. It began to sweep towards those tall demons. These demons Alka had just observed were very insensitive, and could even be said to be heavier. They barely blocked most of the long-range attacks, but some of the demons on them helped to shoot them down. Facing the fast-moving hurricane, it was difficult for them to leave. The assistants on the demons had no choice but to flee in the face of the approaching hurricane. Then, there was a fierce wailing, which even drowned out the sound of the battlefield. These demons were loud. Everyone could see that the ice blade hurricane immediately cut the monster's arms and part of its body into mincemeat, until it was completely rolled in, and only then could large chunks of flesh and blood be seen. A large amount of hot blood, like magma, was absorbed into the giant peak. A lot of sweat began to appear on Alka's forehead. He had never expected that the demon's blood was too hot. Various powers and attacks began to come towards the whirlwind. Those demons did not seem to be stupid. They found the weakness of the ice blade hurricane. In addition, these demons knew some fire magic. Alka immediately began to feel that he could not hold on. The 3 elements gathered together consumed a lot of magic power, and he had been holding on for so long. He also had to use the element of ice to freeze the hot blood, to prevent it from being too hot, and destroy the whirlwind of the 3 elements. With the attack of power, the whirlwind began to dissipate. But at this time, a huge demon had been minced, and another was almost half crippled and fell to the ground. Some skinny and inferior demons even began to eat the bodies of these huge demons. Just when Alka squatted down to catch his breath, a silver-gray-purple light blade, which almost covered the entire battlefield, flew out. In a flash, he cut countless demons in half, and even killed 3 huge demons along the way. The sudden huge attack surprised Alka, but many soldiers around him, and Serrero next to him, seemed to be used to it. Alka looked in the direction where the attack came from, and it was Greyfar standing on the top wall. He was holding a giant blade taller than others. This giant sword was like a door panel, but the blades on both sides of the giant sword looked like saw teeth rather than blades. Alka blinked his eyes. Only then did he fully understand Greyfar's strength. He was a strong man who had reached the 8th stage, and the weapon in his hand was a treasure that glowed orange in Alka's eyes. A scepter-level weapon. He raised the sword and swung it again. Alka then found that the power of the blade was combined with a huge ball of light on the top of the demon-hunting fortress. It was obvious that the treasure was giving him a bonus. The flying blade of light turned gray-purple. And this time, the light wheel flew halfway, and was suddenly eaten by an unknown thing. Looking at the huge insect-like mouth that appeared, Alka felt familiar. A demon the size of a normal person appeared in the air, and Alka watched from a distance. Devouring mouth. Blood-red skin, wearing luxurious clothes. He looked as elegant as an ancient noble, but behind him, a pair of huge bat wings were spread, and the fascia full of blood vessels spread on them. On his head was a pair of slender, not as wild as a demon's horns. This was his prototype. He did not look like a demon, but rather like the devil in some works. The moment he appeared, he looked at Alka. His eyes flashed with danger, but he did not attack Alka directly. It was obvious that his strength was not necessarily much stronger than Greyfar. Alka also saw his strength clearly at this time. This demon's strength was at the 8th stage, which in his opinion was about the same as Greyfar's. Devourer's mouth? Do you think this is your stage? Do you have to perform your clown drama for me here? It was obviously a sarcastic ridicule, but when it came out of the more serious Greyfar's mouth, it sounded like a serious matter. It was as if he was asking, as if the Devourer's mouth would really do this. This made the ridicule even more weird, and more hurtful than the sarcastic accent. Hearing this ridicule, Alka clearly saw that the Devourer's mouth's expression had changed in an abnormal way. His expression control was about to fail. The devouring mouth looked at Alka again, with anger and desire to kill in his eyes. I'm not here to talk to a stray dog like you. Just stay in this doghouse. After a sarcastic remark, the devouring mouth just floated in the air and looked at Alka. And you, Alka. You finally came here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I miss you all the time. Just live here in fear. I will slowly force you into despair, and pull out your soul. Speaking, the devouring mouth didn't even bother to listen to Alka's answer, and his figure disappeared directly on the spot. Instead, Sorero next to him gave Alka a thumbs up. He also knew the origin of Alka and the devouring mouth. I also saw that performance in my dream. For so many years since then, the devouring mouth has never held his head high and disgusted others with his weird accent in this place. Obviously everyone would laugh at him for this incident, and such ridicule would only deepen the devouring mouth's hatred for Alka. He had to admit this fact, because the nightmare put that fact in everyone's mind, making everyone feel as if they were there. Such a dream, spreading over a wide area. But Alka didn't care. At that time, he couldn't let the demonic forces continue. After all, they were hostile forces. It was either you or I. With the disappearance of the devouring mouth, the number of demons began to decrease. Some demons seemed to have discovered the problem and slipped out of the battlefield directly. Those giant demons that had not yet arrived at the battlefield and were on the march also began to return. Not all demons were only interested in fighting and killing. Soon the remaining demons were cleared out. Obviously, this attack was not really to attack the city. It was just a simple attack to make the devouring mouth appear, and to give Alka a warning, announced in front of many people, so that Alka's death in the future can wash away the shame on him. At some point, Greyfar came to his side. Do you want to stay here? If you stay here, I can guarantee that you will not be harmed by the cunning demon. Hearing this, Alka shook his head. No, I came here naturally, and I am ready. I just need to know that he can't do whatever he wants here. Of course, if there is more information about him, I would be very happy to know it. Hearing this, Greyfar nodded with a serious expression. Of course, he can't do whatever he wants here. I will let Soralo tell you more about the situation. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Soralo, and the meaning was self-evident. Soralo next to him immediately straightened his posture and saluted. Please leave it to me. I judge. Greyfar nodded, turned around and left. Come on, friend. Let's go inside and talk, Soralo said, pointing to a tower next to him. They happened to be at the door of the tower. Alka nodded and followed him in. Chapter 445 Details of the Treasure. Late at night, in a wasteland in the scar of the world. A stove that shouldn't be here, appeared on the wasteland. And the blazing flames dispelled the coldness of the wasteland with light and heat. And next to the stove is a camp built with steel frame, wood and cotton cloth. And you can see traces of life in the camp. Obviously this camp has been built here for quite some time. Just next to the stove, Xia Daidi sat on a small bench, and in front of her was a long easel. A thick sheepskin-like paper was pinned to the easel. At this time, there was already a rough outline on it. From this outline, it can be judged that the map to be drawn on it is the area they have explored in the past half-month. A humming sound came from the side, and the owner of such a sound was obviously in a good mood. Ulilius walked around barefoot by the stove. "Can you wear a pair of shoes?" Jason, who was staring blankly at the stove, said to Ulilius, who was walking around. At this time, Ulilius was holding a crystal-clear sapphire in her hand, admiring it in the firelight. "Why? Isn't it good like this? I'm not really walking barefoot on the ground." She shook her feet twice towards the street. There was a kind of transparent crystal-like luster, protecting her soles from walking barefoot on the wasteland. "I mean, don't walk barefoot." "Why?" "Because it looks weird. I always think you will get hurt, and you don't like to be clean." Okay, stop talking." Ulilius smiled and sat in Jason's arms, then shook her feet twice, and a pair of small shoes were put on her feet. Even at this moment, she still admired the sapphire in her hand. This was the trophy she got from killing a demon during the day, and it happened to be her favorite jewel. This made her happier than getting other more valuable trophies. She had been happy for a long time. The exchange between the two made Zhuanlu next to him roll his eyes. Jason, who used to be so disdainful of stable relationships between men and women, was also caught. And there was another scene next to him that made people smile even more. Mathlisa was holding her water bottle, and the seawater kept gushing out of the bottle and splashing on her body. The seawater also sent out 2 more streams, falling on Poro and Julia. The 3 of them stood in a row and received the seawater shower. It was a bit uncomfortable for the 3 of them to come to this place where there was no seawater, only the earth. They had not touched the seawater for nearly a month, and taking a seawater shower every day was something they had to do. It could make their skin moisturized and keep them in a good mood. Simon, who had just finished assembling a group of machines, stood up and asked, "How long will it take for Alka to come and join us?" He said it will be soon. Probably tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Maybe? Lucilia answered uncertainly. Alas. Zhuanlu suddenly sighed. Then he threw the thing in his hand into the air, kicked it far away, and it fell directly into the darkness and disappeared. "What's wrong?" Poro, who had just finished bathing, came over and asked curiously. "These damn abyss breaths. All the beasts and even some plants we killed during this period are inedible." Wanlu was very angry and clenched his fists. "Do you understand? Everything is inedible. This damn breath. This damn abyss." Wanlu was so angry that he scratched his hair. Looking at such an angry Wanlu, the people around him could not understand, and could only shrug helplessly. But the good thing is that some of their mutant organs are quite useful. Mathlisa walked over and said. Simon, who was not far away, nodded in agreement with her words. These various animals and plants infected by the abyss, even some minerals, and woods deeply soaked by the breath, all have strange effects, and he is very interested. But in what specific direction they can play a role, we can only know it after in-depth research. La 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 la. Julia sat on a stone in the distance, singing softly. Soft music accompanied the silence of the night, so peaceful and moving. In the sound of this music, Zhuanlu took out some ingredients and started to process them. He placed a grill on the stove. Several puppet girls, who liked to make delicious food, immediately came to help. Hearing the sound of this music, Eurylius couldn't help it. She stood up directly. When her feet stepped on the ground, the shoes disappeared and she became barefoot again. Looking at this scene, Jason just shook his head helplessly. Several sparkling crystals, floating under her control, made the surroundings brighter. With the sound of music, she began to dance on the spot. The brilliant light and crystals became the special effects of her dance. Jason just sat there and watched. Eurylius came to him as he danced, reached out and took him up. Come together. I don't know how, Jason said, frantically following the random dance. It's okay, just follow my feeling. The deep connection between the two made their tacit understanding so deep. Under the leadership of Eurylius, Jason quickly entered the state. Some puppet girls also ran over and started dancing together in various places. Some puppet girls even came to Julia's side and began to sing along with the music. Madlisa stood up with a smile, swam her snake tail, and held Pororo with her 4 arms. "Do you mind? I don't know how to do these," Pororo said. Madlisa smiled and pulled him up without any concern. Due to his body size, Pororo's hands could only droop slightly. "I'll teach you, just follow me." Saying this, Madlisa used her 4 hands and the tail of the snake to drive Pororo to start dancing. Zadaiti, who was painting, stopped her brush and looked at everyone. Lucilia also sat on her shoulders. "Ah, good." Suddenly, Lucilia's body became illusory, like a soul, and then her body grew larger and became a normal person. She turned into a ghost. Then Lucilia adjusted her hair, and her long hair immediately became short hair, and her clothes became more masculine. She made an elegant gesture, and held Zadaiti's hand with her soul hands. "Beautiful lady, would you do me a favor?" "Of course." Zadaiti stood up with a smile, and placed her paintbrush on the easel. As she danced, Lucilia dragged out a light gas like a cloud behind her. Although everyone seemed to be relaxing, not all the puppet girls were focused on entertainment. Many of them were distributed around the camp, and they always maintained the necessary vigilance. A figure walked over from outside the camp. His body was unusually illusory, and appeared and disappeared. A puppet girl found him. However, the figure made a hushing gesture, and then the girl nodded. In this way, relying on concealment and darkness, the male figure quietly slipped into the camp. Lucilia and Zadaiti danced together, and came to the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a head stretched out from the darkness. "Do you suggest adding me?" 2 beautiful ladies. Alka's appearance startled the 2. He sneaked in from the mezzanine of the dream. But the 2 reacted immediately. The 2 looked at each other, snorted and said, "I won't go with you." Then they pulled each other away from Alka. Alka smiled helplessly, but was not discouraged. They came to the stove and sat next to Juanlu. "What's wrong? Did you eat turtle?" Juanlu turned the barbecue in his hand and looked at Alka next to him and asked with a smile. He just saw the whole process. "Uh-huh." Alka laughed dryly twice and propped up his chin, appreciating the dancing of his companions. Simon also came over and sat next to him. "You are not in a good condition now." He looked at Alka and said. Although Alka seemed to have no problem now, Simon still observed it from the details. After saying this, Alka smiled nonchalantly and said, "A small accident on the road, the revenge of the devouring mouth, I will get used to it in the future." After he learned some information in the demon hunting fortress, he naturally had to return to meet up with his companions. This time he did not travel with the team, but relied on the mirror to float back quickly. But he also encountered obstacles that should not have happened on the way, all of which were various demon teams trying to kill Alka. This also made Alka stay alert on the way back. Obviously, these were just appetizers brought by the devouring mouth. However, as long as the devouring mouth could not take action personally, it was impossible for him to do whatever he wanted here, like in the demon's territory. Alka was still able to deal with it. After all, he had a wide range of means. The next day, the curtain of the sky was torn open. The bright sun and blue sky and white clouds appeared above everyone's head in an instant. Alka rubbed his eyes, stretched himself hard in the sun. "After traveling for so long, I had a good rest in the camp last night." At this time, there was a large round umbrella in the center of the camp. In addition to a stove, there was also a large table. He walked over and sat at the table. On the table was a brand new map, which showed the area they were in, and the place Alka had asked Zadaiti to draw. Some of the people were still asleep, some were washing up, and some were eating breakfast. Alka blinked as he sat at the table, and carefully observed the map in front of him. On the map, in Alka's vision, spots of light appeared one after another, skipping over the numerous white dots. Alka looked at the other light dots that needed to be focused on. 6 golden lights flashed out. In addition to the 6 golden lights, there were also 2 orange lights, and the reason why Alka chose this area. A red beam of light shot up into the sky. This red beam of light was not blood-colored, but was as dazzling as a red gem, attracting people's attention. He reached out and touched the red light without hesitation. Lighthouse. Difficulty, Transporter, 7th stage. Popularity, 543,000. Treasure information, Saralan Empire Lighthouse, standing in the capital, bringing hope from afar to the empire. Looking at the information on this red dot, sure enough, it would not be nothing after all. Alka and the others knew a lot about the Saralan Empire. And Alka also knew about this lighthouse. But he never thought that this thing would be a crown-level treasure. Because it was just a landmark building of this country. Because it was famous as a landmark building. So Alka simply knew some information. But for this kind of landmark building, it was only briefly mentioned. So Alka just knew about it. But if you want to say how detailed you know it, it is obviously not that. And the difficulty has been clearly marked. You need to reach the 7th stage, and this is only the difficulty of the treasure. It is obviously not that easy to obtain this red treasure. Alka simply enjoyed the sight, and had a general idea in his mind. His attention was more focused on the golden and orange treasures. Although they no longer needed Holy Grail level treasures, who would complain about having too many treasures? This is an extremely precious resource in itself. And the orange treasure is obviously the top priority for them now. So Alka turned his attention to the 2 orange lights. He clicked on one of the orange dots of light. Pale Moon. Difficulty, Moon Power User. Popularity, 255. Treasure information, Moon Worship Cult's treasure. This information is a little less. It's almost the same as having nothing. And this information will be expanded. It's all because Alka has seen the information about the so-called Moon Worship Cult. That's what he knew about the various cults before. But the problem is that he has only seen the name. All I know is that this cult was active 300 years ago. And the area where it was active was far away. And the difficulty of this treasure is enough to make me feel overwhelmed. What is the moon power? I have no idea. Temporarily moving the target of this treasure away, Alka looked at another orange light spot. Spell Sword. Difficulty, Wish Fulfillment. Popularity, 67,000. Treasure information, the 16th Commander-in-Chief of the Saralan Empire. A young general. This is the treasure he used. Because of this treasure, he was also named General Curse Blade. Finally, I saw a piece of information that could be expanded. Alka knew this person, who was a well-known historical figure in the Saralan Empire. The reason why Alka knew him was because this commander was the ancestor of Greyfar. This family was once very famous in the Saralan Empire. To be honest, Alka had previously thought that the exaggerated and weird giant sword the size of a door panel used by Greyfar was the cursed sword. I didn't expect the cursed sword to be here. Then the question is, if this is the cursed sword, what is the thing in Greyfar's hand? But if you want to get this treasure, you must get all kinds of information from Greyfar. At least there is a channel instead of knowing nothing. Simply move the importance of this treasure forward, of course. It does not mean that the other 2 treasures are not important. It's to see if you can get some information later, and expand the information of the treasure to learn more. Now it was time to look at the remaining 6 Holy Grail level treasures. Alka carefully checked them one by one. At this stage, there were already various treasures with no information. After all, for such a huge empire, the owner of the Holy Grail level treasure must be a mystery. And there might not be any information left. And Alka and his friends didn't know much information for the history of an empire. Not to mention that this empire existed for thousands of years, which was an exaggerated annual span. Among them, Alka thought that 3 treasures that they might be able to obtain at this stage were picked out by him. And one of them might be the easiest to obtain, and it can basically be put on the agenda for finding. Drinking Cup. Difficulty, Tomb Raider. Popularity, 665,000. Treasure information, the founding emperor of the Saralan Empire, the wine cup used by the savior. For a person in such a high position, he is also a person who likes fine wine. This is the favorite item of the king of the empire. As the treasure information said, the fame of this treasure comes from its long history. Chapter 446 Tomb. While Alka was still observing the map, Zadaidi came over with 2 plates of breakfast, and placed one of them in front of Alka. He took his own plate, and sat next to him. Looking at Alka, he asked, "How is it? Do you have any target by looking at this map?" Alka nodded. "Of course there is, but I have to sort out my thoughts," Alka said, as he ate breakfast and took out his booklet, holding a pen in his hand, and began to write and draw on it. This would help him sort out the thoughts in his mind. First of all, it must be the most valuable Red Crown level treasure lighthouse. It can be known that this must be a building. Alka looked at the map. Where the red light is, the map shows a wilderness, which means that there are no ruins in this area. Then it can be determined that this building is either in another space, or hidden in other planes connected to it. This is the most troublesome thing. Because in a place like this hidden in the layered space, it is difficult to know where it is hidden. It seems that the treasure is in this layered space, but in fact it may be thousands of miles away. Generally speaking, Such hidden treasures require special means, or knowing where it is hidden by understanding related information. Then use various abilities or means to go to the place where the treasure is and get it. Alka has had the treasure hunting system for a long time. After long-term use, he has already figured out the functions of this treasure hunting system. For example, the expansion and feedback of treasure information. If they only collect information about this famous landmark building, they will only know the information function and introduction of this treasure. Only by knowing the key nodes can more information be expanded through these nodes. For example, Alka learned through channels when this treasure was hidden, or who hid it. Once he knew this information, Alka could understand these situations through the names of these people, and then more important information could be expanded. Only at this time, Alka can further explore with more information. Such a virtuous cycle allows Alka to find treasures countless times faster than normal treasure hunting. Because the expansion of information can allow Alka to create something out of nothing. Knowing that there is information about treasures that has no channels to know. After thinking about it, first wrote the word lighthouse on the notebook, and then circled it. Later, you can learn about this building specifically, and see if you can expand some useful information. Then, there are two orange scepter level treasures. Pale Moon and Spell Sword. The moon worship cult is related to Pale Moon. The problem is that this cult is not very well known. And it is also a relatively mysterious one. Although it disappeared 300 years ago, there is not much information left. Alka almost classified the difficulty of obtaining this treasure as the level of a lighthouse. It is the type that can only be paid attention to first. Then, there is the Spell Sword. That is closely related to the people and things in this area. There are two ways to get it. One is to collect information about this family. After all, in the former Saralan Empire, this family was a very well-known family. The second one is, of course, Greyfar. After all, he is the descendant of the family that once held the Spell Sword. Through him, Alka should be able to learn more secret information, then expand more useful treasure information. And it may even be possible to directly know the most critical thing. To get this treasure. After thinking about it, Alka drew a slash under the name of this treasure, and put it on the agenda to start understanding. Then, we can immediately start to learn about, and inquire about the treasures we are looking for. Although it is just a golden holy grail treasure. Drinking cup. Alka only knows the name. He knows that Lucilia must know more about this thing. He only needs to learn more to know what the treasure is. After sorting out the current clues, Alka almost finished his breakfast. After a while, everyone sat down at the wooden table one after another. The small wooden table became crowded with people sitting around. The huge Poro had to stand up and stand behind him. Alka took out his notebook. Do you know the drinking cup? It was the favorite wine cup of the founding emperor of the Saralan Empire. Hearing this, Lucilia, who was sitting at the table next to Alka, nodded and said, I remember this thing. Wait for me to recall it. As she said this, Lucilia closed her eyes slightly, and only a few seconds passed. He seemed to retrieve the memory in his brain like a machine. Yes. Although I don't know what aspect of this thing you want to know specifically. I will tell you everything I know first. After that, Lucilia began to talk. The description of the drinking cup should be a golden wine cup that can be held directly in one hand. It has a short and thin base, and a round cup mouth that is about the size of the palm. There is a relief of a banquet on it. It is said that this relief is carved with the banquet of the god of wine in the ancient Golden Age. Legend has it that Saralan, the founding emperor of the empire, used this wine cup to drink whether he was at a banquet or at home. Therefore, many people speculate that this wine glass should be a magic wine glass that can help identify any poisonous substances. However, this wine glass was said to be lost by Saralan's little daughter in his later years. This can be regarded as a regret for Saralan. In many paintings of Saralan in that era, he can be seen holding this cup. For example, in The Wine of the Savior, the feast of the founding of the nation, the family. This series of paintings with drinking actions all have this cup. After listening to Lucilia's narration, Juanlu had an ordinary dark green wine glass in his hand. Is it this style? Yes, that's right, it's this style. It's because of Saralan's cup that this country is very accustomed to using this type of wine glass when drinking. After listening to Lucilia's story, Alka nodded, and once again looked at the map placed in front of him. Drinking cup. Difficulty, Tomb Raider. Popularity, 665,000. Treasure information, the founding emperor of the Saralan Empire, the wine glass used by the Savior. For a person in such a high position, who is also a wine lover, this is the favorite item of the king of the empire. This is a treasure that can enhance the deliciousness of the wine poured into the cup, and process the wine with special effects. The information is indeed expanded, but it only describes the function of the treasure. It is not a detection tool for identifying whether it is poisonous, but a truly effective treasure. It is really interesting to enhance and strengthen the wine poured into it. However, the function seems to be a bit useless. After all, if it is just this kind of thing, it will occupy the slot of a holy grail level treasure. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Alka thinks that the emperor of the empire named Tsar Alan should not be so stupid. Of course, it is not necessarily the case. What if that treasure is just suitable for all the treasures he has? After all, not everyone can get so many treasures to choose from like them. If no new treasures are obtained from then on, it seems that it doesn't matter whether this treasure is mastered or not. After thinking for a while, Alka reached out and pointed at the place where the golden spot was. What's the situation here? Because the place where the golden spot was located was a plain, but there was a special building around it. Or the ruins of the building. This is a ruin. But some of them are too damaged, so I can't be sure if there is anything in these ruins. Alka nodded. After thinking for a while, it was still the same. After determining the location of the treasure, go to the place where the treasure is located first. See if there is anything special there, and then make plans. After all, it seems that this treasure is not difficult to obtain, and the difficulty is tomb robbers. In other words, this treasure is likely to be placed in a tomb. This is even less difficult for Alka and others. So this treasure is likely to be underground, buried in a tomb. The reason why Xiaodaidi did not say that there is a hole under this place is probably because the tomb is buried too deep. If Xiaodaidi is just detecting the terrain normally, she will not let her fluctuations go too deep underground. After all, the fluctuation has a limit. The deeper you go underground, the greater the obstacles you encounter, and the more magic power you will consume, which is not worth the loss in terms of efficiency. Not to mention that the map that Alka wants is such a large area. Under normal circumstances, the depth of Xiaodaidi's exploration is generally around 34 meters. This is actually a high depth. It is enough to have a rough understanding of the underground situation. If you really need to know more, Alka can get the complete map and then use the light spots to understand it in depth, without spending more time. Not to mention that there are also large and small white spots gathered next to this golden light spot, which obviously could be a tomb. Then let's go here today. After thinking of this, Alka said without hesitation, and then he tapped twice at the area where the golden light was. Everyone looked at it. This area is relatively close to their camp, and it will take about an hour to walk there. Of course, this more than an hour is based on their speed. Apparently Alka felt that there should be something here. He stood up, rolled up the map and put it away. Let's split into two teams. One team stays in the camp, and the other team will follow me. Alka thought for a while and said, "It's just an initial exploration, so don't go out in full force when you don't know the situation." Then he simply assigned some things. Xiaodedi, Lucilia, Simon followed Alka, and took some puppet girls with them. The others rested in the camp, meditated, and did their own things. After making the decision, Alka created a tall mirror on the spot, and stood it in the center of the camp, like a huge door. The mirror surface twisted like a spiral, and one could clearly feel the breath leading to the dream emanating from it. This way we can rush back quickly. And if there is a problem, you can also rush over to help quickly, Alka said with a smile. There were not only them in the camp, but also 2 or 3 Vasva people who were doing adaptive training here to adapt to the concentration of magic in the endless sea. Oh, brother, bring your digging tools. Alka thought of something and turned to Simon, because he wanted to leave the heart of Vasva in the camp, to prevent accidents, so that he could return quickly. Indeed, this treasure in this area did not mean much to Alka. It was the same as Lucilia's space dagger. Then wait for me, Simon said as he opened a portal on the spot. But it was obvious that compared to the ease and comfort on the ship before, even if Alka gave him the permission to enter the inner space through the heart of Vasva, it was still a bit difficult. All these showed that the space here was relatively solid. After a while Simon, still with empty hands, ran out again. We can go now. Hearing this, Alka nodded and led a few people to move forward into the distance. As soon as they left the camp, they ran quickly. At their speed, it would not take long. They ran like cheetahs, and they could stabilize their breath while running. Soon Alka looked at the map and came to the area of the light spot. This place is a wasteland, with only scattered weeds and some protruding gravel. Except for the scattered trees around, there is nothing special. Alcado doesn't need to say anything. When Alka stopped, Ziadite began to emit silver ripples for detection into the ground through his feet. Whether it was the need for excavation tools just now, or coming to this wasteland, it has already shown that Alka may feel that there may be something underground. How deep can you detect now? Alka asked curiously. I can't be sure about this. I have to judge it based on the land I need to explore, and the concentration of magic in the land or the environment. After all, the environment is complex, and no environment is absolutely the same. Not to mention that this is already a relatively extreme area. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and several people stood by, waiting for Ziadite's detection. After a short while, Ziadite seemed to have completed the exploration in about a minute. He said, "The land here seems to be a little different from what I thought. It is easy to encounter some rocks with strange components. It seems to be affected by the devil's abyss breath. And it is very solid. My detection range is about 30 meters, and it is difficult to go deeper." Hearing this, Alka nodded. 30 meters is already very deep. Digging deeper can be said to be a bottomless pit, or even a cliff. Did you detect anything? Ziadite shook his head. Then let's go for a walk and explore this area. Alka made a simple gesture, which was probably a circle with a diameter of 1 kilometer. For Ziadite, she only needed to determine a few points for deep exploration to cover the circle, so it was not a difficult task. It took Ziadite less than half an hour to completely explore the 1 kilometer circular area. It did not consume much of her physical strength and magic power. As the last point was explored, Ziadite frowned and shook her head. Obviously, there is nothing worth paying special attention to at a depth of 30 meters. Nothing at 30 meters. Alka looked at the map in his hand in a low voice. The circle he drew not only covers the golden dot, but also contains many white dots. According to the information, their treasure is in the tomb. Although there is no detailed information about these white dots, it can be known that they are in the tomb. Because of these white dots, the only difficulty revealed is the tomb robbers. After confirming this information, as long as Alka is not unlucky, then this tomb must be underground. And it is deeper than 30 meters underground. After all, if this tomb was built in the Imperial era, it would be too long ago. There is golden light, and even so many white spots, this tomb must be rich or noble. The difficulty is tomb robbers, so this tomb should have defensive measures. It seems that most of the tombs of dignitaries have such things. It takes a little more patience. Chapter 447, Going Deep into the Tomb. Why don't we just find a better place and dig deeper? This will also allow Ziadite to detect deeper places. We can also learn more about this place, and see if there are any strange soil environments. Looking at Alka, who was thinking, Simon next to him suggested. Hearing this, Alka shook his head slightly. What we are looking for should be a tomb. And it may be the tomb of a high-ranking person. This kind of tomb is likely to have defensive measures. If we dig rashly downwards, some defensive measures may be activated. And we don't know how deep it is underground, after all. This area has experienced so many problems. And the Empire has been thousands of years away from us. Ziadite next to him also said, the stone below is very hard. The deeper you go, the harder it gets, and there is also a settled abyss atmosphere. Even if you dig 5 meters down, the distance you can detect further down will not increase by 5 meters. Because the various auras and the power of the earth below will hinder my detection distance. Simon nodded when he heard this, and took back his suggestion. Lucilia, who was sitting on Alka's shoulder, frowned at his words, and said after thinking for a while, perhaps we can first understand the style of the Saralan Empire's tomb construction, and their funeral culture. Do you have information in this regard? Alka turned to look at Lucilia and asked, if there is information about this, it would be even better. Lucilia nodded, yes. There is. But I was not interested in this thing before. I just learned about some research and records in a book when I learned about the Saralan Empire. Wait a minute. I'll look for it. I put all the books about the Saralan Empire in my pocket ring. As she said this, Lucilia reached out and supported her bracelet, and began to search carefully in her pocket space with her eyes closed. It was like searching the pocket space with your spirit, which was equivalent to searching with your eyes. After only half a minute, Lucilia took out a thick book, which looked quite old from the cover. This is it, she said, controlling the book to float up, and began to flip through it. Soon she found the information she needed. Alka and the others also leaned over to look at the information in the book. It explored some of the culture of the Sar Island Empire and traced its origins through the styles of funerals and tomb construction. Let people better understand some of the customs of this empire, as well as folk customs and character. There are even many simple drawings, including some tomb architectural styles, and even architectural drawings. Detailed theories are carried out through these drawings. Alka looked at the introduction above. And the funeral style is burial rather than sea burial. This is quite rare in the ocean world like the infinite sea. He likes to build tombs in various circular styles, or in more regular shapes. Of course, most of them are round. Even the tombs of the royal family of the Sar Island Empire are round. Because it is a burial, there is also the custom of burial objects, and a kind of stone called dry stone is used to make the sarcophagus. They believe that the sarcophagus made of this stone can bring them peace, and this stone is grayish. But the stone exudes a faint plant fragrance. The people of the Sar Island Empire believe that they can return to the world in such a sarcophagus. Isn't it returning to the embrace of the gods? In this world where gods clearly exist, this style is still quite peculiar. As he got to know more, Alka also had a general understanding of the style of the entire tomb. After understanding these styles, Alka immediately took another look at the map, and reread the information of the treasure. Just as he thought, there was indeed an expansion, but the expansion information was somewhat ambiguous. Left in a tomb that did not belong to him. Although the specific meaning of this information is unknown, it has at least been confirmed that the place where the treasure is located is the tomb. According to the expansion of the information he just saw, it can be basically confirmed that there is a tomb under their feet. The treasure is in this tomb, and the depth of the tomb is very deep. Thinking of this, Alka looked at the map. He began to try to draw a circle with his hands, because the golden treasure light spot and the surrounding white light spots, according to the entire map, are indeed counted in one area. So Alka has reason to suspect that these treasures are in a tomb. It is impossible that there are several different tombs under his feet. That would be too strange. According to the funeral style, the family tomb is a circle. He was trying to draw a circle that could include all the treasures. In this way, he could tell the scope of the tomb. At first, he drew a circle with the golden treasure light spot as the center. But no matter how he summarized it, the circle seemed a little too big, and there would be a lot of gaps. Not very realistic. After drawing a few circles like this, Alka finally drew a circle that he was quite satisfied with. That is, the golden light spot was not in the center of the tomb, but at the edge of the tomb, so that all the white light spots could be included in a more correct circle. And the size of this tomb was also within a relatively normal range. Comparing with the circle he drew, Alka began to make a simple plan for where they were now. The entire 1 kilometer circular area they just explored was obviously too large. The diameter of this circle should be only about 700 meters. And the maximum error is only 1 kilometer. This should be the tomb of a powerful person. According to the description above, this kind of tomb should have a correct passage. Because of some major festivals, their descendants will enter the tomb to worship, Alka said, starting from the circle he just drew. According to the more classic tomb construction cases, to start a simple plan. After planning for a while, several points were determined. Let's dig down from these points. Alka thought that this point should be outside the tomb, but it is very likely to be close to the tomb, making it easier to detect the edge of the tomb. It can detect the tomb without damaging it or affecting it. Hearing Alka's words, several people nodded. They began to look for the starting point on the spot. After finding and marking it, Simon began to build a machine to dig. He unfolded his treasure directly and drove a huge mecha. The mecha's hands were assembled through a series of mechanical structures, and electric drills and tools for digging pits appeared. Once it was started, the effect was very strong, and the efficiency was full. Soon a pit of 7 or 8 meters appeared, but it was not dug too big, just enough for Xiaodaidi to jump in. After digging, Xiaodaidi jumped in directly and began to detect downwards. It was slightly extended by 3 meters, and there was still no strange situation. Alka nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Let's go to other points to dig the same depth of pits first, and then continue to deepen the depth after there is nothing." Simon nodded, and everyone took action again. In this way, a total of 6 deep pits were dug, each of which had the same size. But just as Xiaodaidi said, the extended detection distance did not reveal anything more, so everyone began to dig bit by bit. A few hours later, the depth of the number 3 deep pit had reached 20 meters. When Xiaodai jumped in again. Her eyes shone this time, and she smiled. Found it. The curved wall of a man-made building. 40 meters deep from the ground. The surrounding area is protected by very solid stones. When they heard that the building was confirmed, everyone smiled. After working so hard for so long, they finally got something. It's still 30 meters away from where I am now, Xiaodai said after drawing. Then he pointed in a direction. Simon made a simple calculation and said, let's get closer and dig a new hole. Since Simon said so, everyone naturally had no objection. After finding a good position, they continued to dig the hole downwards. This time, they had to dig a hole deep enough. And the rocks below and the breadth of the abyss will have an impact. You need to do it slowly, you can't be impatient. It took more than 3 hours finally. We reached a deep pit of 45 meters deep. You can already feel the breadth of the abyss inside. This breath is immersed in the ground through the earth, affecting the scar of the whole world. The entire cave entrance was expanded. Xiaodai began to explore and plan more carefully at the bottom of the cave. It was so detailed that he had to dig a certain number of meters before stopping. Dig another 3 meters from here. After 3 meters, it will be only 1 meter away from the wall. I will then detect more carefully whether there are any mechanisms or something like that. Hearing Xiaodai's words, Simon nodded and jumped down again, and began to dig more gently. This time, he couldn't be as fast as before, and had to be more meticulous. But after all, it was only a few meters, and it was soon cleared. Xiaodai once again stuck to the mud wall to detect. The silver ripples passed through the stone wall, and detected the location of the tomb. She quickly determined the information she wanted to know. There is no mechanism in this direction. You can open it. Soon the last meter was opened, and everyone could clearly see that the gray stone was exposed after the mud was cleared. Although this kind of stone is strong, it is not rare. It is a very common building material. The stone of the anti-magic fortress is mainly made of this material. Can we dig it? Simon asked. Yes. It should be fine if it is normal and minor. Hearing this, Simon took action and quickly opened the hole. Everyone could see the dark space inside. There was a somewhat decayed smell coming from inside. And there was also a dull smell. Now we just need to enlarge the hole. How about I go in and take a look at the situation inside? Lucilia asked, looking at the hole. This hole was just big enough for her to get into. After hearing this, Alka thought about it and nodded. Lucilia's figure immediately disappeared into the shadows, and entered the hole. She began to explore inside the tomb. However, she only explored around the hole, and then came out of the hole again. There should be nothing around here. The small hole was enlarged by Simon, until they could get in. They also took out steel frames for support, in case their actions just now caused any problems with the structure of the entire tomb. After everything was ready, everyone slowly and carefully entered the tomb. After confirming that it was just a dull smell and no poisonous gas, everyone looked at the scene in the tomb through dark vision. If there was danger inside, they could also use dark vision instead of using light to avoid alerting the enemy. Right next to them stood a sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is completely sealed, and no information can be seen on it. This is because each sarcophagus is tailor-made after the death of the deceased, and is made through a spell that can control the shape of the stone. He learned this from the book he just saw. There are also patterns carved on the sarcophagus when the sarcophagus was made. Alka looked at the patterns carved on the top of the sarcophagus through dark vision. The patterns and some sentences on it describe the life of the deceased. The owner of the sarcophagus in front of him, apparently, had a rather unsatisfactory life when he was alive, and only had a few languid words. The general meaning was a responsible father, a good brother, and so on. It was a relatively common polite words. The painting on the mural should be a family portrait. Although it was a bit strange to paint a family portrait on a coffin, it was a local custom after all. There was a white outline in a pile of broken lime and ashes next to the coffin. Alka walked over and gently moved it with his legs a few times, moving the broken lime away. The white lines wrapped around some kind of metal product. When Alka picked it up, the white lines disappeared. It was obviously an ordinary treasure. Looking at what Alka was holding, Lucilia took a quick look. It was a timekeeping hourglass that looked a bit luxurious. Compared to the hourglass they used to record time, it was older. Of course, it didn't mean that the time he recorded was not accurate, but in that era, such a recording hourglass was obviously worth a lot of money. Moreover, the appearance of this hourglass is also very exquisite. After simply cleaning off the lime and dirt on it, It can be seen that it is decorated with several gems and precious metals. Using this thing as one of the burial objects indicates that the deceased's occupation during his lifetime paid more attention to the concept of time. It is very likely that the person lying in this coffin should have been a government official of the Alawan Empire. The government of the Saralan Empire was famous for its efficiency at a certain time, Lucilia said after a simple reasoning. Alka nodded and put the hourglass away. It was obviously a valuable item. It was their first reward after entering the tomb. Looking around, it was a circular tomb, which could be divided into two parts. The first was the central part, which was a square-like place. To build such a tomb, it was obvious that it belonged to a family. Then, in this square, one could learn about the deeds of the family, as well as a passage leading to the outside. Of course, the passage had obviously been blocked long ago. After all, it was 40 meters below. Then you can go through the central square and passage to other tombs. These tombs are divided by walls like pizza, one by one. The sarcophagi in each cell are the deceased members of the same family. That is, family members of the same generation. The tomb where Alka and the others are now is already at the end of the pizza, which means that it is likely that this tomb was used in the later period. There were two sarcophagi next to them, and they were a pair of brothers. After passing through the passage and entering the central square, everyone was able to see the family. Lucilia began to interpret the stone tablet in the center of the square. The stone tablet was built at different times. It recorded the glorious moments and low times of the family. This is a family of medium size. The founder of the family was a wealthy businessman, and his descendants began to enter politics with money. The most powerful person was the deputy of the highest official in a city. After a brief understanding, everyone began to check the sarcophagus in each tomb. Alka walked directly to the place where the golden light was. Then he saw a gap in the wall that was also broken. At the gap, a corner of the sarcophagus was broken, using violent means. Next to the broken part of the sarcophagus, there was a decayed corpse. Next to the corpse was a golden light. It was a cup-shaped object that was completely covered with dust and various dirt. Chapter 448 The Cup of Drinking. Is this what you want to find? Lucilia brushed off the dust on herself and climbed onto Alka's shoulder and asked. Alka looked at the great cup in his hand and nodded. The wine cup that the great Saralan liked once has fallen into such a state. Lucilia couldn't help but say, as she looked at the dust and dirt on the cup. Alka handed the cup to Lucilia, and then looked at the surrounding scene. The corpse in front of him had been dead for an unknown period of time. The clothes on his body, and most of the things he carried had long since turned into debris and ashes as time passed. However, he could still see the excavation tools that had been completely embroidered into a pile next to him. At the gap in the wall, he could still see a tool bag placed there. Of course, the tools inside had long been damaged. Xia Dai, who had been walking around, also came over, and Simon followed closely behind. There was really nothing to see around here. It was just an ordinary tomb. Is this a tomb robber? Xia Dai asked, looking at the corpse. It was mainly based on the surrounding scene. It was too obvious. Alka nodded. I don't know how many years ago. Maybe when the Saralan Empire was not destroyed. This tomb robber came here. He used tools to chisel open the stone wall of the tomb and entered this tomb. Then, he used tools to chisel open the sarcophagus. It should be that the protective mechanism of the sarcophagus was triggered. So he died. It might be poison gas or something, because there was no external injury on the corpse of the tomb robber outside. Alka squatted slightly. Looking inside the damaged part of the sarcophagus, he saw a white light inside. That is to say, the white light seen on the map should be in these sarcophagi, which are burial objects. Only some not so valuable ones are placed outside. The instant hourglass Alka got before should be well preserved. And the burial objects around these older tombs have long been destroyed. They should all be things that the deceased loved during his lifetime. Plus, this is a family of some size. Favorite things, they should all be valuable cultural relics. But why is this wine cup on this tomb robber? Xia Dai asked with some doubt. If this wine cup is the drinking cup of Emperor Saralan as Alka said, no matter how you think about it, it is impossible for this tomb robber to have it. They don't know that the drinking cup is actually a holy grail level treasure. That is unknown. Let it sink into the long river of history. Alka said with a smile. How many coincidences and processes must have occurred to allow such a treasure to fall into the hands of tomb robbers? Then these sarcophagi. Simon pointed to the coffins that had not been broken. Alka shook his head. Forget it, this is not a very wealthy family, and the burial objects are not necessarily very valuable. These protective mechanisms may not have completely disappeared. Forget it, we have already taken what we should take. Hearing this, several people nodded and did not say much. If it was just an ordinary burial object, it really had no value to them. They returned to the hole they had just come out of, and then went up from the hole they dug. After coming up, they covered the soil again and sealed the hole. After coming out, Alka took the cup in his hand. A water-blue water sign appeared next to him, and a stream of water began to surround the cup. Alka loosened the cup, and the water formed a spiral-like washing machine around the cup and began to clean it in a spiral. Xiaodaidi couldn't help but say, as he watched this scene, this should be considered an ancient artifact. Right? Although it is a magic item. It has been there for so long. If it is washed violently like this, it may be damaged. If you want to sell it for a sufficient value at that time, it will not be so easy. As the evaluator and seller of most of the treasures on the ship, she must remind them at this time. Hearing this, Alka turned to look at her and said with a smile, "Don't worry. It will be fine. This is not an ordinary magic item. It is a treasure." Huh? Several people around turned their heads and stared at him with wide eyes. He didn't say such a thing just now. Treasure? Yes, it is a treasure of the Holy Grail level. Hearing this, Simon frowned. She immediately thought of a big flaw. That shouldn't be the case. If it is a treasure, Emperor Saralin can't just let this treasure be lost, right? The connection between the treasure in his hands and the owner is so deep, it is impossible for it to be taken away without being discovered by Emperor Saralin. Not to mention that it was taken by a tomb robber, or even taken into another tomb. This is too strange. Simon was the first to discover the problem and said. When Alka heard this question, he shrugged helplessly and said, "I don't know why. I just know that this thing is indeed a treasure." As he spoke, the turbid water fell into the mud under his feet. The completely clean drinking cup was taken by Alka in his hand and placed in front of everyone. The cup was just as described. There was a gem about the size of a thumb inlaid below. And then, there was a pattern carved on it of a fat man drinking at a table. And there were all kinds of men and women dressed in extravagant clothes around him, dancing and drinking. The overall structure should be made of gold. This cup looks very luxurious and extravagant. If the relief carving on it is not the Dionysus banquet in the Golden Age, this cup really has a rustic luxury style. Or the former Dionysus was ostentatious, rustic and extravagant god. Alka probed the magic power into the cup. 3 of the treasures in his possession repelled, but the cup repelled 4. Of course, Alka can also suppress the cup with his scepter-level treasure, and then use it forcibly. But it's meaningless. It's like using an ordinary magic item. You still have to spend some effort to control it. I didn't expect to get a Holy Grail-level treasure so easily. Xiaodaidi took the cup and looked at it, and couldn't help saying. After hearing this, Alka looked up at the sky. It can only be said that it was very easy for them. If it were for other people, this treasure might be buried there forever. Unless one day someone dug up the tomb below. Or there may be new tomb robbers or treasure hunting groups looking for these tombs. And then, they get unexpected gains. However, for Alka, treasures like these that are accidentally out there and buried in unknown places are the easiest to obtain. For Alka, such accidentally lost treasures are no different from picking up money. At most, it takes more effort to find them because they are lost in different places. There is no deliberate hiding, no protective rituals for storage, and no protection by powerful creatures. It is just a place where it is buried and may never be known. For Alka, it is just picking up money. What a pity, we don't need the Holy Grail level treasure anymore. Looking at the cup, Simon said with some regret, "Take it out and sell it. It is a treasure, and it is the drinking cup used by Emperor Saralin. Believe me, it will definitely sell for a higher price than the Holy Grail level treasure," Xiaodaidi said with a smile while looking at the cup in his hand. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and the curtain of night covered the sky. Seeing this, everyone hurried back to the camp. When everyone returned to the camp, Jason looked at Alka and the others and said, "What did you gain? You stayed outside for a whole day. That is, about 20 hours. Hearing this, Alka shook the cup in his hand. "Is this the one?" "Yes. It's the drinking cup." Everyone in the camp gathered around. They didn't expect that they were only out for a day, saying that they were going to explore the road first. As a result, Alka and his companions, since they got it directly, the process of exploring the way turned directly into a journey of harvest. Tell me how you got this thing, Aurelius asked curiously. Zadide told them about their experience today, and Alka put the cup on the table for everyone to see. He opened the map and looked at the golden light that had dimmed. Drinking cup. Difficulty, Tomb Raider. Popularity, 665,000. Treasure information, the founding emperor of the Saralan Empire, the wine cup used by the savior. For a person in such a high position, who is also a wine lover, this is the favorite item of the king of the empire. Left in a tomb that does not belong to him. This is a treasure that can make the wine poured into the cup more delicious, and enhance and sublimate the wine and add special effects. This function can be used without mastering the treasure. Wait, Alka looked at the last item that appeared in the introduction information after obtaining the treasure. In other words, what is mentioned above is the function of increasing the deliciousness of the wine in the cup and adding special effects to the wine. The treasure can automatically produce such an effect without mastering the treasure. Seeing this effect, Alka did not think it was fake. He slapped his head and suddenly realized it. If this is the case, the previous things make sense. In other words, this treasure is likely not suitable for Emperor Saralan. But he discovered this function. So he has been using this treasure. Because this treasure can exert its essential power without mastering it. Just like if the image of the treasure is a sword, and this sword is extremely strong and sharp, then even if you don't master the treasure, and don't use its special power, it is still a sword, able to wield and sharp. You can even use the characteristics of this sword to block the enemy's attack, because it is extremely difficult to be damaged. This is why weapon-type treasures, or shield-type treasures, are very precious. Because of their appearance and the characteristics of the treasure, they will be strengthened differently. Now, the factor that determines whether the value of this treasure will continue to rise is the special effect it can bring to the wine poured into the cup. What is it specifically? So this is actually a treasure? You just went out for a day and brought back a treasure? Jason asked with wide eyes, as he looked at Zadide, who was telling the story. Zadide nodded, although it's hard to believe. It's true. So what's the difference between this and picking up money? When will I go pick up some too? Why is my luck so good? Jason asked in confusion. Hearing this, a silver snake appeared in Alka's hand, waving in front of Jason, and then bounced up in front of him and held in his hand. Alka, holding the silver snake, could not help but nod. Well, my luck has improved again. Looking at this scene, Jason felt like he had eaten a fly. You deserve to die. Madlisa looked at the cup in the middle, feeling a little sorry. We are no longer short of Holy Grail level treasures, and excessive mastery will become a burden to us. It is a bit regrettable to say it. No, this treasure is different. Alka dragged the cup in front of him, then looked at Juanlu. Do you have any wine? Juanlu nodded, and spread his hands. Suddenly a wine bottle appeared in his hand. The embroidered wine bottle was filled with green wine, a bit like vegetable juice or something. But it was a bit clear. Alka took it, opened the wooden cork on it, and then poured the wine into the wine glass in front of him. The green wine fell into the cup. Everyone looked at the wine in the cup, and it seemed that there was nothing special about it. Alka blinked his eyes, and did not see the treasure working. He sniffed it, and felt nothing different. After thinking for a while, he took a sip from the cup. He had drunk this wine before, so the wine in the cup did not change. Does it need magic power? Thinking of this, Alka reached out to hold the cup, and when the magic power was about to flow over, Alka hurriedly stopped. Reanalyze the magic power that you are about to pour out. Completely remove the magic power mix from various treasures, and turn it into the purest magic power. This is a skill to use. You must have a very high degree of control over your magic power to complete this operation. Otherwise, your magic power will involuntarily carry the breath of the treasure. This skill belongs to the more difficult type. The pure magic power that has been stripped and cleaned up poured into the wine glass, and the wine glass really absorbed the magic power. It seems to have stimulated the effect. The wine in the cup has changed. It is still green, but it exudes a faint fragrance like a forest. The main feature of this wine is the feeling of returning to nature. The fragrance of this wine lingers around everyone's nose. Take a deep breath, it's like returning to nature. In addition, this wine also exudes a faint green light. Changed. In other words, this treasure has played its own role? Zadide asked while looking at the cup. Alka nodded, yes. That's it. This wine smells really attractive. Juanlu couldn't help saying, let me try it first. Alka smiled and picked up the glass, and took a sip. The fragrant wine burst into his mouth, just like the natural breath of spring in the forest. pouring into his mouth and drilling into his heart. It seemed that his whole body was inexplicably emitting vitality. Huh? He exhaled and opened his eyes. In addition to improving the deliciousness of the wine, Alka could also feel that the wine improved his physical fitness. It seemed to be a permanent improvement, but it was very, very subtle. At the same time, it seemed to wash away the fatigue in my body and rejuvenate my body. You guys try it too. Alka handed the wine glass over, and everyone drank the wine in it in one gulp. And they all felt the same feeling. The taste and effect seemed to be related to the characteristics of the wine inside. Let's change to another wine, Juanlu, who drank it last, said, and then changed to another wine. It was a strong liquor. Alka nodded, picked up the liquor and poured it in. This liquor was very pure and transparent, like water. When the liquor was poured in and the magic power flowed in again, the very strong aroma of liquor floated out, without any other smell, just the pure strong aroma of liquor. Alka took a sip, the flaming liquor flowed into his throat, as if it was about to burn. It was like drinking a mouthful of magma flowing into his lungs. Alka's skin was visibly red. A wave of heat even came out of his skin. And Alka opened his eyes. It's so hot. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist so hard that he could see blood vessels bursting out one by one. In addition to increasing weak strength, it also strengthens the strength more, which should be temporary, and it can resist the cold winter. Then this wine glass is interesting. And everyone began to experiment one by one. See what effect different wines can emit in the glass. You know, Juanlu has all kinds of wine on him. And there are also many categories stored on their ship. In the end, even Matlisa took out her own medicinal wine, which can also be called a medicine. But it is made by brewing wine, so it should also be considered a bar. Chapter 449, Children's Difficulty. After a night of various experiments, Alka even brought the wine glass into the dream, so that Shadow Robe could deeply examine some of the properties of the wine glass and the divine essence inside. Even through the special effects of the dream, Alka saw through the general function of the divine essence. If this wine glass is mastered, the effect it brings should be related to wine. It is possible to emit wine out of thin air, or to let the intoxicating alcohol enter the human body through the air, making people unconsciously enter a state of drunkenness, and so on. Of course, this is just Alka's guess based on what he knows and sees. But if he doesn't have this treasure, then he can only use the function of the wine glass, which is to sublimate the wine poured into it. Depending on the effect of the wine, the sublimation effect is also different. For example, a hot and strong liquor, after sublimation, can even enhance the control and power of the fire element. In this state, Alka, using the flame card, can increase the power of his flame to a higher level. Of course, you also have to endure the feeling of being on fire, which is a bit uncomfortable. Similarly, various types of wine have different effects. In order to bring out his purest ability, Juanlu even decided to brew the right wine himself. But the problem is that the wine poured from the cup is very easy to evaporate when placed in the outside world. That special effect will also disappear. Only the effect of improving the taste will be fixed after about half of it disappears. That is to say, they could not use such an effect to hoard wine with special effects, until Matlisa put such wine into her water bottle. Then the effect of the liquid was actually maintained. With this condition, Matlisa specially opened a compartment in her water bottle, which was used to store wine and other liquids, and decided to cooperate with Juanlu to see if they could make various kinds of medicinal wine for sublimation to enhance the effect of the medicinal wine, or even make a very efficient healing potion similar to a healing potion. Finally, the treasure was handed over to these two people for use. The next day, Alka had to sit at the table again. Looking at the map in his hand, he didn't expect to get the treasure so easily. Looking at the remaining golden light spots. Is it possible that there are several of these light spots that are so easy to obtain? Alka looked at one of the light spots. Hidden treasure. Difficulty, children. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, none. The reason why Alka cares about him is that the difficulty of obtaining this treasure is children. This is basically the lowest level of difficulty that Alka has ever seen. It can only be seen on some very cheap wealth, such as a few silver snakes. Who would have thought that with such difficulty, it would actually fall on a holy grail level treasure? Think about when was the last time I saw such difficulty. I can't remember it at all. It was when I was in the home sea. So this treasure is likely buried in the soil, and it may not be buried deep. It is even possible that it was just thrown into the bushes. And it cannot be next to the corpse, because the corpse will scare the child. This will increase the difficulty. That is what Alka thought anyway. In addition, there is another treasure. The gold level 1 may be easier to obtain. Hidden treasure. Difficulty, digger. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, none. This treasure, you can tell from its difficulty that it must be buried in the ground, but the question is how deep it is buried. Apart from these 2 Holy Grail treasures, the rest were all ambiguous and difficult to understand. Looking at the 2 spots, Alka decided to split into 2 teams again today. Thinking of this, he drew a circle on the 2 spots on the map. Are we going to these 2 places today? Xiaodaidi asked beside him. Alka had been looking at the map for a long time, and Xiaodaidi had been observing from the side. Alka nodded. We go to one. Jason and the others go to the other. We split into 2 teams. Jason, who was about to come over after hearing this, hurriedly stepped up a few steps and walked over. Are there treasures at the 2 points you drew? Jason discovered that Alka seemed to be only interested in treasures now. If it was just an ordinary treasure, he seemed to be a little uninterested now. He was rich and generous, and looked down on those ordinary treasures. This time Alka did not hide it, and nodded directly. Yes, there are treasures at these 2 points. Maybe in the ground, maybe in other places. The specific location will be known after getting it. Of course, it may even be hidden in space. But the possibility is very small, because if it is hidden in space, then the difficulty will be all kinds of strange things. Spacebreaker, space shuttle, and so on. In such a case, it is impossible not to have a suffix of strength requirement. The so-called suffix of strength requirement means that if you want to obtain this treasure, you must have at least this strength. For example, the place where the treasure is located is the nest of a beast. If this beast needs the 2nd stage to be killed, then the difficulty of obtaining this treasure will be marked as Hunter Phase 2. However, if the area where the treasure is located is a large area, and there may be danger in this large area, then the treasure will not be marked with the last difficulty. Because if you are lucky, you can find it without alerting monsters or encountering danger. Alka thought it was the highest difficulty, but later he found out that it was the lowest difficulty. Then I will choose a place myself, where I will go. Jason thought for a while and said he wanted to try his luck to see if he could pick up a treasure. Of course, it's no problem. Jason looked at the 2 circles, thought for a while, and clicked on one of them and said, this is it. Alka looked over, and this point marked the one with the difficulty of children. Really good luck. You really know how to choose. If you can't find this treasure, I will laugh at you. People gathered one after another. Alka looked at them and thought, Jason, Eurylius, Zhuanlu, the 3 of you will form a team and go to the place Jason mentioned. Alka said. The 3 nodded. The main reason for this division is that Jason and Eurylius are very strong together. Now in the team, the 3 strong men are Alka, Zadaidi, and Jason plus Eurylius. The 3 of them have the strength to deal with the 6th stage enemies. Even if it is a 6th stage demon, they have a great chance of winning. The rest can only delay the 6th stage at most. Of course, they may still be invincible in this stage. Julia, Pororo, Madlisa, you 3 follow me. The rest of you stay in the camp. The people who stayed in the camp were Simon, and the other 2 who had gone out with Alka to search before. It was just right for them to stay in the camp again. It just so happened that the powerful Xiaodaidi was also in the camp, and could guard the camp well. And Jason's team also had considerations, whether it was Eurylius after fusion or transformed into a giant dragon. Being able to quickly escape with Zhuanlu, after all. Having a pair of wings, and being able to fly quickly while attacking is an absolute advantage. And if there is a problem, Alka can also quickly go over to support. After speaking, Alka took out a mirror and handed it to Jason. This mirror takes 30 seconds to unfold. After unfolding, it can be shuttled to the direction of the camp. But remember, the farthest shuttle distance is only 30 kilometers. The main function is to throw it on the ground after a problem occurs, and then wait for us to come to support. Jason nodded to show that he understood. Also, I don't know what the environment of that place is like, but the treasure should be hidden in the ground, and it must not be deep. Look for it when you get there. It's a treasure spot that even a child can find. Jason nodded again. It must be easy. Then Alka felt something was wrong. He assigned Vaspa Star, Lucilia and Simon to Jason's team. He added Xiaodaidi to his team. Then the 2 teams took all the puppet girls in the camp. Only then did they leave the camp with peace of mind. Mainly after thinking about it, Alka felt that it was too unsafe to split into 3 teams. There was no place in the camp where they had to stay. Their strength and various means divided into 2 teams is the minimum to ensure safety. If they are divided further, they will not be safe in case of an accident, especially now that they have a damn demon staring at them on the scar of this world. The point where Jason and his team are located is close to the camp, and should only take about half a day. If they go back and forth, they should return to the camp at night. Alka and his team are a little far away. If they dig slowly, they may have to wait until the next day to return to the camp. The 4 people led by Alka, Zayadai, ran quickly into the distance. They ran for about 5 hours. Zayadai suddenly said, "We are being targeted." He looked up at the sky. Alka turned his head and looked at the sky. A group of black spots in the form of birds were rushing towards them quickly. "Engage the enemy," Alka said, and stopped right where he was. The black things were all kinds of strange crows, which should be the mutant birds in this area. However, although there are many crows in this group, and they can fly, their strength is really not good. They are generally at the 2nd stage. Zayadai stopped and jumped into the air, facing the crows flying down in a group. He punched and condensed into a diffuse impact. This attack directly formed a strong range attack. A circular air wave came out, as if being hit by something. These crows instantly turned into blood foam one after another, and the blood turned into mist and drifted down. The few people who were about to attack retracted their hands silently. Compared with the methods of the others, Zayadai's was simple violence. "Hostile," Julia suddenly said. "That means there are still people hiding in the dark." The moment the voice fell, Zayadai used silver ripples to start a large-scale search, and finally found the demon 1 kilometer away. His whole body turned into a meteor, and rushed to the place where the demon was. Looking at the flying meteor, several people stood where they were. "With Zayadai here, it feels easier for some reason," Alka said with a smile while squatting on the spot. Soon the meteor flew back again. "What is it?" "This crow-like demon. The crows just now should be summoned by him. It may also be used by the devouring mouth to target us, but its strength is too weak. It is only the 4th stage of perfection," Zayadai said with some confusion. "Forget it. Don't worry about it. Let's speed up." Then he said to the puppet girl on his shoulder, "Send a message to Lucilia. Tell her that we just encountered a small wave of enemies here, and let them pay attention to the surrounding situation." The puppet girl nodded and sent the message. As night approached, Alka and his companions finally arrived at their destination. This place was the same as before, an endless wasteland. And this time, there were no trees. "Is it buried in the ground this time?" Zayadai stopped and asked. Alka nodded, "Yes. It is also underground." After hearing this, Zayadai began to wander around, and the silver ripples continued to expand downwards. After walking around, he came back and said, "I didn't see the hole, but I found a few bodies. These bodies should have something on them. It should be these bodies," Alka said, and asked Zayadai to take him there. In this small area, there are 3 bodies in total. They are at different depths, but none of them exceed 30 meters. Arriving next to the first body, Alka controls his brown earth card. Without Simon, the earth card is of course good at digging soil. Pressing his hand on the ground, the land under his hand is like boiling, and it keeps loosening. Then the soil is boiling and gushing like mud. A small mound is formed around it. Alka carefully controlled it, bit by bit, controlling the dirt and some gravel to fly up. And the circular hole became deeper and deeper. It was safe and stable. Finally, Alka also felt the body. The body had completely turned into a skeleton. Under the push of the soil, it was pushed up directly from the hole, and the whole body fell beside the pile of dirt. Alka looked over. The body should be wearing armor, but the armor was completely rusted and damaged. This might be a soldier, and there was a broken spear stuck in his chest. The cause of death was obvious. Alka pushed again beside the corpse, and this time he pushed out a pile of broken bones, which should be a horse corpse if you look closely. So this is the place where a knight died, and he fell here with his warhorse. It seems not this. After saying that, he followed Zayadai to the second one, and this time the sky went dark. It was already night. However, for them who have a very high priority dark vision, there is not much difference between night and day. Continue to use the previous operation, expend magic power and energy to start digging. Continue to go deeper into the ground. Let the soil carry the corpse below and gush out by itself, simple, convenient, fast. With a splash of mud and sand. This corpse was pushed up. The moment the corpse flew out, Alka saw a golden light appeared in the pile of corpses. In the dark night, the golden light was so bright and shining. He quickly controlled the jade pendant to fly back and took a few steps over. The thing wrapped in golden lines was a close-fitting dagger. It was only about as long as the forearm to the elbow. And it was covered with mud and some dirt. So this is the treasure? Julia asked, looking at the dagger covered with mud and dirt that Alka took out. Alka smiled and nodded. Looking at the dagger, the people around didn't know what to say. Previously, we had to investigate and dig graves. But this time it was so easy. It took only an hour in total. But it took a whole day to travel. It was just like picking up money. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay. Don't be so boring. This is a good thing. Isn't it? I got a treasure so easily. Alka pushed the pile of bones back into the cave to bury it. And also took a piece of wood and stuck it on it. As a temporary tombstone. Since he didn't know the man's name, he could only build a simple tombstone. Which was also a thank you. The water began to wrap around the dagger and clean it. Soon the original appearance of the dagger was revealed in front of everyone. The length did not change. But the width was wider than the normal dagger. About 3 fingers wide. After cleaning, the sharp blade could be seen. But the structure of the whole sword was really very simple. If it didn't look very sharp, it would be almost the same as an ordinary dagger. It's not even a standard military weapon. Because it doesn't look like a civilian self-defense weapon. A weapon-type treasure. But I don't know what function it has. Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Alka shrugged indifferently, and threw the treasure directly into the space. Whatever. Let's go back to the camp first. And we'll know when the time comes. It's a pity that Alka thinks these 3 treasures are easy to obtain. He really has no idea what the other treasures represent. Experience the simple joy of picking up money. It will be hard to experience it later. They came and left in a hurry. They took advantage of the night and arrived at the camp at dawn. In the darkness, they saw a bonfire in the camp. From the fire, they knew that it had just been lit. Jason and the others are back? Alka said as he walked into the camp. He just saw Jason. It seemed that they had just returned not long ago. Because the fire had just been lit. However, facing Alka who had returned, Jason's smile was a little awkward. Chapter 450 Sunstone. In the camp under the night, the flames of the central fire burned firewood, emitting crackling sounds, and on the table next to the fire, Alka and others sat around it. Although everyone was gathered around it, the expressions of the crowd could be divided into 2 groups. One group was naturally Alka and his group. Alka stared at Jason with a frown, then turned his head to look at Lucilia, who was looking up at the sky on his shoulder. Xiaodaidi and others did not say anything beside them, just smiled, as if they were ready to watch a show. Then Alka took out the map and spread it on the table, looking at the golden light that had dimmed. And the golden light that was circled in between, flashing with light. Looking at the difficulty of the golden light. Child. Child? Alka never thought that Jason and his friends couldn't find the treasure. But the fact is, Jason really didn't find it. It's really hard to understand, saying that. He took Lucilia off his shoulder, and put it in his palm. Even though Alka was staring at her. Lucilia tilted her head, and didn't face him directly. It's fine if Jason and the others didn't find it. What about you? Didn't you offer any useful suggestions? Hearing this, Lucilia knew she couldn't escape. She sighed, and turned her head back to look at Alka helplessly and said, I did. But we turned the place upside down and really didn't see anything. Jason and the others nodded immediately after hearing this. That's right. You said it was in the field. We plowed almost the entire field. But we didn't see anything. We even looked for places where something might be hidden. But we didn't see anything. Forget it. Tell me your overall process first. Jason nodded and began to tell everyone about their journey. The area on the map, which is the place you marked, is a small forest. The environment there is better than the surrounding environment. And much better than here. At first, we thought it might be the small forest you marked. And we started digging there, thinking that the trees might be used as coordinates. But after digging for a long time, we found nothing. In the end, we had no choice but to dig everywhere, but we did not find anything special. We started to leave the woods, check around, and even dig in places where things might be hidden. That's why they were much closer to the camp, but they just arrived before Alka and his team. As he was telling the story, the curtain of the sky was torn apart, and it was already daytime. After listening to the story, Alka also felt that there was no big problem, but why couldn't he find it? Could this difficulty still deceive people? Children. If it was any other difficult treasure, Alka would not be so confused as he is now. But it is useless to think so much. He stood up and knocked on the table. Let's go together, I want to see how deep this thing is. After that, everyone ran out quickly. Xiaodaidi and the others were also curious, because they had asked before. Alka clearly stated that the treasure Jason and the others were looking for was very easy, which was the real money. It was funny that they didn't pick up any money. Pororo could be seen patting Jason on the shoulder and smiling at him. Although they hadn't slept all night, it was not unusual for Alka and the others. At their stage, it wouldn't be harmful to not sleep for a long time. Sleeping normally was just to maintain their condition. Soon they came to the place with golden light on the map. As Jason said before, there was a small forest here, and lush weeds grew around it. It was obviously much better than most of the desolate wilderness. Apart from the grove, the surrounding trees are growing sporadically. In the grove, you can see some gray-white birds nesting on them. After careful observation, these birds are not aggressive. Their feathers are very soft, and their bodies do not show any abnormal changes. It is really rare that they have not been corrupted by the abyss. Alka compared them, and found that the golden light should be in the woods. He could also see traces of excavation around him, as well as the soft soil of the grove. Apparently, Jason and his team did as they said yesterday, turning this place upside down. It was obviously a big project to loosen the soil of the entire forest. Alka led everyone in. They came to the area where the golden light might be. Looking at Xiaodaidi, Xiaodaidi also nodded, and the silver ripples under his feet began to penetrate the land. There are fewer obstacles here, and the influence of the abyss is also relatively weak. As soon as he detected it, Xiaodaidi came to the conclusion. This is why this place is at least better than other places. The silver ripples deepened and expanded. After a while, Xiaodaidi opened his eyes and shook his head. Nothing, except some gravel, there is nothing strange under here. You see, I'll tell you, Jason said beside him. Strange. Alka frowned, a little confused. The main problem is that this treasure has no name, no treasure information. It is a 3-no treasure. They don't have any information about this treasure. Alka can only speculate based on the location of the golden light and the difficulty of the child, that this treasure should be hidden in a very shallow place. Very easy to obtain, but now something is obviously wrong. If there is some information about the treasure, maybe we can guess where he is exactly. If it is just a child, it means that the treasure is not hidden deep, hidden in a place where a child can find it. If it is not hidden deep, there is no danger, it is easy to find. Alka followed this line of thought, looking around in the forest and wandering around. The gray-white bird flew overhead, facing Alka and his group of uninvited guests, constantly changing their positions, jumping between branches and staring at them. Suddenly, Alka saw some of the thicker trees had tree holes, although they were small. Was it possible that these tree holes could also store small things? And tree holes might be something that children would like to explore. Right? It was very suitable for children. The more Alka thought about it, the more likely it was. Look at the tree holes. Did you look for tree holes yesterday? Hearing this, Alka and the others looked at each other, because they really didn't pay attention to such places yesterday. They didn't even think about it. But since Alka said so, they immediately looked for some trees in the forest and checked the places with tree holes. Not every tree has tree holes, only a few have them, and they are not too big or too small. Most of them are just a small depression. And tree holes are on thick tree trunks, so it's very easy to find and check. After everyone and the puppet girls found almost all the tree holes and searched them, everyone shook their heads. Alka looked at the tiny tree hole in front of him and found nothing. Nothing either. He leaned against the tree and pondered. As Alka pondered, everyone wandered around the grove and outside, looking for a possible hiding place. However, the girls were playing in the woods, jumping between the figures. These gray-white birds were stupid, and did not seem to be afraid of them. They even bumped into the puppet girls of similar size. Facing the touch of the puppet girls, they acted indifferent, and even played with each other. Suddenly, Alka, who was in deep thought, hid to the side. A ball of bird droppings fell, and landed on the place where Alka had just stood. Alka looked up at the tree branch, and saw a gray-white bird playing with a puppet girl. This bird is really not afraid of people, Alka thought, and retracted his gaze. Wait, birds. Birds, if I were a child. Alka could not help but step back a few steps, looking at these big trees. The trunks of these big trees are not very high, only about 2 or 3 meters, and the highest is no more than 4 or 5 meters. They are not very big trees. After 4 or 5 meters, the trunks and branches extend and expand to appear dense and wide. This also makes it very easy to build nests in the places where the trunks and branches extend. Most birds build their nests there. What do children like to do? Digging mud, playing in water, climbing trees, and taking bird eggs. Since it is not in the mud, there is no river around, and it is not in the tree hole. So is it possible that it is in the tree? And the most likely place to hide things on the tree is these bird nests. This treasure may be a small thing, used by the birds to build nests, or something shiny. Maybe these birds like to collect shiny things. You should know that there are many creatures in nature which have this kind of strange smell. It is even possible that these birds sense some of the smell in the treasure. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Alka directly controlled a mirror to lift himself up, lifted to a place where the bird's nest can be seen at a glance. When the people around saw Alka taking action, they immediately gathered around. Do you think it is possible that this treasure is on the tree, in those birds' nests? Zadai looked at the place where Alka was looking for, asked. At this time, Alka was looking at the branch of the big tree in front of him, where there was a bird's nest. The bird that just pooped on him should live in this nest. But in addition to some stolen goods and dirt, there was only a nest made of branches and dead leaves, and no golden frame was seen. Hearing this, Alka lowered his head, looked at the people below and said, "Yes. You all take a look to see if there is anything hidden in these bird nests. By the way, don't destroy other people's nests." Hearing Alka's words, everyone immediately took action, and the puppet girls jumped directly over. They did not jump directly into other people's bird nests, but just watched from the side of the nest. Some of these birds built their nests very safely and with some depth, and the nests were wide and thick. Some bird nests still have eggs in them, but the nests with eggs are guarded by female birds. At this time, these birds become slightly aggressive and cannot be approached too much. Even the puppet girls of similar size cannot be approached. Of course, it is just ordinary observation, and standing by is enough. Found it. A voice came from a tree trunk not far away. Hearing this, everyone gathered around. A puppet girl with wings flew down. It was Jiochi. She held up an ordinary round stone with both hands. The surface of the stone had orange-yellow lines. You can see that the lines formed a rough pattern similar to the sun. Is this it? And in Alka's eyes, this thing really had a golden outline on the surface. It's really in the nest. Nodding, he took it from Jiochi's hand. When the stone fell into his hand, he could clearly feel the warmth transmitted from the stone. The warm feeling spread along the stone to my body. No wonder the birds took it into the nest. It's really in the nest, Jason said helplessly. He had never thought about this. Simon and Lucilia beside him also looked helpless. They also didn't expect the treasure to be taken into the nest. Okay. We found it. Let's go back. As they said that, they began to return to the camp. They soon returned to the camp, holding the two treasures in his hands. Alka entered the dream. Through the dream, Alka could see the abilities of the two treasures at a deeper level. The ability of the ordinary dagger seemed to be somewhat unrelated to the weapon. The ability seemed to be repulsion, or isolation. Alka looked at it carefully, and it should be able to repel something, or isolate an area that only he allowed. He could not fully understand the functions of the treasure, but after seeing it like this, he probably understood the ability of the treasure. The first thing that comes to mind is that if you are in a poisonous area, you can use this treasure to isolate the poison gas and keep yourself in a safe range. If you think about it this way, this function can also be used underwater to isolate a waterless environment in the water. Maybe it can also isolate sound, isolate fire, etc. If you think about it this way, this treasure is quite powerful. Of course, if you think about it this way, the application range of this treasure is still quite wide. But it is completely incompatible with his current carrier dagger. Maybe it could be made into a shield or something, which would be more suitable than a weapon. Alka named the sun stone he just got like this. Although the stone looked slightly round and smooth, the orange pattern on it naturally formed a rough pattern similar to the sun, and it was still warm to the touch, which showed that the ability of this treasure might be related to fire or temperature. When he looked carefully, just as he thought, this treasure should be related to temperature. And it should be the heat and the temperature. Unlike fire, fire directly creates extremely high temperature flames to attack or shape, but if it is just heat, it should be able to produce high temperature or something like that. I just don't know whether this effect matches this stone. Alka still can't tell whether the carrier of the treasure and the divine essence in it are perfectly compatible, and he still needs some learning. Find the shadow robe, and ask him to help check it. The first thing he looked at was the dagger, and shook his head in disdain and said, "The carrier is simple, and the meaning is unclear. Obviously this treasure is very unsuitable, and it is the type that can be easily separated." Looking at Alka's other treasure, the sunstone, the carrier is not good enough. But there is faith in this stone, and the ancient faith comes from the worship of ancient times. The appearance is somewhat suitable, but it's a pity that the carrier is really not good. It is just an ordinary stone with strange patterns in the material world. Even if there is faith, it is too forced, when the strangeness of this stone is combined with the worship of ancient times. If there is no divine essence, it may be a rare mysterious material. In short, the divine essence and the carrier of the treasure are excellent separately, but they are not so good when combined together. It is not quite suitable. Your Majesty, do you want me to separate them? Alka thought about it and nodded. Okay. Then you can help me separate them. Don't be too anxious. You can take them and do experiments slowly. As long as they are not destroyed, it will be fine. After all, they are not short of treasures now. Impao nodded, showing great interest, and took the two treasures and left. Alka returned to reality. He told everyone that the two treasures were not suitable and were going to be separated into divine essence. Then he said to Simon, "We can start making containers specifically for storing treasures and divine essences. After all, from now on, they don't need all the Holy Grail level treasures they have obtained. So they need a good container to store them, especially for things like divine essence. If you are not careful, it may be integrated with strange things in reality." Simon nodded after hearing this, and then thought of something and said, "But there are still some materials on the ship." After hearing this, Alka pondered for a moment, and then said, "Pack up and leave. Let's go back to the port first. By the way, we will collect some necessary information in the port. And there are also many books on the ship, and we have to go back to find relevant information records. This includes information about Greyfar's family, the moon worship cult, and the lighthouse. These all need to be found and checked." Chapter 451, All-Out Attack. The group returned to the stone port and dragged their boats ashore. It was obvious that they were going to stay here for a long time. The voice of dawn could not be left at the port forever, and it was a bit unfair to occupy the position. They dragged it ashore, found a nice and secluded warehouse, stored the voice of dawn in it, and used it as their temporary residence in the stone fortress. Then they made a brief renovation of the entire rented warehouse, such as silently dismantling the ceiling. It was replaced with a movable ceiling. You should know that the dawn sound is not a ship now, but a living tree at the same time. Bathing in the sun and rain on rainy days, or good weather will make the dawn sound happy. After coming back, they had a meal first, and rested for a day. Alka and the others gathered in the captain's room again. Looking at everyone, Alka said, "Our task this time is to find these three related information." As he waved his hand, a mirror appeared on the table, and some information began to appear on it. Alka also started to tell the story based on this information. Spell sword. A sword-shaped treasure used by a military noble family in the Saralan Empire, and also the title of a general. By the way, the descendants of their family are now the head of the demon hunting fortress, and the demon hunter, the demon hunting Judge Greyfar. Try to get information about this, and it would be best to find the last person who held this sword. Lighthouse. It was a landmark building in the Saralan Empire before, the building that symbolizes the future of the Empire, and the road to eternal hope. This building should not be destroyed, but hidden. But we have not seen any information about this building later. This is a key point for information collection. Of course, there is no need to rush. Moon Worship Cult. I have some impression of this name before. It seems to be a pagan group that disappeared 300 years ago. But it seems that it did not do anything bad. By the way, you can also check the information about this name. This cult may not collect too much information. You can ask some residents on the island to see if there are similar information processes or legends. These three names represent a red crown level treasure and two orange scepter level treasures. They are all what they need now. Whether they are suitable or not, they are useful, because they are very suitable for exchange or trading later. After hearing Alka's words, several people nodded. The relevant information here does not necessarily have to be found on the ship. You can find it in various taverns and libraries in the big stone port, or even in places where churches gather. For example, Simon can completely rely on his identity to look for information in the Holy Machine Church, or even directly ask people who may only know the relevant information. After saying that, Alka seemed to have thought of something else, and added, by the way, you could also learn more about the various information of the Saralan Empire. It is always a good idea to know more. Remember to compile the information you think is important into various keywords and record them. I will need to take a look at them when the time comes. This is the method Alka thought of. Many times, the most superficial and basic information is expanded from various nouns. Alka does not even need what these nouns represent. He only needs to know that these nouns may expand very important information. This most basic treasure information simply introduces Alka to the possibility of these treasures and related information. It is unknown how much help it will be in finding treasures, but it does not give Alka a general direction. All treasure information comes from this information expanded from one word or a few words. And only remembering these words is the most likely point for Alka to understand all the treasure information. After all, he can't remember all the information in his mind. After listening to Alka's words, everyone had a certain goal. Now all that was left was action. Then let's stay here for the next 1 or 2 months. Collect more relevant information. And then think about what to do next. Everyone stood up and prepared to act. Alka patted Xia Daidi's shoulder and said, Xia Daidi, go collect more maps. There must be some more detailed maps of that kind of island. Xia Daidi nodded. There must be these maps. After all, wars often happen here. But it is very likely that a lot of abandoned maps will be collected. This kind of map can also be used. But Xia Daidi knows that Alka has high requirements for the accuracy of the map. The map can be rough, but it must be accurate. Well, by the way, you can let the Vasva people prepare to come out and have more contact with this place. This is a good place. After all, there are all kinds of people here. And basically all kinds of human subspecies can be seen here. In comparison, the appearance of the Vasva people is really a bit inconspicuous here. Of course, I am talking about the slightly degraded Vastwa people now. If they were the ones before, they would be a bit conspicuous. However, it may be difficult for the current Vastwa people to return to their previous appearance. After all, their previous appearance came from the gift of gods and the blessing of treasures. Now there are no gods. Moreover, this is in a more dangerous area with powerful foreign enemies. The appearance of each other does not affect the cooperation at all. As a result, although everyone has many different appearances, they are still peaceful with each other. If they are not united, they will be smashed to pieces by these demons. Such an atmosphere is very suitable for the Vasva people to integrate into. In addition, people from all over the world gather here, which can make the Vasva people understand the whole world better. They will stay here for a long time. Alka is even thinking about whether to build a gathering place for the Vasva people here, because this place is very good. Of course, except for the danger. This is just a temporary experiment, and it is not necessarily necessary to decide immediately. Through enlightenment, the touchers have begun to appear among the Vasva people. It is time to come out for meditation and practice. With the help of the magic gathering stone, in a few years, the Vasva people will have a group of strong people with the strength of the 3rd stage of the Tao. Of course, they are not strong in this place, but they already have the most basic foundation to stand firm in the boundless sea. As they come out to know more about this place, they can also let them choose where to set up their home. After all, this is their own problem. Alka and the others can only provide help, but not intervene directly. After some thinking and making a decision, Alka took Lucilia on his shoulders and walked towards the church. Just like Simon and the others went to the relevant Holy Machine Church to find information. After all, this place is so important, so you can see temporary residences of various churches in every port. Even the sea god has a simple gathering place at the seaside. It can barely be called a church. Is it busier than before? Alka asked, looking at the surroundings. Lucilia also observed, and then nodded. It seems so. And there are more soldiers. Right. When we came back before, we happened to meet a lot of soldiers outside, training new recruits. Not knowing what was going on, Alka came to the church fortress of the Holy Mother Church. One of the 2 guards standing guard at the door was the one Alka had seen when he first came. He obviously remembered, and nodded politely when he saw Alka, and did not stop him. Alka walked into the church. At this time in the church, Purvis, who had met him once before, was praying under the statue of the Virgin Mary. There were also some people praying with their heads down on the seats around, including soldiers, civilians, and even some labor mercenaries. There were all kinds of people. Alka could clearly feel that they were all believers of the Virgin Mary. He found a seat at the end and sat down, and then closed his eyes. Perhaps because of Alka's influence, Lucilia's faith is more inclined towards the Virgin Mary. At first, Lucilia's faith was life, after all. She once came from the sea of life. Following the guidance of the priest, she also prayed. In the darkness with her eyes closed, there was a light flashing. Feeling this light, Alka immediately felt familiar. It came from the Virgin Mary. This is the revelation of the Virgin Mary. Here it comes again. When Alka met the Virgin Mary for the first time, he simply asked questions about the revelation. In short, the Virgin Mary didn't know what this thing represented. It was just a simple revelation that might be related to Alka and let him take a look. Whether he could understand it and get some inspiration, it depended on Alka's own understanding. Alka always felt that even the Virgin Mary herself was not proficient in using this thing. He even thought that this might be some ability that the Virgin Mary had just acquired. After all, there was no such expression in the scriptures or other aspects. Of course, this was a blasphemous idea. Get rid of it. Alka slowly calmed down. As he thought, the flickering light expanded and turned into a picture. It seemed that somewhere underground, deep underground, there was a simple palace built there, in a space wrapped in crystal. Or rather, it could not be described as crystal, but some kind of transparent glass plate. A flickering light floated in the space of this crystal, as if it felt that Alka outside the picture was observing him. The light condensed and flickered, and a male figure appeared. He has long black hair, and looks good, but a little ordinary. There is a faint sense of intimidation, even though he looks amiable. Wearing light clothes, he smiled and waved to Alka outside the picture. He opened his mouth slightly, and made a mouth shape. Come to me. I'm waiting for you. After the mouth shape was made, the picture disappeared, and Alka, who was praying, opened his eyes. The prayer was already finished. The people who were sitting in various places before had already left, and only Purvis was standing under the statue holding a book wrapped in iron sheets. Smiling at him, Alka woke up as if from a dream, and completely shut up the thoughts in his mind. He stood up and walked towards Purvis. I just felt the breath of the Virgin Mary. She is watching you. Right? Alka nodded, and did not refute. In response, Purvis just asked, smiled and asked, Are you just here to pray and seek the guidance of the Virgin Mary? Alka shook his head, not because of this. I want to know if there is any place to store books or materials here. I want to know more about this place, the former Saralan Empire, and some of the historical conditions afterwards. Hearing this, Purvis nodded. It seems that the treasure hunting team needs the support of information. It seems that you treasure hunters are very good at collecting what you need from these numerous information. Listening to Purvis' words, he obviously had dealt with many treasure hunting teams before. This is why the treasure hunting team is very happy to maintain a good relationship with various churches. As he said, he took Alka and the others to the back through the side door. Although the fortress is not big, it is impossible to be as small as the prayer hall outside. Entering the back, you can see some small rooms, which seem to be used for rest or storage. Coming to a room. This room is not too big or small, but the height is about 7 or 8 meters. Obviously, this place should have been a tower or something. But now it has been converted into a small library, with various information books, densely placed. There is only a simple spiral staircase that seems to be a little shaky extending to the top. These are the materials and books, most of which are related to this place. There are also many books related to demons. If there is anything I can help you with, you can come to me again. As he said that, Purvis smiled and prepared to leave. Alka seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly stopped him and asked, I see that the atmosphere outside is very tense. What happened? Hearing this, Purvis nodded with a serious expression. According to the intelligence sent from the front line, the demons' offensive has intensified again. They may launch a full-scale attack again, trying to break through a certain area. This kind of thing always happens every few years, but sometimes the attack is very strong, and sometimes it is relatively easy. These demons are always attacking and expanding, trying to find certain flaws, and then break through in one fell swoop based on the flaws. Hearing this, Alka nodded to show that he understood, which means that the frontline attack has become stronger, so more personnel and materials are needed. But don't worry, for various attacks, we already have rich experience in dealing with them, Purvis said, and left here. Alka and the others are here to find the information they need. The sky was covered in an instant. Night fell. Arca took Lucilia out of the church library, went to the street through the side door, and soon returned to the sound of dawn. The people on the ship had already returned. Everyone was eating at the table, while exchanging some information they had gained today. Not only Arca, Jason, and the others also asked why the whole port city had a tense atmosphere. Should we go to the front line to take a look? Juanlu asked suddenly while eating. After all, except for Alka who had to go to the front line for something, none of them had ever been to the front line where the magic wall was located. They didn't know what the scene was like there. According to the conversation just now, Alka had a better understanding of this atmosphere and the corresponding full-scale attack. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's go to the front line together in a while and resist this attack. Provide some help within our ability. Maintaining the entire magic wall is to protect themselves. After all, once the demon's attack gains an advantage, the devouring mouth will certainly take this opportunity to try to kill Alka. Moreover, they are also considered human beings, and their goal is also to repair the world. If they want to repair the world, these demons will eventually have to find a way to get out." According to the communication between everyone just now, such a large-scale and comprehensive attack is not carried out all at once. It is a gradual process. The demons will also begin to strengthen the deployment of their forces and begin to harass and explore the situation of humans everywhere. They would also send various scouts, through various rituals or means, to enter behind the city wall, investigate the general situation, and sabotage behind. Then they would launch a large-scale attack. After all, demons have almost no discipline, and there would always be various problems. Even the 3 demon generals in the lead, it would take some time to gather these damn demons. They would even trip each other up. Not to mention arranging various attack directions and battle formations. These are very difficult things for the demons. Of course, if the demons did not have this chaotic nature, this place would have been captured long ago. This chaotic nature is the essence of the demons, and it will never be cleared. This is also the reason why they can win with fewer troops and hold on steadily. The battle may continue for several months, until the most intense siege breaks out and they are repelled. Only by severely weakening the demons' forces can they stabilize. The duration of the battle may be close to half a year. This is the experience gained from resisting for such a long time. The battles between humans and demons have been fought back and forth for hundreds of times. There have been moments of crisis for both sides. It has been completely deadlocked. Without some major problems, it is difficult for both sides to make any breakthroughs. This situation has lasted for nearly 200 years. According to Alka and others, 200 years ago, the anti-magic wall would occasionally push forward or even move back. Various adjustments often occur. The demons will expand their range from time to time, or be forced to attack and then shrink back. After going back and forth like this, it has been completely stable from 200 years ago to now. So although the entire port city is tense, it has not reached that exaggerated atmosphere. After listening to Alka's words, several people nodded. The battle on the front line is not fierce now. They can wait for a month or 2 before going there, and then they will be able to better understand the situation between the two sides. By the way, we can learn more about the situation here first, and we can get more intelligence when we arrive at the front line. After all, the descendants of the royal family of the Saralan Empire are also at the front line, and Greyfar is also at the front line. These are the targets they seek information from. After eating and drinking, Xia Daidi handed some maps she collected today to Alka. Some maps are outdated, but they are just some situations, and some maps are some waste sources. These maps are maps of the demon-occupied areas drawn by someone before. Xia Daidi collected quite a few maps today, and there were dozens of large and small ones. Seeing these maps, Alka immediately became excited, took the maps and ran to the captain's room, and began to examine them carefully. The others did not follow him, each doing their own thing, and did not disturb each other at this time. Alka looked at these maps one by one in the captain's room. Some maps were outdated, as Xia Daidi said, and no light spots would appear, but half of the maps showed various light spots. Among them, Alka found a red point within the range of a demon map. Chapter 452, January God's Treasure. Difficulty, Chaos Excavation, 9 stages. Popularity, 12,000. Treasure information, none. Arca looked at the information displayed by the red dot. In other words, the red dot is called God's treasure, so what is the difficulty? This should be the most difficult treasure condition that Arca has ever seen. It has reached the 9th stage, and this place is in the gathering place of demons. In other words, the difficulty does not come from other things, but from these demons. Arca suspected that if he wanted to obtain this treasure, he would alarm the demon lord who led the entire demon army. Because Arca knew that the strength he showed in this world was the 9th stage. Arca looked at the treasure with shining eyes, seeing through the secret of the treasure. This treasure gave him a different feeling. It seemed very important, or very suitable for him. However, Arca looked at the difficulty, silently turned his head away, and put the map away. All the light spots that appear in the demon territory are not easy to find, and all of them start from the 7th stage. It is not so easy to go deep into the core of the demon area, let alone find treasure there. Take a look at some of the maps, which can still show the treasure light spots. The areas covered by these maps are not the demon territory, but inside the city wall. However, it seems that the coverage of these maps is not very large, and the maps with larger coverage have lost their function over time. It is precisely because of the small coverage that it can continue to be used. Even if it is an invalid map, it is still useful for some people, because it is only some areas that have changed. The overall terrain will not change much, but it is meaningless to Arca. He takes the map mainly to find the treasure light spots on it to analyze and determine their next search targets. The reason why Arca thinks these maps have a small coverage area is mainly because there are not many white light spots displayed on the map. You should know that the white light spots of the scars in this world are countless, which can be described as densely packed. And there are hundreds of Holy Grail level treasures. There are 2 maps in total, one of which only shows 2 golden light spots, while the other shows 4 light spots and an orange light column. Arca first clicked on the golden light spots on the 2 maps one by one to check, and found that all of them were treasures without any information. Not only was there no information bar, some of the difficulties looked ambiguous. Look at the only orange beam of light. If this orange treasure is a relic of the Sar Empire, it is very likely to show some information. After all, Arca and his friends have at least browsed through most of the information about the Sar Empire. There are always some key information that expands to at least the name or a simple introduction. Cloud Staff. Difficulty: Soul Remover, Level 5. Popularity: 112,000. Treasure information: The treasure of the Cloud Sage. Just as Arca thought, the name and treasure information did appear, and the treasure information was very brief. But this Cloud Sage Arca seems to have never seen this name, or he has seen it, but he certainly can't remember it. So the expanded information is so brief. The orange treasure, mainly the difficulty of this treasure. The ghost remover, then it must be related to ghosts. And it only takes 5 stages, which is a completely acceptable stage for them. AK immediately put away the map, and wrote down this treasure. Put it on the agenda. Then he began to think. After nearly a month of searching and asking questions, Arca even included the information about the Cloud Sage, which had just been put on the agenda, in the scope of collection. Fortunately, during this month, they basically collected all the information they could. At this time, Arca was sitting in the captain's room, looking at the small notebook in front of him, which recorded various key terms about the Sar Empire. With these nouns, most of the treasures Arca sees in the future should be related to the Sar Empire, and they will no longer be in a state of nothingness. Arca took out the maps that Ziadite had bought and collected before. During this period, Ziadite also collected more maps from various channels, and there are still many maps that can be used, which led to a problem. After all, it is the ruins of the Empire, so most of the treasures are related to the Empire. Through the memory of history and nouns, Arca found a lot of treasure information. Many of them can be put on the agenda for search. Of course, the problem is that there are too many treasures. For a moment, Arca didn't know where to start looking. Through various maps, and the information displayed on the maps. Treasures that can be put on the agenda, there are 11 Holy Grail level treasures alone, and there is one more orange treasure than before. Arca leaned back in his chair. This kind of happy trouble is really entangled. Pale Moon, Cursed Sword, Cloud Staff, Shattered Armor. Among them, Shattered Armor is a new orange treasure known on the map collected in the past month. And the difficulty of obtaining it is in the 4th stage. It is the lowest difficulty, and the most clear one among all the treasures at this stage. However, The problem is that the location of this treasure is at a gathering point of alien races. It is not within the control of humans, nor within the control of demons. In the scar of the world, as long as the alien races are not a threat to humans and are relatively strong, the Alliance will not force them too much, because even these alien races are still within the attack range of the demons, and the demons don't care about them. So as long as they are not hostile to humans, the Alliance doesn't mind dividing the useless areas of the wilderness to them. So Alka still puts the first 3 treasures at the top of the itinerary. The first is the treasure with the most complete information, and there are channels to fully expand the information. Spell sword. Difficulty: the one who fulfilled my wish. Popularity: 67,000. Treasure information: the 16th Commander-in-Chief of the Saralan Empire. A young general. This is the treasure he uses. Because of this treasure, he was also named General Curse Blade. This treasure died in the war against demons during the War of National Defense when its descendant, the last commander, died. The treasure was sealed in a hidden place along with his body and the souls of many demons. This treasure can pierce the soul, anchor the body, cut through everything, and separate the soul from the flesh. The following information is the result of their acquisition this month, but it is impossible to expand more. We can only see if we can get more information from Greyfar, such as the name of the commander who finally mastered this treasure, and his personality, etc. Maybe we can get more information. Pale Moon. Difficulty: Moon Power. Popularity: 255. Treasure information: the Moon Worship Cult's treasure, which they call the Pale Moon Treasure. They call it God's gift. Holding this treasure, one can transform into the moon and summon pure and flawless light. The cult also went to ruin because of the loss of the treasure. A few hundred years ago, due to an accident, this treasure fell into this war-torn area. Cover yourself with moonlight. That's right, Alka didn't expect that even this treasure would get more information expansion. The source of this information expansion is a rumor similar to a legend that they had obtained before. It was Jason who found out about this legend. It is said that when people suffer from hardship, when they suffer at night, when they encounter danger, the white moonlight will cast a flawless light that annihilates all evil and help those who suffer escape from danger. Such legends have been passed down from generation to generation, and it should be the people who mastered this treasure hundreds of years ago. Finally, there is the Cloud War, which has the most comprehensive information. Alka didn't expect that this treasure, which originally had the least information, would be the most complete after a month of information collection. Because among the survivors of the Saralan Empire, the Cloud Sage who possessed this treasure was a very well-known existence. He may not have made much contribution to the history of the entire empire, but for ordinary civilians, he is a very symbolic existence. To some extent, he has almost become the guardian of civilians. Cloud Staff. Difficulty: Soul Remover 5 stages. Popularity: 112,000. Treasure information: the treasure of the Cloud Sage. In the ancient Saralan Empire, the Cloud Sages are known as the protectors of the common people. They hold a scepter surrounded by clouds, and are surrounded by white clouds like the sky. They walk throughout the empire. They provide help to all the people of the empire. The last Cloud Sage died in the battle with the devil when the empire was destroyed. The area where the scepter is located is full of fallen souls, who are willing to use their own fallen souls to protect this last scepter. Why is this treasure said to have the most information? Because there is a legend about the Chosen of Clouds, and the legend about the last Chosen of Clouds has been passed down to the present. When Alka and his friends went to ask for relevant information, almost all the remaining people of the Saralan Empire could tell us something. By piecing together these scattered pieces of information, Alka and his friends probably got the whole picture. Legend has it that, after the last empire was destroyed, countless civilians began to flee. The last Sage of Clouds resisted the incoming demon tide, allowing at least 20,000 civilians to escape safely. The 20,000 civilians who escaped safely naturally brought with them the legend of the Cloud Sage, who was the last to sacrifice and drown in the demonic tide. You can even see a statue of a person sitting cross-legged on a cloud in some residents' homes. From the difficulty, we can also know that this treasure should not have been deliberately hidden, but was left next to the corpse. As for those dead souls, they may be the ones that the last sage did not have time to save. But the problem is the map where this treasure is located. Alka compared it with the big map. Not in their direction, but on the other side of the scar of the world. They first had to go around the wall and walk a semicircle to reach the other side. As Alka was thinking, Xia Deity walked in. We have collected all the information we can get. And I heard that the battle on the front line has become intense. What are you going to do next? Hearing Xiaodaidi's words, Alka came back to his senses. He looked at the map and thought for a while, and said, let's go back to the previous camp first and explore these two areas. Then, according to the situation we have found, we will go to the front line faster or slower. Hearing this, Xiaodaidi nodded. Soon they took action. They left the city gate with the puppet girl and went outside. It can be seen that there are not only Alka and his team, but also two Vastwa people in the team. These two Vastwa people are none other than Waku and Kavala, whom they met when they first went to the space. Among them, Waku's strength is about to break through the first stage and advance to the second stage. He is also the strongest among their tribe, because of his physique and the fact that he had been undergoing experiments. He was the fastest to adapt to the concentration of magic power. Naturally, he was the first Vastwa to become a toucher. Kavala also performed the toucher ceremony afterwards. He is still in the second spiral, and is still some distance away from the third spiral. After leaving the city gate, Alka went directly to the camp and opened the door to the space. Kavala and Waku walked in directly. As the two walked in, Alka did not close the space, but expanded it by 1 point. The sound of mechanical twisting, with a click, a mechanical vehicle was driven out of the space gate. Following closely, another one. The two people went in to drive these two vehicles. It can be seen that the structure of these two vehicles is very new. It looks a bit like a grain truck, but at Alka's suggestion, a front was made for flexible control. And the compartment at the back has become a fully enclosed type, and there is also a roof on it, which can protect against wind and rain. The drivers were naturally Vaku and Kavala. This car was not made by Simon, he just made some suggestions. Most of the manufacturing and technology were developed by the Vastwa people themselves. Get in the car. Vaku held the steering wheel and leaned out of the window, and said with a smile, due to the improvement of strength, and the fact that their mechas are difficult to play a big role in the outside world. As a result, Vaku has not driven a machine for a long time, and now he can only rely on driving to satisfy his desire. The crowd was divided into two teams, and together with the puppet girls, they all entered the carriage. As for the larger Pororo, he could only sit on the front of the car. There was nothing he could do about it. It would be too uncomfortable for him to shrink in the carriage. This was also a problem that the Vastwa people had not thought of before. A vehicle suitable for Pororo was already being manufactured. As the car started, the whole car was slightly bumpy, but it was much better than the bumps on the boat. The group started driving in a relaxed and comfortable manner. This time, it only took 1 day for the two cars to reach the camp. Alka and his friends rested for a while in the camp, and then continued on their way, driving the car to the orange light column where the cursed sword was. Alka wanted to see if he could get more information there. It was not close to the camp, and they arrived there at night. Alka got out of the car, and the heart of Vastva floated beside him, giving him a more acute sense of space. Lucilia also sat on his shoulder. Both of them had treasures related to space. Check your perception carefully, and see if you can detect any different gaps in space. Lucilia nodded. The two of them spread their perception of space in this area. Julia also tried to sense next to them, to see if they could find anything different. Although they could sense that something was wrong with the space, there was a feeling that it was more solid, as if something was fixing the surroundings, but they couldn't find the source. As if through a screen, I could see it vaguely, but it was not clear at all. And Xiaodaidi was also checking around with silver ripples spreading around. There are many demon corpses underground, and some rusty weapons. This should have been a battlefield. But it is obvious that the cursed sword will not be buried in the ground, because the treasure information clearly stated that he was sealed in a space with the demon soul next to the corpse. Get in the car, we're going to the next destination. Or everyone climbed back into the car, and the vehicle started. This time the journey was longer. Everyone took turns driving. And it was almost the next day, maybe it was already noon, when they finally arrived at the new location. The area that Alka had marked before was very large, which is why Xiaodaidi and his team spent nearly half a month to draw a map of the entire area. After getting off the car, Alka looked at the area marked by the orange light column. It can be clearly seen here that it is a relic, and the relic is not completely buried underground, but just collapsed and floated on the surface. This means that these buildings were newly built after the Empire was destroyed, and then destroyed. In other words, it didn't take long for these buildings to collapse. Looking at the buildings, everyone gathered around. There were some rough markings on these buildings. Lucilia had checked them before. Chapter 453 Moon Temple. This is a very small temple ruin, which should have been built by an individual, Lucilia said. When Alka went to the demon hunting fortress before, she had already checked here. She took Alka to the inside of the ruins. Although it was a ruin, only the ceiling and the outer wall had collapsed, and some parts were still preserved. When they came to the inner area, crossed the ruins, they could see a statue used for sacrifice in the innermost part. Alka looked at the statue. This is a faceless goddess holding up a round ball. The crescent moon, representing the full moon, floated above the goddess' head. Alka closed her eyes and opened them again, her eyes that could see through the secrets, looking at the statue. The sculpture still had the breath of faith, which could be seen on the prayer statues in various churches. Alka could feel the breath above, very faint, but with a murmur. Listen carefully. It seemed to be calling out, similar to the moon. And the language used was the language of the white crocodile. On the walls that had not completely collapsed, there were various murals related to the moon. Any interpretation of these murals? Lucilia shook her head. No. Mainly because these murals are not coherent, and many of them have been destroyed. From these traces of destruction, it can be seen that this temple has been invaded. According to the traces of battle, it is very likely that it was a demon. Alka nodded. When he came in just now, he also observed these. But the so-called traces destroyed by the devil are not the invasion of the devil thousands of years ago, but the place that has become the scar of the world, and the destruction caused by a sudden attack of the devil. Then the orange light spot must be the scepter-level treasure called Pale Moon here. But the question is how to obtain it. The moon power, literally speaking, is the power of the moon. Alka and the others also know the spell related to the moon, but it seems to be irrelevant to the moon power. And according to some information about gods they had seen in the brilliant library before, there was indeed a god related to the moon in the Golden Age, but this god was also one of the traitors. He left this world a long time ago. Obviously, the so-called moon power is not someone who possesses the power of the moon, nor is he a favored person of the moon god. But if we look at the legend, someone must have taken this treasure, and there is a basis for using it. The size of this temple must have had no less than 20 people living here a few hundred years ago. The ruins of the temple are still there. The treasures are still there. But the people are gone. In other words, Alka, you should probably come and take a look. Jason's voice came from outside. Alka heard this and took Lucilia out, and came to where Jason and the others were. This should be the courtyard where the temple used to be. Xiaodai pointed to a small mound in front of him. There is a body in it. Judging from the placement of the body, it should be buried. He pointed to the area next to it. There are all over this area. Someone must have buried these bodies. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It was not much different from what he thought. The temple was obviously destroyed by a sudden attack, but the treasure was still there. It is now clear that there are living people in the temple. The treasure should not be still there, since it is a temple. Only the leaders of the temple, or the top leaders, know how the treasure is stored. It is impossible for everyone in the temple to know how to get the treasure. If the believers here regard the treasure as a gift from the gods, then they certainly cannot use the treasure anytime and anywhere. Most of the time, they should worship it, which is in line with the behavior of a believer. In other words, if they want to know how to find the hidden treasure, they can only rely on themselves. If we can find this temple, it would be great for the living. Alka couldn't help saying. But so much time has passed. Hearing this, Alka was also a little helpless. Yes, maybe the living people have already left this place. Of course, Alka thinks it is also possible that the living people will go to the front line to fight the devil head-on, which is also a way of revenge, isn't it? But for dozens or hundreds of years, who knows if this person is dead or not, and if he has any descendants? Because Alka wants to know how this temple works, and how to pray in this temple. It would be good to know some of their doctrines. It is very likely that the way to open it is in these ordinary information. It is especially likely to be in prayer, and some methods of sacrifice. And the so-called moon power, it is very likely that this temple teaches its own term. It does not necessarily have to be related to the moon. After thinking about this, Alka turned around and said, "Forget it, let's go to the front line first." "Which area are you going to?" Xiaodai asked curiously beside him. After all, the length of the anti-magic wall, where the front line is located, is very amazing, and various fortress nodes are located on it. The demon hunting fortress is fine, and the holy sword fortress is fine, too, Alka said. The demon hunting fortress is naturally because Greyfar is there. If I go there to provide support, I can just ask Greyfar some questions. The Holy Sword Fortress is because the members of the Holy Mother Church gather there. Almost all the powerful members of the Holy Mother Church in the entire world are there. It doesn't make any difference to say that it is the headquarters of the Holy Mother Church here. It's just that Alka prefers to go to the demon hunting fortress. There is no reason. He just thinks it's better to go there. As his strength increased, the eyes that saw through the secrets always gave him this kind of premonition similar to intuition. Let's ask the others later. As he spoke, he went to the place where the vehicles were parked. He soon determined the target. He went to the demon hunting fortress. He boarded the truck vehicle. The two truck-like vehicles that originally carried them had become a pile of scrap metal. Waku and Kavala were also sent into the space by Alka. The intensity of the battle was far beyond their imagination. Pink mist filled the area. Alka was walking in the pink mist. His figure was visible. But he was actually hiding in the dream world. In addition to the pink mist, few people could find him. There were 3 demons in the area covered by the pink mist. One of them looked slender, holding 2 short blades in both hands. He was so slender that he looked like he was made of bones. And his red skin was just covering the bones. On both sides, there were 2 powerful demons that looked extremely strong. One held a 2-handed axe, and the other held 2 one-handed axes. They looked around vigilantly, guarding against Alka's sneak attack. Alka looked at the slender and weak demon. This demon, who looked the weakest, was actually the strongest among the 3. Their strength was equivalent to the 6th stage. They were very dangerous enemies. This time, there were 4 demon teams of 3 people like this. The destroyed vehicles not far away were caused by them. The situation was very dangerous. It can be known that they were coming directly for Alka and the others. But I don't know why there were 6th stage enemies rushing behind the city wall. Human, I am very happy with what you did to the devouring mouth. Now leave your soul behind, and make me even happier. The slender demon shouted in a sharp and piercing voice. Because he knew clearly that the 3 demons were facing only Alka. The battlefield was divided by these demons at the first moment. Explosions and bombardments were heard not far away. Xiaodaidi and his men had already started fighting. You should be their leader. Right? Hidden here, listening to the shouts of your subordinates? The slender demon holding 2 short blades looked at the surrounding fog vigilantly, and kept mocking. The fog suddenly erupted. In an instant, the power of dreams began to invade the 3 demons, and the slender demon broke free in an instant. Obviously they were prepared. But even if they were prepared, the other 2 demons were still dragged into the dream. This kind of thing cannot be resisted by being prepared. Maybe it can only last for 1 or 2 seconds. But it is enough. In the moment of dizziness, a purple-red sharp blade directly penetrated the chest of the sturdy demon. It was a highly destructive attack composed of the elements of wind, lightning, and fire. The blade formed by the 3 elements together. Only pure destruction. The demon was just dragged into the dream for a moment, and was awakened by the pain from the outside world. He roared and blood spurted out of his mouth. The slender demon figure was illusory, and a sword slashed Alka's body. At the moment of the slash, another dagger followed and stabbed Alka's body. Bang! The explosion sounded. The sturdy demon was directly blown to pieces by the attack that penetrated his body. The 3 destructive elements gathered together, not because they were so well integrated, but because they were unstable enough. The power of the explosion spread to the surroundings, and the slender demon and another power demon were also injured. Arka's figure appeared in the distance, and wounds appeared on his shoulders and arms. Ice crystals spread and froze the wounds. It was possible to feel some kind of contamination from the abyss, spreading from the wounds. The slender demon just watched Arka in the distance, and once again escaped into the mezzanine of the dream. Go! With a roar, he rushed towards Arka with the power demon. A knife slashed at Alka's area from a distance. But Alka was not attacked, because he was hiding in the middle of the dream. Several attacks hit the air. How long can you hide? You have been marked by me. The slender demon's scarlet eyes stared at the area where Alka was hiding, and moved with Alka's movement. As long as Alka dared to leave the dream, he would kill him immediately. Seeing this situation, Alka stood there without moving, but looked at his wound. The breath of the abyss on it indicated that he was marked. After preparing for a while, Alka left the mezzanine of the dream directly. The moment he left, 2 demons rushed towards him. This time Alka did not dodge, facing the slender demon that swung the sword at him. He rushed directly. His sword directly penetrated Alka. Alka's right hand also pressed directly on the chest of the demon. The power in his hand directly penetrated the demon, and then the mixed magic power remained in his chest. Bang! The wind, lightning and fire spread around with the explosion. The power demon next to him had already chopped Alka with a huge axe in his hand. Idiot! He's fake. The slender demon, whose body was missing a large part due to the frontal explosion, cursed. But Alka was not ready to let him go. The breath composed of ice directly surrounded him, frozen by ice crystals. An iceberg rose up and froze the two evils directly in it. The height of this iceberg reached more than 10 meters. Only then did they see that Alka's real body had always been outside the pink mist. It was not inside the mist at all. These demons had been deceived from the beginning. Looking at the demon in the iceberg, which seemed to be ready to leave, Alka took the ice blue element card and stuck it into the iceberg. And more ice power poured in. It penetrated the iceberg and poured into the bodies of the two frozen demons inside. The two demons were frozen into ice sculptures with the naked eye. Why do you think I've been hanging around here for so long? These demons are more or less reckless. With a certain goal, it is difficult for them to notice another goal that is hidden very deeply. The iceberg exploded, and the bodies of the two demons were also broken into pieces in the explosion. After confirming that the two demons were dead, Alka quickly stood on the mirror and flew away. There was another loud noise. Alka came to another battlefield. When he came here, he saw that several demons had died in various places. Some were embedded in the ground, and some were stuck in the bushes. Some were even smashed into meat paste. A huge and strong 6-stage power demon with 2 arms was colliding with Xiaodaidi. But the demon's left arm was completely broken, and was about to be torn off. It could be seen that it was caused by pure force. Another punch, with a shock wave, crushed the demon. The blue meteor hit him head-on. Hot blood like lava fell, and Alka waved his hand to cool the lava-like blood. Xiaodaidi was covered with the demon's blood, and he took 2 breaths and looked at Alka. The demon, known for his strength, was crushed in the power competition with Xiaodaidi. Seeing this situation, Alka rushed to another place directly. He no longer needed to worry about Xiaodaidi. A blue meteor passed by him. Xiaodaidi was faster. Looking at the direction Xiaodaidi flew, Alka followed closely. The moment he arrived at the battlefield, he directly grasped the purple chuck with force, and a lightning bolt struck from the sky. It directly paralyzed a demon, and the violent power raged in his body, even causing the weapon in his hand to fall to the ground. Taking this opportunity, the ball bit the demon's head with its huge mouth, digested the demon's head. Then, the ball grew demon horns on its head, a pair of short demon wings, and a curved demon tail. In an instant, Juanlu's power became stronger, and his skin even turned red. He punched the demon behind him with a backhand punch. He could see that the demon behind him was moving slowly. He should have been affected by one of Juanlu's emotion-influencing balls. After being hit by a punch, the other ball bit a huge hole in the demon's head and neck. The headless body fell to the ground. With the two joining in, the fierce battle here immediately fell to their side. Seeing that things were not going well, one of the injured 6-stage demons directly spread its wings and fled from the spot. Damn it! The other demon roared, and was finally drowned in the attack of Alka and the others. One escaped. Xiaodaidi looked at the corpses around him, but he could no longer sense where the other demon had gone. It was obviously not just because of the speed. Alka looked at the crowd, and almost everyone had injuries. Even he himself was injured, although he was not attacked later. But when he was suddenly attacked before, he was still inevitably attacked. As the demon was eliminated, the breath of the abyss began to emanate from his wounds. He suppressed the breath of the abyss with the pink mist from his dream. A ball of golden water, under the control of Matlisa, covered the area near his wound. This was a healing liquid mixed with the power of the Virgin Mary. It could be seen that an orange-yellow smell with a sulfurous smell began to emerge from the wound. It took a long time for it to dissipate, and Alka's wound healed again. Matlisa was already beside everyone, and began to heal their wounds. Why did so many come out at once? Jason sat on the ground and asked with some confusion. This time, there were 4 powerful demons of various levels of strength at the 6th stage, and 8 powerful demons of the 5th stage. And until they approached, Alka and the others did not notice much, and only barely dodged the last attack. Although they dodged most of the attacks, they were able to avoid being hit by some attacks. These demons were obviously prepared for them, and they used their own strength to divide the battlefield at once. The first thing they did was to drag Alka and Xiaodaidi Fortunately, although the strength of Poro Juanlu is only at the 5th stage, they have mastered a lot of treasures. Although they may not be able to defeat these demons, they can still hold them back. Of course, injuries are inevitable in this situation. Therefore, Juanlu's injuries are slightly more serious than Alka's. Okay, let's speed up. It should be that the devouring mouth took advantage of the current intense war and found a loophole. So it sent out so many demons. Alka said. He directly constructed a huge mirror. He dragged everyone away. Chapter 454 Demon Hunting Fortress. Demon Hunting Fortress. It seems that a great war has just happened here. Various demon corpses are left everywhere. Especially the first wall is almost completely occupied by demons. It is covered with dense demon corpses. Even the lower wall has many cracks and depressions. But it is obvious that the thickness of this wall is thicker than Alka thought. And it should not be his illusion. He saw that the wall was slowly repaired. Several huge demons fell on the city wall. It was obvious that they had not broken the city wall until they died. Some mercenaries and soldiers began to collect the demon corpses on the city wall. Some materials were stripped off the demon corpses, and the remaining bodies were thrown down the city wall. You could also see many humans and soldiers jumping off the city wall with various hanging baskets and their own means, harvesting the demon corpses and weapons everywhere on the battlefield. However, this situation will involve certain risks, but now the demons have just been repelled, so the risk is the lowest. These demonic weapons were also forged with various ores from the abyss, and were also rare trophies. In addition, various types of soldiers were busy on the city wall, carrying various wounded on stretchers to the infirmary inside the fortress. In addition, there were more people collecting the bodies of their teammates. Some of them were still able to see their original appearance. But for those who could not see their original appearance, they could only tear off the dog tags with their names from their necks and various parts of their bodies. Alka just leaned against the second-level wall, sitting and recovering his strength. His magic power was almost drained. Why did this happen? It was because Alka and his team had just passed through the wall and arrived at the demon hunting fortress. They happened to join the siege at the first time. Faced with such a situation, they couldn't help but help. Naturally, they began to attack the demons below, and finally saw how fierce and anxious the battle here was. Using various elemental cards to attack, Alka almost drained out his magic power. Some demons were like a tide, and the 3rd and 4th stage demons kept coming like ants. There were also many 5th stage demons. During the siege, Alka saw at least hundreds of people with golden spots resisting the more powerful demons. He even saw several people with orange treasures. The scene was much more exaggerated than the first time he came to the demon hunting fortress to deal with the siege. After all, that was just a temporary attack launched by the devouring mouth, mainly to give Alka a warning, and to announce the hunt. Alka just sat there. People came and went in front of him, and the soldiers who could still move were busy. Jason took a few steps, dragged his body to sit next to Alka. Jason was covered in blood. How did you get into this? Alka looked at Jason's appearance and couldn't help asking. At this time, Jason still had crystal shells on his body. Of course, all the shells were in a damaged state. What else can I do? The demon got close to me, and I was so tired of killing him. Jason chuckled twice when he said this. Hearing this, Alka shook his head helplessly. Holding the wall, he stood up slowly, and then turned his head to look around the fortress. Soon, he found other people in various places. Matlisa controlled her water bottle and needle to move around the battlefield, treating the seriously injured. You could also see countless small figures, also moving around the battlefield to help the medical soldiers with treatment. Simon seemed to have preserved his physical strength quite well. He was repairing various city defense equipment that had not been completely destroyed with some members of the Holy Machine Church. Although the battle had just ended not long ago, there were many demons, and it was inevitable that they would start to attack again soon. It would be too late to repair them by then. Although the demons had just been repelled, the entire fortress was still busy, and the atmosphere was just a little more relaxed than before. So how did these people hold on? Jason said with a sigh. The world they joined was already in the middle of the demon attack. When they came, many demons had already rushed to the first wall. But the first wall was the only place these demons could climb. If the battle was always so fierce, it would obviously be a huge challenge for the nerves of these soldiers. Maybe I'm used to it. Who knows? AKA didn't have much strength now, and was too lazy to think, so he just leaned against the wall to rest. Alka? I heard you were attacked on the way here. Soraro. wearing a blood-stained and dinted armor, asked as he walked over. How did you know? Alka asked in surprise. It was discovered by the patrol team in the rear. The Grand Judge said it might be sent by the devouring mouth to target you. You're amazing. You killed so many people. Hearing this, Alka waved his hand. Serraro looked at Jason next to Alka and extended his hand to shake his. I'm Centurion Serralo. Jason. I just saw you on the battlefield. You fought very well. Serralo looked at Jason and praised him. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Jason stood up and said with a smile. Is this your companion? Serralo turned to look at Alka and asked. Alka smiled and nodded. You didn't tell me before that your companions are so powerful. You're too flattering. Ha ha ha. Alka and his companions who suddenly joined the battle just now indeed, to some extent, can be regarded as shining. The pressure in some areas was relieved in an instant. Especially Alka, who used various element cards, manipulated various elements, and could be said to be one of the most conspicuous existences on the entire battlefield. However, neither Jason nor Eurylius had merged or transformed into dragon form. The main reason was that in such a battle, fighting with such an exaggerated body, when Alka and the others were not prepared for support, they could only become targets. They did not understand the entire battlefield, and it might be regarded as an enemy by soldiers who don't know it. It might even be more trouble than help. It won't be too late to use it after getting familiar with it. Serralo just came over to say hello for a while, and then got busy again. After half a day, it was dark. The sky was covered by a curtain, and the fortress finally relaxed a little after confirming that there were no demons attacking. Alka and his friends were given a residence inside the fortress. It was a small 3-story stone tower. A large amount of clear water gushed out of the aqua blue water sign, and then poured back down. Alka controlled it like this, a simple shower, washing some dirt off the body. Jason, Juanlu and others were also there. As the dirt on the body was washed away, the water mixed into a deep red stream and flowed around. It was either the blood of ordinary soldiers, or the blood of demons. Is Matli Sanab back yet? Alka asked after turning around. Zadaidi shook his head, then smiled and said, She is now known as the Four-Armed Angel, show some respect. Oh! Alka made a puzzled sound, controlling the wind card, blowing the water stains on his body. Madrisa, since the battle ended, she has been running around to provide treatment. You know, with her combination of treasures, and her treatment skills, it is very easy to treat these common external injuries. The treatment effect is good, and the efficiency is fast, and she can pull many dying soldiers back from the hands of death, so she is naturally given such a title. Hearing this explanation, Alka nodded. That's true. What about Porwaro? Of course he went to help Matrisa. Of course Simon was not there, but when Alka came over, he saw Simon busy at various city defense machines. It can only be said that although they came here for the first time, they integrated well with the sudden battle. Don't you want to take a rest? You don't look very good, Zadaidi said, looking at Alka's expression. They are not like Alka, who can use element cards to cause the power of humanoid self-propelled artillery to the entire battlefield. It's like wanting to spend a lot of his magic power, but can't find a way. And Alka now wants to use up his magic power, which is too simple, as long as he mixes his various elements and expands the range to do it. During the day, Alka was the one who killed the most demons, and he was also the one who consumed the most energy among them. All kinds of elemental attacks used by Alka could be seen in various places in the fortress. It's really not good. I'll go in and rest first, Alka said while rubbing his swollen head. Then he walked into the small stone tower. He sank directly into the dream. In the midst of a snoring, Alka woke up with a start. The people on the beds around him were still in their dreams, snoring everywhere. It seems that they were really tired yesterday. Alka got up, put on his coat, and went out. But as soon as he came out, he saw the mercenary soldiers coming and going outside. He also saw soldiers who seemed to have come to replace some wounded soldiers. And soldiers who had fought several battles here were asked to go to the rear to rest. There is no kitchen here to make breakfast for them. Juanlu woke up at some point and came behind Alka. When did you wake up? I was not as exaggerated as you on the battlefield yesterday, Juanlu said with a smile. Then he took out some dry food that had been prepared from his pocket and handed it to him. Alka took a glass of water and ate and drank. After a while, a soldier came to them. Excuse me, is this Lord Alka? Hearing this, Alka looked up at him and nodded. I am. Hello, the judge has something to ask you. Hearing this, Alka swallowed the dry food in his hand in a few mouthfuls, and then nodded to Juanlu. Lead the way. Following the soldier in front of him, he walked towards the center of the fortress, climbed up the wall, and then entered the stone tower under the huge gray-purple gemstone. This is the command center of the entire fortress. As soon as he came in, he saw a busy scene here. Then, under the guidance of the soldier, he entered the innermost room. After knocking on the door and entering, he could see Greyfar writing something. After seeing Alka come in, he stopped writing and stood up and said, "Thank you, and your companions for your help yesterday. No need, after all. We also belong to different churches. It is our duty to support and help here and repel the demons." Faced with Alka's words, Griffer nodded, without saying much. "So do you have something to do here? Or are you here to support?" Hearing this, Alka said directly, "We are here to support. It is said that in a full-scale attack like this, the battle will be very intense. I hope our arrival can provide some strength." Hearing this, Alka could clearly feel that Greyfar was in a good mood. Even his serious face seemed to soften. "That's great. With your help and your companions, some things will be much easier." But Greyfar thought for a while and said, "I told you before. Most of the demons that the demon-hunting fortress has to deal with are led by the devouring mouth. In short, if we divide the territory, the demon leaders who attack the demon-hunting fortress are the devouring mouth. That is to say, if Alka and the others were here, they might be targeted by the devouring mouth." Alka nodded. "I am prepared for this. And even if we are in other places, it doesn't make much difference. Right?" Hearing this, Greyfar couldn't help but think of the patrol report before, and nodded after thinking about it. It seems to be true. In such a situation, it is really like the devouring mouth will take advantage of the loophole to send some demons to the rear to target Alka and his team. So it doesn't make much difference whether Alka is here or not. After thinking about it, Greyfar said, "Then your team is too big to be gathered together. If you don't mind, you can temporarily place your team members in various places?" In short, after observing yesterday, Greyfar was very satisfied with Alka and his team. But in such a battlefield, Greyfar felt that if Alka and the others gathered together, the effect would be limited. If they don't mind, then of course, Alka himself knew that in such a battlefield, for example, Matlisa was naturally not suitable to fight on the front line with them. Matlisa would definitely play the greatest role in the medical front at this time. Simon and Juanlu were of the same type. They are all like Matlisa, technical personnel. And following Alka and the others to fight on the front line is a waste of their talents. "But you better stay in the fortress," Greyfar said to Alka. In such a place, Alka would definitely be the first to be targeted. In short, for the devouring mouth, taking Alka's head and capturing his soul are the top priorities. Only by killing Alka can he wash away his shame. Hearing this, Alka just shrugged helplessly and agreed. "Okay, that's it for now. There will be a meeting in the afternoon. We will make some arrangements for your team at that time. I hope you can all come to participate." Alka nodded, without any objection. Looking at Alka's back as he was about to leave, Greyfar suddenly said, "You must have something else to ask me. But now I am in the middle of the battle. I don't have much time. But if you have any questions after this battle, I will tell you if I know." Hearing this, Alka looked at him strangely, then smiled and nodded, bowed and left the room. We walked through the fortress and came to their resting place. When we came back, Siadaiti and the others had basically woken up one after another. Seeing that Matlisa and Pororo were about to go out again, they should go to the infirmary to help again. Alka said, "In such a battlefield, we may separate later and have our own tasks. Do you mind?" Hearing Alka's words, several people shook their heads. "Of course. There is nothing to mind." "That's good. Will I lead soldiers? For example, become a centurion or something? It would be nice to give me a military rank," Jason said beside him. "It would be great to have a military rank and lead soldiers. Which boy doesn't dream of becoming a general?" Hearing this, Alka glanced at him and said, "I will apply like Greyfar. Is it so good, Alka?" "No. Applying will make you an ordinary soldier, waiting for orders from others. Hee. With my fighting power, it's more than enough to become a centurion." Lucilia, who was sitting at a table not far away, heard the two people bickering and looked up and suddenly said, "Volunteers like us should only get honorary titles. But we should be able to get some real power during the war." And maybe we can really lead some soldiers. Just wait and see. Chapter 455 Valkyrie. A team is marching quickly on the city wall. You can see the coordination of each member of this team, which is quite complete. The total number even reaches 2,000, which is not a small number here. Because the strength of these soldiers is at the 3rd stage, there are even 4th stage members who have master treasures. But not all members at the 4th stage have master treasures, after all. There are not so many treasures to share among so many people. Fighters from various churches can be seen among them. The 4th stage among them is likely not to have mastered precious existences, but to have been promoted to this stage through the power of gods in the church. Of course, they stopped here. They were led by a captain, a 5th stage young general who mastered treasures. Next to him was Xiaodai. They were heading to a fortress node for support, and had set off at dawn. A long team spread out on the city wall. It seemed a bit too dangerous for such a long team to connect on the city wall, but for the soldiers, who often shuttled on the city wall, it was not a problem at all. Even if there was a sudden attack by demons, they could organize the defense in the fastest time. Just as Greyfar said before. I hope Alka and his team will be separated temporarily during this period of stalemate in the war. It is a pity that such powerful people gather together. Among them, Xiaodai was temporarily incorporated into this team. For strong men like them, it is impossible to really let them be ordinary soldiers. They are all similar to staff officers of a team. And Xiaodai was incorporated into this team to support other places, because of his meteor-like figure and exaggerated speed. At this time, they were marching on the city wall, and they could already see a fortress node in the distance. It was under a hillside, and they could even see 2 huge hammer demons heading towards the fortress. Speed up. Demon Hunter Fortress number 6 is in danger now, the leader said. A long section of the wall belongs to the Demon Hunter Fortress, and each small fortress node on it will be named Demon Hunter Fortress No. X. All the soldiers accelerated their marching speed under the voice. And on the way over, they held their weapons tightly, and were ready to fight at any time. Such a long team naturally attracted the attention of some attacking demons. Some demons flying in the sky immediately flew over, and threw various lava fireballs at their long team. This lava fireball spell has almost become the standard for these demons. No matter they are low-level demons or high-level demons with wisdom. It's just that the spells they use are strong or weak. This one is just right, because it has enough destructive power. Then these fireballs were blocked by invisible forces in midair, and the fireballs wrapped in lava slid down directly in midair. At some point, a shield appeared in the right hand of the captain, and he raised it in the air, allowing all the soldiers to move quickly. All the soldiers in the rear seemed to have gotten used to it, and didn't care about the long-range attacks coming at them. The speed increased again, and the fireballs thrown by the demons were directly blocked in midair, without any effect. Soon they entered the range of the fortress, and those demons that had been following them were immediately shot down from the sky by the various long-range defense means of the fortress. Brothers, support is coming. Hurry up. Replace them. Looking at Xiaodai and others who came to support, the generals in the fortress quickly issued orders. The leader who came to support nodded. He turned his head and looked at the soldiers behind him. All the soldiers quickly divided into several groups, and began to move towards the front line from various areas, and quickly replaced the guards, who were extremely tired and even had various scars on their bodies. Several holy light pillars were operated by the Knights of the Holy Mother Church, and penetrated into the air. A pale golden light was sprinkled. All the demons couldn't help but cover their eyes when they saw such light, and some even began to scratch their skin. All their attacks and actions were interrupted or affected. Members of the Holy Machine Church quickly came to several damaged city defense equipment and began to repair them. Everything seemed to be in order. The supporting team, except for some new recruits, most of them were already experienced veterans. Xiaodai turned into a blue meteor and came directly to the front wall, and kicked a demon down with one foot. The demon flew out as fast as a missile, and crashed a large number of demons below into a ball. The pressure caused by the huge force actually formed an open space below. In the blue light, Xiaodai appeared. The demon she kicked out was a 5th stage demon, which had been torn into pieces by the demons because of death in the demon gathering. How disgusting. Looking at this scene, Xiaodai cursed with some discomfort. Cannibalism is still possible on the battlefield, which is really challenging. Bang! A dull sound. The heavy hammer demon not far away has approached the city wall, and hit the city wall with its hands like giant hammers. The entire wall over there was shaking, and a large amount of lime spread around with the shaking. Although there were no cracks or damages on the stone wall, it was obvious that if such attacks were repeated a few times, there would be some damage. "Quick, focus your fire," the captain roared, and then raised his shield high, and an invisible shield expanded. All long-range attacks were immediately blocked, and taking this opportunity, many city defense equipment operators and strongmen used powerful long-range tools to focus their fire on the heavy hammer demon approaching the wall. Xiaodai immediately turned his head to look at the other side. The heavy hammer demon over there was also approaching the city wall. Immediately, a blue meteor flew up, drawing an arc across the entire battlefield. In an instant, before everyone could react, it stopped in front of the heavy hammer demon. Looking at the fly that suddenly appeared in front of him, the various demons that stayed on the hammer demon immediately used various original attacks and attacked Xiaodai. Xiaodai floated in place, red light flashed, and kicked out heavily. The huge force combined with the shock wave. The sonic boom instantly covered the entire battlefield, and everyone seemed to be in a vacuum and silent environment. Then a harsh sound came. In this harsh sound, an exaggerated scene appeared in front of them. All the demons or soldiers had never seen such a shocking scene. The large demons such as the hammer demon that could pose a huge threat to the city wall were always targeted on the battlefield, and would always be killed first in various ways. Although the demons were in chaos and completely out of order, some of them would still try to protect. Of course, their way of protection was mostly to directly attack those who attacked the target. This was a battle of wits and courage between the demons and the defenders. But the way they were killed was so shocking that the entire battlefield was silent for a moment. Because the hammer demon flew out. Under the exaggerated power, the entire body of the hammer demon was covered by Xiaodai's impact range. The huge force, along with a powerful impact, hit the middle hammer demon, and the huge heavy hammer demon seemed to be smashed away by a huge hammer. It drew an arc like a piece of rock, and under the powerful force, you can see that his body was actually twisted. Finally, it flew out heavily, and smashed into the demon formation that was still surging behind. The powerful force, along with the exaggerated body, smashed into the ground, raising a large amount of lime smoke and dust, raising it several meters high. Countless demons were thrown into the sky or smashed into pulp by the impact of their huge bodies. The smoke and dust dissipated. The heavy hammer demon seemed to have no breath left, and fell to the ground as a twisted corpse. In an instant, Xiaodai became the target of the demons. All the 6-stage demons on the battlefield rushed over immediately. They were the main force, playing the most important role in attacking. There were 3 in total. "Quick! Everyone! Go to support!" The original general of the fortress and the supporting regiment commander issued orders at the same time, and hurried to the direction of Xiaodai as the orders were issued. In their opinion, such power must have come at a price. Xiaodai might be in a weak state now. Such a powerful fighting force, and people who can bring such an exaggerated fighting style must be protected. All those who can repel or even eliminate the heavy hammer demon alone are extremely important fighting forces. All the generals are very clear about this. Even the soldiers are very clear about it. The speed of the demon is even faster. After dodging various long-range attacks, he quickly came to Xiaodai, who was suspended in the air and seemed to be motionless. "Haha. Her soul is mine." The first demon who rushed over had a ferocious expression and laughed loudly. The bloody claws were already wrapped with a lot of abyss aura, and even the hot magma flowed on them and grabbed Xiaodai. Xiaodai just turned his head and looked at him. A faint layer of light had covered his left leg, looking for death. As he said that, Xiaodai kicked out fiercely. The powerful force was compressed into a shock wave, and under the power of the glove, a circular impact range with a diameter of 3 meters was formed. This attack was so obvious when it kicked into the air. It was like a concentrated airflow rushing out to form a channel. The force of the rushing past enveloped the demon rushing over. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the only thing left of the demon was the blood and mincemeat that were rushed out. The 2 demons that were a step slower quickly stopped their wings and quickly stopped in midair. Xiaodai silently turned his head to look at the 2 demons. One of the demons quickly flapped its wings to escape. The other demon hadn't reacted yet. He just stopped and prepared to turn in another direction to escape. Just as he turned around, a blue stream of light passed in front of him. Xiaodai appeared in front of him. This demon looked like he had seen a ghost, with his eyes wide open. The orange-red vertical pupils were so evil, but the emotion inside was terrified. Another kick. Another demon disappeared from the world. Without stopping, a stream of light streaked across the sky. It was a blue meteor, in the eyes of everyone on the battlefield. The meteor streaked across the sky in an instant and appeared above the head of another demon, which had already fled not far away. The demon instantly sensed the breath above his head and widened his eyes. He sped up, trying to escape as much as possible. This time, Xiaodaidi did not stabilize his body, but slowed down when the meteor streak passed and kicked out. Since it was a blue meteor, no one could see it clearly. They only saw the meteor passing by, and the flying demon fell directly to the ground. But the demon survived. He only had a broken wing and a broken bone. Realizing the damage he had suffered, the demon immediately healed his wings and jumped on the spot to attack Xiaodaidi in the sky. The force of the attack on him was much lower than that of his two colleagues just now. Obviously, Xiaodaidi's strength was running out. Now was a good time to make a contribution. Looking at the demon that suddenly rushed towards him again, Xiaodaidi was a little confused. Don't you want to live? Although he didn't understand. Since he was going to die, it would also reduce his pursuit. So why not? He kicked the demon again. With the sound of impact, a huge dent appeared on the ground. When the smoke and dust rose, only a ball of meat could be seen in the dent. Kill! Such a powerful battle instantly pulled up the soldiers with low morale. Someone shouted loudly, and the soldiers on the wall began to fight the demons with great morale. Although the demons were addicted to blood and killing, many of them still had some brains. After seeing Xiaodaidi's performance, the demons did not want to continue to die, and they had a certain fear. Although they would not die, their souls would return to the abyss. But they had to pay a price. And the abyss was so cruel, because the meteor Xiaodaidi had turned into had begun to fly rapidly across the battlefield. Demons could be seen being kicked and smashed by unknown forces wherever they passed. Fast and powerful, now there is no high-level combat force to support how to fight. The pressure on the demons increased. Some demons have begun to retreat and evacuate. Blue meteors kept passing through the battlefield, adding pressure to all demons and boosting the morale of all defenders. Soon the demons began to retreat and flee. Xiaodaidi also appeared from the blue meteors, looking at Xiaodaidi floating in the air, with a faint blue glow on his body. Everyone in the fortress couldn't help but cast their eyes over. The leader looked at this scene and shouted, "Valkyrie!" This shout seemed to wake everyone up. Countless soldiers began to shout, and then formed a uniform slogan. Valkyrie! Valkyrie! At the demon hunting fortress, this is where the demons in this direction mainly attack. Especially when Alka and the others appeared here, the attack on the entire demon hunting fortress was upgraded to a higher level. Your soul belongs to me. A powerful demon, with the strength of the 6th stage, directly rushed to the first layer of the city wall, flapping its wings madly towards Alka. I don't know what kind of power he used, his speed suddenly increased, and at this moment his speed was almost as fast as Xiaodaidi's. In an instant, one claw pierced Alka's body. Then Alka's body turned into a phantom. The spiral formed by the whirlwind and the lightning drill attached to it directly penetrated the demon. The weapons of the surrounding soldiers had already hit the demon. The demon's head was chopped off by a general, and Alka himself had already appeared more than 10 meters away. A stream of concentrated water formed a water knife as thick as a finger and flew out. An exhausted soldier fell on the wall, looking at the claws that were about to grab his head. He couldn't help but close his eyes. He had no strength to resist. However, the pain and darkness did not come. When he opened his eyes, Alka just passed by him. Friend, now is not the time to rest. Alka smiled and pulled him up, and the stretcher formed by stillness carried him down. The elemental cards beside Alka kept flashing. Various elemental attacks formed missiles, and various shapes that flew randomly across the battlefield. Every attack could accurately hit the demons. The wounded soldiers floating on the mirror fell into the interior of the fortress, where some wounded, who were still able to move, were waiting. They immediately worked together to carry the soldiers on top to a temporary treatment tent not far away. All kinds of soldiers and wounded from various churches were receiving treatment inside. The priests with the Holy Mother Church pattern on their clothes, members of the Seed of Life with the emblem of life, and some doctors were running quickly throughout the medical center, treating all the soldiers. The whole medical center was filled with busy figures and various wailing sounds. The most conspicuous among them was the Naga standing in the middle of the medical center. Matlisa, who had 4 arms and a snake tail, was very different from humans. She coiled her snake tail to make herself taller. The vision is wider, and he can see the surroundings clearly. His 4 arms are open, waving constantly. 16 needles are flying around the tent, and the water bottle is floating beside him. Various water flows turn into potions, which are blended from various places for treatment. There are also vines running on the ground. The wounded who were just brought in were immediately tied up by the vines, and finally quickly dragged to one of the beds. His breathing has begun to become difficult. His eyes have turned black. Suddenly he felt a stream of water pouring into his throat. This stream of water has a strong smell of medicine. His body sensitivity has been reduced, and he does not know when a thin needle was inserted into his shoulder. The energy of life began to flow into his body. It took less than a minute to complete the operation, and his injuries were perfectly controlled, and he even recovered a lot. Thank you. At this time, a demon hunter next to Mathlisa, wrapped in bandages, thanked. This demon hunter is a woman, wrapped in bandages, and can still move normally with her limbs, and is providing help in the medical center. Mathlisa looked at her and smiled. Chapter 456 in progress. So these are humans? Jason said, looking at the human corpse lying at his feet, half of the body frozen by crystal. What a blasphemous scene it was. The corpses of various humans or subhumans were dismembered, skinned, and slaughtered. The corpses were hung above a small pool of blood. There was a strong smell of blood, and a nauseating stench. It was not the demons that caused this miserable scene, but the same kind of victims. Watching this scene, Jason kicked the corpse under his feet in displeasure. A large part of the demons that can appear inside the city wall are summoned by these damned cultists through rituals. Their bodies and minds have long fallen into the abyss, and they are no longer our compatriots. The speaker was a demon hunter wearing a mask and black body-shaping armor. He wiped the blood off his sword and began to destroy the ritual array. There were several demon corpses nearby, and Aurelius was walking around these corpses. On the tail swaying behind him, there was a heavy hammer wrapped in crystal. Judging from the wounds on the demon corpses, they were all killed by the heavy hammer on Aurelius's tail. Mysterious language and spells came out from the mouth of the demon hunter just now. Then he made a palm with both hands and pushed out. A ball of holy light floated and appeared above the entire bloody field. The power of the holy light caused a deep black breath to emerge from here, as if it was ignited and rose upwards. The bodies began to burn by the invisible force. Watching this scene, the demon hunter turned his head and nodded to Jason. Then he said, "Let's go, there are still several places to confirm." There are 7 or 8 demon hunters behind him, following him. Jason and Aurelius followed closely behind. Jason and Aurelius joined the demon hunting team responsible for clearing the cultists and invading demons in the rear. The main purpose is to protect the safety of various safe channels and reduce the danger inside the city wall. After all, as the war intensifies, the cultists hiding in the rear will also start to cause trouble. After all, now is a good time to fish in trouble. These cultists in the interior sometimes cause more damage than the demons attacking from the front. The more frequent the battles in the front, the more manpower shortages will be caused in some patrol teams in the rear. But more transport teams will go to the front. At this time, the demon hunters in the demon hunting fortress are needed to start hunting these damn cultists. They are professionals. Where do these cultists come from? Can't we kill them all? Jason asked as he quickly caught up with the demon hunter team. As the leader of this team, the demon hunter is not as taciturn as ordinary demon hunters. Instead, he is a talkative type. Faced with Jason's question, he walked forward, observed the map and answered, "Some are local. You may also know that this place has long been infected by the breath of the abyss. Under the influence of various emotions, it is very likely that they will be infected by the breath of the abyss and start to worship the abyss and the devil. Of course, there are many cultists coming from outside. Those who gather here from all directions are not only volunteers or mercenaries willing to participate in the holy war, but also many cultists mixed in. Many cultists cannot be distinguished at all, because they will not have any external manifestations in a certain period of time, and even their mental thoughts will not have any major problems. But when they come here, they will quickly fall. We can't refuse or set up various barriers to hinder those volunteers and mercenaries, just because there are cultists among them. You know, various volunteers and mercenaries are also the main force on the front line, and both of them are members of the rear guard." Hearing this, Jason nodded. The situation ahead may be a little dangerous. The whole village of Baum Village may have become cultists. Are there any villages outside the safe lane? Jason was a little confused. He had not seen the marks of these villages on the map before. Don't underestimate the adaptability of humans. It was not completely dark yet. But this wave of demonic attacks had been resisted. Alka returned to the small round tower where he rested, controlling the aqua blue water card to gush out clear water, washing the blood on his body. Give me some too. Pororo, who had returned at some point, sat against the wall by the door. Another stream of water drew an arc, watering Pororo's body, also allowing him to be moisturized by the water. By the way, he washed off the blood and dirt stuck on his skin. Master Alka, thank you for your help before. At this time, a soldier's voice came from behind. Alka turned around and saw a soldier saluting him, just nodded with a smile. They just thanked him, and would not wait to bother Alka. The soldiers coming and going would nod to Alka when they saw him, to show respect. Some people who saw Pororo would also nod, or even bow. This is the result of their efforts in the battlefield during this period. Especially Alka, relying on elemental attacks, can support a large area of the battlefield, rescue various soldiers, and eliminate demons on a large scale. And because of the devouring mouth, powerful demons will approach Alka in various ways at the first time, trying to take his head. Let's go in, Alka said, and he and Pororo entered the round tower, each found a place to sit down and start to rest. Have a good rest. Those damn demons may come to attack the city again tonight, Alka said while looking at the empty room. He leaned heavily on the back of the chair. Pororo just nodded slightly, then leaned on the bed and fell asleep. Hearing Pororo's snoring, Alka did not disturb him. He leaned on the back of the chair and closed his eyes after a while. He was too tired. When he woke up, he fought demons. When he was tired of fighting demons, he went back to sleep. Eating was just interspersed in between. And sometimes he didn't even have time to eat. The number of these demons seemed to be endless. There was no telling how many waves of soldiers in the fortress had been replaced. When Alka opened his eyes, he saw that it was already dark outside, and he woke up immediately. His sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Don't worry. The demons will not attack again tonight, so you can have a good rest. Julia sat by the door and rested quietly. Julia? When did you come back? Because of the battlefield needs. People like Julia, who are also technical talents, were naturally assigned to a place that suits her very well. But Julia was taken away by the people of the Seed of Life Church. And Julia seemed to want to end some things. Have you returned to the embrace of life? Alka asked her from the side. Julia nodded. Well, I have seen too much during this period of time here. I was too impulsive before. Everyone, even the gods, are working hard in the direction they believe in. Although the methods and paths are different, the purpose is the same. Hearing this, Alka smiled, nodded, and didn't say much. Then Alka saw many puppet girls resting everywhere. They were everywhere on the table, on the bench, on the grain bag not far away, and on the pillows on the bed. They were all tired. Looking at these puppet girls, Alka, who had almost recovered, got up helplessly and carried the people and girls on the table and everywhere who were not on the bed to the bed. Ah, it's dark. I overslept. Pororo jumped down from the second floor with a loud noise. The loud noise startled the puppet girls, who were already sleepy, and jumped up. What's wrong? Did the devil break in? Kill the devil. Looking at the suddenly chaotic room, Alka patted his forehead helplessly. Okay, calm down. Rest if you need to rest. The devil can't break in. It's a rare opportunity to rest tonight. Hearing Alka's words, the puppet girls who stood up in a daze fell down one after another, and quickly fell asleep. And Pororo also knew that he seemed to be stupid, scratched his forehead. Don't you want to rest for a while? Hearing this, Pororo turned around and waved his hand. I'll go see Malisa, he said, hunching his back, and preparing to push the door open. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Malisa swimming in with a smile and her tail wagging. No need, I'm back. Although Malisa smiled, you could feel the fatigue emanating from her body. She hugged Pororo first, and then saw Julia. Julia? You're back. Walked over and hugged the smiling Julia. You're tired, you need to rest, Julia said while hugging Malisa. But you did a good job. I have heard the name of the four-armed angel in the Seeds of Life. Those people admire you very much. Hearing Julia's teasing, Malisa smiled weakly. Alka came over and touched the back of Matlisa's head. Compared to these, you should have a good sleep. Pink mist enveloped Matlisa's eyes, and Matlisa fell directly into Julia's arms. She fell into a deep sleep all of a sudden. Julia nodded, carried Matrisa, went upstairs and put her on the bed. Arka just sat down, turned his head. he saw a head suddenly popping out from the wall. Ha! Arca was startled for a moment, and then saw that it was Lucilia's head. Lucilia turned into a spirit, passed through from the front, and laughed at the startled Arca. Looking at the laughing Lucilia, Arca reluctantly sat down again. Aren't you tired? I am a divine creature now, I am not tired. Lucilia smiled brightly, turned into a doll, and fell into Arca's arms. Ah, Julia! You are back. Lucilia looked at Julia coming down from upstairs, and said in surprise. After chatting for a few words, Lucilia turned to Arca and said, Today I saw a demon hunter with a moon mark on his neck on the battlefield. Hearing this, Arca turned to look at her. Remember the temple ruins? There is a mural. The little man in the mural has a moon mark on his neck. Hearing this, Arca narrowed his eyes. You mean, the people of the moon worship cult who may still be alive, have become demon hunters? Thinking about it, it's very likely. Isn't it? Lucilia began to explain. The temple where I grew up, and the family members in the temple were killed by the devil. Whoever survived must hate the devil, isn't it right? Where should the hateful demon join in the world scar? Naturally. Join the demon hunters. You should have learned about this in the past few days. The demon hunters have a family inheritance nature. It is normal for his descendants to continue to be demon hunters. Because the ancestors of these demon hunter families are likely to continue to die at the hands of demons, or die in the war with demons. It may be for hatred, or education since childhood, or for ideals. These descendants will still devote themselves to such a career. Hearing this, Arca nodded. It was really reasonable. Did you get any information? Although the war was going on, it did not prevent Alger and his men from getting more information about the treasures while the war was going on. The two were not contradictory. Hearing this, Lucilia smiled awkwardly. I was just about to go find her, and she was carried away. The war was too intense at the time. I couldn't have followed her. Hearing this, Arca nodded. There was no need to force it. Just know that there is such a demon hunter in the fortress. When things calm down, you can ask Greyfar for help. After all, the moon mark on the neck is very conspicuous. Hearing this, Poro, who had been sitting next to him, said, Then she should have been sent to the medical room. When Matlisa wakes up, you can ask her. If there is a moon mark on her neck, she may know something. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Soon Simon and Juanlu returned to the round tower one after another, although it was late at night outside. But a night without demon attacks is a good time to rest. It's rare for everyone to get together. They are the ones who are still in the demon hunting fortress. Except for Julia, who just came back, and Lucilia, who occasionally leaves the demon hunting fortress for reconnaissance missions. These two are expatriates like Xia Dedi and Jason. Before dawn, Matlisa, who had been in a deep sleep, woke up. Others also rested for a long time. Matlisa came to the hall and listened to Poro's story. Then he nodded and said to Arca and the others, Yes, there was indeed a female demon hunter with a moon mark on her neck in the medical center yesterday. Her injury was not serious at the time, but she still needed some time to recuperate. She is still recuperating in the medical center. She will definitely not be able to go to the battlefield in a short time. I remember that after she got a little better yesterday. She has been helping in the medical center. Hearing this, Arca looked at her and said, In that case, please help us ask some questions about the moon worship cult, which are the things we talked about before. He is very likely the survivor or the descendant of the survivors of the ruins we found before. We may be able to get some information from her. Hearing this, Matlisa nodded, No problem. I will go to the medical center after dawn, and I will ask by the way. Although it was not dawn yet, everyone did not go to the battlefield after waking up, but took the time to rest. Meditation, by the way. Every moment of rest is precious, especially at a rare time like now. But before dawn, a dull horn sounded outside. These damn demons are here again, Poro said, bending over helplessly and walking out of the room. The people who were still resting in the hall heard the dull horn and went out one after another with the puppet girls. On the streets outside the fortress, a large number of soldiers had already started to move. After coming out, everyone went their separate ways and began to leave from different directions. After all, they were responsible for different areas. When Arca arrived at the second city wall, the demons had already begun to attack the city. A huge black stone wrapped in flames drew a red line from a distance and smashed towards the city wall. Looking at the meteor scene in the sky that seemed like the end of the world, the red card of flames and the brown earth card appeared in front of Arca. Controlling the two cards, Alka opened his hands as if to resist the sky. The stone wrapped in flames that fell down was like lava. It immediately disintegrated in midair and turned into rubble and fell down. Although it was still hot, the threat level was greatly reduced compared to its original appearance. The one who made such an attack was a huge one-eyed demon standing 1 kilometer away from the city wall. Their size was almost the same as that of the heavy hammer demon. It was completely different from the strange shape of the heavy hammer demon, but had a human body structure. These human-shaped catapult demons would directly grab a handful of sand and soil from the ground under their feet. Then, through the lava in their hands, including the huge lava fire bombs on it, they were then thrown over, turned into powerful siege weapons. There were not many such one-eyed demons, only 3 in total, and they were standing 1 kilometer away, obviously very afraid of being killed by the people who were defending. This made the attack of these 3 demons extremely threatening, and Alka and his team could not go over to kill them for a while. A large number of demons attacked the first wall at the first time. Those damned one-eyed monsters. Looking at the one-eyed demon in the distance, a general cursed. Things like this are the most difficult to deal with. But it is impossible to rush down. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shot out, piercing through a range of 1 kilometer, piercing the belly of a one-eyed demon. After the hit, there was an explosion like a ball of light that suddenly enlarged the wound. Amidst the huge wailing, the demon fell to the ground. The whole fortress burst into cheers. A graceful voice came, followed by the exciting music. Julia, who returned, played the harp, and there was a music box floating next to her. The exciting music, the sound was huge, transmitted far away, but it was not harsh. Strength and courage were given to everyone present. Chapter 457, Get Information. The fortress resisted the demon's attack amid the shouts and screams. Mathlisa was still sitting in the center of the entire medical center as usual, controlling her 3 treasures, cooperating with each other to quickly treat the wounded and stabilize those with fatal injuries. Do you want to take a break? Mathlisa asked a female demon hunter, who was carrying various surgical tools and moving quickly throughout the medical center. She was still wearing some bandages and wearing loose clothes. It was obvious that her injuries had not healed yet, and she could not go to the front line, but could only do her best in the medical center. There are still many wounded here, just like her. No need. Lady Mathlisa, I'm not tired yet. But from her posture, she has been busy for a long time, and she is still a wounded person. Hearing this, Mathlisa smiled, and a vine went over to tie her up. She handed the tray in her hand to the medical staff, who needed it not far away. Then she was dragged to her side. Why don't you stay here and chat with me? Ah? The female demon hunter was a little confused, because even when talking to her, Mathlisa was still controlling various treasures for treatment. Just like Martha had 4 hands. She could multitask without any problems. Since Martha said so, the female demon hunter had no choice but to find a place to sit down and rest quietly. She controlled a needle to insert into the back of a dying wounded soldier to stabilize his injury. And the medical staff waiting nearby immediately began to treat him. Martha asked, Ashley, where did the moon pattern on your neck come from? This female demon hunter was the one Martha mentioned last night, and the one Lucilia saw on the battlefield yesterday. Ashley touched her neck after hearing this. You mean this? This is the symbol of our family. My father and mother both have this moon tattoo on their necks. When I was very young. When I just started to remember things, I already had it on my neck. At this point, Ashley's face showed memories. And she even smiled and said, My father and mother used to be demon hunters. They were very powerful, and hunted many powerful demons. There was also a title, the Demon Hunter Moons. At this point, the memories and smile on her face gradually disappeared. And she said a little sadly, But when I was 14 years old, they died in a defensive battle. Sorry. No need. Lady Mathlisa. They dedicated themselves to their careers. Sacrificing to protect so many people, I don't feel sad, I am even proud of them. Ashley said with a smile. This situation is quite common in the demon hunter family. Hearing this, Martha Lisa turned to look at her, and nodded with a smile. But why do you care about such a tattoo? Lady Martha Lisa? Ashley looked at her with some confusion and asked. Hearing this, Martha Lisa did not hide it. While operating the treasure for treatment, she said, You should know my origin. Right? I know you are Lord Alka's teammate. I heard that you are a treasure hunting team, and that big shark that, she said to the people in the fortress. This is not a secret. Everyone in the demon hunting fortress knows it. After all, Alka and his men are so outstanding. They can be seen in battles and in all aspects. How can they not be remembered? Not to mention that they often rescue many people in battles. In short, they are very popular in the demon hunting fortress and are also very well known. Mathlisa nodded and said, "Before coming here, we passed by the ruins of a temple. You also know that we are treasure hunters. So I was very curious and explored there. I found that it once belonged to a cult outside the island. The moon worship cult. But the moon worship cult disappeared 100 years ago. I didn't expect there were ruins there. And it looked like it had been abandoned for less than 100 years. But after all, it was abandoned. So we couldn't find any relevant information. On the collapsed murals of the temple there, we found that such a moon mark also appeared on the neck of a figure. So when I saw the moon mark on your neck, I was very curious." Speaking of this, Mathlisa smiled and turned her head to stare at Ashley and blinked, and said a little mischievously, "As a treasure hunter, you can't be without curiosity." Hearing this, Ashley also smiled. "Then you must have been to many places?" Hearing this, Mathlisa nodded. "Of course, if you want to know, I can tell you slowly later." Ashley nodded and said, "When the temple ruins you mentioned were very small, my parents took me there, saying that it was their home. It's just that from there, their home was destroyed by demons, so they began to hunt demons. As for the previous story, they didn't tell me, and it seems that they don't want me to know." Hearing this, Mathlisa nodded with some regret. "However, I have some relics from their time. Among them are the diaries, and the thick book with the moon mark that you just mentioned. It looks a bit like, the scriptures of the order. But I can't understand many of the words in it. I don't know what they mean, so I put them at home." Mathlisa can understand that Ashley may not be able to read the font of the order her parents once belonged to. After all, Ashley's belief is no longer the so-called moon worship cult, but the Virgin Mary. Or in other words, all demon hunters believe in the Virgin Mary. This also leads to the fact that most demon hunters know the language of the home sea. The first reason must be that the power of the Virgin Mary has a significant effect in dealing with demons, which is very consistent with the name of demon hunter. The second reason is what Alka said. Demon hunters are driven by hatred after all, and such behavior always makes it easy for people to fall into paranoia and go down the wrong path. The teachings and power of the Virgin Mary can easily stabilize the body and mind of those who are caught in hatred. Even in such hatred, they can maintain their original intentions. Therefore, demon hunters are also very happy to believe in the Virgin Mary, so that they will not fall into the same level as demons in the long-term demon hunting and hatred. "If you need it, Lady Mathlisa, I can give it to you." Hearing this, Mathlisa's slightly regretful mood returned, and she turned her head and looked at Ashley in surprise and asked, "Can I?" "That's your parents' legacy. They are just books, and I can't understand them either. I will lend it to you temporarily. I believe you will not damage it." Hearing this, Madeline nodded with a smile. "Of course. After reading those books, I will return them to you intact." The two chatted with each other again, and Madeline began to tell Ashley about some of their past experiences. When she started to tell the stories, it was no longer just Ashley who was listening. The medical staff and the wounded around were listening to Madeline's story. Many people here have spent their entire lives fighting demons here, and have no idea what the vast ocean outside is like. Of course, some of them are mercenaries from outside. And when Mathlisa tells about things she knows, she will also make supplements. Others listen carefully, trying to record these stories. At this time, at the fortress wall, the battle is still intense. Alka silently conserves his magic power, no longer carrying out various large-scale attacks, but instead uses mixed elements to carry out precise attacks, to maintain their fighting power for a longer time. Several balls of fire flashed in the sky again. The stone ball wrapped in lava fell on them again. Two one-eyed giants appeared 1 kilometer away. The devil's reinforcements are coming again. Alka looked at the one-eyed giants in the distance. He was in no mood now, and had no power to stop them. The tone of the entire battlefield changed. Resurgence Concerto. As the tone expanded and spread to the entire battlefield, some exhausted soldiers and warriors could clearly feel that their physical strength and magic power were recovering. This tune is so suitable that Alka also relaxed a little. Julia relied on the cooperation of several treasures, and the buff brought by one person was better than many strong people with buff treasures. This is why the more treasures there are, the harder it is to adapt to each other. But once there is an advantage over others at the same stage, it is too great. In Alka's team, as long as the treasure has certain combat characteristics, They can basically fight across levels with mutual cooperation. He raised his hands to break up the lava balls falling from the sky. But this time, he could not control and break up all the balls. 2 of them fell down. One was hit by a laser in midair and shattered into slag. It was Simon, the pilot of the mecha with the energy weapon, who attacked the wall on the 3rd floor. An unknown general jumped into the air. A bubble-like gas mass flew over and wrapped the giant lava ball, then dissipated, and the bubble disappeared. Not long after Alka had just repelled several demons. Several huge lava boulders flew over. Sighing, Alka could only decompose 3 this time. More lava boulders fell down. This time, 4 spheres flew out of the sky, opened their huge mouths in the air, and completely swallowed the 4 boulders. Alka turned his head and looked in the direction of Juanlu. Juanlu was holding a bare stick and a boulders beside him, and smiled at Alka. Then, in Alka's eyes, it immediately turned into a fireman wrapped in lava. It rushed directly into the pile of demons, and began to explode. Lava flames flew everywhere. Although these demons have high resistance to fire, they cannot resist such a violent impact. It may not be fatal, but all of them were washed down the wall. It should be that the 4 spherical monsters ate the lava, and passed the power of swallowing to Juanlu. Looking at the Cyclops, who was about to launch live ammunition again, Alka sighed. Damn it, who's going to kill them? Speaking of this, Alka couldn't help but think whether to expend some strength, or even overdraw some strength from the dream. When those one-eyed giants were killed, Jason's voice came to his ears. Are you calling for Jason and Eurylius's long-range attack? A dazzling dragon figure passed through the sky. Jason jumped down from it and asked, Shouldn't you be clearing out those rats in the back? Looking at Jason next to him, Alka asked, We have to come back to deal with the new information and get some supplies. Right, Jason said with a smile. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and then pointed at the Cyclops in the distance. Hurry up. Kill those damn giants right now. Captain! Jason shouted to Eurylius, who was flying in the sky and spewing power at demons everywhere. Eurylius, merge. Captain's order. The dragon in the sky and Jason turned into points of light and merged together. This was their first appearance. The soldiers around were watching the scene just now, so they knew that the beautiful creature was on their side. As the light flashed, a huge dragon-shaped monster appeared in the sky. Looking at this monster, all the soldiers became nervous. Then this exaggerated and intimidating monster expressed himself with his actions. When it merged, it was already 2 dragon heads, and then the 2 dragon heads leaned back together. The gathered energy was ejected directly. A brilliant beam of colorful light shot out, and instantly froze a one-eyed demon in the distance. With a flicker of his body, his tail gathered an exaggerated crystal ball, which was thrown out with great force, and hit the frozen one-eyed demon in the distance. The sound of glass breaking spread throughout the battlefield. The huge one-eyed demon turned into crystal fragments in everyone's eyes. Then, the huge dragon men began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. They began to clean up the demons of moderate strength in large numbers, and cleared areas one by one. Cover him! Some generals shouted immediately when they saw this situation. The powerful touchers began to cover Jason with various treasures. After all, the size of the 2 after the fusion was too exaggerated. Although they were flexible, they were huge, and it was still easy for the demons to focus their fire. Many demons had already begun to besiege Jason, trying to restrict his movements and take his head, which was an incredible trophy. With the protection of the crowd, Jason only needed to dodge slightly, and then he could wreak havoc on the entire battlefield, which immediately reduced the pressure on the battlefield. He was like a bulldozer. But this method can only be used temporarily. If it is used several times, the demon will stop it with targeted means. After all, sometimes a large body means that it is easier to be hurt. Just like the demon's hammer demon, and the one-eyed demon who is now throwing a block in the distance. Alka looked at the 2 one-eyed demons in the distance. Just as they were about to gather their strength to kill one, a blue meteor streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards the one-eyed demon in the distance. Ha! A one-eyed demon shouted proudly, and flew straight over. Its huge body smashed directly under the city wall, crushing a large number of demons. It also became a temporary obstacle in front of the city wall, blocking the path of some demons. When the one-eyed demon came over, its head had disappeared, leaving only the broken neck of its body, which was still gushing blood like magma. The blue meteor in the distance had already begun to attack the other demon, but this time her attack was stopped. Various shields were stacked on the one-eyed demon. Even with Xia Daidi's strong power, it was impossible to blow it up with one punch. Moreover, in this dangerous back, she couldn't completely stop her speed and convert it into power. That was too dangerous, and it would completely make herself a temporary target. After seeing that it was difficult to attack for the second time, and that more demons with rear support were about to target her, she immediately turned into a blue meteor and came back. The meteor stopped on the city wall and turned into Xia Daidi. It seems that Xia Daidi has also returned. At this time, there is only one one-eyed demon left, and his attack is very easy to be decomposed by Alka, and no longer poses any threat to the fortress. At most, it just restricts some of Alka's actions. How is the support process? Alka looked at Xia Daidi next to him and asked with a smile. Not bad, but it seems that the battle here is really fierce. Xia Daidi looked at the large number of demon corpses under the city wall, and the demons that were still coming to support from the back. The blood magma formed by the demons' blood kept flowing and gathering below, which looked extremely tragic. Some demons were still eating while walking below. The breath of the abyss here was so thick that it was hard to breathe. After a few pleasantries, they once again joined the battle. With the addition of Jason and Xia Daidi, the pressure on the front battlefield was getting smaller and smaller. At night, although the demons outside were still attacking the city, of course, Alka and the others had been replaced. It was time for a short break. After all, they had been standing outside for the entire day and resisting the most violent attacks. The few people who were resting in the small round tower suddenly heard a knock on the door. Lord Alka, this is something from Lady Matricia. The soldier handed the thing in his hand to Alka, and then left quickly. From Matricia? As Alka said this, he looked at the puppet girl in the room, and casually picked up a puppet girl by the door. Louis, ask your sister next to Matlisa. The puppet girl who was lifted up nodded, and soon communicated with her sister in the distance. Then she said, Matlisa said that this is the scripture of the moon worship cult that you need, and the diary of the previous survivors. Hearing this, Alka looked at the things in his hand, and opened the package. Inside was a black book that was a little old, but well maintained. A metal moon mark could be seen on the cover of the book, and it was unknown what material it was made of. There was nothing else. It seemed very brief. There were a few booklets next to it, which had very serious traces of being flipped through, obviously the so-called diaries. Xia Daidi and others also came over. Then everyone take a look, see if there is anything worth noting, Alka said, dividing the books. Then he said, be careful, this is what Matlisa borrowed and needs to return to someone else. Said. He opened the moon worship scripture in his hand. Prepare to take a closer look. Chapter 458 Another Perfect Message. After Alka finished reading the moon worship canon, he closed the book and sat on the table, propping up his head to think. The sentences and narrative style used in the whole book can be said to be completely full of religious meanings, and the writing is extremely vague and mysterious. Even the canon of the Virgin Mary is not so complicated. This kind of canon can easily lead to a problem. That is, there will be different interpretations of the various doctrines in the canon, which can easily cause the church to split over time, especially the moon worship cult, which is a cult that does not believe in the true God. Not necessarily. This cannot be guaranteed. The scriptures in Alka's hand have some pages and annotations. From the handwriting on them, it can be seen that the pages and annotations come from different people, and the gap between the front and back may be a bit large, but at least it is the same concept. In addition, the diaries I read also come from different people. The most tattered one, which has some bloodstains and is the least intact one, is the one who first left the moon worship cult with the artifact. The remaining two books are from the leader of the cult, who died when the last temple was destroyed, and the girl of the two children who survived. A thread can be traced from them. The cult at that time split because of the difference in ideas. It happened that one of them was the one who controlled the artifact and left with the artifact. Then he came to the world scar. From his diary, Alka can probably see why the split happened. Because the person who controlled the artifact should have touched the sea of consciousness of the world. I have experienced the pain of the world. That is why I came to the world scar to resist the devil. This is the simplest and most intuitive place to help the world relieve pain, because this is the most painful wound in the world. But the overall teachings of the moon worship cult are still a bit strange to Alka. The moonlight they believe in is not the real moon in moonlight, but an abstract concept in it. This is the general concept Alka got from the religious interpretation of the book in his hand. This cult regards the night as similar to the pain and suffering that intelligent life will suffer. They regard the moonlight in the night as salvation in pain and suffering. Through the canon Alka, we can see that this so-called pagan cult is actually a very positive one. They worship this moonlight, so they want to bring salvation to people in pain and suffering, in short, helping others. Of course, due to the differences in this kind of helping others, everyone's helping others is a little different. Some people are too extreme, which may be the reason why this cult is classified as a heresy. Very interesting records. Based on these diaries and scriptures, I can piece together a story. Passing them around, Lucilia also finished reading these books. At this time, Alka had opened a map and looked at the orange beam of light on the map. When he touched the beam of light, the expanded information bar had completely changed. Pale moon. Difficulty, moon power. Popularity, 255. Treasure information, the treasure of the moon worship cult, which they call the treasure of the pale moon. They call it God's gift. Holding this treasure, you can turn into the moon and summon pure and flawless light. The cult was destroyed because of the loss of the treasure. A few hundred years ago, due to an accident, the treasure fell into this war-torn area. Cover yourself with moonlight. Become the object of admiration of thousands of people. They look up to you for their help, and they thank you for your help. When you are covered with moonlight, when the moon appears, when the night sky is dark, accept the baptism of moonlight. Take the pale moon you need to hold in front of the moon god statue, and bring light to the suffering in the dark night. Perfect. Looking at the information above, Alka smiled, as expected. The 3 diaries and scriptures, as well as the annotations above, basically let Alka almost completely understand this religious group. He may not know all of this religious group, but at least he knows the side that holds the treasure. And the so-called moon power and the hidden scepter-level treasure are almost strongly related to the religious doctrine. Alka once again got the perfect information of the treasure. To be honest, he hadn't encountered perfect information for a long time. Because for him at this stage, even if the information was not perfect, he could get the treasure through various means. The so-called moonlight has a clear definition in the cult and the diary. The 3 diaries can almost perfectly restore this ritual, because 2 of the 3 diaries are the people who split the cult and left with the treasure. And the last temple cult leader are all people who successfully completed this ritual. This important experience was perfectly recorded in their diary. That is to say, if you want to obtain this treasure, this ritual of covering yourself with moonlight should be very important. You see it clearly stated above, only those who complete this ritual can become the moon power walker and master the pale moon. Jason finished reading these books, summarized his understanding through the above information and said, the understanding he expressed was almost the same as what AKA knew now, so after listening to him, AKA looked at him and nodded. Yes, that's what you said. So to get this treasure, we must let one person complete the ritual. After reading the book, the few people basically understood the most basic condition for completing this ritual. That is to help others and be admired. It takes thousands of people. Who among us can meet this standard? Lucilia asked. When this question was asked, most of the people present had certain ideas. The first ones must be Matriasa and Alka. Mathlisa is the main force of the current treatment center. This kind of life-saving grace will definitely make people admire her. Alka has elemental cards that allow him to form various attacks and face various situations. In the recent battlefield, Alka has become a very eye-catching presence on the battlefield with such various coping methods. Mainly because he has saved many soldiers in this way. But now Mathlisa may still be busy in the medical center, so everyone's eyes are all on Alka. However, the door was pushed open. Mathlisa walked in. Everyone is here. I just heard the wounded say that. You are back. Mathlisa, who came in, looked very happy and hugged Xiaodai, whom she had not seen for a long time. Don't the people in the clinic usually want you to leave at this time? Alka looked at her and said with a smile. Hearing this, Mathlisa smiled and said, I have been busy for a long time. They hope that I can have a good rest. There are no seriously injured patients now. Hearing this, Alka nodded. It is indeed time to have a good rest. So why are you all looking at me? Mathlisa looked at everyone's eyes and asked in surprise. Since everyone is here, why can't we use this ritual to simply identify them? Lucilia said while looking at the book in her hand. Through the scriptures and diaries, we can know that there are several ways to simply identify whether one has the most basic qualifications. After saying that, under Matlisa's puzzled gaze, Lucilia began to prepare and obtain some materials from Simon. through the fusion of materials and magic. She quickly constructed a simple pendant that was made of a plant root and tied with a mineral. The mineral inside was a grayish-white fragment. Lucilia stared at the mineral with her eyes open, and chanted a profound and stubborn spell with magic and the language of the white crocodile. Then she saw the pendant shaking. "Come on. Try it one by one." Hearing this, everyone stood still. Lucilia held the pendant and walked in front of everyone one by one. Depending on the different beliefs, the pendant will emit different lights. This light is a bit like moonlight. The stronger the light, the more people admire it. When the pendant passed in front of everyone, most of the people flashed light, until the pendant passed in front of Matilda. The pendant shone brightly in front of Aunt Lisa's puzzled face, and suddenly became a little dazzling. It was the difference between the light that just passed by Poro and Jason. "Oh, it's a bit outrageous," Jason said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. "Four-armed angel? Kid." Alka looked at Jason and said, "Indeed, Mad Lisa, who was able to get such a title on the first day of her arrival, did not get it in vain. Saving people from the range of death can gain the greatest gratitude." Seeing the light and the performance of the pendant passing by other people just now, Mad Lisa probably understood. So this help is related to the number of people helped? Almost. But it is related to the people you help, and the degree of respect they give you in return, and the amount of gratitude they give you for your help. Hearing this, Mad Lisa probably understood and nodded. However, when the pendant passed by Alka, the light was still strong and slightly dazzling. "The Great Wizard is different." Jason looked at him and said with a smile, teasing. Then, when the pendant passed in front of Xiaodai, the light burst out again. It was stronger than when it was with Mad Lisa and Alka, and it even began to blind the vision. Huh? This was really unexpected by everyone present. Lucilia took the pendant away from Xiaodai and stared at her. Now no one can shine brighter than him. But this is different from what they thought before. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Xiaodai. Obviously, Xiaodai must have done something during this period. Otherwise, there would not be such a strong light. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Xiaodai smiled awkwardly. He explained briefly, "During this period of time when I went to support, I made a little achievement." As he said that, Xiaodai also made a little gesture. Looking at this scene, Alka smiled and took the necklace from Lucilia's hand. He shook it in front of Xiaodai and said, "This is not just a little bit." To be honest, everyone is a little curious now. When Xiaodai went to support recently, what did she do to make so many people admire her? Alka looked at her and may have a little idea. First of all, Xiaodai's fighting style is very impactful, especially on the battlefield against demons. Such impact can almost bring an absolute morale boost. Think about it carefully. What is the advantage of demons? In addition to the advantage of numbers, it comes from the strong physique and various extremely belligerent and bloodthirsty chaotic natures. Among demons, even those of the same level have strong and weak ones. Among the demons of the same level, the strong ones are somewhat like those who have mastered treasures, and they have some powerful skills. When facing such demons, even those who have mastered treasures, you have to be careful. It is not as easy as killing other demons of the same level, because as long as the strength of humans reaches the third stage or above under normal circumstances, they have mastered treasures. From here, that is, from the third stage upwards. In terms of quality, humans have an advantage. Of course, these advantages also depend on the treasure. You can't let someone with auxiliary skills face the demon head-on. Xiaodai's treasure combination makes her extremely eye-catching on the battlefield. Just watching her fighting power is enough to inspire people. Take today for example. When Xiaodai just appeared and turned into a meteor, she kicked the giant one-eyed demon to death with one kick, and even kicked such a huge demon away like a ball. With such a visual scene, Alka could feel the morale of the soldiers around him soar. In this life and death battle, morale is low, and there is even some despair. How important is the hope that appears? It seems that you need to obtain this treasure. After thinking for a while, Alka turned around and said, "Prepare the materials for the ritual and wait for the right time to come." It is also mentioned above that in order to fully complete the ritual, it is necessary to have a night when the sky is extremely dark and only the moon is left. Such nights are not common, and you should know that most of the time, there is not only the moon in the sky, and there may not even be a moon. After all, there is no such thing as a moon in this world. Alka seriously suspected that this moon was borrowed from someone else. The moon would appear from time to time, and sometimes it would appear in the night sky with other stars and the Milky Way. Only in very rare periods of time would the entire night sky be extremely dark, and then only the moon would hang high in the sky. It is still difficult to wait for such a time. There are only a few days in a year. But fortunately, they have not experienced such a night for a long time recently, which means that it should not be too long before such a night comes again. There will always be a day every few months. It just so happens that they are still engaged in a fierce defensive battle on the front line, and don't have so much time to take care of this. After sorting it out, Alka clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, everyone take a good rest. We still have to fight hard tomorrow. Fortunately, we finally accomplished something, didn't we? Alas, another scepter-level treasure is within reach. We are too powerful." Jason leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling and sighing. Hearing this, Eurylius next to him silently covered Jason's mouth with his hand. "Hey, shut up. Have you been infected by the blood of the Dragon Clan?" Eurylius was already narcissistic enough, and she felt a little embarrassed at this time. Everyone present knew that the reason why they could obtain the treasure so quickly was entirely due to Alka's strange sense of smell for treasures that could be generated based on the map. This is why Alka is the core of the team, and most of the time he can play a leading role. While possessing such abilities, he is also a relatively cautious and responsible person. It is precisely because of his abilities that the people on the ship never consider the problems caused by interests. As people sailing on the sea, how could they not know that interests are the most important for a team? It is enough to make a close team fall apart, or even turn against each other. However, these interests in front of him, with the help of Alka, have become things that do not need to be considered. In addition to the fact that they are more or less decent, it is difficult not to think whether Alka's credit accounts for the vast majority of this. They just need to complete the goals they want to achieve with their companions. And they all have good personalities. That's why they gather together. And there are no weird contradictions. Because the so-called core of the contradiction is interest. There is really no problem for them. Especially when the interests they can easily obtain are compared with other people in the world, there is a big enough gap. There is no need to focus on it. Without comparison, there is no difference. What do you mean by being infected by the blood of the dragon race? Jason did not react for a while, and asked back. Hearing this, everyone could not help but smile. Hearing this, Eurylius suddenly did not know what to say. You can't say that the blood of the dragon race is narcissistic. Wouldn't that be scolding yourself? The walls on the front line are still resisting the demons. They are also enjoying the most precious rest time. Chapter 459 Curse Sword Family. Bang! A huge sound, carrying rolling sound waves and sand and stones to the surroundings. After the sound, there were all kinds of roars and screams. A huge circular pit appeared under the city wall. Xia Dai, whose body was covered with blood, was surrounded by a faint blue fluorescence, lifting her up and floating in the air. Some blood stains stained her silver hair, making Xia Dai, who was already heroic, even more like a battlefield. She slowly raised her right hand, holding a demon's head. She held the demon's sharp horns and raised them. Valkyrie! Valkyrie! Such shouts were heard in several places on the battlefield. Then she asked other soldiers to follow suit. With the shouts, the momentum of the entire battlefield began to rise. Under Julia's control, the passionate classical music spread throughout the battlefield, making everyone's blood boil. Such an effect was achieved because the demon killed by Xia Dai was a demon general, a leader in strength, and he has strong power. In the battle just now, he showed his dominance in the same level. In this case, Xia Dai confronted the demon at the first time, and he fought with the demon with brute force. In such a battlefield where strength is used, he suppressed the demon and killed it directly. Brute force battles are visually impactful in some cases. In the battles with demons for so long, almost every soldier knows that you should not fight with demons head-on. That was their strong point. But Xia Dai's heroic appearance and the impact of the powerful killing instantly ignited the battlefield. Taking advantage of this wave of morale boost, all the demons that rushed to the wall were killed or driven back in a short while. Seeing this situation, even the chaotic and bloodthirsty demons knew that now was not a good time to continue the siege, and slowly retreated like a tide. Temporarily rest for a while. Xia Dai also turned into a blue meteor, and returned to Alka's side. Valkyrie, Alka said with a smile while looking at Xia Dai next to him. Hearing such a teasing, Xia Dai nudged Alka with his elbow, and rolled his eyes at him. At this time, Alka and Xiaodaidi on the battlefield also knew why Xiaodaidi was so admired last night. Obviously, during the time she was away, she became the most conspicuous flag on other battlefields. The war with the devil is cruel and desperate, especially for ordinary soldiers. Although many soldiers have faith, cruelty and despair will inevitably penetrate their hearts. In this case, Xiaodaidi can bring real reassurance. In this case, it is also the easiest for people to admire and worship such a strong man from the bottom of their hearts. Xiaodaidi even won the title of Valkyrie. As the demon tide receded, Alka and the others were finally able to leave the city wall and have a good rest. Such moments are really rare. Amidst the Valkyrie's praises, Xiaodaidi nodded and left quickly. After more than 2 months of fierce fighting, in front of the anti-magic fortress, the demons' attacks began to slow down gradually, and it was a little easier than before. Alka and his men also began to be gradually divided out, to provide support in various places. Because at some unknown nodes, it was always unclear how many demons would attack, which increased the pressure on some nodes. When Alka came back to provide support again, Greyfar found him. Alka followed the messenger to Greyfar's office. Alka, you are here. Sit down. Alka nodded, and without hesitation, he found a seat nearby and sat down, and drank slowly from the cup next to him. During this period of contact, he got to know Greyfar quite well. He looked serious, but in fact he hated all kinds of red tape. Perhaps because of this, most generals and soldiers only care about efficiency. Red tape is meaningless here, and will only slow down various problems on the battlefield. In this ever-changing place, all generals must have the ability to stand on their own feet. Sometimes you have to be decisive, which also leads to many generals here actually using their full strength. This is a matter of advantages and disadvantages. You are looking for me? Greyfar was still focused on his work at hand, but nodded without raising his head. Then he said, the situation here in the demon hunting fortress has gradually stabilized. Are you going to the anti-demon fortress? It is now the most important battlefield. It is also the main attacking point of the demons. Parks is there. Hearing this, Alka began to think. The so-called anti-magic fortress, as you can tell from its name, is obviously different from the place called fortress such as the demon hunting fortress, because this fortress is the core location of the entire anti-magic wall. In simple terms, the core of the entire anti-magic wall is in this fortress. A certain item in it plays the role of supporting the entire wall. Why the wall has not been breached for so long is because this core can always repair the wall and allow people to have a certain degree of modification ability to the wall. So after a node is destroyed, the core can be used to extend the wall back immediately. This will prevent the enemy's advantage from expanding rapidly due to the destruction of a node. The anti-magic fortress is also the place that guards the largest passage. Once it is breached, almost the entire world will be in danger. When humans first began to fight against demons, it was because countless ancestors shed their blood there to build that fortress. Greyfar basically just rotates between the demon hunting fortress and the anti-demon fortress. For Greyfar, the anti-demon fortress is the main battlefield, and the demon hunting fortress is his resting place. Because even if it is in the devouring mouth, he leads the troops to attack here. With the advantage of the fortress, Greyfar does not need to take it too seriously. Remember this fortress? Greyfar can completely suppress the devouring mouth through his treasure, and because of the environment here. Therefore, even though the devouring mouth was responsible for attacking the demon hunting fortress, he rarely appeared on the battlefield in person, because he knew clearly that it was meaningless. The entire spreading battlefield was a thing for the demons to consume the manpower of the human side. As the consumption progressed, humans would always reveal fatal flaws. For the demons, most of the demons, even all the demons were consumables. Using 10 demons to exchange for 1 human was a good deal for them. During most of the attacks, Greyfar himself was not actually in the demon hunting fortress. Only when the demon hunting fortress needed him and faced extreme danger would he quickly get here through special means. This was a phenomenon that Alka had observed during this period. Greyfar did not hide it, and Alka did not ask in detail. But if we go now, it's a bit too dangerous. Let's wait. Greyfar suddenly thought of something and said again, why do you say that? Although Alka understood, it was only equivalent to the understanding of ordinary people. It must be different from the understanding of people in high positions, like Greyfield. Because I suddenly remembered that the devouring mouth will definitely trip you up there. Now it is not only our main battlefield, but also the main battlefield of the demons. The Demon Lord and the 2 commanders are all there. Although you are powerful now, you seem to have a lot of treasures. But after all, it is still the 5th stage, isn't it? At this point, Greyfield raised his head and looked at Alka. Facing this question, Alka nodded, and there was nothing to hide. It can be said that almost everyone on the battlefield thought that Alka and his group were at the 6th stage, because Alka and his group killed the 6th stage demons like chickens and dogs. Just like before, Xia Dai, with the blessing of everyone, killed the powerful 6th stage demon with absolute suppression. Those who were slightly stronger than Alka and his group, and those with vision could see that Alka and his group were still at the 5th stage in essence. That is the most chaotic area, and it is also the place where the breath of the abyss constantly invades. So there might be something going on in the devouring mouth. It is better to wait until you reach the 6th stage before going to the fortress to carry out the offensive and defensive tasks. After all, there is no need to use your own weakness to touch the enemy's strength. This is a very unwise choice. I believe you can know it with your caution. And if you want to spread your reputation and expand your fame, that is also the best place. When you reach the 6th stage, I believe you will be able to exert even more exaggerated combat power. And then you will make a name for yourself in the whole world. Hearing this, Alka looked at Greyfar and asked a question he had always wanted to ask. I want to know one thing. Why do all the powerful people in the Boundless Sea intentionally or unintentionally spread their reputation? Why is this? Is it related to the formula for becoming a god? Hearing this, Greyfar's expression became problematic. He couldn't help but turn his head and stare at Alka, and a rare look of doubt appeared on his serious face. Alka could feel that he was not doubting that Alka knew the so-called formula for becoming a god. For the strong, this thing should not be a secret. But the doubt did not last long, and he suddenly realized it. Speaking of which, how many years did it take you to get from the Boundless Sea to now? Hearing this, Alka made a brief calculation. More than 10 years, at least no more than 15 years. Hearing this, Greyfar nodded. No wonder. If you think about it carefully, the only major event you seem to have participated in is the Flower Fairy Revival. And it was indeed only the event on the Twin Islands. Alka nodded. That was indeed the case. They spent most of their time sailing on the sea, and searching for treasures everywhere. Only when the Flower Fairy was revived did they come into contact with various larger forces. Before that, they had almost no contact with any large forces, except the Holy Mother Church. Of course. Think about it carefully. They have been wandering around the Twin Islands, and the border sea area extending to the border. Generally speaking, it is still a relatively remote area. They have not been to any well-known large islands. After all, large islands mean that they are highly developed. And they can only operate in a small area. They are a treasure hunting group. They can't just dig under the foundation of other people's buildings. Yes, I almost forgot that you are a treasure hunting group, Greyfar said. You are only in the 5th stage, and you really don't need to expand your reputation. Didn't the church tell you? Greyfar turned to look at Alka and asked. Alka shook his head. Hearing this, Greyfar pondered for a moment. This is something you will know when you reach the 6th stage. Of course, strong people will often know and even prepare in advance. Since the church didn't tell you, and the Virgin Mary didn't tell you, then I am even less qualified to tell you these things. Maybe I hope you will know them when you reach the 6th stage. After all, Greyfar still knows something about Alka. If he talks nonsense, he may really be punished by the Virgin Mary. It's not worth it. After all, this matter is not big or small, but it seems to be something important. Don't be too curious, because it's not a big deal, and it won't take long for you to reach the 6th stage. By then, even if no one tells you, you will know it yourself, Greyfar said. Hearing this, Alka nodded, and didn't force to ask. He was just curious and didn't have to know, because their reputation has already begun to spread, and the reaction just now has already let him know some information. That is, the spread of fame does not seem to be for the formula of becoming a god. Obviously there are other reasons. He is more concerned about other issues now. Then I want to ask. I want to know about the Cursed Blade family. Hearing this, Greyfar, who was already confused just now looked at Alka with a face full of question marks. He didn't quite understand why Alka was interested in such things. It was obvious that Alka asked him because he knew that he was one of the only descendants of the Cursed Blade family. You want to know about my family? Alka nodded, and did not hide it, directly said, I am a treasure hunter, so I am very interested in some historical or unknown things, including the famous cursed sword. The weapon you use should not be the cursed sword. Right? You can see that, you really have good taste. Gray couldn't help but smile. A rare smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was very happy about this matter. Most people, even almost everyone, thinks that the weapon I use is a cursed sword, but just like you said, the weapon I use is not. Grayfar couldn't help but show a look of reminiscence on his face. I started to narrate briefly. Our family is famous, and even got the prefix of cursed sword. We are called cursed sword family, because of the scepter-level treasure called cursed sword. But if you know the history of Saralan Empire, you should know that our family is actually one of the earliest founding generals. We are also the first knights to follow the Saralan Emperor. So our family has continued since that time. And the sword I use is the real family inheritance treasure. Almost all family members are qualified to master that treasure, and are suitable to master it. However, the most famous cursed sword user, one of the ancestors, is also famous in our family, because he is not suitable for the treasure of the family itself. There are too many people, and there will always be exceptions. But he relied on his own strength and talent to master a new treasure, the cursed sword. And he also became the most famous person in the family's history. And his fame even gave outsiders a wrong impression of our family. Speaking of this, Grayfar couldn't help laughing. He still admired him very much. It's a pity. Since then, although the cursed sword he used has been left in the family, few people can master it. In addition, the family's original treasure was a sword, so over time people think that the original sword is the cursed sword. Isn't it an interesting thing? People are always willing to believe what they believe. Grayfar suddenly said. Hearing this, Arka nodded. That's true. Since you want to know about the cursed sword, then you must want to know who used the cursed sword last. Right? Hearing this, Arka nodded again. The last person who mastered the construction was the leader, who was in charge of resisting the demons, when the empire was destroyed, and the demons invaded. He was also the patriarch of the family at that time. He was also one of the few people in the family who could master the cursed sword. It was because of this that the family's original treasures were able to be passed down. His name is Lifepine, the leader of the 3rd Legion. According to the soldiers who stayed at that time, he and most of the leaders stayed on the front line to resist the demons. This also included most of the powerful people in the family at that time. Probably in this area. Grayfar stood up and drew a circle on a place on the map behind him. That place was where Alka and his team had set up camp before. It can be seen that the demons occupied most of the area at that time. The demons came out from here, and then attacked all the way here. Grayfar pointed to the depression in the center of the map, which was the source of the water. The line drawn went straight to the direction of the stone fortress. The last remaining people formed a defense line on the seashore, using some small islands around as logistics. Grayfar simply summarized the situation at that time for Alka. If you need it, I still have some records of the time here. Alka nodded. Thank you, that's great. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, aren't you curious about where the sword is? Or don't you want to take it back? After all, it is the symbol of your family, isn't it? Hearing this, Grayfar shook his head. That sword is just a symbol for outsiders. The real symbol is the one I use. And, even if I get it back, what does it matter? There is no cursed sword family anymore, and I don't have many family members left. I don't even have a sense of honor or belonging to this family. Even if I take it back, I will just put it on the wall as a decoration to look back at the past. It has no meaning. Now this place is no longer called the Saralan Empire, but the World Scar. What we need is not to look back at the past, but to look forward to the future. Hearing this, Alka was silent for a while, then nodded. Thank you for your help, then I will take my leave first. Grayfar nodded. Alka pushed the door and left. Chapter 460 Dark Knight Cursed Sword. Difficulty: the one who fulfilled my wish. Popularity: 67,000. Treasure information: the 16th Commander-in-Chief of the Saralan Empire, a young general. This is the treasure he used. Because of this treasure, he was also named General Curse Blade. This treasure died in the war against demons during the National Defense War when his descendant, the last commander, died. The treasure was sealed in a hidden place along with his body, and the souls of many demons. During this battle, the Slayer Callan descended upon the location of the Cursed Sword family, and slaughtered all the remaining members of the family. Take Callan's head, and the Cursed Sword will be your reward. Capture Callan alive, and kill him with the Cursed Sword, and you will obtain the Cursed Sword in a fully activated state. This treasure can pierce the soul, anchor the body, cut through everything, and separate the soul from the body. Perfect. Arca sat in the hall of the round tower, leaning back in his chair and looking at the map in front of him. Except for the Holy Grail treasures at the golden spots on the map, which were completely unknown. The two very important orange light columns have reached perfection, which means that the two scepter-level treasures are now only missing the necessary conditions. Alka looked at the light column representing the cursed sword. Slayer Kellan. Alka had never heard of the information about this demon, but Alka had seen the cursed blade family being slaughtered by a demon in the previous records. So the demon is Kellan. With such a title, it means that the demon may still be alive, and may become stronger. So now, if you want to obtain this treasure, there is only one condition left, that is to find a demon named Kellan, and see if you can capture him alive or kill him. This depends on his current strength. Have you asked some information from Greyfar? Zadaidi pushed the door in and asked Alka, who was already sitting in the hall. Alka turned around, looking at Zadaidi, who was still covered in blood, nodded. Are the demons still attacking? Zadaidi shook his head. No, I just went to other places to provide support. After cleaning up, Zadaidi sat next to Alka, looking at the map in front of him. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Alka nodded while thinking. In Greyfar's words, it's better for us not to go to the anti-magic fortress now. It's not suitable for us yet. The main reason is that it is easy for the Devourer to find a flaw there, although it is now the most intense place for war. Hearing this, Zadaidi did not say much, and after thinking for a while, he asked, so what do you decide to do now? Stay here until the time is right? Or prepare to leave? After all, there are not too many problems in the demon hunting fortress now, and many demons have been transferred to the main battlefield. The endless demons are not really endless, but compared with the human side, there are too many more. Let's stay here for a while, and when that night comes, we will leave. Alka was talking about the ceremony, the night that Zadaidi needed to become the power of the moon. When that night came and the necessary conditions were obtained, it would be the best way for them to leave and get the treasure. If they leave now, they can only wait. Alka can also look for some information about Kellan in the demon hunting fortress. After all, it was this demon who slaughtered the cursed sword family, so Greyfar could not have no information about him. Moreover, the demon hunting fortress is the place where the scars of the whole world store the most demon information. Here, many powerful demons are marked with their names, as well as their means, and the best ways to deal with them. Demon hunting itself is not reckless, but it is necessary to use the recklessness of demons to target them. Hearing this, Zadaidi nodded. Alka chatted for a few words, and directly opened the door to the inner space, and entered the heart of Vastva. Zadaidi followed in. The area they entered was not in the town of Vastva, but appeared 1 kilometer outside the town. When they came in, they could clearly feel that the concentration of magic inside the space was not much different from that outside, except that it was not as violent and active as outside. The Vastva people were basically accustomed to such a concentration of magic, but it was a bit too difficult to withstand the violent magic outside. Only when they all became touchers could they consider it. Becoming a toucher is different from what Alka and the others thought before, because they never really let people become touchers in large numbers, just 1 or 2. There were no problems at that time. When they started to touch the Vastva people in large numbers, they found that they could not touch them continuously in large numbers. Although there are so many quotas, they cannot inspire all of them at once, they have to do it slowly. Otherwise, it will cause the magic power of the treasure itself to be disordered. But it will be soon for them. In a few months, almost all the Vastva people will be able to become touchers. And they are now 1 kilometer away. This is a new building complex. It can be seen that this area is built with very strong steel. The buildings in this area are dark black, and there are black steel fences around them. When you get close, you can feel a faint thunder and lightning on the fence. In addition, there are many sentry towers in the whole area. Various very heavy magic kinetic weapons can be seen on the sentry tower. This weapon was created by Simon and the current Vastva researchers by restoring those manuscripts and researching. The result of this research is the other research of the creator of the space cannon installed on their ship before. Although it is not as outrageous as the space cannon, it can still condense specific elements into a highly penetrating attack. These things are needed for their subsequent plans. As soon as the two appeared in this area, they immediately alarmed the surrounding guards. The mechas these guards were driving were also painted all black. They were very different from the ones they had just come in. The mechas at that time were made very crudely because of the materials used in the space. Most areas were leaky and saved as much as possible. But now these mechas have been fully protected. The drivers are also well protected inside. And powerful weapons are also built. But the cost is a bit high. With the huge wealth left by the Vasva people, they all felt a little painful. When the guards saw that it was Alka and his team, they immediately swung their mechanical arms to show respect. Alka and his team nodded and walked into the largest building in the center. This is also a research site. But looking at the appearance here, you can tell that the research stuff is obviously not good stuff. After passing through many layers of protection, they came to the innermost area. This is a pure white room. And in the center of the room, there is a demon trapped here. This demon has reached the 6th stage of strength, which is also the middle level of power among demons. It is a powerful demon with both quality and quantity. This demon is also a powerful demon with a name and surname. In order to capture this demon alive, it took Alka and his team a lot of effort. And the main reason for this building is to isolate this demon from all connections with the outside world and the abyss, to avoid some strange problems. The surrounding Vastva people are using various mechanical equipment, or spells, to study this demon. Because in the history of the Vastva people, demons were not considered to be too threatening. They had basically never seen them. Because when the Vastva city-state was destroyed, demons had not yet wreaked havoc in the world, or it could not be said that demons could wreak havoc at that time. Although the world was finally blown to pieces by demons, that was also because of the tacit consent of various powerful beings. Before that, the abyss and demons were really dispensable to this world. Although the Vasva city-state was not a big force in the Golden Age, their research and legacy are also very powerful weapons for these demons. Now these Vasva people are researching some weapons against demons. The reason for doing so is simple. They are going to start preparing to integrate into the world. And the world scar is the best area. It is dangerous enough. The territory is large enough. And there are enough desolate areas. In the wild. As long as you are on the side of humans, as long as you are strong enough, and are not afraid of attacks from demons, and harassment from various cultists. If you want to occupy an area in the wild as your territory, there is no problem at all. Even if you don't occupy it, it's just a wasteland. Doesn't this give the Vastva people the best opportunity to integrate into this world? With some of their technological level, they can even participate in the entire war against demons. Provide necessary technical support. This will also allow them to gain a foothold in this world more quickly. This was Alka's proposal, and it was also accepted by the Elders' Council of the Watva people. As soon as the two came in, they saw a small dagger inserted into the body of the demon. Then the demon suddenly woke up, stared with eyes wide open, and wanted to wail in pain, but his mouth had been sealed by the machine, and he could not make any sound. He could only struggle in pain. The huge force swung the surrounding mechanical devices, and made them ring. This is because the demon has been weakened, and most of its strength is at a weak level. It can be seen that the knife caused him pain. Material number 3 plus the Poison Soul spell can have an excellent effect on demons. The damage caused is normal damage, but it can multiply the pain. Record it. It is only effective on demons. According to the current samples, it can only be judged that it has an excellent effect on power demons for the time being. A Vasva scholar, who was conducting research nearby said. Simon was also watching with his arms folded. He sensed Alka and the others coming and came over. Are you leaving? Hearing this, Alka shook his head. I plan to stay for a while, until the time comes. Simon nodded. Continue the experiment. I'll come in and take a look. Time passed. In the next month, Alka and the others could hear some information from the anti-demon fortress from time to time in the demon hunting fortress. Because Alka and his team were waiting in the fortress, Greyfar often stayed at the anti-were fortress to defend, reducing the number of times he came back. According to the news, the battle in the anti-magic fortress was much more intense than before. The wounded almost filled the fortress, and had to be sent to various places for treatment. Then enough people were drawn from various places to go to the anti-magic fortress to defend. Alka and his team stayed in the fortress, watching the soldiers who had fought together before go to support them. When they came back, less than half of them were left, and many of the remaining half had injuries of varying sizes. The serious ones suffered lifelong disabilities, and could hardly even live in daily life. However, at least their future lives would be guaranteed. Don't underestimate the power of the church. After a better rest, they would go with the troops to provide support. The death rate was very alarming. At the same time, Alka and the others also learned some information about the Slayer Calend in the demon hunting fortress. When this demon descended, Its strength was less than the 6th stage, but the timing of its arrival was very coincidental. Just when most of the Cursor family's armed personnel had gone to the front line to resist the demon, when it descended, it slaughtered the Cursor family, which had almost no strong combat power at the time, and only a few people escaped. After that, this demon disappeared. Alka found that except for some leaders of the demon-hunting fortress and Greyfar, almost no one else knew that it was this demon that slaughtered the Cursor family. Now the demon has reached the 7th stage, and has been fighting at the anti-magic fortress. He is an important general under the Demon Lord. That is to say, if Alka and his team want to kill this demon, it is not difficult, because he is often active in the anti-magic fortress. However, when Alka knew that this demon was at the 7th stage, they had to give up this goal temporarily, and consider it again when they become stronger. However, it is said that Greyfar severely injured this demon when he supported the anti-magic fortress this time, although he finally escaped. For a long time, this demon was unlikely to appear in the public sight. This time, the human side still paid a huge and painful price to resist the fierce attack of the demon. Now the degree of the demon's attack has gradually slowed down, and has slowly reached the level of daily attack. Alka and others also saw that the soldiers who were rotated to support in the fortress began to return. Many new recruits came to the demon-hunting fortress for training, and more demon hunters joined in. This time, although we paid a greater price than before, we also gained results that were difficult to achieve in the past. Salander, who was chatting with Alka and others, said while sitting next to them, wearing bandages all over his body, and with one eye blind. Salander was one of the first generals to go to the anti-magic fortress for support, and he fought until the last moment before returning. The price he paid was that he lost his left eye forever, and the wounds on his body would take at least 1 or 2 years to recover. And this was under the best treatment. He was seriously injured, and was invaded by the breath of the abyss. In addition, he had to pray to the Virgin Mary frequently, to avoid being corrupted by the breath of the abyss. Alka and the others sat beside him, listening to his support experience this time. What results? Jason asked beside him. He had made a comparison. This time, the entire magic wall lost 30% of its troops. This is an extremely huge concept, which led to the Four Gods Church actually starting to issue a call for support for the Holy War in the Infinite Sea. Such a call to arms can only be heard every few decades, or even hundreds of years. Of course, the effect is also significant. More people willing to participate in the Holy War are rushing to the World Scar, filling the empty defense after the war. What kind of results can be worth such a price? An elite team took this opportunity to go deep into the demon's rear and repaired the broken wound to a certain extent. This repair will make it difficult for demons to enter the World Scar, and the strength of all demons will be weakened to a certain extent, because it has become more difficult to connect to the abyss. How long can this effect last? After all, the devil can also cut the repaired area again. Right? It is difficult to create new scars on the world, but it is much easier to cut off the repairs that have not been repaired or even just repaired. Hearing this, Salander nodded helplessly. It won't last long, but at least it will delay the next full-scale attack by at least twice the time. As he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened, and it was dark. Alka looked at the sky. The time has come.